The body trembled slightly as the young Yi awakened, having just emerged from slumber. Before him lay a shroud of darkness, rendering him unable to perceive anything. He attempted to twist his body, yet found movement excruciatingly difficult. As if he were ensnared, in a bid to touch his surroundings, he discerned that he was confined within a closed space. System ding. The system is at your service 24 hours a day. A voice resonated within Yi's mind. Once an ordinary and passionate youth, he had been tirelessly navigating the bustling city. His previously tranquil existence was abruptly shattered by the sudden arrival of the system. The unexpected acquisition of this system filled him with exhilaration. At that moment, however, he happened to be crossing the street, oblivious to the speeding vehicles. Nearby, in a tragic twist of fate, he was struck and flung away, succumbing to death before the system could intervene. The system, designed to aid its host in growth, found itself powerless as Yi's life slipped away mere moments after their binding. Consequently, it could only transport Yi to another realm to gather energy. He needed to ascertain his predicament. System, where am I? Why am I unable to move? A somewhat mechanical voice echoed in his mind. The host is currently within the womb of his mother, yet to be born. Realizing he had yet to enter the world, he grasped the reason for his predicament. However, this was his first experience of existing within another's womb. Suddenly, an overwhelming discomfort washed over him as he sensed a rapid transformation in his surroundings. System, Yi called out to the system, but remained unresponsive. The discomfort intensified, and he felt himself struggling once more, teetering on the brink of death. Ultimately, he broke free from his constraints and inhaled the fresh air. The bright light that enveloped him signaled his potential birth. Yet, pain soon followed, as if he had been struck. He let out an uncontrollable wail. Though he could not see, he sensed the presence of light. Distinct sounds of anguish reached his ears, followed by the cries of a child. He was no longer crying. Who could it be? No, it was not just the cries of a child, but also screams and shouts. He felt the chaos surrounding him escalate. What was happening? Shouldn't a newborn be peacefully nestled in a comfortable delivery room? Pain, anger, and sorrow surged, overwhelming Yi with an intense discomfort. He yearned to open his let us bring forth the items that our grandfather has bestowed upon us. Naruto, filled with anticipation, opened the bag. Indeed, it contained instant noodles, though the flavor had changed. I'll step out for a moment. Do not wander off, said Xiao Yi, rising and preparing to leave. Where are you going? I'm just going for a stroll. With that, Xiao Yi exited the house that he was unaware of. Why his perceptive abilities were so acute. From an early age, he had sensed the presence of two individuals on the rooftop, presumably members of the Umbu, dispatched by Sarutobi Hiruzen to monitor and protect the Jinchuriki. Ignoring them, Xiao Yi walked out of the house and headed towards the street. As he stepped onto the street, he felt the two presences behind him merge into one. It seemed the other was assigned to watch over Naruto. Over the past 3 years, Xiao Yi had not exhibited anything particularly extraordinary, appearing simply as an ordinary child. Yet today, he resolved to take the risk of seeking out Amo. Amo was the ally referred to by the system, whom Xiao Yi had yet to meet. According to the system, this ally had been chosen a decade prior. Upon arriving in the world of Naruto, Xiao Yi was left with nothing but his soul and needed to find a way to be reincarnated. Thus, the system had chosen to cultivate an individual to assist him. The system had previously bound itself to Xiao Yi and could not be altered. Otherwise, it could have selected Amo as the host. Over the years, Amo had grown under the system's guidance, ultimately enabling Xiao Yi's reincarnation. 4 years ago, after the system revealed certain information regarding the Naruto world and Amo, it fell into slumber due to a lack of energy. Xiao Yi was uncertain when the system would awaken. For now, he could only rely on Amo's assistance. Although Konoha appeared secure, it was fraught with peril. As a Jinchuriki, Xiao Yi would attract the attention of ninjas from other villages, and within Konoha lurked Danzo. Ever watchful, Xiao Yi would not entrust his life to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Who could say whether his arrival would alter the existing circumstances? What Xiao Yi needed now was to find a protector, someone trustworthy who could ensure his safety as he grew. Naturally, that protector was Amo. In the twilight, Xiao Yi advanced according to the map provided by the system, ultimately arriving in front of a house. At that moment, he could still sense the presence of the dark ninjas lurking nearby, which filled him with a tinge of anxiety about potential troubles. However, he could not afford to dwell on such concerns. Without the assistance of this ally, ensuring his safety in Konoha would be exceedingly difficult. He knocked on the door, which opened promptly. Upon raising his gaze, he was met with a warmly familiar face. Tentatively, Xiao Yi greeted, "Hello. Welcome. Please come in." Amo smiled, inviting Xiao Yi inside. Xiao Yi was momentarily taken aback. Did this person truly recognize him? "You are Amo?" he inquired cautiously. "Indeed. I have been waiting for you for quite some time," Amo replied, flashing a smile. Xiao Yi entered Amo's abode and took a seat. The house was modest, with minimal furnishings, yet it radiated cleanliness and warmth. "Please have some tea," Amo said, pouring a cup for Xiao Yi. "Oh, thank you. Do you know me?" Xiao Yi asked. Amo, seated across from him, spoke softly. "Of course, I know quite a lot about you. Over the years, I have watched you discreetly on several occasions, though you remained unaware of my presence. It was I who chose to make you the child of the fourth Hokage." Amo appeared remarkably composed, as if recounting the most ordinary of tales. "You are the one who made me Uzumaki Yi. How did you accomplish that?" Xiao Yi was astounded. After all, facilitating a person's reincarnation was no simple feat, especially when the individual in question was the son of the fourth Hokage. Amo sipped his tea. "Actually, I share a good relationship with the fourth. When your soul arrived in this world, it required reincarnation, and I set my sights on the fourth's wife, Uzumaki Kushina. Thus, I went to the fourth's home." Amo began narrating his story. "Amo, come in," Kushina exclaimed as she opened the door. "Is Brother Minato home?" Amo inquired, peering inside. Kushina sighed. "Minato is at the Hokage office. He has been quite busy lately and won't return for a while." "That's good." Amo seemed to have received important information. "Yes, if Minato is away, I can enjoy your cooking alone." Kushina appeared somewhat excited. "Actually, I didn't come to cook." Amo chuckled wryly. "Shall I cook for you?" Kushina eagerly offered. No, that's unnecessary." Amo quickly declined, having witnessed Kushina's culinary skills firsthand. After one unfortunate experience, he dared not partake again. "Haha, then I shall trouble you," she said. "All right." Amo entered the kitchen and began preparing dinner. As time passed, he soon completed 3 dishes and a soup. "Is Brother Minato really not coming back?" Amo inquired once more. "Forget about him," Kushina replied, taking up a spoon to start eating. Her face lit up with a blissful smile. "Delicious. Come, try the soup." Amo slid the soup toward her, and upon seeing Kushina enjoy it, he sighed in relief. Before long, the table was cleared of food, and Kushina's appetite was indeed formidable. As Amo collected the dishes, he soon noticed Kushina reclining on the sofa, fast asleep. Phew. It seems the effects of the medicine have taken hold, as expected of a humanoid-tailed beast. Xiao Yi had consumed an amount of medicine equivalent to 10 times that of an ordinary person. Amo gently carried Juzune into the room and laid her down softly. The ritual began. Amo placed his hand on Juzune's abdomen, invoking the Six Paths rebirth technique. He transferred Xiao Yi's soul into her womb. Once Juzune became pregnant, Xiao Yi's spirit could enter the body of the infant. After the reincarnation was complete, Amo exited the room to tidy up the living area. Shortly thereafter, the fourth Hokage returned. "Brother Minato, you're back," Amo greeted. "You're here, Amo," Minato replied, seemingly unfazed, as Amo had become a regular visitor to their home. "I had intended to join you for dinner, but since you were not home, I ended up cooking instead," Amo said with a wry smile. Minato chuckled, rubbing his head. "Haha, I truly appreciate your efforts." Whereas Juzune, Xiao Yi, maintaining a calm demeanor, replied. She said she was tired and went to rest in the room. "All right, it's getting late. You should head back now," Minato suggested. "Very well, I shall take my leave." Amo donned his shoes and departed from Minato's residence. After Amo left, Minato entered the room to check on Juzune. He sat on the edge of the bed, gently caressing her face. "Juzune," he called softly, then turned his gaze to her belly. "Does this mean you captivated Juzune and were discovered by Minato?" Xiao Yi interjected suddenly. Amo shook his head. "That is not the crux of the matter. Regardless, I have successfully facilitated your reincarnation. Initially, I intended for you to take Naruto's place, but I was surprised when Juzune became pregnant with twins, so now you each have your own body." Xiao Yi had not anticipated such a turn of events. Looking at Amo's seemingly harmless demeanor, it was difficult to imagine he could orchestrate such a scheme. Curious, what happened next? You were involved with the Ninetales incident as well, weren't you? Of course. Not long after, Jiozune became pregnant. AMO continued, Sister Jiozune. The child should be arriving soon. Jiozune touched her belly. Yes, Lord Baiwa Lake mentioned it would be just a few days. I wonder if it will be a boy or a girl, AMO mused with an inexplicable sense of anticipation. I don't know either, but it should be twins. Initially, AMO was surprised to sense two presences within Jiozune's womb. Once he confirmed Xiao E's essence was intact, he felt relieved. Do they have names? Lord Jiraiya suggested one be named Naruto, and the other E. Jiozune beamed with happiness. Those are quite lovely names. Just then, Minato returned. AMO stood up. Brother Minato. AMO, you should head back now. Minato quickly ushered AMO out without further conversation. AMO realized Minato might have uncovered something. But it was of no concern. The matter was already settled, and he was unafraid of any actions Minato might take. Then I shall take my leave, AMO said before exiting. Afterward, Minato sat beside Jiozune. How are you feeling? Recently, the movements have become more vigorous. It seems they are eager to come out. Jiozune replied, her face radiating joy. The children are about to be born. For your safety, we have decided to retreat to a concealed location. Jiozune, being a Jinchuriki, would experience a weakening of the seal at the time of childbirth. To avoid any opportunistic incursions, it was best to remain hidden. Understood. Should we inform AMO? No more. The fewer who know, the better. We shall depart tomorrow. Ever since Kushina became pregnant, Minato has been somewhat wary of Obito. He harbors a suspicion that Kushina's pregnancy is somehow linked to him. Minato inherently trusts that nothing untoward exists between Obito and Kushina. Yet he fears that Obito might meddle with the child. All right, Kushina nodded. On the 10th of October, today marks the birth of Naruto and Konoha. Obito felt a twinge of unease. After all, there was now an additional infant, and Minato might not be able to manage. Obito resolved to check on them. Although they had not disclosed the location to him, Obito could find it nonetheless. The place where Kushina was giving birth was heavily guarded by ANBU. Yet it posed little challenge for him. Successfully circumventing the ANBU, Obito entered the cave. Upon stepping inside, he was met with Kushina's anguished cries. Who? Minato's keen senses detected Obito's presence immediately. Brother Minato, Obito emerged. Obito, how did you find your way here? Minato inquired, a mix of confusion and vigilance evident. He had not informed Obito of Kushina's birthing location, so how did he know? Obito shrugged, finding you is not particularly difficult. As for that group outside, they would be better off absent. Minato regarded Obito, what brings you here? Concerned that something might go awry, so I came to check. It hurts so much. Kushina appeared to be in excruciating pain. Minato watched her anxiously. This is the first time I've seen Kushina scream in pain. Are you truly all right? The moment Kushina cried out, Minato's cautious demeanor evaporated, leaving him momentarily at a loss. It's nothing, your primary task is to ensure the sealing of the Nine Tails. He reminded himself. However, he sternly added, as the fourth Hokage, do not be so flustered. Men may succumb to pain, but women are incredibly resilient. Kushina exclaimed. Minato endeavored to maintain the seal as the Nine Tails thrashed violently. Suddenly, Obito sensed a faint disturbance outside. It seemed that Tobi had arrived. Hang in there, Kushina. Wow. At last, the child was born. Kushina exhaled a sigh of relief. Finally, it's out. Minato encouraged, there's still one more, keep going. You idiot. This is killing me. Soon, Konoha was born as well. Haha, from this day forth, I shall become a father. Tears streamed down Minato's face. Come, let me see the child, Obito asked Minato. Upon receiving permission, Obito cradled Konoha in his arms. He could sense the child's spirit, thus realizing that the younger brother was indeed Konoha. Kushina, you have truly endured much. Now, I must ensure the Nine Tails remain subdued. Minato prepared to reinforce the seal. At that moment, a scream pierced the air. Turning towards the source, they saw that Obito had collapsed to the ground, Naruto falling into the hands of the masked man. Fourth Hokage, immediately distance yourself from the Jinchuriki. Otherwise, the child's life would be reduced to a mere minute. The masked man menaced with a kunai. At that moment, Minato suddenly glanced at Ameku. Brother Minato, why are you looking at me? Surely you do not think he is someone I brought along. Ameku feigned innocence. Minato swiftly averted his gaze from Ameku, fully aware that he could not be the culprit. Kushina's seal was loosening. and the frantic struggles of the Nine Tails caused her immense suffering. Crash! Ameku's Kunao clashed with the masked man's, their powers evenly matched. Brother Minato, you must reinforce the seal. I shall take care of Naruto. Ameku cradled little E in one arm while wielding the Kunao in the other, charging towards the masked man. Do not move, or I shall kill him at once. The masked man pressed the Kunao against Naruto's neck. If you intend to kill, then do so. I shall gladly accompany you in death. Ameku continued to advance towards the masked man. Ameku, stop, Minato pleaded. Ameku was not indifferent to Naruto's fate. He merely wished to test whether he could rescue Naruto, but now he had to halt. Humph. The masked man flung Naruto into the air, then aimed his kunao downward. Minato swiftly intercepted Naruto. Ameku noticed the explosive tags. Be cautious. The fabric enveloping Naruto was covered in explosive tags, and Minato quickly utilized the flying thunder god to escape. Moments later, an explosion echoed in the distance. The masked man turned, discovering that Ameku had vanished. However, he paid it no mind. His sole objective was the Nine Tails. I apologize, Sister Kushina. Ameku stood at a distance, observing Kushina's plight. In truth, if he could ensnare the masked man, everything would be resolved upon Minato's return. Yet he found himself unable to do so. The Nine Tails had to be released, and both Minato and Kushina must perish. Many circumstances were beyond Ameku's control. Shortly thereafter, with a resounding crash, the Nine Tails manifested in the village. Upon its emergence, it unleashed destruction upon Konoha, harboring deep resentment from years of confinement. A tailed beast bomb was launched, and Minato, who had just secured Naruto, swiftly redirected the attack with the flying thunder god. Suddenly, the masked man materialized behind Minato, poised to launch a surprise attack. Minato reacted instantly, slashing with the kunao, piercing through his opponent. The masked man seized Minato, attempting to draw him in. Just as Minato was on the verge of being consumed, he executed the flying thunder god to evade. Minato warily observed the masked man. This individual's ninjutsu was remarkably unique, never before encountered in his recollections. Yet, the masked man evoked an unsettling sense of familiarity. The Nine Tails rampaged through Konoha, claiming numerous lives. At that moment, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, appeared, using the Monkey King transformation to force the Nine Tails out of Konoha. Ameku approached the Nine Tails. Stay here, Nine Tails. Space Sealing Technique. Ameku employed the space sealing technique, temporarily immobilizing the Nine Tails. Just remain here until Brother Minato arrives. After restraining the Nine Tails, Ameku departed. He could not involve himself further. The Nine Tails struggled, but to no avail. Ameku's space sealing was formidable, beyond the Nine Tails' capacity to break free. Soon, the arrival of the fourth Hokage, Minato, was accompanied by Naruto and Kushina. This move, Amak. Minato observed the immobile Nine Tails, realizing it was Amak's doing. Minato, brother, Amak approached, holding little Yui. Amak, why? You possess the power to stop that fiend. Minato's eyes reddened. I am sorry, Minato, brother, and Kushina. You fool, Minato exclaimed, attempting to rush forward, only to be halted by Kushina's voice. Minato, Kushina weakly called out, Amak. Amak knelt before Kushina. Kushina, today's events are not your fault. I implore you. Look after Naruto and little Yui in the future. Without hesitation, Amak replied, I will. Kushina, you. Minato realized Kushina's intentions. Minato, I will restrain the Nine Tails and face death. This will delay the resurrection of the beast. I intend to use my final chakra to assist you. This is the last resort. Thank you for everything you have done for me. Kushina, Minato began. I have but one final wish. I wish to see Naruto and Yui as they grow. Kushina gazed at Yui and Naruto. Kushina, you need not perish alongside the Nine Tails. I will utilize your remaining chakra to ensure you see Naruto. I shall seal all your chakra within Naruto, combined with the 8 trigram seal. Additionally, I will confront the Nine Tails myself. Minato paused momentarily before making a decision. As one who is not a Jinchuriki, I can only resort to the Reaper Death Seal. However, Kushina fully understood the dire consequences of that technique. Moreover, the Nine Tails sealed within me is only half. I intend to seal the other half within Naruto. He is the elder brother, and the duty of protecting his younger sibling shall fall upon him. But Kushina began. I know what you wish to convey. However, the changes spoken of by Jiraiya-sensei, along with the calamities they may bring, could very well occur. Today, I have confirmed 2 things. The masked man who attacked you is undoubtedly a harbinger of bloodshed. The one to stop him will be this child. The one named by Jiraiya-sensei. He shall become the Jinchuriki and pave the way for the future. Minato paused and continued. For reasons unknown, I firmly believe this. Placing Naruto on the ground, he faced the Nine Tails, swiftly weaving signs. Si, Hai, Wei Mao, Su, Zi, Yu Wu Si. Reaper Death Seal. A spectral figure appeared behind Minato. Minato, trust in him. He is our son, Kushina urged. Minato looked at Kushina, stating, after the Reaper Death Seal, I will seal your chakra within Naruto. I hope that when he attempts to control the Nine Tails as the Jinchuriki, you will lend him your strength. Minato, he is our son, and for that reason. I do not wish for Naruto to bear such a heavy burden. Moreover, why resort to the Reaper Death Seal? Just to see him grow for a fleeting moment. Why must you sacrifice yourself in such a manner? I hope you can remain by the side of both children, guarding them as they grow. Yui, I am here. Amuk handed Xiao-Yi over to Kushina. Kushina cried out, what will you do with Xiao-Yi now? Minato gazed tenderly at Kushina and said, as long as I live, I can never surpass you. Although your time as a mother has been fleeting, the wisdom you imparted to Naruto is something I can never attain. As for Xiao-Yi, I trust that Amuk will take good care of him. Minato cast a meaningful glance at Amuk, stating, for your sake, and for the child, I must do this. It is a father's duty. The Shinigami activated the barrier, and the sealing technique commenced. Amuk stepped back with Xiao-Yi. The Shinigami's hand pierced through Minato's body. Grasping the Nine Tails. The Nine Tails roared, damn you, fourth Hokage. Sealing. Minato prepared to seal half of the Nine Tails within himself. Minato, do not be so biased. Secret art, flower, and tree exchange. Amuk intercepted the Nine Tails chakra, sealing it within Xiao-Yi's body. 8 trigrams sealing. Amuk utilized the 8 trigrams sealing to confine the Nine Tails within Xiao-Yi. This is how it should be, each taking half. Xiao-Yi beamed with joy. Amuk you? Amuk's actions left Minato bewildered. Alright, Minato, we must hurry. Minato was aware that his time was limited and could not dwell on Amuk's actions. He began to prepare the 8 trigram sealing. Kushina, share everything with Naruto. Naruto, do not be picky. Eat well and grow strong. Remember to bathe daily, keep warm, and avoid staying up late. Also, make some friends. You don't need many. Just a few trustworthy ones will suffice. Though your mother may not excel in studies, you must diligently read and practice ninjutsu. Everyone has their strengths and weaknesses. Do not be disheartened if you struggle. In school, show respect to your teachers and seniors. Protect your younger brother and fulfill your responsibilities as an elder sibling. By the way, there's something important regarding the 3 ninja prohibitions. Be particularly cautious with borrowing money. Save your mission earnings. You can only drink alcohol at 20. Excessive drinking is harmful to your health, so remember to exercise moderation. The most troublesome of the 3 prohibitions is women. Your mother is a woman and may not fully understand. However, there are only men and women in this world. When you grow up, you will naturally become interested in women. But do not be deceived by untrustworthy women. Seek someone good, like your mother. Speaking of the 3 prohibitions, I must mention Jiraiya. Be wary of him. Naruto, you will encounter much suffering and hardship ahead. You must remain steadfast. Have dreams and the confidence to achieve them. There are countless things I wish to teach you slowly, alongside your father. I long to stay by your side. I love you. I'm sorry, Minato, for taking up so much time. It's all right. Minato looked at Naruto. What I want to say is the same as your talkative mother. Minato quickly formed hand seals, sealing the other half of the 9 tails within Naruto's body. It is done. The sealing concluded, and both Minato and Kushina collapsed to the ground, leaving their children to wail in the darkness. That is how the events unfolded. Amuk recounted the general situation to Xiao-Yi. Amuk, why did you do this? You could have saved both Kushina and Minato. Perhaps it is the bond of blood that stirs such anger within Xiao-Yi. In his earlier days of watching anime, he felt a profound sympathy for Naruto. He often envisioned how splendid it would be had Naruto as parents survived. Moreover, the fact that they have now become his own parents only deepens his sense of regret. Amo lowered his head. I too wish for that, but I cannot alter fate. Why? Is there anything more significant than their lives? Xiao-Yi questioned Amo in fury. Of course, I yearn to save them, yet I am powerless. My very existence is dedicated to aiding you in acquiring greater strength. Although I am a denizen of this world, I cannot change its course. My only ability lies in helping you grow stronger. Amo gazed at Xiao-Yi, tears glistening in his eyes. Xiao Yi understood Amo's predicament. Surely, the deaths of Minato and Kushina must have caused him great sorrow as well. My purpose is to assist you in gaining power, and the tailed beasts are a crucial aspect of that. If Minato and Kushina were alive, with their talents, could the Akatsuki still gather the tailed beasts? In that case, you would have to seek them out across the nations by yourself. Do you truly believe you possess that capability? You have traversed worlds. Your soul does not align with this one. With your talent, Minato alone could thwart you. Furthermore, even if you could defeat them, would you be able to extract the tailed beast from Kushina's body? Upon hearing Amo's words, Xiao Yi fell into silence. The tailed beasts were scattered across various countries, each accompanied by their respective Jinchuriki. Acquiring a tailed beast was indeed a formidable challenge. As Amo stated, if the nine tails resided within Kushina, he would be unable to act against her. Amo sighed. I have merely pilfered a fragment from the original trajectory. Should we save them, everything would change. We would lose much intelligence and advantage. I understand now. You two suffer, do you not? Xiao Yi empathized with Amo's feelings. Indeed, as you say, I could save them. A tear rolled down Amo's cheek. I am sorry, Xiao Yi replied. Let it be. It is all in the past. We shall see them again in the future. Amo, what must I do now? You should know that both those outside the village and within are constantly watching me. I fear someone may act rashly. Amo composed himself, regaining his tranquility. For now, you need not do much. Simply acquire advantageous resources at the right moment. When the time is ripe, you may commence your plans. Your current focus should be on enhancing your physical strength. As for your safety, you need not worry. Sarutobi Hiruzen will manage most matters, and should anything arise, I will intervene. Reassured by Amo's promise, Xiao Yi felt a measure of relief. Then what should I do next? Begin with preliminary exercises to strengthen your body. Moreover, your current physique is too frail. You need to increase your nourishment. Xiao Yi recognized that although he had not gone hungry in these 3 years, his nutrition was far from adequate. Were it not for the physique of the Uzumaki clan, he would be even weaker. Xiao Yi, do I need to purchase anything to replenish my body? Whether it's for nutritional supplementation or to enhance physical strength, it all requires financial resources. You happen to have an opportunity to acquire some funds. Acquire funds? Xiao Yi is unaware of where such money might exist. Although his father is the Hokage, all their possessions have been taken by the Yambu, leaving nothing behind. Amo understands Xiao Yi's intent. Despite their lost inheritance, as orphans, both you and Naruto receive a monthly stipend. Indeed, as the wealthiest of all ninja villages, Konoha provides excellent welfare. Every orphan can collect a stipend each month. However, over the past 3 years, neither Xiao Yi nor Naruto has received a single payment. It is indeed time to reclaim all the overdue stipends. Amo, will you accompany me in this endeavor? No, while I possess a legitimate identity in this world, I cannot afford to be too close to you. Rest assured, whenever you require Amo, I will be there. As a Jinchuriki, the people of Konoha will not allow others to have excessive contact with them. Proximity could bring trouble to Amo very well. I cannot remain here for too long either. I shall take my leave. Take care. As Xiao Yi stepped onto the street, he attracted numerous gazes. Some eyes reflected fear, while others displayed mockery. Ignoring them, Xiao Yi returned to his residence. Xiao Yi, you're back? Upon opening the door, he was greeted by a face remarkably similar to his own. As twins, Xiao Yi and Naruto shared a striking resemblance. Yet subtle differences remained. Influenced by the Yin-Yang Nine Tails, Xiao Yi appeared sharper and more somber, while Naruto radiated a rugged and sunny disposition. Oh, by the way, I just made some instant noodles. Would you like to taste them? Naruto eagerly held out a bowl of noodles. Xiao Yi could not fathom why Naruto was so fond of noodles. After 3 years of constant consumption, Xiao Yi was nearly on the verge of aversion. Enjoy yours. I can manage on my own. Xiao Yi opened a packet of noodles and poured the boiling water that Naruto had prepared, awaiting the result. I'm about to dig in. Naruto began to eat rapidly. Observing Naruto's voracious appetite instilled some desire within Xiao Yi. Sighing, Xiao Yi peeled back the lid of his noodles and began to eat. Yet, just as his appetite had returned, it swiftly vanished again. Xiao Yi vowed that this would be the last time he indulged in instant noodles. Hokage office, a masked ninja was reporting to Sarutobi Hiruzen about Xiao Yi's visit to Amo today. Understood. Amo Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered over Amo's profile. Sinking into contemplation. Amo was an exceptional individual. Had it not been for necessity, Sarutobi would prefer to avoid meeting him. Meanwhile, Amo was brewing tea, awaiting the arrival of a certain individual. Knock, knock, knock. Please enter. The door is open. As the door creaked open, an elderly man stepped inside. It seems you knew I was coming. The visitor was the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Of course, given the matter concerns the Jinchuriki, your caution is entirely justified. Please, have some tea. Amo offered the tea to the third Hokage. The third Hokage sat down and took a sip of the tea. Quite delightful. Thank you. Amo nodded in acknowledgement. Now, speak of your purpose. The third Hokage suddenly adopted a serious demeanor, emanating a formidable presence. Both Brother Watergate and Sister Yakuna treated me with kindness, prompting me to look after their child. Calmly, Amo explained that the pressure from the third seemed to have no effect on him. Look after them. Amo nodded, just looking after them. The third regarded Amo, recalling the incident when the fourth sealed the nine tails. That is all in the past. Sarutobi Hiruzen scrutinized Amo for a moment. Very well, but do not overstep. Of course. With that, Hiruzen rose and departed from Amo's home. He gestured, and two ninjas took their positions behind him. From now on, you shall be responsible for monitoring him and report any developments to me. Understood. Amo recognized the third's mistrust, yet it mattered little, as long as he did not overstep. The third would have no grounds to intervene. The third was well aware of Amo's capabilities and would not easily provoke him. The following morning, after finishing breakfast, Xiao Yi ventured out. Today, he intended to reclaim the orphan subsidy he had been owed for 3 years. However, he encountered an obstacle almost immediately, as he had no knowledge of where to collect the funds. He could ask passers-by for directions, but the likelihood of receiving a helpful response was slim. Thus, he saw no point in making a futile effort. Fortunately, this was not a significant dilemma, for Amo was at his disposal. Although inquiries from others might prove challenging, Amo would undoubtedly provide the necessary assistance. After inquiring with Amo about the location of the subsidy collection, Xiao Yi set off promptly. Following Amo's directions, Xiao Yi walked while observing the various stalls around him. The tantalizing aromas of delectable foods nearly made him salivate. He patted his empty pockets and sighed softly. After approximately 10 minutes, he arrived at the designated place for subsidy collection. Upon reading the sign, he confirmed that he was indeed in the correct location and entered the building. Xiao Yi was not the only one there to collect the subsidy, but the crowd was sparse, and he soon found himself at the front of the line. Hello, I am here to collect my subsidy. The clerk did not look up, engrossed in the scroll in hand. Name? Uzumaki Yi, Naruto. The clerk glanced at the list, locating both names, and his eyes narrowed upon seeing them. Suddenly, he recalled something. No, your subsidy has already been collected. Who collected it? Xiao Yi inquired. I don't know. It has been collected. Now, please leave. The clerk appeared quite annoyed. Xiao Yi did not depart. Instead, he climbed onto the table and tugged at the clerk's clothing. Oh, so my subsidy was indeed collected by someone? He locked eyes with the clerk. At that moment, Xiao Yi subtly released a fraction of the nine-tails chakra, causing his eyes to transform into slits. Wow, a fox spirit. A fox spirit. The clerk collapsed to the ground, terrified by Xiao Yi's aura. The surrounding individuals, hearing the mention of a fox spirit, looked upon Xiao Yi with fear, some fleeing in haste. Xiao Yi jumped down and approached the clerk. Do not come any closer. Despite being merely a 3-year-old child, the aura of the fox spirit emanating from Xiao Yi instilled an involuntary sense of dread. Where's my subsidy? Xiao Yi glared menacingly at him. To the casual observer, it would undoubtedly appear exceedingly adorable. However, for Xiao Yi, the one who was staring, the experience was far less pleasant. The third Hokage had taken him away. Oh, is that truly the case? Then I shall inquire with the third myself. If you are deceiving me, I shall consume you. Xiao Yi suddenly leaned in, startling his companion to the brink of fainting. And no, I am not deceiving you. It was indeed the third Hokage who took it. Observing his demeanor, Xiao Yi sensed he would not lie, especially not about the third. Even 100 lifetimes of courage would not compel him to do so. The funds for this month have yet to be collected, right? Please hand them over to me. Why yes. His companion hurriedly scrambled up and produced 500 ryo. And also for Naruto Uzumaki. He quickly retrieved another 500 ryo. Xiao Yi accepted the money, counted it carefully, and upon confirming the amount was accurate, prepared to take his leave. Thank you. I shall return next month. With a smile, Xiao Yi departed. Yet to that individual, his charming grin appeared rather sinister. With this 1,000 ryo, Xiao Yi could afford to live a little better this month. Perhaps he should buy some food first. Suddenly, He recalled that AMO had mentioned reclaiming the subsidies from the past 3 years, indicating that the matter was far from resolved. It seemed he would need to seek out the third Hokage next. Xiaoyi arrived at the Hokage building and smoothly entered the Hokage's office. Third Hokage. He boldly pushed the door open. Upon entering, he found Sarutobi Hiruzen flustered, seemingly preoccupied with something. Ahem, it's you, Xiaoyi. What brings you here? Xiaoyi beamed with a smile. I have a small matter to discuss with you. Pray tell. What is it? Looking at Sarutobi's amiable expression nearly made Xiaoyi hesitant to ask. Ahem, when I went to collect the subsidies today, I was informed that you had taken the subsidies for the past 3 years, correct? Hiruzen choked slightly on the smoke. How did you suddenly decide to collect the subsidies? I heard that orphans receive subsidies, so I went to claim them directly. Third Grandpa, did you take the subsidies for me and Naruto over these 3 years? Ahem, indeed. I did collect the subsidies on your behalf. After all, I have been purchasing things for you each month, haven't I? Sarutobi explained nonchalantly. Xiaoyi regarded him. Oh, so those were purchased with our own money. I had thought it was you, Third Grandpa, who was spending for us. I have always been grateful to you. Upon hearing Xiaoyi's words, Hiruzen's composure faltered. And no, those were indeed bought with my own funds. I was concerned that you were too young to understand the value of money, so I took the liberty of safeguarding your subsidies. Then please return them to us. Third Grandpa. Xiaoyi squinted his eyes, smiling at the third. You are still young. We shall discuss this when you grow up, Hiruzen urged. I am now capable of managing my own finances. Please, Third Grandpa, hand over the funds. Xiaoyi continued to press. Very well, very well. I shall give you the money. With no other recourse, Hiruzen withdrew his wallet and began to count. 3 years, 36 months, 500 Ryo per month, totaling 18,000 Ryo. Adding Naruto's, it should amount to 36,000 Ryo. With a slight tremor of his hand, the third Hokage produced some money. Shall I count it? No need. I trust you, Grandpa Third. Little E took the money. Then I shall take my leave. Goodbye, Grandpa Third. Eager to depart, Little E did not wish to linger. Wait. The third suddenly called out to him. Little E turned back, inquiring, is there something else? Are you feeling unwell today, or experiencing anything unusual? News travels fast. The third had learned quickly about the incident where Little E had intimidated that low-ranking ninja with the 9 tails chakra. Not at all, Little E pondered seriously. All right then. It's nothing. Head home early. Understood, Grandpa Third, he replied before leaving, sighing as he watched Little Yi's receding figure. The third reflected that 30,000 Ryo was a trivial sum for him, merely a C-rank mission. Had the Great People Lake still been alive, he would have felt a pang of regret. Taking a deep drag from his pipe, he prepared to resume his previous tasks. At that moment, a figure emerged from the shadows. Sarutobi, will the matter of the Jinchuriki intimidating civilians be overlooked? Danzo, they are still young. I will teach them gradually. Humph. The Jinchuriki must be controlled to harness their true potential. Hand them over to me, and it won't be long before Konoha surpasses the other 4 ninja villages. Danzo cared little for the plight of the civilians. His sole concern was controlling the Jinchuriki, whom he viewed merely as weapons to be wielded. Sarutobi, I have already stated that you must not interfere with the Jinchuriki. Danzo insisted, caressing his bandaged right hand. I will concede. I only require one of the 2 Jinchuriki. Danzo. Sarutobi unleashed a surge of powerful chakra. I repeat, you shall not meddle in the affairs of the Jinchuriki. The matters concerning Little E and Naruto are mine to arrange. Humph. Danzo realized Sarutobi would not relent, clenching his left fist. He thought to himself that if he were Hokage, he would not need to expend such effort. I will not abandon the issue of the Jinchuriki. With that, Danzo stormed out. Watching Danzo's retreating figure, Sarutobi sighed. He knew his old classmate's temperament. He would undoubtedly plot something in the shadows. Therefore, Sarutobi resolved to assign additional Umbu to protect Little E and Naruto. Meanwhile, elated with his newfound funds, Little E was thrilled, as he could now purchase the items he desired. Being a fox spirit, few were willing to sell to him. However, for Little E, the willingness of the seller was inconsequential. As the adage goes, those who are kind are often taken advantage of, and gentle Baijiu are similarly exploited. If one refused to sell, then the time had come for the fox spirit to have a word with them. Under Little Yi's intimidation, most merchants acquiesced and sold their goods at significantly reduced prices, having gathered pots, pans, rice, and essential seasonings. Little E firmly declared that he would no longer eat instant noodles. Upon returning home with his acquisitions, Naruto was left astonished. Literally, where did you acquire all these things? Of course, I bought them, Literally responded, producing a small amount of money. Indeed, this 100 taels is your living allowance for this month. You may go out and purchase whatever your heart desires. Really? That's wonderful. You are so kind to me. Naruto embraced Xiao Yi, tears shimmering in his eyes. Well, it's quite amusing that you are crying in front of your younger brother. Xiao Yi gently pushed Naruto away. Wiping his tears, Naruto protested. No, I'm not crying at all. Xiao Yi donned an apron, saying, all right, come help me. We have fish and meat for lunch today. Upon hearing about the meat, Naruto's eyes sparkled. No problem. What should I do? Let's start by tidying up the kitchen. Within the confines of their modest home, the two brothers, Xiao Yi and Naruto, joyfully spent the next 3 years together. 3 years later, both Xiao Yi and Naruto were 6 years old, the appropriate age to attend ninja school. After receiving their subsidies, their lives had improved significantly. At least they no longer had to rely on instant noodles frequently. One evening, just after finishing dinner, the third Hokage visited. Grandpa Sarutobi, you're here, Naruto exclaimed, his face lighting up with joy. Naruto, have you had dinner? Sarutobi asked warmly. Yes, I just finished. Good. I have 2 matters to discuss with you. The third sat down on a stool. First, both of you have reached the appropriate age to attend ninja school. Ninja school? Naruto queried, slightly perplexed. Indeed. The ninja school is where you will learn how to become qualified ninjas. You will not only acquire ninjutsu skills, but also make friends. Learn ninjutsu? I want to go. Naruto's eyes nearly sparkled with excitement at the prospect. What about you, Xiao Yi? Do you wish to go? The third regarded Xiao Yi kindly. Of course. Xiao Yi responded with an innocent smile. He had longed to learn ninjutsu. In this world, only those with formidable strength could survive. Here is your recommendation letter. In a few days, you can begin your studies at ninja school. Sarutobi produced 2 letters. Hooray! Naruto exclaimed joyfully, jumping up. Quiet down, Naruto. Grandpa Sarutobi. What is the other matter? Xiao Yi inquired. The third looked at him. The other matter concerns you. Me? Xiao Yi was genuinely puzzled about what this could pertain to. Recently, many villagers had claimed that you have been intimidating them, adversely affecting their lives. Ah, so that is the issue. Over the years, Xiao Yi had indeed often used his identity as the 9-tailed fox to resolve various troubles. This method had proven effective time and again, and he continued to employ it. Sarutobi observed Xiao Yi. When you were younger, it could be dismissed as childish pranks. However, you are about to start ninja school, and such behavior must cease. I understand. Xiao Yi admitted sincerely. He realized it was unnecessary to continue such actions. To earn the villagers' respect, you must treat everyone kindly. If you persist in this manner, those who dislike you will only increase, making it difficult for you to establish yourself in the village. Yes, I understand. Upon hearing Xiao Yi's acknowledgement, the third felt reassured. Xiao Yi outwardly expressed agreement, yet inwardly scoffed at the third Hokage's words. Naruto had indeed traversed the very path that the third had described. Although he ultimately triumphed, the effort he exerted was beyond what the average individual could muster, and Naruto's success was not replicable. The path Xiao Yi intended to follow diverged significantly from Naruto's. In truth, possessing formidable strength was paramount. Without it, their acknowledgement would be unattainable. As for the prospect of ostracizing Xiao Yi, should they dare, he would promptly defect to another ninja village, confident that other villages would eagerly welcome the host of the 9 tails. Very well, you should rest early. I shall take my leave now. Farewell, third grandpa. Sarutobi departed from Xiao Yi's home with satisfaction. Naruto leaped with joy, exclaiming, Xiao Yi, we are going to the ninja academy. I understand, but could you temper your excitement? Xiao Yi anticipated a restless night ahead. Perhaps he should consider rendering Naruto unconscious? On the eve of their school journey, Xiao Yi visited Amo's residence. Please, come in and take a seat. Thank you. Tomorrow, I shall attend classes at the Ninja Academy. Is that so? That's wonderful. Amo appeared quite pleased. Amo, what power can I truly attain in this world? Amo pondered for a moment before responding. Surely you are aware of the power hierarchy in the world of Hokage. Chakra is the source of a ninja's strength. You merely need to continuously enhance your chakra and then learn some ninjutsu. Subsequently, I will devise other methods to augment your power. I see. I shall strive to elevate my chakra swiftly. Confident in his chakra reserves due to his Uzumaki lineage, Xiao Yi felt bolstered by the presence of the 9 tails chakra as well. Throughout these 3 years, Xiao Yi had refrained from attempting to refine his chakra. Primarily, he lacked the methods to do so. And he was also concerned about drawing attention from others. Additionally, you could attempt to enhance your mental strength. Most Jinjutsu relies on mental prowess, whether for application or resistance. In contrast to the abundant chakra of the young Nine-Tails, the Yin Nine-Tails has made greater strides in mental fortitude. Alright, I understand. Xiao Yi began to formulate a plan for his future training. Rising from Amo's home, Xiao Yi returned to find Naruto already asleep. He chose not to disturb him and instead laid down to sleep himself. During slumber, Xiao Yi felt an irresistible pull on his consciousness. In an instant, he found himself in a place devoid of light. This location stirred a sense of familiarity within him, though he could not ascertain its nature. He noticed a faint glimmer ahead, which, amid the darkness, appeared quite bright. Approaching that direction, he soon encountered a massive door adorned with a ceiling symbol. "Come closer, child." A voice beckoned him forward. Xiao Yi took 2 cautious steps ahead. Suddenly, a colossal claw emerged, its sharp talons poised dangerously close to his face. "Aren't you frightened, little one? You dare not slay me, do you, Nine-Tails?" Xiao Yi regarded the beast with intriguing curiosity. "Humph, it seems you are aware of my identity." The Nine-Tails' irritation was palpable. "Of course I know. You must be but half of the Nine-Tails, with the other half residing within my brother." Xiao Yi appears composed. Yet a keen observer might notice his trembling legs. "Indeed. What say you, young one? Do you wish to acquire my power?" The Nine-Tails temptingly prods Xiao Yi. "Of course. I yearn for it. However, now is not the time. What holds you back? Do you not require formidable strength at this very moment? Simply unlock this door, and my power shall be yours." Ha ha. As the Nine-Tails spoke, it unleashed an overwhelming spiritual force, enticing Xiao Yi to break the seal. While Naruto might have succumbed to such temptation, Xiao Yi's own spiritual strength, bolstered by reincarnation, rendered him resistant to the influence. "Do not waste your efforts, Nine-Tails. You shall remain here obediently, and I shall return to visit you. Oh, and by the way, you may reside here at your leisure, no rent required." Xiao Yi chuckled as he stepped back. "You scoundrel." The Nine-Tails roared incessantly within Xiao Yi. The following morning, Naruto rose unusually early, his eagerness for the ninja school palpable. Indeed, despite Xiao Yi's arrival, Naruto still lacked friends. His desire to attend school must stem from the wish to forge friendships. After freshening up and having breakfast, Xiao Yi and Naruto set off for the Ninja Academy. Most villagers of Konoha accompanied their children to the school, hoping against the odds for their offspring to become ninjas. Though the chances of becoming a ninja are slim and fraught with peril, many aspire for their children to attain this status, as ninjas symbolize power and prestige in this world. As they walked, the duo observed numerous adults leading their young ones hand in hand toward the school. Xiao Yi noticed Naruto's expression dim as he witnessed this scene. He too yearned to go to school alongside an adult. However, the moment these parents laid eyes on Naruto and Xiao Yi, their expressions subtly shifted. While they did not overtly act out, both Xiao Yi and Naruto could discern a palpable disdain and fear in their gazes. Should any child express interest in them, their parents would swiftly intervene, admonishing them against any interaction with the two monsters. "Brother, I shall become the best." A bold yet naive proclamation caught Xiao Yi's attention. He turned to see a boy of around 11 or 12, accompanied by a younger child. "Very well, I shall await your ascendance to the top of the class, Sasuke." The older boy playfully tapped the younger one's forehead. "Sasuke? Then that boy must be Itachi Uchiha." Xiao Yi gazed at the amiable boy, recognizing him as a tragically fated individual. "It is I who shall claim the title of best." Upon hearing this declaration, Xiao Yi sensed impending trouble. He wished to vacate the area, yet it was too late. All eyes were drawn to them. "Who are you?" "I am Naruto Uzumaki, destined to become the Hokage." Naruto stepped forward boldly. "Hokage? That is impossible. My brother shall be the Hokage, and next it shall be me. You stand no chance." Sasuke clutched his hand tightly. Naruto shook his fist defiantly. "Shall we have a contest? I will surely make you cry." "Sasuke, you scoundrel, I shall deal with you properly." With that, Naruto and Sasuke charged at each other. Sasuke was intercepted by Itachi, while little Yui landed a punch on Naruto's head, knocking him to the ground. "Naruto, don't cause trouble." "My apologies." Itachi pulled Sasuke over. "Sasuke, come apologize. You might end up being classmates." "Humph, I refuse." Sasuke turned away. "It's all right. My foolish brother is also at fault. And it's not a matter of great importance." Little Yui flashed a smile at Itachi. "What is your name?" "Vortex Yui." "I am Uchiha Itachi." "You brat. Why did you hit me?" Naruto rubbed his head. Alright, we're going to be late. Let's hurry. Little Yui pulled Naruto towards the school. Just you wait. I will definitely defeat you next time. Naruto shouted at Sasuke. The class assignment list was posted on the school bulletin board, and naturally, little Yui and Naruto were in the same class. Their teacher was the Chunin Irika Amino. Upon first laying eyes on Irika, little Yui noted a look of disdain on his face. Simultaneously, he sensed a hint of pity in Irika's eyes. Though not overtly pronounced, Yui could feel it. After all, his parents had perished during the Ninetales incident, so some disdain was only natural. However, as a Chunin, Irika was also aware of certain matters concerning tailed beasts. Gradually, the students gathered. Alright, everyone, quiet down. I am your teacher, Irika Amino, and I will be spending the next 6 years with you. Here, you will learn about ninjas and how to become exceptional ones. Before we begin our lessons, let us take a moment to introduce ourselves. Who would like to start? I. Naruto raised his hand high. Very well, this student shall go first. Irika, seeing Naruto bouncing with excitement, had no choice but to call on him. I am Vortex Naruto, and my dream is to become Hokage. My favorite food is ramen. Irika's expression softened slightly. To become Hokage, indeed a wonderful aspiration. Who shall go next? I am Uchiha Sasuke, and I wish to become a ninja like my brother. I am Haruno Sakura. I am Yamanaka Ino. I am Akimichi Koji. Little Yui observed with interest. 9 of the famed Konoha 12 were present. After each student had introduced themselves, they gathered on the training field. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, would hold the opening ceremony there, primarily to convey the will of fire. Where the leaves dance, the fire shall persist. The flames will continue to illuminate the village and allow the new leaves to sprout. It must be said that the will of fire holds significant meaning. Yet the third Hokage and his cohort had not fully realized its potential. If the will of fire could indeed manifest, Konoha's strength would ascend to new heights, and the ninja world would likely witness greater peace. From the second day of school onward, formal classes commenced. Little Yui, having had no prior exposure to these subjects, found the learning experience quite engaging. In truth, the majority of individuals seated in this classroom have undergone some fundamental training in ninjutsu. Generally speaking, the first 3 years, or even the entirety of the 6-year curriculum, hold little significance for them. Nonetheless, the experiences garnered during these 6 years are quite substantial. It is within this period that the bonds among the 12 young ninjas of Konoha are solidified. Moreover, those who excel during the class assessments may be selected by superior jonin, granting them the opportunity to join more distinguished teams, thus facilitating their personal growth. The inaugural lesson naturally revolves around the extraction of chakra. Although most students have already mastered this technique, it remains a mandated topic that must be revisited. There are numerous methods for chakra extraction, with each prominent clan possessing its distinct approach. For individuals like Xiao Yi, however, they are limited to the methods provided by the school, which, while suitable for the majority, tend to be less efficient. As the lessons progressed, Irika-sensei imparted a wealth of knowledge regarding the world of ninjas. Time passed gradually, and before long, winter arrived. One evening, as Xiao Yi was preparing dinner, he heard Naruto's familiar voice announcing his return. I'm back. Naru, remember to wash your hands. Dinner will be ready shortly, Xiao Yi replied. Oh, all right. While stirring a rich soup, Xiao Yi suddenly sensed something amiss. In the past, Naruto would have rushed in to inquire about dinner and share stories of his day or other happenings. Yet, this silence was unprecedented. It seemed something unusual had transpired today. With a slight smile, Xiao Yi poured the thick soup into a large bowl, declaring, dinner is served. He laid out all the dishes before taking a seat. I shall begin. Naruto dug in with gusto. Xiao Yi soon noticed a few discrepancies. Naruto's face bore new marks, while his scarf seemed to be absent. Naruto, where's your scarf? You haven't lost it, have you? Naruto abruptly halted his eating. I accidentally misplaced it today. How careless of you. That scarf cost a considerable amount of money. My apologies. Observing Naruto's expression, Xiao Yi found it difficult to chastise him. Now, tell me how you lost it. Hee. While playing outside today, I saw some individuals bullying a classmate of ours. I intervened and taught them a lesson, but I lost my scarf during the scuffle. You taught them a lesson, truly? Of course. I made them cry like babies. Naruto beamed with pride. Indeed, crying like babies. Xiao Yi chuckled, poking at the wounds on Naruto's face. But if you truly taught them a lesson, how did you end up with all these injuries? Well, I was facing 3 of them, so sustaining a few injuries is quite normal. All right, I'm full. I'm off to take a shower. Naruto quickly shoveled in a few bites and dashed away into the bathroom. Remember to grab your clothes. Xiao Yi mused. Fully aware of where Naruto's scarf had likely ended up, probably handed over to his future sister-in-law for alterations. As for Naruto's injuries, Xiao Yi felt no inclination to concern himself with them. Possessing the Nine-Tails chakra along with the Uzumaki bloodline, Naruto could heal from his wounds after a mere night's slumber. Although he was younger, Sai had taken on the role of a caretaker for Naruto over the years, akin to an elder brother. Nevertheless, Naruto also shouldered significant responsibilities, embracing the duties of an older sibling. The year was 55 in the Hidden Leaf Village. After 6 months of diligent study, Sai had successfully learned to extract chakra. Thanks to his formidable mental strength, his chakra extraction speed was impressively rapid, coupled with the unique powers of the Uzumaki lineage. Sai was likely on the verge of possessing half a card of chakra. The year 55 in Konoha was indeed a remarkable time. A momentous event was destined to transpire that would send ripples throughout the village, the annihilation of the Uchiha clan. Regarding the Uchiha's impending doom, Sai felt neither the inclination nor the ability to intervene. Altering the course of such an event was beyond his current capabilities. However, the Uchiha's wealth piqued his interest, and he was tempted to involve himself. On New Year's Day, Sai visited Amuk's residence. "Happy New Year, Amuk," he greeted. "And to you as well," Amuk replied. "This is a gift I bought for you." "Thank you," Sai said as Amuk accepted the present. "How have you been lately?" Sai inquired. Amuk calmly responded, "As usual. I take leisurely strolls and enjoy tea, nothing particularly extraordinary." "But aren't you a ninja? I haven't seen you undertake any missions," Sai expressed his confusion. "Not every ninja is tasked with missions. I prefer this tranquil way of life," Amuk replied. Glancing out the window, Sai suddenly recalled, it's year 55. The Uchiha clan is likely to face destruction soon. Amuk gazed toward the Uchiha district and affirmed, "Indeed, this year is the year." "What are your thoughts on the Uchiha's demise?" Sai probed. "What more is there to consider? The Uchiha's fate is largely irrelevant to us." "There's no need to dwell on it," Amuk replied. Sai pondered. "Do you think there's any possibility of altering the Uchiha's fate? What's done is done. Why concern ourselves with it?" Amuk paused before continuing. "The Uchiha's downfall is inevitable, regardless of whether they initiate a coup. The rift between them and Konoha is too vast. Their fragmentation is merely a matter of time. However, there are alternative approaches, regrettably very well. By the way, Amuk, should we take action this time? After all, the Uchiha possess numerous resources that could enhance my strength." Sai expressed his eagerness. Amuk sipped his tea and remarked, "The Sharingan would indeed suit you. But it is not the path you should pursue. Furthermore, I generally cannot intervene. Relying on your current strength is futile." Sai felt a tinge of disappointment. Yet he acknowledged his own limitations. The night was particularly serene, yet beneath this tranquility, a tragedy was gradually unfolding. Gazing out the window, Sai mused. "It seems tonight is the night. Should we not lend a hand? Acquiring a Sharingan to experiment with could be quite exhilarating, while it may be entertaining." "You currently lack the capability," Amuk remarked, showing no inclination to be swayed. "Indeed, tonight is quite lively. There are several individuals of significant power present," Sai noted. "Even if I were to go, the likelihood of exposure is exceedingly high. There are still eyes lurking in the darkness. Moreover, you can no longer go." A faint smile graced Amo's lips. In Xiao Yi's perception, for individuals had already arrived nearby. "How attentive of you. After all, you are one of the 2 great Jinchuriki, not to mention a rather restless one." "Knock, knock, knock." Xiao Yi and Amo heard a knock at the door. "It seems you cannot even remain here." Xiao Yi opened the door, revealing an individual clad in a mask. "Let us proceed." Without granting the other a chance to speak, Xiao Yi headed inside. Upon returning home, he found Naruto fast asleep. Xiao Yi shook his head as he gazed at the slumbering Naruto. "Your old companions have been wiped out, and yet you sleep so soundly." Xiao Yi realized that Naruto was much like Sasuke. Both had lost their clans, their parents gone, leaving only one relative behind. However, Naruto had one advantage. He possessed an exceptional younger brother. This night was destined to be one of sleeplessness. Within the Uchiha clan grounds, a figure swiftly traversed the landscape. Whenever he paused, an Uchiha clan member would collapse to the ground. Gradually, the sounds within the Uchiha territory diminished, soon falling into silence. "Itachi." Uchiha Itachi abruptly halted. "Itachi, what lies at the end of this massacre? Once, I showed you the future of the Uchiha. Do you wish for me to witness an alternate outcome? Itachi remained silent, cautiously observing Uchiha Fugaku. Look, Itachi's three-tomo transformed into a kaleidoscope, and all fell silent. Itachi gazed calmly at his father. This is the future of the village as I see it, the future of the Uchiha. I see, so it's Sasuke. Crash. Uchiha Fugaku turned to smoke and vanished. Itachi understood that his most formidable adversary in this mission was none other than his own father. This would be a battle of the kaleidoscope. After Fugaku dispelled his shadow clone, his true self became aware of the situation. He conveyed the events to his wife, and the two sat in the room awaiting Itachi. The door creaked open. Fugaku, with his back turned, remarked, "Have you come, Itachi? Apologies for disappointing you. It is I, Brother Fugaku." Amo? Fugaku swiftly turned around, taken aback by Amo's presence. "You are involved in this affair as well?" Fugaku's expression turned serious. "Not at all. How could I partake in harming you, Brother Fugaku? I have come to request something from you. You desire my eyes." Fugaku instantly deduced Amo's intentions. "Brother Fugaku, you are indeed perceptive. You may leave. I will destroy the eyes and will not grant them to you." Amo had anticipated Fugaku's refusal. "Brother Fugaku, I require your sharing on. Rest assured, I shall not employ it for nefarious purposes." Fugaku shook his head. "Leave now. Itachi will arrive shortly. If you do not grant me what I seek, I shall kill Itachi and take his eyes as well." Amo's voice sharpened. "How dare you?" Fugaku unleashed an overwhelming aura, causing Amo to feel the pressure. "Brother Fugaku, do not force my hand. I witnessed Minato's demise, and I can just as easily destroy your last precious possession." Amo's resolve was unwavering. "You." Fuya's body rose and fell with palpable anger. "Fine. You may have the eyes, but you must promise me one thing." Fuya ultimately relented. "Speak," he commanded, as Amuk returned to his gentle demeanor. "You must not lay a hand on Itachi or Sasuke." "No problem," Amuk replied without hesitation. "Very well." With that, Fuya directly removed both eyes and handed them to Amuk. Amuk produced a vial filled with liquid and carefully placed the eyes inside. "Thank you, Brother Fuya. Itachi is here. I must take my leave." With that, Amuk vanished. After a night of conflict, the Uchiha clan had been nearly obliterated, while Konoha remained unchanged. Xiaowai and Naruto arrived at school, sensing a heavy atmosphere surrounding them. As they entered the classroom, they overheard snippets of conversation, which ceased abruptly upon their arrival. Xiaowai understood the subject matter and paid it no mind. He took his seat, awaiting Irika's arrival. When Irika entered, Sasuke was still absent. "All right, class, we will begin now." Due to some issues at Uchiha Sasuke's home, he will be taking a leave of absence for a while. However, there is no need for concern. Now, let us continue with our lesson. After class, Naruto pressed Xiaowai about Sasuke's absence. "Xiaowai, do you know why Sasuke isn't here? What's the matter? Isn't it convenient? Now there's no one to compete with you." Xiaowai jested, "But I have a feeling something is wrong." Naruto expressed his worry, his heightened sensitivity as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, allowing him to perceive the emotions of others clearly. "Didn't Irika-sensei mention that something happened at Sasuke's home? That's why he took leave." It was evident that Naruto was dissatisfied with this explanation. "Xiaowai, what on earth happened? Shall we visit Sasuke's home?" After some consideration, Xiaowai decided against it. The Uchiha district was not safe at present. Those who preyed on corpses and eyes might still be lurking there. However, Naruto's determination was evident, unwilling to relent. "Let us go. I know where Sasuke lives." Xiaowai led Naruto towards the Konoha hospital, and soon they arrived. "Is Sasuke in the hospital? What happened?" Naruto questioned, confused. "Let us go inside and find out," Xiaowai replied. "Excuse me, could you tell me which room Uchiha Sasuke is in?" Xiaowai inquired. "Second floor, first room on the left." "Thank you." Upon hearing the location, Naruto rushed upstairs, while Xiaowai followed at a more measured pace. "Sasuke, are you all right?" Naruto exclaimed, pushing open the door to find Sasuke seated on the hospital bed. Seeing Naruto, Sasuke's emotions flickered momentarily before settling into silence. "Are you injured? Why are you here?" "Irika-sensei told us you had issues at home, so you would be absent for a few days. I didn't expect to find you in the hospital. What happened?" "Get lost." Upon hearing the word home, Sasuke's emotions surged intensely. "All right, Naruto, please be quiet." Xiaowai entered the hospital room. "Sasuke, regardless of what has transpired, you must continue to live, don't you? Whatever your aspirations may be, survival is paramount. If vengeance is what you seek, you must grow stronger," Xiaowai urged Sasuke. Sasuke fixed his gaze upon Xiaoai. We shall take our leave now. Take some time to reflect. Wishing you a swift recovery. Come on, Naruto, Xiaoai concluded, pulling Naruto away. Given Sasuke's current emotional instability, Xiaoai refrained from further provoking him. Xiaoai, what is wrong with Sasuke? Naruto, still unaware of the circumstances, inquired. His family has perished. The Uchiha clan has virtually been reduced to him alone. How can this be? The Uchiha clan is one of the prominent clans in the village. How could they be annihilated? Naruto struggled to comprehend. Even great clans are not invulnerable. As for the reasons, it is not something you need to delve into right now. The downfall of the Uchiha clan is intricate, and I only possess a vague understanding, Xiaoai replied. Naruto turned resolutely. No, I must seek out Sasuke. Come back. Xiaoai seized Naruto by the collar, pulling him back. He needs to calm down. Your presence might reopen his wounds. If you truly wish to assist him, challenge him more often in the future. This will help him emerge from his sorrow. However, now is not the time. Very well. I shall challenge him when the moment is right, Naruto acquiesced, obediently following Xiaoai back home. Days had passed since the Uchiha clan's tragedy, and Sasuke had returned to classes. Life resumed its ordinary rhythm, with everything appearing serene. Xiaoai recognized that such carefree days were fleeting and thus endeavored to relish them. A year slipped by in this manner. During this year, Xiaoai diligently refined his chakra and engaged in tree climbing training, significantly enhancing both his chakra capacity and control. Class, previously, I imparted to you the foundational theoretical knowledge and methods for improving physical fitness. Today, I shall formally teach you ninjutsu, Irika announced. The anticipation among the students surged at the prospect of learning ninjutsu, as only those who have mastered it could truly be considered ninjas. Many in Xiaoai's class hailed from esteemed clans, having been exposed to some ninjutsu from a young age. Thus, their reactions were relatively subdued upon hearing Irika's announcement. Today, I will introduce the transformation technique, one of the most fundamental and frequently utilized ninjutsu. The transformation technique comprises 3 forms: the transformation jutsu, the substitution jutsu, and the clone jutsu. During the graduation assessment, we will randomly select one of these as the examination topic. However, it is still too early for graduation. Let me first explain each technique in detail. Firstly, the clone jutsu, which follows the hand seals in the order of horse, snake, tiger. This technique allows the creation of a clone that possesses no offensive capabilities but serves to bewilder the eyes. When the clone is struck, it will vanish. The hand seal for the transformation technique is Inu. This technique allows one to metamorphose into another person or object. Typically employed for disguise, it proves exceptionally effective in combat. The next technique is the substitution technique, with the hand seal sequence being Inu, Hai, Cho, Shu, In. This technique enables one to instantaneously switch positions with another object, serving as a means to evade attacks. Among all ninjutsu, the substitution technique is the most frequently utilized in battles. Now, I shall demonstrate. Irika executed the 3-body technique, eliciting gasps of astonishment. The 3-body technique is undoubtedly a highly valuable ninjutsu, particularly the substitution technique. When mastered effectively, it can grant a ninja multiple lives. Irika then instructed. Now, everyone, practice individually. Xiaoyi focused his chakra and swiftly formed the hand seals. In a puff of smoke, he transformed into Naruto. Indeed, Xiaoyi successfully employed the transformation technique, opting for the least challenging yet most significant form, Naruto. However, his attempt to morph into Irika was unsuccessful. Although the 3-body technique is classified as E-rank ninjutsu, mastering it is no simple feat. Thus, Xiaoyi commenced rigorous practice. With ample chakra at his disposal, he could practice several times more than his peers. After several days, Xiaoyi had fully mastered the 3-body technique. Yet, mere mastery is insufficient. This ninjutsu possesses no limits and requires extensive practice. After some time, Irika observed that everyone had largely grasped the 3-body technique and proceeded to teach something new. This afternoon, we will practice shuriken throwing. Irika produced a large box filled with shuriken. Now, I will demonstrate. He took a shuriken and threw it slowly, hitting the bullseye. Today, your task is to practice throwing shuriken. Before the end of class, we will conduct a test. The last person will be responsible for cleaning the training ground and collecting the shuriken. With the knowledge that failure would lead to cleanup duty, everyone eagerly began their training. It was Xiaoyi's first time using shuriken, and initially, he struggled to throw them effectively. However, his control proved strong, and soon he could hit the target. 2 hours later, they began the test. Iriko announced, "Today's test involves hitting a stationary target. Each of you will throw 3 shuriken." The first was Sasuke Uchiha. He approached confidently, throwing all 3 shuriken simultaneously, each striking the bullseye. Sasuke, 3 hits. Next was Sakura Haruno. 1 hit, 2 on target. Then came Naruto Uzumaki, who threw all 3 shuriken at once, completely missing the target. "You fool, can't you throw them one at a time?" Irika expressed his exasperation. Next was Xiao Yi. He picked up 3 shuriken and threw them one by one, hitting the bullseye each time. Xiao Yi 3 hits. Once everyone had completed the test, predictably, Naruto landed in last place. He was tasked with cleaning the training ground while the others returned to the classroom to gather their belongings and head home. Xiao Yi returned to the classroom, collected his and Naruto's items, and prepared to leave. Just as Xiao was about to depart, he was intercepted by Sasuke. "Is there something you need, Sasuke?" Xiao was taken aback that Sasuke had come to seek him out. "Let us engage in battle," Sasuke declared. "Are you sure you're not mistaken? You should challenge Naruto instead. Didn't you wish to fight him?" Sasuke resolutely shook his head. "No, he is far too weak." Xiao knew that if Naruto were to hear such words, he would surely erupt in fury. "If I cannot even defeat Naruto, why would you come to me? During today's practice, all your shuriken hit their mark, and I sensed your strength." "Me? Strong?" Xiao was perplexed by the notion of his own strength. Truth be told, he might still struggle against Naruto. Although Xiao possessed formidable chakra, apart from the transformation technique, he had not mastered any other ninjutsu. Additionally, due to his overwhelming mental power, Xiaoi's physical state remained unstable, rendering him the weakest in taijutsu in the entire class. Suddenly, Xiaoi sensed an explosive surge of chakra from outside. This chakra felt eerily familiar. It was Naruto's. It seemed there was trouble brewing on Naruto's end. "I must go," Xiaoi exclaimed, dashing toward the classroom exit. "Hey, stop right there." Sasuke pursued him. A few moments earlier, Naruto was diligently organizing his shuriken when a group of upperclassmen approached. "Well, if it isn't the demon fox. Where's your demon fox brother? Or are you the demon fox yourself?" Naruto ignored them and continued his task. "So the demon fox is a coward after all. I expected you to be more formidable," one of them taunted. Seeing Naruto's indifference only emboldened them further. "Surround him." A few rushed to encircle Naruto. "What do you want?" he demanded. "We're here to teach you a lesson, demon fox. By the way, where's your other half? Why hasn't he shown up?" Naruto shouted angrily. "We are not demon foxes." Bang! A fist struck Naruto's face, sending him tumbling to the ground. "Hit him." Several began to pummel Naruto, kicking and punching until he lay on the ground, unable to move. "Tch, so weak. Let us go deal with the other one." "Stop." Naruto managed to crawl forward with great difficulty. "You can hit me, but you cannot harm my brother." In Naruto's heart, Xiaoi was the most significant being, one who must not be harmed. "Tch, worry about yourself instead. Let us leave." Suddenly, a powerful blue chakra erupted, entwined with flickers of red. Damn it! Naruto's chakra completely unleashed, and he was on the verge of losing control. "Naruto, snap out of it." Xiaoi struck Naruto on the neck with a swift blow, causing him to collapse, and the chakra dissipated. Xiaoi knelt to check on Naruto's condition and sighed in relief upon realizing that Naruto had merely exhausted himself. Meanwhile, the earlier assailants had already fled. At that moment, 2 Umbu members appeared at Naruto's sides. Before long, the 3rd Hokage arrived, seemingly having rushed over. Concerned about Naruto's 9 tails chakra leaking. "Xiaoi, what transpired? Let me take Naruto home first. We can discuss this later." "You, take Naruto back," the 3rd instructed the nearby Umbu. "Yes, sir." A member of the Umbu carried Naruto towards his home. "Let us go." Upon entering the house, the Umbu ninja gently placed Naruto on the bed and then stood in the living room. Xiao Yi took another look at Naruto's condition before joining the others in the living room. "Speak up, what transpired?" the 3rd Hokage inquired calmly. Yet Xiao Yi sensed his deep concern. It was uncertain whether Naruto's improved health was the reason, but throughout the years, his chakra had not gone berserk. However, this recent incident had made the 3rd Hokage somewhat vigilant. Naruto had engaged in a skirmish, and his chakra had spiraled out of control. Out of control? Xiao Yi pondered. For some reason, both Naruto and I possess an abundance of chakra, almost to the point of overflowing. If emotions run too high, the chakra may erupt. Is there simply too much chakra? The 3rd Hokage concurred. Indeed, the school only taught the basic transformation techniques, leaving little outlet for excess chakra. I see. The third Hokage said, raising his hand as an Umbu ninja approached. Kakashi, bring me a copy of the Shadow Clone Technique scroll. Yes, Kakashi. Xiao Yi recognized the silver-haired ninja. Shortly thereafter, Kakashi returned with a scroll and handed it directly to Xiao Yi. This scroll contains a jutsu, the Shadow Clone Technique. It should resolve your issues. Thank you, third Hokage. The Shadow Clone Technique? That is one of Naruto's signature jutsus. Well then, I shall take my leave. If you need anything, come to my office. Understood. Goodbye, third Hokage. After the third Hokage departed, Xiao Yi unrolled the scroll and began to peruse its contents. The Shadow Clone Technique allows the user to create tangible duplicates using chakra, which possess independent consciousness and a certain level of durability. Upon dispersal, the memories and experiences of the clones return to the original body. Difficulty, B rank. Hand seals in. Xiao Yi marveled at how easily he had obtained this technique. Naruto's recent outburst had been quite remarkable. After reviewing the scroll further, Xiao Yi attempted to utilize the Shadow Clone Technique. He extended his index and middle fingers, crossing them to channel his chakra. Shadow Clone Technique. With a puff of smoke, a figure appeared beside Xiao Yi, gazing at the doppelganger that mirrored him perfectly. Xiao Yi knew he had succeeded. He attempted to communicate with the Shadow Clone and discovered that it possessed unique traits. It appeared that the Shadow Clone was not an exact replica. After a period of observation, Xiao Yi dispelled the clone, reclaiming a portion of its memories and a sense of exhaustion. His first use of the Shadow Clone Technique had indeed left him somewhat fatigued. After freshening up, Xiao Yi retreated to his room to rest. The following day, as Xiao Yi prepared breakfast, Naruto emerged from his room. Naruto, how do you feel? I have no strength left. Naruto slumped over the table. Xiao Yi brought over breakfast while checking Naruto's condition. Not bad. All your wounds have healed. By the way, yesterday, how can you even mention that? You were knocked down, and I had to go through great lengths to bring you back. Naruto scratched his head. I'm sorry. Come on, eat quickly. Aren't you hungry? Naruto devoured his breakfast with fervor. Xiao Yi produced a scroll, saying, this is the Shadow Clone Technique. Once you master it, you will become stronger. It took considerable effort for me to obtain it from the third Hokage. Naruto took the scroll and exclaimed, Xiao Yi, you are truly wonderful. All right, we might be late for school. Hurry up and get ready, Xiao Yi urged. Wiping away his tears, Naruto stored the scroll away. However, the Shadow Clone Technique is not so easily learned. You will have to work hard, Xiao Yi added. Xiao Yi, have you learned it too? Naruto inquired. Of course. Xiao Yi replied. Then let us have a competition to see who learns it first. Naruto said, filled with enthusiasm. Xiao Yi chose to keep his mastery of the technique a secret to avoid dampening Naruto's confidence. The following years passed peacefully for both Xiao Yi and Naruto. Naruto eventually learned the Shadow Clone Technique, though the quality of his clones is better left unmentioned. After 6 years of schooling, they faced their graduation exam. The 4 years had flown by. During this time, Xiao Yi diligently practiced both the body flicker technique and the Shadow Clone Technique, even learning a wind release technique from AMO. Now, Xiao Yi's strength had surpassed Naruto's, and even Sasuke might struggle against him. Of course, Naruto had not been idle during these years. His presence was evident on Hokage Rock. Naruto, stop right there. Ha, you fools, come catch me. Naruto taunted, darting through the alley, skillfully evading the pursuing ninjas. You can never catch me, he shouted excitedly from a corner. Naruto. A figure appeared beside him. Iruka-sensei. Naruto looked at the person before him in surprise. Iruka successfully caught Naruto and brought him back to the classroom, looking at him with a weary expression. Naruto. You skipped class again and even vandalized Hokage Rock. This is truly excessive. Can't you set a better example for Xiao Yi as your younger brother? With a playful grin, Naruto responded, hee. Honestly, Iruka sighed, rubbing his forehead. Over the years spent with Naruto, Iruka had managed to shed a bit of his resentment. He understood that Naruto was not the nine-tailed fox that had killed his parents. He too was a victim. All right, today we will conduct the graduation test. The task is to perform the transformation technique. You need to transform into my likeness, Iruka continued. First up, Haruno Sakura. Sakura stepped forward, formed the necessary hand signs, and successfully transformed into Iruka's appearance. Iruka smiled. Well done. Next, Uchiha Sasuke. True to his reputation as a genius, Sasuke executed the transformation technique flawlessly, so much so that Iruka could not tell the difference. Next, Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto approached and declared, transformation. With a puff of smoke, a rather unexpected result appeared, causing Iruka to have a nosebleed. Naruto's infamous jutsu. Naturally, Iruka scolded him once again. After school, Iruka took Naruto to clean the paint off Hokage Rock. Although with Xiao Yi's presence, Naruto no longer felt so lonely, many things remained unchanged. When Naruto returned home, it was already quite late. However, after he finished polishing the Hokage Rock, Iruka took him out for ramen, alleviating any concerns about his dinner. The next day marked the official commencement of the graduation examination. Thus, the assessment began, with the focus on the shadow clone technique. Upon hearing the exam's content, Naruto's face paled. It was the ninjutsu he struggled with the most. Although he had learned the shadow clone technique, he had yet to master it effectively. Uncertain if he would pass this time, Naruto appeared despondent, prompting Shikamaru to pat him on the shoulder for encouragement. Next, names were called for the candidates to proceed to the adjacent room for their evaluations. Iruka glanced at the list. The first name was Uchiha Sasuke. One by one, candidates were summoned until it was Shikamaru's turn. What should I do? Naruto lamented, visibly troubled. Just do your best. Shikamaru reassured him with an encouraging gesture before entering the other classroom. In that classroom, both Iruka and the almost defeated Mizuki awaited. Shikamaru stole a glance at Mizuki, recognizing him as a significant asset in the study of ninjutsu. Let's begin. Shadow clone technique. Shikamaru instantly produced a shadow clone. How can he perform the shadow clone? Mizuki expressed surprise at Shikamaru's proficiency. This was entrusted to him by the third Hokage. Iruka clarified. Well done. If you can create a shadow clone, you are deemed qualified. Come and collect your forehead protector. Shikamaru retrieved a forehead protector and stepped outside to wait for Naruto. Ultimately, Naruto failed to produce a single clone and did not pass. Shikamaru. At that moment, Shikamaru chose to ignore Naruto and turned away. Naruto attempted to call out to him, but ultimately relented. This marked the first time Shikamaru had disregarded him, leaving Naruto feeling quite dejected. As an older brother, he yearned to protect Shikamaru, yet he could not even pass the graduation exam. Perhaps he was a failure as an older brother after all. After exiting the school, Shikamaru glanced back, not out of disregard for Naruto, but to afford Mizuki an opportunity. He also wanted to ascertain whether Naruto truly possessed the sealing scroll. If it were real, Shikamaru could seize the chance to learn some ninjutsu. If it were false, he could at least learn the multi-shadow clone technique. Had Shikamaru comforted Naruto at that moment, it was likely Naruto would not have sought to steal the sealing scroll. Once Shikamaru departed, Mizuki approached Naruto. Naruto. As night fell, dark clouds obscured the moon, shrouding the entire Hidden Leaf village in darkness. A figure leaped through the streets, racing towards the Hokage building, with another shadow trailing behind. The leading figure was Naruto, intent on stealing the sealing scroll, while the figure following him was Shikamaru. Despite noticing the ninja following him, Shikamaru remained unperturbed, for he was merely a concerned brother. Naruto arrived at the Hokage building and retrieved a scroll from within. Exiting, he dashed toward the forest. His actions unfolded smoothly, effortlessly securing the sealing scroll even under the watchful eyes of numerous Umbu. All of this is due to the tacit approval of the third Hokage. Xiao Yi sensed a faint yet familiar chakra in the air, likely the third's use of the telescope technique. He wondered whether the third could see him now, and decided it was prudent to exercise caution. Following the source, he soon discovered Naruto sitting on the ground, engrossed in the Book of Seals. Naruto. Xiao Yi. Naruto exclaimed, astonished. How did you end up here? What do you have in your hands? This is the Book of Seals. After mastering the jutsu contained within, one can become quite powerful and graduate, Naruto replied, a smile illuminating his face. When Mizuki informed him that learning the techniques from the Book of Seals would enhance his strength, he agreed without hesitation. If he could pass the exam, he would be able to become a genin alongside Xiao Yi and protect him. Naruto, let me see it. Sure, let's look at it together. Naruto was eager to share with Xiao Yi. As Xiao Yi settled down beside Naruto, he peered at the Book of Seals. The first jutsu listed was the shadow clone technique, which Xiao Yi noted down eagerly. He continued to read, discovering the next jutsu. As he perused the various techniques, he realized that this Book of Seals was indeed authentic. Excitement surged within him. This was a splendid opportunity to learn ninjutsu. Suppressing his enthusiasm, Xiao Yi began to memorize the techniques. Explosive clone technique. Learned. This will save on explosive tags. Dark movement technique. Learned. Effective for both evasion and attack. Impure world reincarnation. Not learned. This technique is still incomplete, but I can take note of it. Flying Thunder God technique. Learned. A flashy jutsu. I might consider it for later. Water style. Not learned. I lack water chakra. It would be a waste of time. Water style. Not learned. Water style. Not learned. Water style. Why are there so many water styles? The second Hokage is excessively watery. Naruto. Xiao Yi. Turning around, Xiao Yi and Naruto discovered Iruka approaching. Xiao Yi had intended to search for techniques from the Uzumaki clan, but that was no longer feasible. Blast it, second Hokage. Why so many water styles? This is the land of fire, not the land of water. Xiao Yi stood up. Iruka-sensei. Iruka-sensei, I just learned a powerful jutsu here, Naruto said, smiling at Iruka. Iruka-sensei, this jutsu is incredible. Once I master it, you must let me graduate. Who told you that? Iruka suddenly sensed something amiss. Of course, it was Mizuki-sensei. Suddenly, several shurikens flew towards Xiao Yi and the others. Iruka pushed Xiao Yi and Naruto aside, but was struck by a shuriken. Wow, what is happening? Naruto was taken aback upon realizing that Mizuki was the assailant. Naruto, you must not hand over the scroll. It contains forbidden jutsu and is extremely dangerous. Mizuki is using you to obtain it. Iruka quickly comprehended the situation. Mizuki stood on a branch, taunting, Naruto, Iruka is afraid of you obtaining that scroll. Iruka clutched his wound. Don't be deceived, Naruto. Ha. Let me reveal the truth to you. Silence. Iruka understood what Mizuki was about to say. Shuimu did not heed Iruka's words and continued. Since that incident 12 years ago, a decree has been established in the village. A decree? Naruto was perplexed. It is a secret that must never be revealed to you. Uzumaki Naruto, and your brother, Uzumaki Yi. What is this decree? Naruto inquired. Iruka, agitated, exclaimed, Shuimu, cease. It is the absolute prohibition against disclosing your true identities, which are, in fact, the Nine Tails. In other words, you are the ones who caused the demise of Iruka's parents and ravaged the village. Though it was unclear why there were two of you. Iruka recalled the events of 11 years prior. Silence. Have you not noticed how the villagers have deceived you? Why are you so despised? You scoundrel. 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 A blue chakra enveloped Naruto. He was genuinely enraged. For years, he and Yui had been the targets of disdain from the villagers, and he could not fathom the reason. Naruto endeavored to alter their perception, yearning for a normal life in the village alongside Yui, free from contempt. No one will support you, not even Iruka, who harbors hatred for you. At that moment, Yui suddenly dashed out from beside Shuimu, brandishing a kunai. You scoundrel, when did you arrive? Shuimu leaped from the branch to the ground. How long have you been here? Do you not know that villains perish from excessive chatter? Yui twirled the kunai in his hand. How can you? Do you feel nothing about this truth? Shuimu was incredulous that his recent words had no effect on Yui. Of course, I feel something. It's quite bothersome. I must eliminate you. Yui charged at Shuimu once more, who drew a kunai to defend himself. The two weapons clashed fiercely. Yui soon realized he was outmatched in strength. Hence, a different approach was necessary. In that case, allow me to showcase my newly learned jutsu, multiple shadow clone technique. Unlike Naruto, who could summon hundreds of clones, Yui managed to create dozens. Shuimu, it seems you have been enjoying yourself. Now it is my turn. All the Yui clones surged forward, launching a comprehensive assault on Shuimu. At this moment, Shuimu was utterly taken aback, and Yui easily struck him down. However, as a chunin, Shuimu's formidable physique allowed him to rise swiftly. Naruto, do you not seek vengeance? Yet Naruto hesitated. Very well, we shall discuss the other matters later. Regardless of the truth, he is quite infuriating. Let us teach him a lesson. Alright. Naruto was uncertain whether to trust Shuimu or Iruka, but he was confident that Yui would not deceive him. Multiple shadow clone technique. Naruto conjured hundreds of clones, launching an assault on Shuimu. Under the dual onslaught from Yui and Naruto, Shuimu truly fell to the ground, unable to rise. Once Shuimu had lost his strength, Yui and Naruto dispelled their shadow clones. As Naruto gazed at Sai, he inquired, Sai, is it true what Mizuki said about us being fox demons? What if we were? What if we were merely human? Sai replied, Naruto, you must understand that one's origins cannot be altered. Perhaps we were indeed fox demons in the past, causing harm and destruction to many. However, what truly matters is not to dwell on past misdeeds, but to be aware of the actions we aspire to take in the future. If you treat everyone sincerely, They will come to see you in a new light. You might also want to ask Iruka-sensei if he truly harbors hatred towards you. Naruto turned to Iruka, who regarded him earnestly. Naruto, Iruka stated, I do harbor a strong disdain for fox demons, but my feelings towards you are quite different. Over these past 6 years, I have witnessed your growth, diligence, and focus. You are not a fox demon. You are Naruto Uzumaki of Konoha. Tears shimmered in Naruto's eyes. Iruka-sensei, come here. Naruto, I have something for you. Iruka removed his headband and tied it around Naruto's forehead. Congratulations, Naruto. You have graduated. Thank you, Iruka-sensei, Naruto replied, having successfully graduated. The third Hokage reclaimed the sealing scroll, marking the conclusion of this chapter. Yet, it was not over. Shortly thereafter, Sai was summoned to the Hokage's office. The third scrutinized Sai. Sai, what were you doing there? I was a bit worried about Naruto, so I followed him, Sai explained. The third took a puff from his pipe. You saw the sealing scroll, did you? Of course, and I also learned the shadow clone technique. I'm aware of that. Did you see any other jutsu? The third's gaze was fixed intently on Sai. I also witnessed the explosive tag technique and the dark technique, but they are quite difficult. I have yet to master them, Sai responded earnestly. The third set down his pipe. Those two techniques are indeed challenging. It is perfectly normal not to have mastered them yet. Were those the only techniques you encountered? Sai, with an expressionless demeanor, replied, yes. Just after I finished observing the dark technique, Iruka-sensei arrived. I see. Very well, you may return. Although the explosive tag technique and the dark technique are forbidden, they remain within the third's tolerance. Since Sai had already learned these two techniques, there was no need for further concern. It could be considered a form of compensation for Minato. Okay. As Sai exited the Hokage's office, he let out a sigh of relief, having passed this hurdle. The matter was temporarily settled. Though only a few techniques proved useful, it was still a substantial gain. Sai had also memorized the water release techniques from the sealing scroll, which he could potentially utilize in the future if he possessed water chakra. Wow, what a feast! Naruto exclaimed, eyeing the breakfast spread, his mouth watering. Sai took a seat. The class divisions are about to commence. If we are not placed in the same class, I may not have time to prepare meals for you in the future. Naruto stuffed a bun into his mouth. We will definitely be in the same class. Not necessarily, Sai replied. Come on, eat quickly. We mustn't be late. He handed Naruto a cup of soy milk. By the way, you should go ahead. I have something important to attend to, Sai recalled. Naruto nodded. All right. After finishing his breakfast, Xiao-Yi ventured out. Before the class division, he needed to retrieve something. Upon entering the classroom, he overheard a heated argument. He descended the steps and positioned his camera beside Sasuke. Sakura inquired, Xiao-Yi, what brings your camera here? Aren't we about to be divided into classes? We may not be together anymore, so I borrowed it to capture some memories. As Xiao-Yi witnessed Naruto suddenly leap onto the table, he realized the moment had arrived. He swiftly adjusted the camera, focusing the lens on Sasuke's face. 3, 2, 1. Click. Success. Xiao-Yi had captured the moment of Naruto and Sasuke's first kiss, a true keepsake. He envisioned presenting it at their wedding. The effect would surely be splendid. Meanwhile, Naruto was being besieged by a dozen girls. Xiao-Yi chose to ignore him and promptly stowed away the camera to avoid any mishaps. Before long, Iruka entered, prompting the class to settle down and return to their seats. With a mix of pride and melancholy, Iruka addressed the students. Congratulations. From today onward, you are independent ninjas. Though still mere novice genin, the true challenges lie ahead. You three will form a group, joining a jonin teacher to undertake missions. Upon hearing that 3 individuals would share a class, students began contemplating their desired classmates. Xiao-Yi wondered if his presence would instigate any changes, but he was certain that the Ino Shikacho trio would remain unchanged. To ensure balanced strength among the classes, the teachers would oversee the groupings. And now, I shall announce the results. A balanced distribution of strength? It seemed unlikely. The Jonin had likely already made their selections. However, it was probable that the third Hokage had insisted on placing Naruto and Sasuke together with Kakashi. Class 1, the 7th class, Uzumaki Naruto, Haruno Sakura, Uchiha Sasuke. It appeared that the 7th class had not altered, leaving Xiao-Yi uncertain about his own placement. Next, Class 8, Hyuga Hinata, Yamanaka Ino, Uzumaki Yi. Class 8. Xiao-Yi was surprised to find himself assigned there. He recalled that the instructor for Class 8 should be Uchiha Kurani. Originally, another member of Class 8 was Inyazuka Kiba, who had now been placed in Class 9. The Konoha 12 had undergone a reshuffling. Class 10, Nara Shikamaru, Akimichi Koji, Yamanaka Ino. Indeed, the Ino Shikacho trio would never change. While lacking in offensive power, they formed a formidable combination through their strategic control. Thus, the class assignments were finalized. Iruka-sensei, why am I, such an exceptional individual, placed in the same class as this guy? Naruto questioned. Iruka replied, Uchiha Sasuke has the highest grades among the graduates. Naruto, you are at the bottom. To ensure parity in class strength, this was the only solution. At the bottom? From certain perspectives, Naruto could hardly be deemed the lowest. He had already mastered his signature jutsu, placing him in the middle tier among the 12. Xiao-I felt quite content with his assignment to Class 8. As Uchiha Kurani was well-versed in Jinjutsu, making her an ideal mentor for him. Xiao-I was acutely aware that his physical and ninjutsu skills might not set him apart. Thus he resolved to devote himself to mastering Jinjutsu. As he had yet to delve into sealing techniques, he focused solely on illusionary arts. With his formidable mental strength, he was confident that he would achieve remarkable results in his studies. In the afternoon, Iruka announced the conclusion of their gathering, allowing everyone to disperse. The students from each class congregated to familiarize themselves with one another, as they would soon become teammates. Hello, Hinata, Shino, Xiao-I greeted. Hello, Xiao-I, Hinata replied. Her bashfulness evident, yet she mustered the courage to speak. Xiao-I pondered why, despite resembling Naruto, she blushed at his presence but remained composed around him. Was it possible that Hinata perceived something beyond the ordinary? He gazed at his future sister-in-law, finding her undeniably endearing. Meanwhile, Shino remained as silent as ever, almost imperceptible unless one paid close attention. With shy Hinata and the reticent Shino, Xiao-I could foresee the potential tedium during future missions. Later in the afternoon, Iruka introduced each class instructor. Soon after, Ujao brought Xiao-I and his companions to an empty classroom. She regarded them warmly, stating, I will be your teacher from now on. Let us begin with introductions. I am Ujao, a jonin skilled in Jinjutsu. My favorite foods are sake and wasabi octopus, while I detest cake. Now, it is your turn. Observing the bashful Hinata and the quiet Shino, Xiao-I decided to introduce himself first. I am Uzumaki Yi. I aspire to excel in Jinjutsu and sealing techniques. I cherish a tranquil life and despise calamities. Ujao responded, I will do my utmost to teach you Jinjutsu, but sealing techniques may be beyond my reach. As for your desire for a peaceful life, that relies entirely on your own efforts. I am Hyaga Hinata. I dislike. Ujao sighed, slightly exasperated. Hinata, you must be braver moving forward. Lastly, she turned to Shino. I am a Barame Shino. I enjoy vegetable salad and detest strong flavors. Also, please do not disregard my presence. Ujao felt a sense of resignation. I initially thought Kakashi was burdened with troublemakers, but it seems I have inherited a whole lot of them. Very well, we will meet tomorrow at 8 o'clock at the 8th Combat Arena for a trial. Only those who succeed will truly become ninjas. Understood, Xiao-I replied, preparing to head home. Xiao-I, wait a moment, Hinata called after him. What is it, Hinata? With hesitation, she stammered, should we discuss tomorrow's trial? No need, we can talk about it tomorrow. Goodbye. Hinata watched as Xiao-I departed, resigning herself to return home. Xiao-I then visited a photo shop to develop some pictures. How fascinating indeed. As Xiao-I admired the photographs, he strolled back home. Xiao-I, let me tell you. Our teacher is a complete fool. Today, I hit him with the chalkboard eraser. Naruto exclaimed excitedly upon returning. Xiao-I shot him a glance. Is that so? I hope you can hit him again tomorrow. You should eat a bit more tonight. Perhaps there won't be any food left for you tomorrow. Don't worry. I will pass the assessment tomorrow, Naruto replied confidently. All right, I believe in you. The following day, Xiao-I arrived at the number 8 combat arena. Upon his arrival, he noticed that no one else was present, so he took a seat to wait for them. As time passed, he distinctly felt that it was already past 8. Yet no one had shown up. Xiao-I sensed that something might be amiss. He attentively scanned his surroundings and detected strong fluctuations in chakra nearby. It appeared that he had fallen into an illusion or a barrier, indicating this was likely part of the assessment. Upon further investigation, he confirmed it was indeed an illusion. Channeling the chakra within his body, he clapped his hands together. Release. The scenery around him began to shift, and soon, Hong, Hinata, and Shino appeared. Xiao-I, you were the last to break the illusion. But not for long, Hong remarked. The last? I didn't expect Hinata and Shino to resolve it so quickly. Xiao-I mused. But then again, it made sense. Hinata possessed the Byakugan, and Shino had many chakra-infused insects within him. Detecting and breaking the illusion would not pose much of a challenge, especially since this illusion was not particularly strong. Well done. Congratulations on passing the trial, Hong announced. Is that all it takes to pass? Xiao Yi asked, incredulous at how simple it seemed. Of course, if you can escape my illusion, you have already succeeded. Xiao Yi hadn't anticipated such a swift resolution, assuming this was merely the first test, with possibly more to come, like a bell-stealing challenge. It appeared he had been overthinking. Not every class was like Class 7. Is there anything we need to do next, Teacher Hong? Xiao Yi inquired. Hong shook her head. Not for now. We will officially begin receiving tasks this afternoon. So, does that mean we can disperse now? Xiao Yi asked. Certainly. Do you have anything in mind that you wish to do? Xiao Yi pondered for a moment. Well, I would like to go see Naruto. Ah, then go ahead. All right. Thank you. Xiao Yi departed from the number 8 arena and made his way toward Naruto. Upon arriving, he found 3 individuals seated on the ground. Naruto, he called out. Naruto looked up. Xiao Yi, what brings you here? Are you here for the trial as well? Yes, I passed, Xiao Yi replied. Sakura asked, really? What was your assessment like? Each class has a different instructor, and thus, the assessment varies, Naruto explained. Well then, it's time for my turn, Xiao Yi said, glancing around. Has your teacher not arrived yet? Sakura replied. No. Kakashi-sensei said to gather at 5 in the morning, yet it's almost noon. Xiao Yi smirked. It seems you have been tricked. Hey, little brat, it's not nice to speak behind someone's back. Kakashi stood behind Xiao Yi, bearing a backpack. Naruto rushed towards Kakashi, exclaiming, Teacher Kakashi, you are late. Kakashi, ignoring Naruto, replied, Well, since everyone is here, let us begin. What is the matter? Do you wish to join as well? Kakashi glanced at Xiao Yi. No, our class's assessment has already concluded. I'm here to observe yours. Then stand there quietly and don't move, Kakashi instructed as he set down his backpack. All right, set the alarm for noon. He produced an alarm clock along with 2 bells. Today's task is to seize the bells from me before noon. Those who fail to acquire a bell will miss lunch and be tied to that log, forced to watch me enjoy my bento. At that moment, the stomachs of the 3 were already growling with hunger. Xiao Yi watched them from the side, finding the scene rather amusing. By the way, why are there only 2 bells? Sakura pointed out the inconsistency. Indeed, only 2 individuals can qualify by obtaining the bells. Those who do not will be eliminated and sent back to the academy. At least one must succeed, but it's possible that all may be sent back. Furthermore, shuriken may be used. Without the resolve to kill me, you 1T succeed in seizing them. The moment I say ready, set, go, the challenge officially commences. Suddenly, Xiao Yi inquired, Teacher Kakashi, aren't ninja teams typically composed of 3 members? Not necessarily, Kakashi replied, casting a forlorn look at Xiao Yi, as his assessment nearly lost its purpose. Without warning, Naruto drew a kunai and hurled it at Kakashi. Kakashi swiftly employed the body flicker technique, appearing behind Naruto, placing one hand on his head while grasping the hand that held the kunai. Fortunately, despite Kakashi's impressive speed, he remained within Xiao Yi's perceptive range. I haven't even said go yet. No need to rush. Very well, let us begin. Upon Kakashi's command, Naruto and his companions vanished in an instant. As expected, the trio failed to secure the bells, suffering a thorough defeat at Kakashi's hands. Xiao Yi showed no inclination to assist. After all, he was not part of Team 7 and found it more entertaining to observe. Ultimately, the 3 managed to pass Kakashi's test and became members of Team 7. Xiao Yi captured a photograph of the trio sharing their bento, marking the inception of Team 7's bond. Now, let me see which task to choose. Xiao Yi gazed intently at the 3 assignments on the table. One involved caring for children, while the other 2 entailed weeding fields. All were rather simple D-rank tasks. Let us select them all. That 1T do. Each team can only choose one. The 3rd Hokage promptly declined Xiao Yi's suggestion. It's alright, Grandpa 3rd. I can use shadow clone technique. Completing 3 tasks simultaneously will be no problem. No, tasks must be undertaken as a team, even if you could accomplish all 3 simultaneously. The 3rd Hokage maintained his refusal. But I can assist Team 8 with the childcare task, and then use my clones for the weeding. This way, I would still be acting alongside my team, wouldn't I? No, we can only select 1 task at a time. Now make your choice swiftly. The 3rd Hokage firmly disagreed. Xiao Yi contemplated the 3 tasks carefully. Then I shall choose the weeding task. Since these two locations are quite close, may I undertake both? Ultimately, after much persuasion from Xiao Yi, the third Hokage conceded and entrusted both tasks to him. Very well, everyone, let us proceed together. Weeding is indeed a tedious and laborious task. However, Xiao Yi had an expert in this field, none other than Shino, who possessed a multitude of insects. With such an abundance of creatures at his disposal, eradicating the weeds was a trivial endeavor. Though Shino was somewhat reluctant, he ultimately acquiesced to Xiao Yi's request and diligently cleared both plots of land of all wild grass. In less than 3 minutes, Shino had tidied up the entire area. An hour after accepting the task, Team 8 returned to the mission hall. Xiao Yi presented the completed task to the third Hokage. So soon? This was the first time the third Hokage had witnessed such prompt completion of a task. Of course, with Shino here, we simply let his insects devour all the weeds. The third Hokage had not anticipated such a method. Perhaps in the future, they could enlist the Ibarame clan for weeding tasks. Cough. Very well. Since you have completed the task today, you may return. Xiao Yi quickly shook his head. No. It has only been an hour. This is too easy. Shall we accept 2 more tasks? Xiao Yi was desperately in need of money and felt compelled to undertake more assignments. All right. Then this task of babysitting will be assigned to you. The third Hokage handed over a mission scroll. I told you it should be given to me as a package. Yet you still doubt it. Xiao Yi accepted the third task of the day. The third Hokage remarked, babysitting is certainly within your expertise, Xiao Yi, as you have been looking after Naruto at home like a parent. Additionally, with your knowledge of simple Jinjutsu, lulling the child to sleep should be manageable. However, this task had a time constraint. It required 5 continuous hours of care, thus precluding the possibility of accepting further tasks that afternoon. On the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th days, Xiao Yi, along with Shino and Hinata, completed various D-rank missions daily. Each day, the trio accomplished at least 3 tasks. Could it truly be that there are so few tasks in such a large village? Xiao Yi inquired of the third Hokage. The third Hokage responded with a wry smile. You 3 have been ceaselessly undertaking missions these past few days, effectively exhausting the D-rank tasks in the village. We must leave some for the other teams. If you finish them all, what will the others do? All right, Kurane, from here on, you shall take them for separate training. Kurane replied, understood, Hokage-sama. While Xiao Yi was somewhat frustrated by the lack of tasks, the opportunity to receive guidance from Kurane was still quite valuable. He also sought to achieve breakthroughs in Jinjutsu. Team 8 arrived at the training ground. Kurane-sensei, what shall we train in today? Xiao Yi asked. Since I excel in Jinjutsu, and you, Xiao Yi, wish to learn. This time I will teach everyone how to utilize Jinjutsu. Illusion techniques are initiated through the harmonious interplay of mental energy and chakra. To effectively disrupt an opponent's 5 senses and their chakra, thereby ensnaring them in a hallucinatory state, one must strive to close off their sensory faculties. However, it is often the case that we find ourselves ensnared in such illusions. In such situations, we can liberate ourselves by unsettling the chakra within our bodies or having it disturbed by others. You may have sensed this when you previously unraveled my illusion. You were able to swiftly recognize your entrapment within the illusion and, through the disruption of your own chakra, successfully dismantle the ninjutsu. This is precisely why you undergo trials. Whether one seeks to master illusion techniques or to dispel them, it fundamentally relies on the precise control of chakra. Thus, our first objective is to learn the meticulous mastery of chakra. The training we shall undertake involves tree climbing. Seeing that Xiaowai and the others showed no response, Hong continued. The tree climbing I refer to differs from what you might envision. It requires ascending the trunk using both feet in a vertical manner. Allow me to demonstrate. With that, Hong ascended the tree slowly before leaping down. Do you see? Rather than climbing, it is more akin to walking up. We must apply chakra to the soles of our feet and then to the trunk, enabling us to ascend. Now give it a try. Xiaowai approached, applying chakra to his feet and stepping onto the trunk. He ascended slowly and quickly reached the designated spot. In truth, Xiaowai had practiced this before, making it an effortless task for him. Excellent. I did not expect you to succeed on your first attempt. Hinata, Shino, why don't you both give it a try as well? In no time, Hinata and Shino also climbed the tree, finding the exercise quite manageable. Hong was somewhat surprised that Xiaowai and the others had no issues, though it was not entirely unexpected. Well done, I am impressed by your progress. Next, you shall practice walking on water. Understood. The group made their way to the riverbank to engage in the water walking exercise. Xiaowai had also mastered this technique previously and could now navigate effortlessly across the water's surface. However, Hinata and Shino struggled to remain afloat for long. Nevertheless, they did not fall into the water. Shino deftly used insects to catch the two and safely return them to shore. Xiaowai, have you practiced this before? Hong inquired. Indeed. I trained with Amok in the past. Xiaowai casually attributed his skills to Amok. Who is Amok? Hong found the name vaguely familiar. Wait, could it be him? Suddenly, Hong recalled a person. Amok is my friend. He resides in Konoha, and the third Hokage is aware of him as well. Very well then. Since the third Hokage is informed, I will not press further. Now that you have learned this, I shall teach you the illusion technique. Hinata, Shino, please continue practicing water walking. Hinata and Shino resumed their exercise, while Hong began instructing Xiaowai in illusion techniques. You should already have an understanding of the principles behind illusions. Now, attempt to cast an illusion on me and see how effectively you can execute it. Understood. Xiaowai summoned his chakra and mental energy, initiating an interference against teacher Hong. Xiao Yi's illusion struck Hong, momentarily clouding her eyes before she swiftly regained her composure. Hong nodded in satisfaction, acknowledging the impact. Not bad, you managed to affect me. However, this is merely due to my lack of preparation. I still have much to learn. She continued. Now, let me teach you how to amplify the power of your illusions. Very well, Xiao Yi replied. First, you must experience true illusion. Be cautious. I will be employing my full strength. With that, Hong swiftly formed hand seals and invoked Illusionary Realm of the Abyss. As Hong unleashed her illusion, Xiao Yi found himself enveloped in darkness. Suddenly, he beheld a figure collapsing before him. Naruto. Xiao Yi rushed forward, only to discover that Naruto's chest had been pierced, blood gushing forth uncontrollably. Witnessing Naruto's impending demise ignited a surge of fury within Xiao Yi. At that moment, Xiao Yi realized he was ensnared in Hong's illusion. He understood it was all a fabrication, yet his anger persisted. Release. He channeled chakra through his body. The two types of chakra clashing violently until the illusion was dispelled. Once freed from the illusion, Xiao Yi collapsed onto the ground, utterly drained. The exertion had surpassed that of utilizing two forbidden techniques. Indeed, a Jonin is formidable. Even a D-rank ninjutsu can wield such significant power. Are you alright? Hong approached to assess Xiao Yi's condition. Although the illusionary realm of the abyss was a rudimentary technique, its capacity to inflict psychological harm was profound, regardless of one's will. As long as there existed a fear within, the illusion would manifest that fear, rendering it indistinguishable from reality. Thus, the greater the fear harbored by the target, the more potent the impact of the technique. Hong-sensei, I'm fine, just rather exhausted, Xiao Yi replied. The events within the illusion had not instilled excessive fear in him. He knew Naruto was resilient and could revive even in death. His primary concern was to break the illusion while suppressing the influence of the Nine Tails chakra, hence the considerable fatigue. I'm relieved to hear that. Please rest well. I will check on Hinata and the others, Hong said before departing. After she left, Xiao Yi reclined, reflecting on the earlier experience, feeling that his understanding of illusions had reached a breakthrough. In the ensuing period, Team 8 continued their training diligently. Whenever boredom struck, they would accept a few missions to alleviate the monotony. You haven't visited me in quite some time, Imo remarked, pouring Xiao Yi a cup of tea. The steaming beverage wafted a fragrant aroma into the air. Have you changed the tea leaves? Xiao Yi inquired, noting the distinct flavor of today's brew. Yes. It's a recent selection from the Land of Tea. It has a delightful taste. Try it, Imo encouraged. Xiao Yi took a sip, finding it indeed more fragrant and refreshingly unique than before. You are quite fond of tea. Should a mission arise in the Land of Tea, I shall bring some back for you. That would be wonderful. Thank you. Imo beamed with delight. Having known each other for 6 years, Xiao Yi and Imo's relationship had grown considerably warmer. By the way, you must have reached a chakra capacity of 1 card by now, Imo teased. Xiao Yi pondered for a moment before nodding. Indeed. Truly impressive. Being a descendant of the Uzumaki clan, you've swiftly attained the pinnacle of Kakashi's prowess. Imo set down his teacup and remarked, now you can begin to learn the art of summoning. Xiao Yi perked up instantly. Summoning? That surely requires a summoning beast, right? Imo replied, indeed, the art of summoning must be accompanied by a summoning beast. However, summoning is not limited to just beasts. It can connect with anything that channels chakra. You need not worry about the summoning beast. I possess a formidable one with which you can forge a contract. With that, a scroll materialized before Amo. Take a look, he said. Xiao Yi unrolled the scroll, discovering a list of names, the first being Mo. After biting his finger, he inscribed his name upon the scroll and pressed his handprint. Amo chuckled. Ah, you trust me so readily, yet I haven't even disclosed what the summoning beast is. No matter, having a summoning beast is quite marvelous, Xiao Yi responded. Summoning beasts are indeed rare in the ninja world, particularly the more unique ones, as most ninjas do not possess them. Furthermore, any summoning beast deemed worthy by Amo will undoubtedly be strong. Let us proceed to meet the summoning beast, Amo suggested. The room felt too cramped, so Xiao Yi followed Amo to a more spacious area. Amo turned to Xiao Yi. It is your turn to summon. Xiao Yi bit his finger and swiftly formed the hand seals. Hi, Su. You, Shanwei. He then slapped the ground, exclaiming, Art of Summoning. A massive summoning beast, with brown skin and protrusions, appeared before him. Is this a salamander? Xiao Yi recognized the creature. Is it the one belonging to Hanzo? The only salamander he recalled was Hanzo the salamander. Amo approached and gently patted the salamander. No, this is merely one from the salamander clan, not as potent as Hanzo's. Despite it not being Hanzo's legendary beast, Xiao Yi felt a surge of joy. The salamander possessed formidable abilities, particularly its venom, which even Tsunade would avoid. But will I be poisoned if I handle it? Xiao Yi inquired with concern. I have an antidote, so there is no need for worry. Of course, you could attempt to endure some of its poison to build resistance, thus alleviating concerns about other toxins, Amo advised. Indeed, in the ninja world, many utilize poisons, making it impractical to carry various antidotes. If one could enhance their resistance to toxins, encounters with poison-using ninjas would be far less daunting. Then I shall rely on your guidance, dear salamander, Xiao Yi said, reaching out to touch the creature, only to feel his arm go numb instantly. After a few minutes with the antidote, sensation returned to his arm. What troubles you? Amo noticed Xiao Yi's somber mood. Xiao Yi confessed. My physical and ninjutsu skills are rather weak, as you know. Therefore, I have resolved to focus on jinjutsu and sealing techniques. In terms of jinjutsu, I cannot compete with the Uchiha, so I wish to delve into sealing techniques. However, mastering sealing techniques proves to be quite a challenge. Amo smiled, understanding Xiao Yi's predicament. I happen to possess a method to acquire some sealing ninjutsu. Really? I knew you would have something, Xiao Yi replied eagerly. Amo produced several scrolls. I only have a few basic sealing techniques. You may begin with these. Xiao Yi unfurled the 3 scrolls gifted by Amo, namely the sealing fire technique, the sealing evil technique, and the 5 elements seal. Amo remarked, I am not well versed in sealing arts, hence I cannot instruct you. You are aware that the Vortex clan excels in sealing techniques, are you not? Therefore, we should delve into the sealing arts of the Vortex clan. Acquiring their sealing materials would undoubtedly aid your studies in this discipline. Xiao Yi inquired, how do we proceed? Amo raised an eyebrow. There are 2 locations that house the sealing technique materials. One is Konoha, and the other is the Land of the Vortex. The Land of the Vortex? Xiao Yi echoed. Indeed, it is quite reasonable for remnants of sealing techniques to exist in the Land of the Vortex, being the ancestral home of the Vortex clan. I happen to know of a specific site. Xiao Yi's excitement surged. Where is it? In the ruins of the Vortex clan. Although they have perished, and most of their knowledge has been seized, there are always remnants left behind. Suddenly, Xiao Yi's enthusiasm waned. But the Land of the Vortex is so vast. How will we find it? Coincidentally, I possess a map of the Land of the Vortex. Previously, Kushina gifted me a scroll that details a location where sealing techniques are stored. We should be able to uncover something valuable. Really? Let me see, Xiao Yi exclaimed, bubbling with anticipation. If he could obtain the sealing techniques and related materials from the Vortex clan, his combat prowess would undoubtedly soar. Here, Amo handed him the map. Xiao Yi eagerly opened it, revealing a clear depiction of the Land of the Vortex, with marked locations. Xiao Yi pondered a new dilemma, by the way. How do I get to the Land of the Vortex? That is something you must contemplate. I entrust this scroll to you, and I hope you will find what you seek. Xiao Yi suddenly remembered that he could not simply venture to the Land of the Vortex. If he were an ordinary ninja, it might be feasible, but as a Jinchuriki, it was impossible. If it were the Land of Waves, he might be able to accompany Naruto and the others. Wait, the mission? Xiao Yi's eyes lit up. I have a plan. Really? Share your thoughts, Amo urged. Xiao Yi explained, I will find someone to issue a mission to stay in the land of the vortex for a few days. This way, I can sneak out and search for the ruins. Amo contemplated this approach. It is indeed a viable solution, but there are several complications. First, you must find someone willing to go to the land of the vortex. It is quite chaotic there, and most would hesitate to venture. This individual should have spent many years in Konoha and possess prior experience in the field. They will also require a valid reason to travel to the land of the vortex. Additionally, you must ensure they can deceive the third Hokage, who, after all these years, has become quite the cunning fox. Furthermore, you must be able to accept the task they delegate. This would typically be a C-rank escort mission, and it is likely the third Hokage will assign a Chunin to accompany them. Lastly, you need to figure out how to stealthily escape under the supervision of a Jonin like Ui Kurane, retrieve the materials within 3 days, and return to the group without arousing suspicion. Achieving this undetected is quite challenging, even with shadow clones. Xiao Yi brimmed with confidence. Rest assured, all problems can be resolved. I must act swiftly. After finishing his last sip of tea, Xiao Yi departed from Amo's abode. Amo gazed at Xiao Yi and sighed. If only Kushina had directly passed the legacy of the Uzumaki clan to him earlier, they would not be entangled in such complications now. As a result, Konoha had inadvertently reaped significant benefits. Meanwhile, Xiao Yi commenced his actions. His first objective was to locate an individual, a merchant, one who frequently ventured out to procure goods. Naturally, this merchant must possess a flair for theatrics, enabling him to deceive the third Hokage. Additionally, the merchant should subtly designate Xiao Yi for this task, ensuring no overt traces were left behind. Ultimately, he needed to devise a means to depart from the group under Hong's supervision and return within 3 days. In truth, Xiao Yi was not overly concerned about this. Even if teacher Hong discovered his intentions, it would not pose a grave issue. After traversing a considerable distance around Konoha, Xiao Yi finally found a merchant. Of course, he would have to cover the commission for this task, as well as provide the merchant with a fee for his efforts. Having secured the merchant's cooperation, Xiao Yi found that all the earnings he had accumulated from his recent missions had vanished. Should the map prove faulty, or if he failed to uncover any information within the ruins, he would undoubtedly return to tear Amo apart. Once the first matter was settled, Xiao Yi began to await the acceptance of the mission. The following morning, at the appointed time, he arrived at the mission hall with the members of Team 8, ready to undertake their task. Upon entering, Xiao Yi encountered Naruto's Team 7, who were accompanied by a man donning a straw hat. Amo inquired, Naruto, are you all set for a mission? Indeed. We've received a C-rank mission, Naruto replied, brimming with excitement. Xiao Yi expressed his curiosity. Where are you headed? Suzu-no-Kuni. Sakura responded. Observing the elderly man beside Naruto, Xiao Yi deduced he was Dazna. Since the mission to Suzu-no-Kuni had commenced, the Chunin exams would soon follow. Traveling to Suzu-no-Kuni? That is quite a distance. Do exercise caution. Rest assured, we will return safely. Once we complete this mission, I will have a C-rank assignment as well. A C-rank? It is not merely a simple C-rank, Naruto declared. This particular mission could very well be classified as an A-rank endeavor. Xiao Yi hoped that Naruto would also return unharmed. Xiao Yi and Team 8 then entered the room where the third Hokage sat, puffing on a cigarette. Third Hokage, we have come to receive our tasks, Xiao Yi announced. Ah, you've arrived, Xiao Yi. Just in time, as I have prepared several tasks for you, which should suffice, the third Hokage replied. After reviewing the mission list, Xiao Yi discovered that all the assignments were D-rank tasks. Changing his tone, Xiao Yi said, Third Hokage, we are eager to undertake more advanced missions. The third Hokage, unfazed, responded, you are still in your novice phase. Thus, you cannot accept C-rank missions. But Naruto's team just received a mission. Xiao Yi protested. You cannot be so biased. The third Hokage took a drag from his cigarette. Biased? This is for your own good. While C-rank missions may not entail excessive danger, they still harbor unknown risks. Overall, they remain quite perilous. I simply wish to take on a C-rank mission. Naruto has been assigned one. Why am I not allowed? Xiao Yi stepped forward, pressing his hands firmly on the table. However, at this moment, there is no suitable C-rank mission for you. Just then, a ninja entered from outside. Lord Third, there is a task that has just been entrusted to us. The client wishes for a team of ninjas to undertake it. Let me see. The third Hokage furrowed his brow slightly after reviewing the mission. Grandfather Third, what is the task? I leaned in to take a look. Oh, it is a mission to escort a merchant to the Land of Whirlpools. An escort mission. Is that a C-rank task? Xiaoyi displayed his excitement. Indeed, the third nodded. It fits perfectly, as they specifically requested a ninja team. Xiaoyi was visibly thrilled. The third contemplated the scroll for a moment. Very well. This mission will be entrusted to you. Do ensure your safety. Understood, no problem. Xiaoyi took the mission. Hong, I entrust their care to you. Hong nodded. Leave it to me, Hokage-sama. They are my students. I will certainly look after them. Yes, you understand my meaning. Hong glanced at Xiaoyi. Indeed. Xiaoyi left the mission hall, elated to have secured the task to the Land of Whirlpools. Xiaoyi, hand me the mission. Sure, Teacher Hong. After reviewing the mission, Hong made the necessary arrangements. All right, the details of the task are quite clear. We need to escort the client to the Land of Whirlpools and remain there for 3 days before escorting him back to Konoha. This is a C-rank mission. While it may not entail excessive danger, there is still a possibility of combat along the way. Therefore, everyone must be prepared. We will assemble here tomorrow morning at 8. Understood, Teacher Hong. After Teacher Hong announced the dismissal, everyone departed. Just after Xiaoyi left, a figure wrapped in bandages burst into the mission hall. Hisashi, how could you allow Jinchuriki to go out, let alone 2? Do you have any idea how perilous this is? Calm down, Danzo. No one will know their identities. So there is no need for concern. They must eventually face the outside world, and this is a perfect opportunity for them to gain experience. Danzo scowled. If something goes awry, I shall hold you accountable. The third Hokage looked up briefly. I can assure you, in the name of the Hokage, that everything will be fine. Fine. I cannot change your decision, but I will discreetly send someone to protect them. Danzo angrily exited the room. The third took a puff from his pipe, not refusing. Even if Danzo did not send someone, he would ensure their protection. The 2 Jinchuriki were of immense importance to Konoha. Moreover, he sensed something peculiar about this mission to the Land of Whirlpools, yet he could not discern the exact issue. Subsequently, the third arranged for several Ombu to follow the 2 teams, ready to provide immediate assistance in case of danger, while also keeping a watchful eye. The next morning, Xiaoyi was the first to arrive at the gates of Konoha, eagerly waiting for the others. Shortly after, Hong arrived. Xiaoyi, you are here quite early. Good morning. Teacher Hong. A weak voice chimed in from behind. Clearly, it was Hinata, although Xiaoyi had attempted to encourage Hinata to be bolder. He ultimately realized that all his efforts were in vain. Perhaps only Naruto could inspire her to embrace courage. After a brief wait, the client arrived, Mr. Dara. Mr. Dara carried only a single backpack, entirely devoid of any other possessions, which was far from the appearance of a typical merchant. Ah, everyone is here now. I appreciate your presence. Mr. Dara greeted them warmly. It was then that Xiaoyi noticed Shino's presence, a figure whose existence was remarkably understated. Yet, individuals like him could sometimes prove to be of immense value. All right, everyone, please check your belongings. Once you confirm everything is in order, we shall set off, Hong announced. As they walked along the path, a sense of boredom enveloped them, prompting conversation. Xiaoyi inquired, Teacher Hong, what kind of nation is the Land of Whirlpools? Hinata tilted her head. Xiaoyi, haven't you heard of the Land of Whirlpools? Do you know about it? Xiaoyi was taken aback by Hinata's willingness to respond. She nodded. Yes, it was mentioned in some family records, but my knowledge is limited. The Land of Whirlpools is an island nation located at sea. Though it is small, its ninjas are exceptionally formidable, renowned for their mastery of sealing techniques. However, over 20 years ago, the Land of Whirlpools was annihilated. Their societal structure differs from ours, as the leader of their village is akin to a feudal lord, with the entire nation being governed by the Uzumaki clan. They could be described as a clan, a village, and a nation all at once. Hong elaborated for everyone. If the Land of Whirlpools was so strong, why did it fall? Xiaoyi asked. This matter is complex, and you will come to understand it over time, Hong replied, suggesting she possessed knowledge she was reluctant to share. Hinata suddenly recalled, Xiaoyi, your surname is Uzumaki, isn't it? Yes, perhaps I have some connection to the Land of Whirlpools, he mused. Hong regarded Xiaoyi, but ultimately refrained from saying anything further. Teacher Hong, how many nations exist in this world? Xiaoyi inquired. There are numerous countries, aside from the 5 great nations of fire, wind, water, lightning, and earth. There are also several smaller nations. For instance, the Land of Waves, where Team 7 previously ventured, is one of those smaller nations. Will we encounter ninjas from other countries during our mission? Hinata asked, her voice tinged with concern. Rest assured, generally, C-rank missions do not involve encounters with ninjas. However, we may come across some bandits along the way, so remain vigilant, as conflicts could arise. Additionally, be prepared for the reality of taking lives. For ninjas, it is an essential part of our training, and one must acclimate to the experience of killing. Alright, let us continue. We have a considerable distance to cover before reaching the Land of Whirlpools. Hong turned to Mr. Dara. What prompted you to choose the Land of Whirlpools for your endeavors? Hearing Teacher Hong's question, Xiaoyi felt a wave of apprehension. Her proficiency in Jinjutsu could inadvertently reveal too much. Mr. Dara answered with composure, as a merchant. What else would I do but conduct business? Why specifically the Land of Whirlpools? Does it possess something that other nations lack? Hong pressed. Every nation is unique. In the Land of Whirlpools, I have my own channels, Mr. Dara replied. As for the deeper matters, I cannot elaborate. I apologize. I merely aim to ensure the task is accomplished more effectively. Dara remained unconcerned. I understand. No problem. Upon hearing Mr. Lada's response, Xiaoyi felt a deep admiration. Not wishing to inquire further upon meeting Teacher Hong, he felt at ease. Days passed, and they were nearing the Land of Whirlpool. The journey had been remarkably smooth. With no incidents of danger, Hong remarked, we are about to enter the Land of Whirlpool. Everyone, remain vigilant. Hinata, conduct periodic reconnaissance with your Byakugan. Shino, use your insects for continuous surveillance. Understood. Hinata activated her Byakugan to scan the surroundings. All clear, it's safe. Let us proceed. Xiaoyi gazed into the distance. Noticing that Hinata's activation of her Byakugan seemed to have startled something. Utilizing his Kaguya Shinai, he sensed several presences a few hundred meters away, which appeared to be following them, likely individuals from the village. However, it was uncertain whether they were from the Umbu or Root, or perhaps both. Hong, what's the matter? Nothing. Let's keep moving. The group advanced, soon entering the territory of the Land of Whirlpool. Wait. Shino suddenly alerted everyone. Hong, is there an issue ahead? Shino observed the insects in his hand. There are people. Hinata, Byakugan. Hinata activated her Byakugan to observe ahead. There are 7 individuals, 200 meters away, and they exude no chakra. Understanding the situation, Hong swiftly made a decision. Let us approach and investigate. Although they are not ninjas, we must remain cautious. As they moved forward, they were soon intercepted. Who are you? Why are you blocking our path? Haha, our identities are of no consequence. You need not know. We have recently run out of money and seek to borrow some from you. Xiaoyi sensed their chakra and confirmed they indeed lacked any. Indeed, they appear to be mere bandits. What of it? A woman, 3 children, and an old man? We outnumber you 7 to 1. The scar-faced man licked his knife. Hurry. Hand over your money, or we shall show no mercy. The bandits raised their knives, glaring menacingly at Xiaoyi and his companions. Were they ordinary people? They would have been intimidated long ago. Xiaoyi looked at Hong. Teacher Hong, let's take this opportunity to test our skills. Very well, she replied. Xiaoyi declared. Hinata, take the 2 on the left. Shino, the 3 on the right are yours. I will handle the 2 in the middle. Neither Hinata nor Shino objected to Xiaoyi's distribution. Hinata activated her Byakugan and charged towards the adversaries, while Shino released a multitude of insects. Shadow Clone Technique. Xiaoyi created a clone, armed with kunao, and rushed forward. He intended to practice taijutsu this time, instead of relying on Jinjutsu. Gentle Fist. Utilizing the comprehensive perspective offered by her Byakugan, Hinata skillfully blocked the attacks from 2 assailants, exploiting their openings to deliver precise strikes. Meanwhile, Shino faced a far easier challenge, as the 3 adversaries struggled against the relentless onslaught of his insects. In direct confrontation, Xiaoyi wielding his kunao found his opponents utterly outmatched. In no time, all 7 bandits lay defeated on the ground, yet they remained alive. Xiaoyi, Teacher Hong, it has been resolved. Hong, with a serious expression, well done. Now, eliminate them all. Teacher Hong. Hinata was filled with hesitation. Hong resolutely stated, Hinata, taking a life is a fundamental lesson for a ninja. If you spare them now, they may very well turn against you later. Do not show mercy. Hinata, but they are not ninjas. Although they are not ninjas, they have committed many wrongdoings. Moreover, the conflict today has bred animosity between you, and they will certainly not let you off the hook at the first opportunity. Go, end their lives. As Hinata hesitated, Shino had already manipulated his bugs to invade the opponent's bodies, swiftly neutralizing them. This bloodless method indeed proved to be a commendable choice. After witnessing Shino's actions, Hinata approached and struck the pressure points of 2 of them, ensuring their demise. Xiaoyi, wielding 2 kunao, plunged one into each opponent's neck. blood gushing forth from the wounds. Hinata felt a twinge of fear at this sight, yet she did not react excessively. Meanwhile, Shino appeared unaffected, seemingly oblivious to the grim scene. Hinata, Xiao Yi's actions are just. You must grow accustomed to bloodshed. I understand, Teacher Hong. Now, let us continue our journey. Mr. Darla, are you all right? Hong inquired, casting a glance at Darla. Darla, I am fine. This is not the first time I have witnessed such events. Mr. Darla seemed remarkably at ease, which surprised Xiao Yi. That is good. We must remain vigilant. Xiao Yi swiftly positioned himself behind Hinata, blocking 2 shurikens. Who is there? Show yourself. Oh dear, I did not expect to be thwarted. A figure stood atop a nearby tree trunk, and Xiao Yi sensed an overwhelming strength emanating from him. A hidden mist ninja. Everyone noticed the headband adorned upon the stranger's forehead. Oh dear, I have been recognized. However, I am no longer one of the hidden mist. A rogue ninja? Xiao Yi noticed a scratch on the opponent's headband. Indeed, it is a place not worth staying in. The opponent seemed to reminisce. Hong grew cautious. Everyone, remain alert. Oh dear, do not be so tense. I merely come to retrieve something. Hong, we have nothing you seek here. Oh, but I do. I desire that pair of Byakugan. The stranger's gaze was greedily fixed on Hinata. Whoosh Xiao Yi, how dare you covet your sister-in-law? You truly wish for death. Do you believe Naruto will unleash the Nine Tails upon you? Xiao Yi charged forward. Clang, the 2 kunai clashed, a powerful force surging through, causing Xiao Yi to retreat swiftly. Not bad, kid. Xiao Yi sensed the opponent's strength. He appeared to be an ordinary jonin. Xiao Yi, retreat. I shall handle this. Hong had discerned the opponent's strength and realized Xiao Yi was no match for him. Xiao Yi understood that his apparent strength was insufficient, so he withdrew. Xiao Yi, you must protect Hinata. Shino, I entrust Mr. Darla to you. Hinata, Teacher Hong, be cautious. Oh dear, what a stunning beauty. I wonder what your name is. Before you perish, I shall reveal it to you. Magical tree binding kill. As soon as Teacher Hong arrived, she immediately employed an illusion. To her opponent's eyes, she seemed to vanish without a trace. Beneath their feet, numerous branches entwined around them, coalescing into a grand tree. At that moment, Hong emerged from the trunk, brandishing a kunai that she plunged into the adversary's skull. It was over in an instant. Before Xiao Yi and the others could fully comprehend the situation, their opponent was dispatched. How astonishingly swift. After all, the opponent was a jonin. Yet, upon reflection, it made sense. Teacher Hong's illusions were exceptionally potent, only countered by those of the Uchiha clan with their Sharingan. Moreover, this technique, known as the tree binding kill, was one of Teacher Hong's signature moves, thus inherently formidable. Regrettably, their adversary had no prior knowledge of Teacher Hong's capabilities. Otherwise, they might have managed to struggle for a while longer. All right, let us depart, she declared. The group continued their journey toward the Land of Whirlpools. The previous rogue ninja was akin to a mere weed by the roadside, posing no hindrance to their travels. After several days of travel, they finally arrived at the Land of Whirlpools. This was a small town within the region, and it was their intended destination. Hong surveyed her surroundings and suggested, let us find a place to stay. After settling into an inn, Xiao Yi retreated to his room. At that moment, Xiao Yi was no longer himself, but rather his shadow clone. Shortly after arriving in the Land of Whirlpools, he had seized the opportunity to separate from the group using his shadow clone technique. He had successfully evaded the ninjas from Konoha and had now ventured deep into the territory of the Land of Whirlpools. The current state of the Land of Whirlpools was tumultuous, with ninjas from various nations present. Furthermore, an abundance of rogue ninjas made it a perilous place. Xiao Yi removed his forehead protector, draped a long robe over himself, and donned a hat. One must understand that appearing with red hair in the Land of Whirlpools was exceedingly hazardous. Although red hair was not exclusive to the Uzumaki clan, its presence in this land would likely be associated with them, prompting scrutiny. Xiao Yi entered a small town, and passing through it would lead him to his destination. Despite the chaos enveloping the Land of Whirlpools, this particular locale appeared quite normal on the surface. Stalls selling an array of goods lined the streets, and the bustling pedestrians contributed to a lively atmosphere. Suddenly, a hand clapped down on Xiao Yi's shoulder. He swiftly turned to create distance, only to discover it was a familiar face. Amok, what brings you here? Shouldn't you be in Konoha? Xiao Yi exclaimed, astonished at the unexpected encounter. If you can sneak out with a shadow clone, why can't I? Amok replied with a grin. Now, let us not linger here. We should talk while walking. Amok fell and stepped beside Xiaoai, aware that lingering in one place for too long could attract attention. What brings you to the Land of Whirlpools? Xiaoai inquired. Of course. I'm here to assist you. With your solitary strength, acquiring what you seek may prove challenging. Xiaoai fiddled with a map. Could it be that there is something wrong with this map? Certainly not. This is an authentic map. However, obtaining those items won't be a simple task. Let us hurry. Your time is limited, Amok urged. Agreed. Xiao Yi and Amo continued their journey, their destination lying beyond this quaint town. Suddenly, a figure collided with Xiao Yi, prompting him to swiftly evade, resulting in the other party tumbling to the ground. In that moment, Xiao Yi discerned the identity of the individual, a boy with dark hair, his locks and attire drenched as if he had just emerged from the water. Behind the boy, a middle-aged man brandished a stick, pursuing him with fervor. You little rascal, I told you not to run. The man shouted, striking the boy repeatedly. The boy clutched his head, refraining from cries of pain or tears. Excuse me, sir, wait. Xiao Yi interjected, blocking the man's path. Although he preferred to remain uninvolved. Witnessing a child being struck stirred his compassion. This is my family matter. It does not concern you, the man retorted, shoving Xiao Yi aside. Sensing no chakra from the man, Xiao Yi realized he was not a ninja. How many times must I tell you not to bathe in the river? Yet you still do. The man continued to lash out at the boy, entirely unconcerned for the potential consequences. Stop it. Xiao Yi could no longer bear the sight, and seized the man's hand, throwing him to the ground. Are you all right? He asked, pulling the boy up and gently patting his hair. The boy, however, shrugged off Xiao Yi's hand and stood defiantly before the man. Don't hit my dad. Xiao Yi was taken aback, bewildered by the boy's defense of the man. The man rose, asserting, This is our family matter. You need not interfere. Lai Ren. Let us go. He draped a towel over Lai Ren's head and led him away. Xiao Yi watched the pair retreat, glancing at his now darkened hands. What's wrong? Amo approached. Amo, what kind of person would need to apply something dark to their hair? Xiao Yi inquired, extending his hand. Amo pondered. In the Land of Whirlpools, it should only be a certain type of person. Sharing a knowing glance, Xiao Yi and Amo resolved to follow the father and son. Upon returning home, Lai Ren's father ceased his beating, instead retrieving clean clothes from a cabinet. Lai Ren, you must remember not to let anyone discover your hair. Otherwise, we could all perish, he admonished seriously. Lai Ren nodded in understanding. The man, observing Lai Ren's faded hair, prepared to dye it once more. Hello. Xiao Yi and Amo entered Lai Ren's home. Why are you following us? The man demanded, pulling Lai Ren behind him, his vigilance heightened. Xiao Yi extended his hand. What do you mean? The man, noticing Xiao Yi's darkened hand, grew tense. After just touching your child's hair, it turned out this way. It seems his hair is not truly black, is it? The man's anxiety transformed into fear as he grasped a knife from the table. Do not be alarmed. We harbor no ill intentions. My hair is not black either. Xiao Yi removed his hat, revealing his crimson locks. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Uzumaki Yi. And this young friend here must be Uzumaki Lai Ren, correct? He said, glancing at the child behind the man. The man stared at Xiao Yi in astonishment, momentarily at a loss for words. You truly bear the surname Uzumaki? Xiao Yi nodded. Indeed, my mother is Kushina Uzumaki. I wonder if you have heard of her. Kushina, you say? Are you from Konoha? The man recalled someone he hadn't seen in over 20 years. Yes. I am surprised you know my mother's name. Of course, Lady Kushina went to Konoha before the destruction of our homeland. She was our hope, yet the man sighed. Hope. I never imagined that everyone regarded my mother as a beacon of hope. Sadly, after becoming a Jinchuriki, she could no longer return to the Land of Whirlpools. Are you back for something? The man gazed at Xiao Yi with a hint of anticipation. I've returned to retrieve some belongings. But I'm afraid I cannot be your hope. I see. Well, life is good as it is now. One cannot wish for too much. Observing the man's demeanor, Xiao Yi felt a twinge of sadness. Indeed, I too possess the blood of the Uzumaki clan. This place is my home. Yet now, the Land of Whirlpools has been occupied by other nations, forcing the Uzumaki clan to hide, lest they be used as mere tools. Brother, are you also of the Uzumaki clan? Laren approached with curiosity, gazing at Xiao Yi. Yes, Laren should also have red hair like me, right? Laren nodded. Yes. But father says we must keep it a secret. Indeed, father wishes to protect you. The man regarded Xiao Yi, visibly relaxing. Please, have a seat. I shall pour you some water. Yemo and Xiao Yi sat down, assisting Laren in dyeing his hair black. By the way, uncle, I still do not know your name. Xiao Yi inquired. I am Yama Sanji. Is Uncle Sanji also of the Uzumaki clan? Sanji shook his head. No, I am not of the Uzumaki clan. Laren's mother was an Uzumaki, and because her hair was not red, she managed to survive the purges in various ninja villages. We have been living here under assumed identities, and life has been relatively stable. However, when Laren was born with red hair, we became quite anxious. Thankfully, we kept him mostly at home and dyed his hair black, managing to avoid detection. But today he snuck off to swim in the river, and the color nearly washed out. I never expected you would find out. Xiao Yi asked, have you considered moving elsewhere? Sanji shook his head. No. Wherever we go, if Laren's identity is exposed, we will face dire consequences. Indeed, the Uzumaki clan is not only renowned as excellent hosts for tailed beasts, but also revered for their healing abilities. Whoever discovers this will not let it go. Why not return to Konoha with me? Sooner or later, Laren's identity will be revealed. Konoha is relatively safe. The ninjas there treat the Uzumaki clan well. For the Uzumaki, Konoha is indeed the safest haven. After all, the Uzumaki and Konoha are nominal allies, and the current Hokage is the granddaughter of Mido Uzumaki. No, we are content with our current situation. This is our home. The mother of my child is buried here, and we do not wish to leave. Sanji declined. Since he was unwilling, Xiao Yi felt it was inappropriate to press further. Sanji was right. This life was indeed the best for them. Given this, we shall take our leave. Should you encounter any difficulties, feel free to seek me out in the hidden leaf. I shall offer my assistance. With that, Xiao Yi departed alongside Amo. Upon exiting the dwelling, Xiao Yi turned to Amo and inquired, do you believe the Uzumaki clan will eventually vanish? Every lineage cannot thrive eternally, Amo replied, yet the bloodline shall endure perpetually. Amo lightly tapped Xiao Yi, urging, now, let us not forget our purpose. Nodding in agreement, Xiao Yi momentarily set aside thoughts of the Uzumaki clan. Following the map, Xiao Yi and Amo traversed into a desolate expanse. Beyond this wasteland lay the woods marked on their map. Come forth. Xiao Yi had sensed that someone was tailing them. Ah, how astute you are. A figure emerged from the ground, revealing themselves to the duo. Is that the rock-hidden technique? Amo questioned. What brings you to follow us? Of course. I merely wished to see what mischief these two youngsters were up to. I hadn't anticipated being detected so soon. You appear to be ninjas, am I correct? Amo took a step back and urged, Xiao Yi, enough chatter, let's engage. Xiao Yi glanced at Amo and asked, and what about you? I shall merely observe. My combat prowess is lacking. I have every confidence you will triumph over this foe. Without combat prowess? What a jest. Realizing Amo's reluctance to engage, Xiao Yi decided to take matters into his own hands. Shadow clone technique. A clone materialized beside him. Is that a clone from the hidden leaf? The opponent questioned. Could it be that you hail from there? Why does it concern you where I am from? With that, Xiao Yi and his clone charged towards their adversary. Earth style, earth spike. A multitude of sharp stones erupted from the ground, aimed at Xiao Yi. He leapt to evade. Earth style, mudslide. A massive torrent of mud surged towards him. Utilizing the momentum from his clone, Xiao Yi distanced himself. But the clone was not as fortunate and was obliterated by the debris. How outrageous. Is this how you bully those without ninjutsu? Multiple shadow clones technique. Xiao Yi produced dozens of clones that rushed forward. Earth style, rock fist. The opponent's fist hardened into stone, obliterating one of the clones. Xiao Yi paid no mind to their disappearance. His objective had been achieved. Within the opponent's line of sight, Xiao Yi's clones bore explosive tags, one affixed to the adversary. Earth style, hardening technique. The opponent swiftly employed the technique for protection. They believed they could withstand the explosive tags based on their quantity. Noticing the defense, a smirk graced Xiao Yi's lips. He brought his hands together, initiating his jutsu. Mutual explosion technique. Boom. The air was filled with a cacophony of explosions, intermingled with anguished cries. When the chaos subsided, the opponent lay in ruins, utterly unrecognizable. How could this be? The adversary was incredulous that they had met their demise at the hands of a mere child. Xiao Yi swiftly threw a shuriken for good measure. Amo examined the lifeless form and remarked, why did you kill him outright? We might have gleaned some useful information. Never mind. I have no interest in wasting time on futile inquiries. Very well, let us depart. Xiao Yi and Amo ventured into the woods. After a 10-minute trek, they arrived at their destination. Is this the place? Xiao Yi inquired, gazing at the towering tree before him, precisely marked on the map. Let us go take a look, he suggested, advancing toward the tree. Amidst the underbrush at its base, he discovered a stone adorned with a swirling design. It seems we found it, Xiao Yi mused, a smile gracing his lips. Should we excavate it? Amo raised an eyebrow. You might as well try. Perhaps you'll unearth a detonating talisman. Then what should we do? Amo clasped his hands together, open. Yet, nothing transpired. Just as Xiao Yi was about to speak, Amo struck the ground with one hand, causing the earth to tremble. They both leaped away as a large hole appeared, revealing a ladder leading downwards. Let us descend, Xiao Yi urged. And they ventured into the darkness below, where visibility was nil. Fire release, torch technique. Amo ignited flames in his hand. Isn't that hot? Xiao Yi asked. As long as I manage my chakra, it's perfectly fine, Amo replied, waving his hand. All right, let us proceed. They continued onward until they reached the bottom, where an expansive chamber awaited them, alongside another room. Upon entering, Xiao Yi spotted a stone table with a bookshelf nearby, laden with numerous scrolls. He picked up one scroll, deciphering the text, Chronicles of the Land of Whirlpools. As he unfurled it, he discovered records of significant events that transpired in the Land of Whirlpools. Delving deeper, he finally found what he sought, Diamond Lock, a unique sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan. This technique, born of their bloodline strength, could not be replicated by others. Additionally, there were a series of sealing techniques, including the four-symbol seal. Among the scrolls, three particularly piqued Xiao Yi's interest: Corpse Demon Seal, Kaguya's Hard Eye, and Chakra Extraction Technique. The Corpse Demon Seal was something Xiao Yi dared not use unless assured of his resurrection. As for the Kaguya's Hard Eye, he had already uncovered part of its essence, but this scroll would undoubtedly allow for further development. The Chakra Extraction Technique, however, was what Xiao Yi urgently needed. Exclusive to the Uzumaki clan, this technique would significantly enhance both his chakra extraction speed and overall capacity. He gathered several more scrolls before preparing to depart. Xiao Yi, this place seems quite promising, Amo remarked, and Xiao Yi instantly grasped his intent. It was indeed suitable as a stronghold. He left a flying thunder god mark, even though he had yet to master the technique itself. All right, let us go, he said, and they retraced their steps. Earth Release, Earthquake Technique. Amo employed the technique to fill in the cave entrance. Didn't you claim to lack compatibility? Xiao Yi smiled at Amo. Let us not dwell on that. It's time to return. Very well, Amo replied. I shall take my leave and await your return. With a puff of smoke, Amo vanished. Shadow clone. Xiao Yi pondered. Xiao Yi initially believed that Amo had arrived in person, only to discover it was merely a shadow clone. After taking one last glance at the spot where Amo had buried something, he departed. Upon his return, he caught a distant glimpse of Lai Ren. Originally, Xiao Yi intended to impart the chakra extraction technique to Lai Ren, but he ultimately reconsidered, deciding that perhaps living as an ordinary person was the best path for him. Successfully replacing the shadow clone, Xiao Yi rejoined his comrades, likely unnoticed. The following day, they set off for home. The journey back is invariably more agreeable than the one there, and they encountered no unexpected incidents along the way. At last, Xiao Yi and his companions returned to Konoha. Upon their arrival, Teacher Hong proceeded to submit their mission report, while Xiao Yi and his two friends each made their way home. However, Xiao Yi chose not to return home. Instead, he visited Amo. I'm back, he announced. Indeed, but it pales in comparison to your swift return. Amo replied with a hint of resignation. Sarutobi is keeping a close watch on me, hence my reliance on the shadow clone. Xiao Yi inquired, by the way, how is Naruto doing? Uncertain. He is yet to return. Why? Are you worried? Not at all. Why would I be concerned for him? With the nine tails. He is far from easy to kill. Amo remained silent, gazing at Xiao Yi with a smile. Well then, I shall take my leave, Xiao Yi said, returning to his own residence, where indeed Naruto had not yet come back. The mission in the Land of Waves could be regarded as Naruto's first encounter with a crisis. Marking his inaugural use of chakra, it was undeniably perilous, with the potential for fatal consequences. Although Xiao Yi had faith in Naruto's safe return, a sense of worry lingered within him. 2 days later, Team 7 triumphantly completed their mission. Upon their return, Naruto was exuberant, eager to share tales of their exploits in the Land of Waves. At that moment, Sasuke was in dire straits, and I charged in, delivering a single punch that knocked him down. He exclaimed, waving his arms animatedly. Uh-huh. And Kakashi-sensei's Shari-nan is incredible. It can replicate the techniques of others. Uh-huh. Lastly, Kato brought a whole group with him, but they were all dispatched by the one without eyebrows. Uh-huh. Xiao Yi's 3 non-committal responses left Naruto feeling somewhat deflated. Xiao Yi, that was an A-rank mission. Xiao Yi retorted, next time, you must avoid such perilous tasks. TCH, you're just envious of me. Indeed, I am envious. If you don't eat soon, I shall take your food away. All right, I understand, Naruto replied, digging into his bowl. He had intended to boast to Xiao Yi, yet found his efforts met with indifference. What missions have you undertaken during this time? Naruto asked. A C-rank mission, escorting someone to the Land of Whirlpools. Naruto, chewing on his chopsticks, remarked, the Land of Whirlpools, such a familiar name. The design on your back is the emblem of the Land of Whirlpools. Oh, now I recall. Observing Naruto's innocent demeanor, Xiao Yi resolved to keep the matter to himself. Eat quickly, and after you're done, wash the dishes. Understood. Due to this mission, Xiao Yi had nearly depleted all his funds, prompting Team 8 to plunge back into a frenzy of assignments. On a gloomy day, after completing a task, Xiao Yi was headed home when he suddenly sensed Naruto nearby. Beside him were unfamiliar chakra signatures, previously unseen in Konoha. Upon his return, Xiao Yi's first endeavor was to master the Kaguya Shingen, which he has now fully grasped, allowing him to keenly sense distant chakra fluctuations. Realizing the situation, Xiao Yi understood that Naruto might be in trouble. Let him go, you jerk. Naruto charged at his opponent, but for some inexplicable reason, stumbled and fell to the ground. Konohamaru, if you don't release him, I want to hold back. Naruto glared at the individual carrying something on their back. His irritation grew. I despise that little brat. How dare he act so arrogant when he is younger than me? I'll deal with this insufferable pest first, then take care of the others. The opponent lunged at Konohamaru. Oh really? Calling others brats when you're one yourself? It seems you're the one being arrogant. Xiao Yi, Naruto scoffed. Another brat has arrived. Xiao Yi observed Naruto and remarked, Naruto, didn't you claim to be formidable? Why are you afraid of him? Where are your shadow clones? Xiao Yi recognized the 2 figures before him as Kankuro and Temari from Suna. You annoying brat. Once I deal with him, I'll turn my attention to you. Kankuro swung a fist toward Konohamaru. Suddenly, a stone flew and struck Kankuro's hand, causing Konohamaru to fall. Another irritating brat. Kankuro glared at Sasuke, who sat perched on a branch, effortlessly crushing a stone in his hand. Hey, come down here, brat. I can't stand little pests like you who only know how to talk big. As he spoke, Kankuro removed the object from his back and unraveled the bandages. Kankuro, are you going to use the crow? Temari, noticing Kankuro's intent, sought to intervene. Stop, Kankuro. Behind Sasuke, a figure hung upside down from the branch. Sasuke was taken aback, having sensed none of the person's arrival. You disgraceful fool. It's Gaara. Kankuro's bravado faltered upon seeing Gaara. With a stern expression, Gaara reprimanded. You disgraceful fool. Do you think we traveled all the way to Konoha for fun? Kankuro, now somewhat intimidated, stammered, listen, Gaara. It was these guys who started causing trouble first. Shut up. Gaara leaped down from the tree. We're not here to stir up trouble. Understood, Kankuro replied. Shouldering the crow. Leave. Do you think Konoha is a place where you can come and go as you please? Xiao Yi stepped forward, fixing his gaze on Gaara. Gaara halted and turned to Xiao Yi. I want to leave. Do you have a problem with that? Of course. Though I am a person who cherishes peace. I find your attitude exceedingly distasteful. Is that so? Do you wish to die? Gaara's chakra surged violently. Wait, Gaara. This is Konoha. Not yet. Temari attempted to intervene. You must be from Tsunade. What brings you here? Sakura noticed the forehead protector bearing the Tsunade insignia. Temari responded, Konoha invited us to participate in the Chunin exams. Are the inhabitants of Konoha unaware of the Chunin exams? The news of the impending Chunin exams took everyone by surprise. This is our pass. Temari produced a permit that bore proof of entry into Konoha. Temari, let us depart, Gaara announced as he turned to leave. Sasuke interjected, Hey, the individual over there. What is your name? Are you referring to me? Temari turned around. Sasuke glanced at Gaara. I meant the one with the gourd on his back. I am Gaara of the Sand, and I find you intriguing. What is your name? Gaara scrutinized Sasuke. Uchiha Sasuke, Gaara replied. And you? Do you wish to perish? Little brat? Uzumaki Naruto. What about me? What about me? Naruto exclaimed with excitement. Not interested, Gaara retorted, then promptly left with Temari and Shino. Though Naruto was displeased, he refrained from launching an attack. Gaara's strength was formidable, and unleashing the One Tail would spell disaster. While Konoha could suppress it completely now, the time was not yet ripe. The most thrilling part had yet to unfold. Moreover, there was one who ought to perish. Naruto gazed toward the Hokage building. Within a chamber of the Hokage tower, several Jonin and Chunin had gathered. Sarutobi Hiruzen presided over the assembly. As the Chunin selection exams approached, he requested the Jonin responsible for the new Genin to step forward. 3 individuals made their way to the front: Kakashi, Kurane, and Asuma. Are there any Genin you wish to recommend for this exam? In principle, any Genin who has completed 8 or more missions could be recommended at your discretion. Typically, however, one must double the mission completion to gain sufficient experience to participate. After a brief pause, the third Hokage continued. Let us begin with Kakashi. Kakashi stated, I, Heitake Kakashi, recommend the members of Team 7, Uchiha Sasuke, Uzumaki Naruto, and Harano Sakura for the Chunin selection exams. Kurane followed. I, Ui Kurane, recommend the members of Team 8, Hyuga Hinata, Yamanaka Ino, and Uzumaki Koi for the exam. Asuma concluded, I, Sarutobi Asuma, recommend the members of Team 10, Nara Shikamaru, Nara Chuji, and Inyazuka Kiba for the same. This time, all the Genin from 3 teams were recommended for participation. One moment, please, Irika interjected. The third Hokage inquired, What is it, Irika? Irika replied, Hokage-sama. May I have a word? Although it may seem meddlesome, the 9 individuals listed are all my students at the Ninja Academy. Indeed, they are all exceptionally talented. But it is still premature. They should accumulate more experience before participating in the exam. Kakashi responded, I was 6 years younger than Naruto when I became a Chunin. Irika countered, Naruto is not you. Do you wish to ruin that child? Kakashi, seemingly indifferent, remarked, when undertaking critical missions, those fellows often complain slightly. I find it quite intriguing to let them endure a bit of hardship. It seems they are quite interested in ruining them. What do you say, Kakashi? Irika was somewhat angered. All right, I was merely jesting, Teacher Irika. I understand your sentiments. It is only natural to feel vexed. However, Kakashi, please refrain from further comments. Hong interjected gently. Kakashi replied, Those individuals are no longer your students. They are now my subordinates. Irika protested, but the Chunin exam is also referred to as. The third Hokage interjected, Irika, I comprehend your perspective. Kakashi asked, Lord Hokage? Thus, let us prepare a special preliminary examination for this new batch of Genin. A preliminary examination? Several Jonin exchanged glances. Ultimately, it was decided that a test would take place prior to the Chunin evaluation. In the afternoon, Teacher Hong gathered Team 8 together. Xiaoyi, did you call us for something? Hong responded, I have something important to convey. Here is the application form for the Chunin exam. The Chunin exam? Xiao Yi and his companions took the application form. Konoha is about to hold the Chunin selection examination, and I have recommended you to the third Hokage. Of course, this recommendation is not compulsory. Whether you choose to participate is entirely up to you. If anyone wishes to take part in the exam, please come to classroom 301 5 days from now at 3 in the afternoon. Understood, Teacher Hong. Consider it carefully. The 3 of you may discuss among yourselves. Ultimately, the decision to take the exam rests with you. With that, Teacher Hong departed, leaving Xiao Yi and his companions behind. Xiao Yi, should we participate? Hinata timidly inquired. Xiao Yi glanced at the application form. Hinata, what do you think? Hinata's fingers touched together. Well, if you participate, then I will too. Of course, I will participate since Naruto will be joining as well. Shino, shall we participate together? All right. Shino's response was always succinct. Then it is settled. Let us return and complete the application form, then submit it together in class. That evening, upon returning home, Naruto boasted once more to Xiao Yi about participating in the Chunin exam. When he learned that Xiao Yi would also be taking part, his excitement increased. Xiao Yi, if we happen to face each other, do not hold back. Rest assured, I will fight earnestly. That is good, that is good. Naruto stood atop a chair, declaring, This time, I will pass the Chunin exam and become Hokage. Certainly, Xiao Yi replied somewhat nonchalantly. By the way, make sure to clean the chair. As night deepened, the streetlights dwindled. Xiao Yi and Naruto returned to their rooms to sleep. Xiao Yi had not slumbered long when he perceived a shadow flitting past the window. He opened the window and leaped out, pursuing the figure clad in a black cloak. After a brief chase, the figure halted, standing before him. Well, I did not expect you to catch up. In that case, I shall eliminate you. The cloaked figure brandished an umbrella, thrusting it towards Xiao Yi. Teacher Irika. The tip of the umbrella halted before Xiao Yi. How did you recognize me? Irika lowered his umbrella and lifted the black cloth from his face. Xiaowai smiled and said, I remember the scent of Teacher Irika well. What brings you here, Irika-sensei? Irika sighed. I am here to assess whether you are qualified to participate in the Chunin exam. Xiaowai inquired, Am I qualified now? Irika chuckled wryly, Of course. I never expected you would see through my transformation technique. Many things cannot simply be perceived with the eyes. Xiaowai smiled faintly. Well, I must go and test the others now. Please take care. Goodbye, Irika-sensei. Naruto, hurry up. If we don't leave soon, we want to make it in time to submit the application. All right, I'm coming. Naruto quickly followed. Along the way, Naruto encountered Sasuke and Sakura, while Xiaowai met his own teammates. Let us go together. Upon arriving at the school, they faced their first challenge, which was not particularly formidable. The poor acting and inferior Jinjutsu were easily discernible to Xiaowai's naked eye. Sasuke exposed the deception and also spotted 3 more of Konoha's 12 elite, Tintin, Lee, and Niji. All right, let us proceed. After dispelling the Jinjutsu, they made their way to the 3rd floor. As they arrived, Lee suddenly blocked their path. Let's battle, Uchiha Sasuke. I want to see how formidable a genius truly is. If that is what you wish, then I shall oblige. Sasuke readily accepted the challenge. Sakura looked on with concern. Sasuke, it's fine. Sasuke and Lee engaged in combat, and in the first round, Sasuke was knocked to the ground. At this moment, Sasuke stood no chance against Lee. Given their age difference and Lee's mastery of Taijutsu, Sasuke rose and continued the battle. When he lifted his gaze again, his eyes had transformed completely. The Sharingan? This is getting interesting. However, even with the Sharingan activated, Sasuke was still sent flying by a kick from Lee. Although the Sharingan could perceive the flow of Taijutsu, Lee's speed was beyond what Sasuke could currently match. Despite activating the Sharingan, Sasuke was thoroughly outclassed by Lee. How is this possible? Sasuke could hardly believe that the Sharingan offered him no advantage. As a member of the Uchiha clan, he was acutely aware of the power of the Sharingan. Lee's speed was astounding. Sasuke could barely keep up. In that moment, Lee dashed behind Sasuke and began to unravel the bandages in his hands. It seems that move is coming. I will prove that hard work can surpass genius. At that instant, a toy windmill flew in, entangling Lee's bandages. That is enough, Lee. A red turtle appeared on the ground. Did you see that? Lee knelt before the turtle. Lee, that move is forbidden. I'm sorry, it was an accident. Xiaowai, intrigued by the turtle, approached it. Hello there, where did you get that shell? Can you introduce me? What did you say, little brat? Just kidding, just kidding. However, your shell is undeniably captivating. Why does it bear the patterns of the Land of Swirls? The turtle gazed at Xiao Yi, inquiring, What did you say? Suddenly, with a bang, smoke erupted, revealing a figure clad in a green bodysuit standing atop the turtle's shell, performing an exceedingly embarrassing gesture. Goodness, what a youthful spirit you all possess, exclaimed Sakura as a man with even bushier eyebrows made his entrance. The arrival of Guy caused an uproar among the crowd. Lee, Teacher Guy? Xiao Yi smiled faintly at Mike Guy. It was their first official encounter with the illustrious Kai, the azure beast of Konoha. Mike Guy, he declared. Oh, you've heard of me? Such spirited youth. Guy beamed his trademark smile. So, would you care to join me for a vigorous training session? No, thank you. Xiao Yi promptly declined. Although he admired Guy, he preferred to keep a distance from his exuberant vigor. What a pity, sighed Guy. Lee, Teacher Guy? The subsequent events lost their allure. Xiao Yi swiftly bypassed that segment, ushering Hinata and Shino into the classroom. Before long, Naruto and his companions arrived. Xiao Yi glanced at Sasuke, noticing that the recent battle with Lee had taken quite a toll on him. Yet, a setback could be beneficial, especially with such formidable opponents gathered for this Chunin exam. The classroom was soon filled to capacity, populated by ninjas from Konoha and other hidden villages. Most attendees were somewhat older, primarily consisting of returning students from previous years. Shortly after, Ino and Koji made their entrance, completing the assembly of Konoha's 9 new genin. Ino approached Sasuke, engaging him in a heated dispute with Sakura. The tension among the group was palpable, as others exchanged looks of disdain. Hey, it would be wise for you all to quiet down a bit, remarked a silver-haired individual with spectacles as he approached. You 9 are the new genin. Freshly graduated from the Ninja Academy, correct? Who are you? Naruto inquired. I am Kabuto Yakushi. But first, take a look around. At that moment, they noticed that all eyes were drawn towards them. Kabuto surveyed the surroundings and continued, those individuals behind you are from the Rain Village. Everyone is quite anxious before the exam, so I thought it best to remind you before you cause any trouble. It's difficult, after all, to distinguish left from right when one is new, which brings back memories of my own beginnings. Kabuto, is it? This is your second time participating in the exam. Sakura, ever observant, noticed details that others often overlooked. Oh, this is my 7th time. The exam is held twice a year, and this marks my 4th year. So, you must have a wealth of knowledge regarding the exam. Sakura, true to her nature, displayed her cleverness. Kabuto responded modestly, well, I know a fair amount. I'm familiar with the information of nearly all the candidates. Wow, you're impressive, exclaimed Naruto. Why haven't you passed yet? Shikamaru inquired. Kabuto adjusted his glasses. It's just that I haven't succeeded yet. Is the Chunin exam truly that challenging? Sakura asked, genuinely curious. Indeed, matters have become increasingly troublesome. Allow me to share a morsel of information with you, my dear juniors. If you wish to learn about the Chunin exam, this ninja information card will suffice. Do produced a selection of cards. Sakura inquired, ninja information card? In simpler terms, it is a card inscribed with information using chakra as a symbol, which is then burned onto it. Over the past 4 years, I have gathered information, preparing nearly 200 cards for the examination. The cards appeared blank at first glance. To reveal the information contained within, one merely needs to input a bit of chakra. Naruto exclaimed, wow, that's impressive. What information do you have here? Let me take a look. Do infused chakra into one card, causing text to materialize. This card displays the total number of participants in this Chunin exam along with their respective nations, detailing the number of candidates from each hidden village. There are 30 from Tsunade Corps, 21 from Omega Corps, 15 from Kyuzuga Corps, 12 from Takiga Corps, 72 from Konoha Corps, and 3 from Otoga Corps. Xiaoi glanced at Do's meticulously collected data. As expected of you, Do, this intelligence is remarkably detailed. Do suddenly posed a question. Why do you think the Chunin exam is conducted jointly by all nations? Of course, it's to witness Konoha Corps' overwhelming dominance. In every joint exam, hasn't Konoha Corps' ninja triumphed over the other villages? Xiaoi chuckled. Do appeared somewhat apprehensive. Hey, keep your voice down. There are indeed formidable individuals in other ninja villages. Such remarks may incite hostility. Xiaoi smiled, choosing to remain silent as he observed Do's demonstration. Although the information on this year's candidates is not entirely comprehensive, I have retained all of it, including details about you all. If you share the information about the individuals you are curious about, I shall assist in retrieving it. Sasuke mentioned 2 names, Gaara from Tsunade Corps and Rock Lee from Konoha. Well, you know their names. That expedites matters, Do remarked, extracting 2 cards. Here they are. Sasuke approached. Let me see. Do infused chakra into the cards. The first was for Rock Lee. He is 1 year older than you, with mission experience comprising 24 D rank and 11 C rank tasks. His instructor is Guy. This year, his taijutsu has shown remarkable improvement, though he struggles in other areas. Last year, he garnered attention as a highly capable genin. Yet this is his first time participating in the Chunin exam, just like you. His teammates are Tenten and Niji Hyuga. From the information presented, Rock Lee appeared rather average. However, it was evident that Do might have concealed some vital information, or perhaps he simply lacked certain details. Next was Gaara from Tsunade Corps. He has participated in 8 C-rank missions and 1 B-rank mission. Being a foreign ninja and a newcomer, there is little additional information available. However, it seems he has returned unscathed from every mission. The others were astonished to hear that Gaara had undertaken a B-rank mission and returned without injury. In truth, even when facing an A-rank mission, Gaara's absolute defense would ensure his safety. After all, his mother, Karura, was an exceptionally powerful ninja. And what about me, Uzumaki Yi? Xiaoi wished to ascertain what information Do possessed about himself. There was also some information regarding the Whirlpool of You. Do retrieved a card, detailing that he was a new student from the Whirlpool of Konoha this year. His task experience included 28 D-rank missions and 1 C-rank mission. I am genuinely curious how you managed to complete so many tasks in such a short span of time. Moreover, you excel in illusion techniques. Yet your physical prowess appears lacking. Your class instructor is Ui Korone, and your classmates are Hinata Hyuga and Shino Abarame. Xiaoi remarked, is that all? It seems your information card requires a revision. Do adjusted his glasses habitually and replied, Oh, is there anything unrecorded? You shall find out once the Chunin exam concludes. Xiao Yi replied with a smile. Indeed, this year, every village has dispatched formidable ninjas to participate in the Chunin exams. However, concerning the Sound Ninja Village, as it is a recently established small nation, there is scant information available. Oh, is there truly so little information? Dou inquired, as Xiao Yi gazed at him with profound intent. Nonetheless, Xiao Yi's question seemed to have little effect on Dou. The discussions among the others were somewhat scattered. At that moment, a Sound Ninja suddenly charged forward, launching an attack on Dou. Observing the confrontation, Xiao Yi felt exasperated. Is it truly amusing to strike one's own comrade? The opponent's fist flew past Dou's face, and he deftly evaded the assault. However, once Dou regained his balance, the lens of his glasses shattered. Ah, I see. So that was the nature of the attack. Suddenly, Dou was overtaken by a wave of discomfort and collapsed to the ground. What splendid acting. If one were to consider the finest performers in this world, Dou would undoubtedly claim a spot among them. Even after 4 years of experience, he had not anticipated being unable to evade such an attack. Please ensure you clearly document on your card the 3 Sound Ninjas who have become Chunin. The crowd exhibited confusion regarding the attack method of the Sound Ninjas, leading to a cacophony of voices. Silence, you bunch of fools. A voice boomed from the stage, commanding immediate quiet. At that moment, over a dozen ninjas appeared on the stage, among them a cloaked figure with a large scar on his face, instilling a sense of dread. Apologies for the wait. I am Mori no Ibiki, the examiner for the first round of Chunin selection. Ibiki's presence silenced the crowd. His stern expression and unique aura of terror created an oppressive atmosphere. The lower-ranked ninjas could feel the bloodshed this examiner had witnessed. Ibiki continued to exude an oppressive energy. This is an excellent opportunity to clarify that no fighting is permitted without the examiner's consent. Even with permission, no action should endanger the life of another. Those who dare defy me will be immediately disqualified. Do you understand? The arena fell into a profound silence, and Ibiki appeared satisfied with the response. Now, let us commence the first examination of the Chunin selection. Please submit your application forms. Each of you will receive a number tag. Take your seats according to your assigned numbers, after which I will distribute the written examination questionnaire. Remember, each position is fixed. Anyone who dares to switch seats will be ejected. Upon hearing about the written examination, Naruto was immediately engulfed in panic, for theoretical tests were his greatest source of distress. Meanwhile, Xiao Yi pondered whether to attempt the exam questions or not. Regardless of his decision, he believed he could ultimately pass. Fortune smiled upon Xiao Yi as he secured a prime position in the back row, affording him the opportunity to observe the entire room, especially since this assessment promised to unveil many intriguing occurrences. Seated in the rear, he noted that Naruto and Hinata were placed together, a noteworthy development indeed. Xiao Yi meticulously surveyed the positions of others, eagerly anticipating their performances. During the initial examination, several crucial rules were articulated. I will not entertain any questions after this. So listen carefully, Ibiki declared, striking the blackboard for emphasis. First, each of you begins the exam with 10 points. The written portion consists of 10 questions, each worth 1 point. The scoring will follow a deduction format. For every incorrect answer, 1 point will be subtracted. Should you miss 3 questions, you will be left with only 7 points. Rule 2. The pass or fail status is determined by the cumulative score of your 3-member team. Lastly, any act of cheating or similar misconduct, if detected by the proctor, will result in a 2-point penalty for each instance. This means some may not even reach the end of the evaluation before being disqualified. Let it be clear, those who resort to cheating seal their own fate. Ibiki emanated an aura of authority that instilled a sense of pressure among the candidates. Should any member of a team score 0, the entire team would be deemed unfit. Furthermore, the final question would be revealed 45 minutes into the examination. Now, let the assessment begin. As the evaluation commenced, Xiao Yi opened the test paper, glancing through the monotonous questions, which, in truth, bore little significance. No matter how well one performed, it would be impossible to surpass those formidable individuals in the latter stages. Did anyone truly believe they could use such knowledge to confront Uchiha Madara? To inform him that the trajectory of shurikens correlates with wind speed? Such notions were utterly ridiculous. This examination primarily assessed the genin's ability to gather intelligence and their psychological resilience. Ibiki had subtly suggested that candidates could devise ways to cheat, provided they remained undetected. After inscribing his name, Xiao Yi concentrated on the room. He activated his Kaguya clan's vision, enabling him to perceive movements throughout the space, ensuring he would sense any action immediately. Thankfully, he was not summoned to oversee the Chunin exams as an examiner. Otherwise, few would emerge victorious. As time slipped away, it soon became evident that candidates began resorting to dishonest means. The number of those capable of answering the questions correctly was exceedingly scarce. Obtaining answers from these few would prove challenging. Presumably, only Sakura and Hinata from Konoha could manage the questions, while others would inevitably rely on deceit. Xiao Yi observed the sound ninja attempting to discern answers through the sounds of writing. Did they not fear miscopying? How could they ascertain which question their peers were addressing? On the other side, Shino utilized the vision of his insects to fill in answers, while Tintin employed the reflection of her mirror to facilitate her actions, simultaneously providing answers to Lee. Sasuke wielded his Sharingan, and Niji utilized his Byakugan. Both were masters of the art of cheating. On the other side, Ino skillfully employed the technique of heart-to-heart, possessing Sakura's body. Indeed, her prowess was remarkable. These individuals were truly exceptional in their own right. As time gradually slipped away, several candidates could no longer endure the pressure and withdrew from the examination. A few others were caught cheating, resulting in the forfeiture of all their points. At that moment, Xiao Yi noticed a scattering of sand around him, from which emerged a singular eye. Gaara's methods were indeed repulsive. Meanwhile, Naruto was visibly anxious as he stared at the exam paper, finding himself unable to answer most of the questions. He glanced around, seeking assistance. When his gaze met Xiao Yi's, the latter offered an encouraging smile. Upon seeing this smile, Naruto felt a surge of confidence, as if strength coursed through him. Yet, when he looked back at the paper, he still found himself at a loss. Hinata observed Naruto, who hadn't made a single mark, her white pupils reflecting her concern. Tentatively, she pushed her paper towards him, hoping he might glance at her answers. Naruto shook his head in refusal, asserting his desire to complete the exam on his own, without relying on others. However, his two teammates were deeply worried. Should Naruto fail, they would also face dire consequences. As time ticked away, the exam reached its final 15 minutes, and the last question was about to be revealed. The announcer began to declare the 10th question. Allow me to explain, this will be the question of despair. Ibiki leaned slightly forward, exuding a chilling aura, but Xiao Yi had grown accustomed to it. First, you must choose whether you wish to answer this 10th question. What happens if you choose not to answer? One candidate inquired. Ibiki gazed at him, stating, if you choose not to answer, you will be immediately awarded a score of 0, rendering you unqualified. Naturally, your two companions will be disqualified as well. Such a predicament certainly necessitated a choice to respond. Ibiki continued, moreover, there is another rule. Should you choose to answer yet respond incorrectly, the offender will be forever barred from participating in the Chunin exams. A commotion erupted among the candidates. This rule was utterly excessive. Xiao Yi recognized that this was, in essence, a test of mental fortitude. Those who could endure would emerge victorious. He turned his gaze towards Naruto, urging him to act swiftly. Xiao Yi had yet to answer a single question. It was imperative for Naruto to break the deadlock. One by one, candidates began to opt out of answering the question. At least there would be future opportunities. Sighing, Xiao Yi reflected on the departing individuals. If only they could hold on a little longer, they might benefit from Naruto's presence. However, even if they successfully passed this stage, the next could prove fatal. After all, this examination had truly summoned some formidable foes. Here it comes. Xiao Yi watched as Naruto slowly raised his hand. It was an exhilarating and tense moment. Xiao Yi's hand trembled in anticipation. With determination, Naruto slammed his raised hand onto the desk, his golden hair shining brilliantly in the examination hall. Do not underestimate me. I will not flee in the face of adversity. I choose to participate, even if it means remaining a genin for life. With a deep breath, I too shall become Hokage. Fear not, for I am not afraid at all. Such an impassioned declaration stirred a sense of fervor within Xiao Yi. Naruto seated himself, resolved to address the final question. His fervent words steadied the hearts of those present, ensuring that no one chose to depart. Ibukai, I shall ask you once more. This choice upon which you wager your lives, if you wish to relinquish it, now is the time. Naruto, to uphold the words I have spoken, that is my ninja way. Ibukai recognized that no one would leave now. Your determination is commendable. Therefore, I declare that all who remain here have passed the first exam. Huh. The attendees gazed blankly at Ibukai. Haha. Following this, Ibukai elucidated the questions concerning the 10th and the preceding 9. This segment held no substantial content, and Xiaoyi chose to omit it entirely. Suddenly, with a crash, glass shattered as an individual appeared before everyone. Now is not the time for merriment. I am Mitarashi Anko, the examiner for the second exam. Let us proceed. No wonder, Xiaoyi thought, observing Anko's reckless demeanor. It was clear why Orochimaru had forsaken her. Anko, 78 candidates? Only 26 teams remain. Ibukai, you were too lenient in this year's first exam. Ibukai, expressionless. There are many exceptional individuals this year. Anko, well then, I shall ensure that half are eliminated in the second exam. Upon hearing Anko's declaration of intent to eliminate half of them, the candidates collectively inhaled sharply, tension mounting. Oh, how exhilarating this is. We shall discuss the details tomorrow. The assembly point and time. Consult your Jonin instructors. The first exam finally concluded, and everyone exhaled in relief. This truly was a trial of immense psychological pressure. Xiaoyi exited the examination hall, casting a glance at Ibukai. What thoughts might he harbor upon discovering that 2 blank papers had emerged in the examination room? How intriguing. Indeed, when Ibukai glimpsed Naruto's blank paper, he chuckled, finding it rather amusing. Yet, upon seeing Xiaoyi's paper, his brow furrowed in concern. That night, an unseen force beckoned Xiaoyi back to the space containing the Nine-Tails seal. Long time no see, Nine-Tails. Xiaoyi regarded the colossal beast before him. The Nine-Tails opened its eyes, an oppressive force surpassing even that of Ibukai bearing down upon Xiaoyi. Enough, Nine-Tails. Do not compel me to teach you a lesson. With a wave of his right hand, the pressure dissipated. Xiaoyi had mastered the diamond lock. Though still not formidable, he could deliver a couple of lashes to the Nine-Tails. In their interactions, Xiaoyi held a degree of dominance. You little imp. Do you truly believe I am powerless against you? The Nine-Tails roared, spittle flying onto Xiaoyi's face. Fortunately, the Nine-Tails does not consume food and possesses no foul breath. Speak, why have you summoned me? Xiaoyi was skeptical that the Nine-Tails would invite him without reason. I can grant you a portion of my power. The Nine-Tails bared its teeth. Getting straight to the point. Would you truly be so benevolent? Child, once you possess my power, you shall surpass the Hokage. Moreover, with the seal in place, I have no means to contend with you, do I? The Nine-Tails bestowing power upon you is not without consequence. As you harness the chakra of the Nine-Tails, the seal left by the 4th Hokage will begin to weaken. The moment the seal is broken will herald the day the Nine-Tails is liberated. At that juncture, dealing with a mere child like you will be a trivial endeavor. Very well, if the need arises, I shall request your strength. With that, the boy exited the realm. He was well aware of the Nine-Tails' intentions, yet he remained unconcerned. When the seal loosens, he could simply seek out IMO for assistance. Furthermore, having acquired knowledge of sealing techniques himself, he would be capable of restraining the Nine-Tails with his own power upon its emergence. One wonders if the Nine-Tails has been confined for too long, causing a decline in its mental faculties. On the second day of the Chunin examination, everyone arrived punctually at the venue for the second test, the Forest of Death. Hongdo addressed the assembly. Welcome to the stage of the second examination. The 44th training ground, also known as the Forest of Death. Indeed, the Forest of Death is a truly terrifying locale, teeming with perilous beasts that pose significant threats to the lower-ranked ninjas. However, more frightful than the beasts within are certain individuals. As Xiaoyi surveyed the surroundings, he spotted a figure adorned with a conical hat, radiating an overwhelming chakra. It was none other than Orochimaru, one of the key players in the climactic portion of this Chunin exam. The sole individual Xiaoyi deemed worthy of caution was Orochimaru. Although, under normal circumstances, Naruto and his companions would not face any real danger, Xiaoyi could not guarantee that unforeseen events would not transpire. He vividly recalled Orochimaru's objective in entering the Forest of Death, to assess Sasuke's worth and implant a curse mark upon him, even at the cost of revealing his presence prematurely. Before we commence the second examination, allow me to present this to you. Hongdo produced a stack of consent forms. This is a consent form that all participants in the examination must sign. There may be fatalities, and it is imperative to secure prior agreement regarding this matter. Otherwise, I shall be held accountable. Haha. Hongdo chuckled heartlessly. Now, let us proceed with the instructions for the second examination. In essence, you will engage in an extreme wilderness survival challenge. First, I shall outline the order of this exercise's venues. This is training ground number 44, a circular arena sealed with 44 locks at its entrance. Inside, there are rivers, forests, and a tower situated at its center, approximately 10,000 meters from the entrance. Within this confined area, the Wilderness Survival Project will unfold, revolving around the competition for scrolls, specifically, the Book of Heaven and the Book of Earth. Hongdo unveiled 2 scrolls. From the 26 teams that passed the first test, half will acquire the Book of Heaven, while the other half will claim the Book of Earth. In simpler terms, it will be a contest of mutual theft. The qualification method entails that the 3 individuals holding the Book of Heaven and the Book of Earth must converge at the center of the tower. Furthermore, the duration of the second examination is set at 120 hours, granting you 5 days to vie for victory. Very well, I shall refrain from further elaboration. Let us prepare as the assessment is about to commence. Each team is to send forth 1 member to retrieve a scroll. Xiao Yi and his companions have acquired the Book of Heaven, and now they merely need to locate the Book of Earth. The Book of Heaven is securely in my possession. Is that agreeable? Xiao Yi inquired of Hinata and Shino. No problem. It's fine, came their responses. After obtaining the Book of Heaven, the trio was escorted by a Chunin to an entrance. It is from here that they shall proceed. Soon, the assessment officially began, and all participants entered the forest of death together. Hinata, Shino, I entrust the next phase to you, Xiao Yi declared. No problem, replied Hinata, activating her Byakugan and swiftly locating a team. Xiao Yi was not particularly familiar with this group. They appeared to be merely average ninjas. Attuning his senses to the surroundings, he noted the absence of other chakra signatures, indicating that they could act freely. The group made some preparations, albeit simple ones, as they remained vigilant. Xiao Yi made an effort to create sounds to draw attention. Before long, he sensed an approaching presence. The adversary had not taken many steps before triggering Shino's trap, causing a multitude of leech-like creatures to descend from the trees and latch onto them. In no time, they were drained of chakra, rendered incapable of movement. Xiao Yi approached and retrieved the scroll from their bodies. It was the Book of Earth. Hinata exclaimed with joy, wonderful. Now we have gathered all the scrolls. We can proceed to the tall tower. The trio had not anticipated such smooth sailing. Upon reflection, it made sense. This was indeed the standard level of a low-ranking ninja. Xiao Yi gazed toward the opposite side of the forest, attempting to sense Naruto and his companion's presence. However, the distance was too great for him to detect them. Yet, he did sense Orochimaru's chakra, indicating that he was likely searching for Sasuke and the others. Hinata, Shino, I must take my leave for a moment. Do exercise caution, Xiao Yi advised. Xiao Yi, where are you going? Hinata asked. I apologize, but there are matters I must attend to. Try to stay clear of others. I trust that the 2 of you possess the strength to evade any encounters, he replied. Although Hinata wished to say more, he interjected, very well. Let this be the case. Head to the central tower. I shall catch up with you shortly. With that, Xiao Yi departed, heading in the direction of Orochimaru. After half an hour of pursuit, he sensed Naruto's chakra, along with that of Orochimaru. It seemed they had already encountered one another, and he needed to hurry. Suddenly, Xiao Yi felt the chakra of the Nine Tails. It appeared that Naruto and Orochimaru had engaged in combat, resulting in a leak of Naruto's chakra. Xiao Yi quickened his pace. 5-element seal. Orochimaru placed the 5-element seal upon Naruto's abdomen and subsequently hurled him away. Naruto. Xiao Yi caught him. I'm sorry for being late. Gently. He laid Naruto on the ground, noticing an additional seal atop the existing one on his abdomen. Another little brat. Twins. Orochimaru expressed his interest, licking his lips. Orochimaru observed that Naruto bore an uncanny resemblance to himself, and he could sense the presence of the Nine Tails within little Yui. Is it truly right to bully a child with your strength? Yui gazed at Orochimaru. Oh, it seems you recognize me? Orochimaru was somewhat taken aback. When he departed from Konoha, Yui and the others had only just been born. Let us proceed with your task. We can converse later. An intriguing little brat. Yui picked up Naruto and approached Sakura. Sakura, please take care of Naruto. All right. Yui watched the fierce battle between Sasuke and Orochimaru. It was indeed intense. He knew Orochimaru had come to place a cursed seal, yet he understood that intervening was not his place. After Naruto and Sasuke separated, their growth accelerated significantly. Keeping them apart was undoubtedly the best choice. Sasuke exerted himself to the utmost, yet he was no match for Orochimaru. In a remarkable display, Sasuke engulfed Orochimaru in a massive inferno. Just when it seemed that Orochimaru had been defeated, he re-emerged and sank his fangs into Sasuke's neck, placing the cursed seal upon him. Sasuke, now afflicted by the cursed seal, writhed in agony as its power began to consume him. Sasuke. Sakura attempted to rush to his aid. Wait, Sakura, allow me. Yui dashed to Sasuke's side. Sealing technique. Evil suppression seal. Yui invoked the sealing technique, restraining the power of the cursed seal. Evil suppression seal? How do you possess such knowledge? Orochimaru was astonished to see Yui utilizing this form of sealing jutsu. It is merely a common sealing technique. Why the surprise, Lord Orochimaru? Yui smiled cautiously at him. Ha ha ha, you truly know who I am. There are few who play with snakes, and aside from one of the legendary three, I cannot think of anyone else with your prowess. Ha ha ha, intriguing. Orochimaru became intrigued by Yui. Lord Orochimaru, you should take your leave swiftly. The third Hokage will soon send reinforcements. If you do not depart soon, you may find it impossible to escape. Is that so? I wish to see if you possess the qualifications to allow me to leave. Hidden Shadow Snake Hands. Orochimaru suddenly launched an attack. Yui leaped away, evading the serpent strike. He formed hand seals, technique of the darkness walk. Orochimaru's vision was engulfed in darkness. However, this did not affect him as one of the legendary three. A Jinjutsu? How fascinating, haha. I hope to see you again. With a decisive gesture, Orochimaru dispelled Yui's illusion and swiftly departed. Yui sensed Orochimaru's retreat and exhaled a sigh of relief. That technique was not easily executed. Both his mental energy and chakra had been significantly depleted. His hands trembled from the immense pressure Orochimaru exerted. Yui, Sasuke. He will be fine. I have sealed the cursed mark. Yui checked on Sasuke once more and noted that the erosion of the cursed seal had temporarily ceased. Sakura, I leave the rest to you. I must take my leave. Wait. Yui ignored Sakura and departed without hesitation. Although events may still unfold, Xiao Yi's assistance has reached its limit. From here on, they must rely on themselves. As he sensed the locations of Hinata and the others, he hurried towards them. Suddenly, 3 individuals appeared within his perception. Quick, give me your hand. The girl trembled as she extended her hand, which was immediately bitten by the other party. You should take a bite too, to regain your strength. Another person sank their teeth into the girl's arm. Stop. Xiao Yi kicked him away with force. A ninja from Konoha? What are your intentions? What are my intentions? I wish to inquire what you are doing, bullying your own teammate. Such behavior is utterly unacceptable. Xiao Yi's anger flared. Humph, this is a matter of our grass village. You have no right to interfere. I will intervene. Xiao Yi fixed his gaze on the girl with red hair, confirming she was Xianglin. Though he and Xianglin had no prior interactions, both bore the Uzumaki bloodline. And he could not stand idly by. Bastard die? The opponent charged at him with a kunao. Shadow clone technique. 5 copies of Xiao Yi surged towards the two, swiftly subduing them. Are you alright? Xiao Yi approached Xianglin. Don't come any closer. Xianglin, having witnessed Xiao Yi eliminate her 2 teammates, felt a twinge of fear. There's no need to be afraid. I mean you no harm. My name is Uzumaki. You must be from the Uzumaki clan as well? Uzumaki. Although Xianglin did not bear that surname, her mother had told her tales of the Uzumaki clan, advising her never to disclose such matters. Uzumaki Yi? Xianglin regarded him with curiosity. Yes, I too belong to the Uzumaki clan. Observing Xiao Yi's red hair, Xianglin began to believe him a little. She relaxed slightly, yet remained cautious. I do not bear the Uzumaki name. I am well aware, yet your mother must belong to the Uzumaki clan. Your red hair is proof of the Uzumaki blood flowing through your veins, Xiao Yi said with a smile. Nevertheless, I understand that you may not trust me immediately. In time, you will come to know me better. But I must return to Grass Village soon, Xianglin said, a hint of sadness in her voice, subconsciously. She had already begun to trust Xiao Yi. Do you wish to go back? Xiao Yi inquired. Xianglin lowered her head, contemplating. Your teammates are deceased, and your instructor will not spare you, will they? I do not wish to return. Xianglin's tone grew more resolute. Very well. If you do not wish to go back, then stay in Konoha. For now, come with me. Xiao Yi was determined not to let Xianglin return to Grass Village. All right. She nodded. Xiao Yi grasped Xianglin's hand, noticing the numerous bite marks. Xianglin, realizing this, quickly withdrew her hand. It's all right. I will find a way to erase those marks. Xiao Yi assured her, tightening his grip. In that moment, an unprecedented rage surged within Xiao Yi. He felt a desire to exact vengeance on those who had harmed her. to eliminate every last ninja from Grass Village. However, the exam was still underway. Other matters could be addressed later. Let us proceed. If you cannot keep up, do not hesitate to inform me. Xiaoyi set off with Xianglin by his side. After swiftly dispatching several venomous serpents, Shino and Hinata advanced rapidly, suddenly sensing an approaching presence nearby. Who goes there? Hinata activated her Byakugan, gazing in the direction of the sound. It is I, Xiaoyi emerged. Ikuin, wait. Shino interjected, using his insects to circle around Xiaoyi before landing back on his hand. All is well. Shino, you are indeed quite cautious, noted Xiaoyi. Shino had employed his insects to identify Xiaoyi's chakra signature, ensuring he was not a transformed foe. Where have you been? Did you encounter any danger? Hinata inquired with concern. I am unharmed. I was assisting Naruto with a minor issue, Xiaoyi replied. Naruto? Upon hearing of Naruto's predicament, Hinata's anxiety surged. Is Naruto and the others alright? The situation is dire. Both Sasuke and Naruto have lost consciousness, leaving only Sakura. Then let us go and check on them, Hinata suggested. Xiaoyi pondered for a moment before deciding to proceed. After all, there was little else to do, and witnessing the unfolding events could prove intriguing. Very well. I intended to find you both and head over together. Let us move. There are still dangers ahead. By the way, come forth, Corinne. Corinne appeared behind Xiaoyi. This is Corinne, temporarily our ally. Hello, everyone, Corinne greeted. Hinata and Shino regarded Corinne's grass ninja forehead protector with curiosity, but refrained from questioning it. Trusting Xiaoyi's word, they accepted Corinne as one of their own. Meanwhile, Sakura tended to Naruto and Sasuke, who had both succumbed during their battle with Orochimaru, leaving her as their sole protector. The prolonged watch had begun to wear her down. Just then, a voice pierced through her fatigue, snapping her to attention as she noticed 3 ninja from the Sound Village before her. Go, awaken Sasuke. We shall battle him, they commanded. Sakura glared at the trio. What do you intend to do? Whatever you have planned for Sasuke must go through me. Then we shall eliminate you first, they retorted, charging at her. Sakura had set traps in advance, but they proved ineffective as the Sound Ninja effortlessly dismantled them. Die! They shouted, launching an assault on Sakura, when suddenly, a familiar voice rang out. Konoha whirlwind. A sudden green whirlwind erupted, repelling all 3 Sound Ninjas. Who are you? Sakura questioned. The beautiful azure beast of Konoha, Rock Lee, he proclaimed, standing protectively before her. We have no choice. We must take him down. Everyone attack. Lee engaged the trio of Sound Ninjas. Their methods of attack were peculiar, utilizing sound as a weapon, making defense and evasion exceedingly challenging for Lee in this 3-on-1 scenario. Observing his opponents, Lee slowly began to unravel the bandages binding his arms. Master Guy, it is in moments like these that I must unleash that technique. It is time to protect those who matter most. In an instant, Lee vanished, delivering a powerful kick to one of the Sound Ninja's chins, sending him soaring into the air. But that is not the end. Lee swiftly closed the distance, ensnaring his opponent with his bandages. Allow me to demonstrate a technique, the Lotus of the Divine Blossom. With that, both combatants crashed forcefully to the ground. However, another Sound Ninja employed a Jutsu to soften the earth, significantly diminishing the impact of Lee's attack. The Lotus of the Divine Blossom is inherently a double-edged technique, inflicting harm upon the foe while also wounding the user. After executing this maneuver, Lee found his body nearing its limit. Now it is my turn. The adversary darted towards Lee with great speed, the weapon on his arm emitting sound waves that profoundly affected Lee. The piercing echo resonated in Lee's ears, overwhelming him with its force. At that moment, another opponent suddenly charged at Sakura. She brandished a kunai in an attempt to defend herself. Lee interposed himself before Sakura, absorbing the blow, which caused blood to trickle from his ears. Lee was thoroughly defeated, and the target shifted to Sakura, who was no match for her foe and was roughly seized by her hair. In a moment of resolve, Sakura made the decision to cut off her cherished long hair, marking a pivotal transformation within her. Sakura launched an offensive, yet her efforts proved futile, and she suffered considerable punishment. Meanwhile, the trio of Inoshikacho, inspired by Sakura's bravery, boldly stepped forward to confront the adversaries. Their harmonious coordination caused significant trouble for the 3 Sound Ninjas, yet they ultimately succumbed to defeat. Niji and Tenten successfully arrived on the scene. How could we be absent at such a time? Exclaimed Sai, as he and his companions joined the fray, reuniting the formidable Team 12. Who shall take action? Sai inquired with a smile, surveying the group. Just then, an overwhelming chakra erupted from Sasuke, exuding an ominous aura. How is this possible? Observing Sasuke's condition, it was evident that he was undergoing the cursed seal transformation. Sai had sealed it away with a binding technique. How could this occur? The cursed seal could only manifest if Sasuke permitted it, as the sealing technique required his consent. Sai cautioned, Sasuke, be wary in wielding that power. Sasuke then spoke, Sakura, who is responsible for your injuries? It was I. The sound ninja stepped forward. Sai noticed the curse mark had fully spread across Sasuke's body. At that moment, Sasuke's chakra approached that of a Jonin, rendering him beyond the reach of the 3 sound ninjas. Subsequently, Sasuke unleashed a comprehensive assault on them, seizing one opponent and tearing his arm asunder. Sasuke, stop! Sakura rushed forward to embrace him. Gradually, the cursed mark faded, and he reverted to his former self. Sasuke, you are formidable. We are no match for you now. This Book of Earth shall serve as compensation. Please allow us to depart. Seeing that Sasuke remained silent, they withdrew with their 2 comrades in tow. Wait, who is Orochimaru? What has he done to you? Why did he choose you? Sakura inquired, bombarding him with questions. I do not know. Our only directive was to eliminate Sasuke. Beyond that, we are unaware. After speaking, the other party departed directly. These individuals were sent by Orochimaru to confront Sasuke, eager to observe whether he could harness the power of the cursed seal. Xiaoyi approached to assess Naruto's condition and found that his body had recovered. The Uzumaki bloodline, combined with the chakra of the 9 tails, enabled Naruto to heal swiftly. It would not be long before he regained consciousness. In contrast to Naruto, the more pressing concern now was Sasuke. Xiaoyi moved to Sasuke's side and asked, Sasuke, how do you feel? I'm fine, Sasuke replied. Xiaoyi added, though I have sealed the cursed mark, if you willingly embrace that power, my seal will be rendered ineffective. Sasuke, that power is exceedingly perilous. Use it with caution. Sasuke nodded in acknowledgement. Before long, Naruto awoke, and the somber atmosphere dissipated significantly. Indeed, Naruto served as a vital catalyst for uplifting the mood. Subsequently, everyone regrouped with their respective teammates before dispersing. They had just fought together as comrades from Konoha, but now resumed their roles as rivals. Naruto, next time, do your best not to be beaten so severely, Xiaoyi advised. No problem, Xiaoyi. You too must strive. Hinata inquired, Xiaoyi, where shall we go next? Time is of the essence. Let us proceed directly to the tower, Xiaoyi replied. Understood, Hinata affirmed, although a hint of concern lingered in her demeanor. Fear not. They can manage well on their own, Xiaoyi reassured her. Accompanied by Xianglin, Hinata, and Shino, Xiaoyi advanced toward the tower. Along the way, they encountered numerous ferocious beasts and toxic insects. However, these posed little threat to them. The beasts could be evaded thanks to Hinata's Byakugan, while Shino adeptly controlled the poisonous insects. The trio navigated the path to the tower with remarkable ease. Upon entering the tower, they discovered it was devoid of any occupants, though inscriptions adorned the walls. Without heaven, one must know wisdom to prepare for challenges. Without earth, one must pursue origins to seek benefits. If one activates both the Book of Heaven and the Book of Earth, the perilous path shall return to the righteous course. This is the ultimate profound truth, the mark of a true leader. Certain words were missing, implying that both the Book of Heaven and the Book of Earth needed to be activated simultaneously. Hinata, you shall open the Book of Earth. All right. Xiaoyi and Hinata simultaneously unfurled the scroll, which bore the character for person in its center and emitted a plume of white smoke. Hinata, discard the scroll. They tossed aside the scroll, and Irika appeared. Long time no see, Irika said. Irika-sensei, we just saw each other a few days ago, came the reply. Ahem. Now to business. At the conclusion of the second exam, Wichinin will welcome the candidates. I shall serve as a crucial messenger for you. There is still time remaining, so you may rest for a while. Congratulations on passing the second assessment. All right, you may enter now. The Hokage has matters to announce. The 4 of them stepped inside to discover a vast arena, where a group was already present. Gaara, Kankuro, and Temari from Tsunade Corps. Jinjulang, humph. I never anticipated that you would arrive before us. Xiaoyi, you all are remarkably swift, surpassing our own pace. Indeed, no one possesses greater strength than ours. Is that so? Then we shall have a proper contest when the time comes. After this exchange, both parties ceased to acknowledge one another. Xiaoyi and his companions chose a spot to rest. Let us take a moment to recuperate. Who knows what battles may lie ahead? Gradually, team after team entered the arena. As the assessment period concluded, the second round of examinations officially came to an end. On the observation platform of the towering structure stood several elite jonin, including the Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Below them, aside from a few Chunin, were the genin who had successfully passed the second round. First and foremost, congratulations to all for advancing past the second examination. There remained 21 participants, forming 7 teams. Xiao Yi surveyed the teams. Apart from the Konoha 12 and the 3 from Tsunade, only 6 remained. These 2 teams comprised the one led by Orochimaru and the previous Sound Ninja team. It is impressive that they managed to seize 2 scrolls after losing the Book of Earth. Now, I shall invite Lord Hokage to introduce the third round of examinations. Please pay close attention. Very well, Lord Hokage, the floor is yours. The third Hokage cleared his throat. Ahem, we shall now commence the third round of examinations. Before I elaborate, it is imperative to clarify the true purpose of this examination. Why do we conduct tests in conjunction with allied nations? Sarutobi Hiruzen cast a glance at the assembly. The aim is to foster amicable relations among allied nations and enhance the skill levels of our ninjas. This is the genuine significance of the event. Misunderstandings could lead to complications. This examination can be likened to a microcosm of the conflicts among allied nations. Historically, these nations were once adversaries engaged in relentless battles. To avert mutual destruction, we have deliberately selected this battleground, hence the inception of the Chunin selection exam. Why must it be this way? Is it not merely for the purpose of selecting Chunin? A genin inquired. Indeed, one cannot deny that this examination serves the purpose of identifying those capable of becoming Chunin. However, on another front, it is also an arena where ninjas fight for the honor of their nations, often risking their lives. During this third round, numerous lords and esteemed figures from various nations will be present to observe your battles. If there is a significant disparity in strength, the more powerful nations will receive numerous commissions. Conversely, weaker nations will find their commissions diminished. At this point, Xiao Yi felt a sense of discomfort. While the Chunin exam indeed reflects one's prowess, he sensed that many perceived it as mere spectacle. Xiao Yi was not keen on being regarded as a mere performer. It seemed prudent to seek an opportunity to withdraw early. Subsequently, Sarutobi Hiruzen elaborated extensively on the final examination, but Xiao Yi was lost in thought, contemplating what he might dine on that evening. Now, I shall present the details of the third round of examinations. Suddenly, an individual leapt down. I apologize, esteemed Hokage, but allow me, as the referee, to elucidate the matter at hand. The protagonist of Naruto, Kaguya, has arrived. Kaguya, ladies and gentlemen, ahem. Before we commence the third round of examinations, a matter of importance requires your attention, ahem. Little E couldn't help but stifle a laugh at his near-death appearance. Yet, it was true that Kaguya seemed on the brink of demise, though not from illness, but rather from violence. Ahem, there is a matter that necessitates your involvement. This pertains to the preliminary selection for participation in the third round of examinations. Preliminary selection? What does that entail? Why cannot the remaining candidates proceed directly to the third round? Kaguya, perhaps the first and second examinations were too simplistic, resulting in an excess of candidates. Simplistic? These 2 rounds were exceedingly challenging. With Orochimaru's involvement, they could easily be classified as S-rank missions. Moreover, this arena birthed not only the future 12 elite of Konoha, but also the 5th Kaguya, and one of the orchestrators behind the 4th Shinobi World War, Kabuto. The individuals here could essentially support half of the shinobi world. Due to the overwhelming number of participants, a preliminary selection is necessary to reduce the ranks. The Hokage has also mentioned that numerous guests will be attending the third round, so we cannot afford delays, as time is of the essence. Therefore, those who are unwell. Ahem. Speaking of which, you seem to be the one unwell, right? Apologies, has anyone chosen to forfeit after that explanation? If so, please step forward. For the preliminary selection shall commence shortly. Commence shortly? Everyone is exhausted from the second examination. Only Little Yi's team, Gaara's team, and Kabuto's team remain in decent condition. The other teams possess little fighting capability at this juncture. Little E contemplated whether to forfeit the examination entirely. At that moment, he caught a glimpse of Sarutobi's gaze. Perhaps it would be best to compete in the preliminary round first, and then concede afterward. I wish to forfeit. At that moment, Kabuto suddenly stood up. Kaguya, ahem. You are Kabuto, The medic of Konoha, correct? Then you may withdraw. Very well. Naruto looked at Kabuto. Brother Kabuto, why do you wish to withdraw? I am sorry, Naruto. Even though I desire to pass, my body is in tatters. From the onset of the first examination, I have been unable to hear from my left ear due to my battle with the Sound Ninja. As we are about to engage in intense combat, I can no longer continue. But, enough, Naruto. Little E placed a hand on Naruto's shoulder. Kabuto's actions drew Sarutobi's attention. He had seen Kabuto participate in the Chunin exams multiple times, yet he had never succeeded. Akane quickly perused Kabuto's records and began to converse with Sarutobi. Ultimately, Kabuto withdrew from the examination and departed. Kazekage continued. Ahem, is there anyone else wishing to withdraw? If not, the preliminary selection shall commence now. The upcoming selection will consist of one-on-one personal battles, employing a real combat format. Precisely 20 individuals were present, thus 10 matches ensued, with the victors advancing to the third examination. This round of combat was devoid of any regulations, continuing until one party succumbed or conceded. Therefore, should one wish to avoid demise, it would be prudent to surrender swiftly. However, should I determine that the outcome is evident, I shall intervene to prevent unnecessary fatalities. The moment to seize your fates has arrived. At this juncture, a concealed door opened, revealing an electronic bulletin board. The first round of combat pairings was about to commence. Names began to scroll rapidly on the display, ultimately revealing the first contenders. Uchiha Sasuke versus Akatsuki's Chidokai. Sasuke and his adversary remained, while the others retreated to the sidelines to observe. At that moment, Xiaoyi noticed that Xiang Lin, who had been on the observation platform, had vanished. Sensing her chakra, he discovered she was moving towards the tower's exit, seemingly intent on leaving the forest of death. Xiaoyi found himself unable to pursue her at present and resolved to seek her out later. Moonlight Gale, he announced, the first match commences. The preliminaries had officially begun, with Sasuke as the first combatant. Thanks to Xiaoyi's sealing technique, the curse mark's influence on him was significantly mitigated. Sasuke's opponent, Chidokai, possessed the formidable ability to absorb chakra, a power that could only be unleashed through direct contact. Sasuke endured several encounters where Chidokai made contact, resulting in a substantial drain of his chakra. If this continued, Sasuke would surely falter, relying on sheer physical prowess and the strategic application of his Sharingan. Sasuke ultimately triumphed over Chidokai. However, he sustained severe injuries and, compounded by the curse mark's affliction, found himself immobilized. Following the conclusion of the battle, Kakashi carried Sasuke away. It seemed Kakashi would soon uncover Xiaoyi's use of the sealing technique. Yet, Xiaoyi harbored no concerns of being discovered, for this sealing art was taught by a monk. Any issues could conveniently be attributed to him. The second match featured Yamanaka Shino against Sakurada. Though Shino often went unnoticed, he was exceptionally powerful. Few in attendance could claim victory over him. His insect manipulation technique was formidable, leaving even Xiaoyi without a definitive counter. In this battle, Shino emerged victorious with but a minor injury. The subsequent match was between Ken Mizumi and Kankuro. Kankuro's puppet mastery was impressive, rendering it nearly impossible for those unfamiliar with his techniques to make a move, as it was often indistinguishable whether they faced a puppet or a human. Kankuro effortlessly dispatched his opponent. Next, Sakura faced Ino, marking a fateful confrontation. Former allies clashed, ultimately resolving their underlying tensions. Although both fell in battle, they gained valuable insights. The following match was between Temari and Tenten. Tenten showcased immense strength, summoning an array of ninja tools through her summoning abilities. The myriad of ninja tools cast a chilling sensation, for being struck by them would likely result in the loss of limbs. Although Tian possessed formidable strength, he found himself thoroughly restrained by Temari. Tian's weapons were utterly ineffective against Temari, who effortlessly repelled them with her wind techniques. Consequently, Temari secured a swift victory in the match. As the screen scrolled once more, the names Uzumaki Yi and Uzumaki Naruto appeared. Y paused momentarily upon seeing these names, but soon regained his composure. Indeed, one who replaces another must inevitably confront the challenges faced by their predecessor. Y glanced at Naruto and noticed the glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. Initially, Y contemplated conceding the match, but now he felt compelled to rise to the occasion. Unwilling to disappoint Naruto's expectations. Y, you must give it your all. As an elder brother, Naruto felt duty-bound to prove his superiority. thereby establishing his right to protect his younger sibling. Y replied, I shall do my best. Please, both contestants, step forward. With that, Y and Naruto leaped onto the arena simultaneously. I'm going in. Y declared. Here we go. Shadow clone technique. Naruto echoed, executing the same technique. Each summoned a multitude of shadow clones, resulting in a dazzling spectacle of combat as the figures clashed. Soon, Y found himself unable to distinguish between his clones and his true self. Before long, one by one, Yi's clones were vanquished, leaving only his original self. Alas, Yi's taijutsu was insufficient to match Naruto's prowess in this area. Naruto, be cautious. Y summoned his mental energy and ensnared Naruto in a Jinjutsu. Naruto, notoriously poor in the realm of illusions, fell victim to Yi's simple yet effective technique. Y approached slowly, positioning a kunai against Naruto's throat. Naruto. Y infused a modicum of chakra into Naruto's body, liberating him from the Jinjutsu. What is happening? Why is your kunai at my neck? Naruto was still in a daze. You have lost, Y declared. No way. This doesn't count. Let's do it again. Naruto protested vehemently. Even if we had 100 attempts, the outcome would remain unchanged. Once more, Y activated his Jinjutsu, and Naruto fell into its grasp again. Why is this happening? Naruto lamented, feeling despondent. Shall I concede? Y offered. No need for that. A loss is a loss. Next time, I will defeat you. Naruto quickly regained his spirits. Unfazed by his defeat to Y. Ultimately, Y emerged victorious in this confrontation. Upon returning to the viewing area, Y belatedly realized he had won, leaving him somewhat vexed, as he had initially intended to lose. The subsequent match featured Hinata against Neji. As expected, despite her relentless efforts, Hinata succumbed to Neji. Neji consistently ranked among the top of the 12 ninja, being the first to attain the Jonin rank. A tragic fate befell him later. However, with Y present, Neji would not face the fourth Great Ninja War. Following this was a match between Lee and Gaara, a highly anticipated and thrilling contest. This time, Y was determined to watch closely. As Gaara made his entrance, Xiaowai felt an increase in the sand swirling through the air. Shortly thereafter, Xylee took to the stage. Gaara uncorked his gourd, signaling the commencement of battle. From the outset, Xylee surged towards Gaara with remarkable speed, executing a leaf whirlwind. Xylee's kick aimed at Gaara's head, but the sand rose to intercept the strike. Subsequently, the sand began to spread, launching an offensive against Xylee. He deftly evaded the attack, scrutinizing Gaara's movements for an opening. Xylee attempted to assault from various angles, yet each of his strikes was thwarted by Gaara's relentless sand. He endeavored to penetrate Gaara's defenses. However, the sand continuously reformed, swiftly regrouping after each disruption, even deflecting shuriken thrown during brief moments of respite. Gaara's absolute defense proved formidable, rendering Xylee's conventional speed and strength ineffective. It became evident that utilizing ninjutsu against Gaara would yield better results, as taijutsu seemed largely futile. Determined, Xylee sought a method to breach Gaara's defenses. Yet, Gaara was relentless, commanding his sand to ensnare Xylee. As he attempted to evade, the sand ensnared his feet, flinging him aside. The sand continued its assault, but Xylee nimbly dodged while seeking an opportunity to strike at Gaara. Yet, despite his efforts, he found it impossible to penetrate Gaara's defenses. The prolonged confrontation drained Xylee significantly, and on several occasions, he narrowly escaped being caught by Gaara's sand. At that moment, Guy spoke up. Xylee, it's time to release your weights. Xylee turned to Guy, but, Teacher Guy, you said I could only remove them when protecting someone important. It's all right. I give you permission, Guy replied, flashing his trademark smile. Understood. Xylee promptly removed the two heavy weights from his legs and discarded them onto the ground. The moment they hit the earth, they created two substantial craters, indicating their considerable weight. Xiaowai, watching the weights, imagined that if he were to wear them, he might struggle to even walk. With the weights removed, Xylee's speed surged, delivering a punch to Gaara that nearly caught him off guard. The barrage of rapid attacks overwhelmed Gaara's sand, which struggled to keep pace. Xylee's velocity was astonishing, so much so that Xiaowai could only perceive his movements through the use of the Sharingan. Xylee's speed escalated dramatically, successfully breaching Gaara's absolute defense and landing a kick on him. Youth must explode, Guy shouted from the stands. Indeed, Xylee's speed intensified even further. as he struck Gaara multiple times, sending him hurtling away. However, an injured Gaara was a fearsome opponent, and Xiaoai hoped the One Tail would not manifest at that moment. He sensed a tumultuous power brewing within Gaara, as if on the verge of erupting. Xia unwrapped the bandages from his hands, clearly preparing to unleash a formidable technique. Summoning a powerful gust of wind with his incredible speed. With a swift kick, Li propelled Gaara into the air, following up with a series of rapid strikes that sent Gaara soaring higher. At the apex of his ascent, Li's bandages ensnared Gaara. Receive this, front lotus. Li grasped Gaara and spun rapidly as they plummeted toward the ground, crashing together with tremendous force. Gaara's body shattered upon impact, but it was merely an empty shell composed of sand. Moments later, Gaara reappeared on the battlefield, albeit injured. Xiao Yi could distinctly sense the chakra of the One Tail. Gaara was on the brink of collapse. After executing the front lotus, Li was nearly at his limit, unable to evade even Gaara's sandy attacks. Gaara unleashed a torrent of sand toward Li, who could not escape in time and was struck by the grains. Li, cease the fight, Xiao Yi shouted, fearing that Li's legs might suffer the same fate as before, broken by Gaara. I must persevere until the end. Li straightened himself once more, evading Gaara's assault. It appeared that Li had successfully transcended his limits. Suddenly, an overwhelming aura erupted from him. Could it be? Blue chakra ignited around Li. Indeed, it was the 8 gates. 8th gate, the opening of life. A powerful chakra swept the arena, elevating Li's energy to nearly that of a Jonin. 4th gate, the opening of healing. Li activated the 4th gate, achieving the status of an extraordinary Jonin. Kakashi activated his Sharingan to observe Li's condition. With the 4th gate opened, Li's speed and strength surged dramatically, surpassing even Xiao Yi's ability to keep pace. Gaara was once again sent skyward by Li's kick. In midair, Li unleashed a barrage of strikes against Gaara, who could not defend against Li's onslaught, even with his sand armor. Li darted swiftly through the sky. This is the final blow. 5th gate, the opening of limit. To everyone's astonishment, Li had reached the 5th gate. At such a young age, opening 5 gates would strain his body immensely. Li Lotus. Li struck Gaara, slamming him fiercely to the ground. However, Li's own body was now at its breaking point, and he collapsed as well. As the spectators gazed at Gaara's position, they noticed that the sand had lifted him. Gaara extended a hand, directing the sand toward Li. Li attempted to evade, but he was now utterly immobilized. The sand wrapped around one of Li's hands and one of his feet. Desert coffin. With a pained cry, Li fell to the ground. At that moment, Gaara's sand surged toward Li once more, but Guy suddenly appeared before Li, dispersing Gaara's sand. As Li's mentor, he held the authority to concede on Li's behalf. The round concluded with Gaara victorious, and Li's injuries were severe enough that he was taken away by the medical team. This was Li's choice, and Xiao Yi could do nothing to alter it. I can only hope that Tsunade will return in time to heal Li. Next comes Shikamaru's battle. Although he often complains about the troubles, Shikamaru is remarkably serious during critical moments. The genius intellect of the Nara clan frequently proves to be more significant than sheer strength. Shikamaru's exceptional maneuvers qualify him as a competent ninja, which explains why he became a chunin ahead of others. The final match features Koji against the Sound Ninja, where Koji unfortunately falls short and loses the fight. The preliminary rounds have finally concluded, but many have sustained substantial injuries. In a month, the official battles will commence, and Xiao Yi must compete once more. He is acutely aware that he will likely face Niji, a particularly formidable opponent. The 3rd Hokage announced the battle scheduled for a month later, followed by a drawing of lots. Predictably, Xiao Yi's opponent turns out to be Niji. A confrontation between them is imminent. Niji is a strong adversary, and Xiao Yi must treat this encounter with utmost seriousness. After the assembly disbanded, everyone departed from the central tower. Upon stepping outside, Xiao Yi noticed that Ino was missing. He extended his senses, but could not detect her presence anywhere. Where could she have gone? Has she already left? It seems he must venture out to search for her. Initially intending to look for Ino, Xiao Yi was instead pulled along to the Konoha hospital by Naruto. Together, they made their way to Sasuke's room. After inspecting the seal on Sasuke's neck and confirming its integrity, Xiao Yi proceeded to Hineda's ward. In line with the original events, Ino should not be in any danger, so he felt no urgency. Knock, knock, knock. Hineda, may I come in? Please do. Hineda was seated on her bed and was already able to move. How are you feeling? Much better. I should recover fully soon. Thank you for your concern. Hearing Hineda's reassurance put Xiao Yi at ease. Blushing, Hineda inquired, by the way, how is Naruto doing? I dealt with him using a Jinjutsu, so he suffered no injuries. I see. So Naruto lost. Hineda appeared somewhat disheartened. Xiao Yi couldn't help but chuckle at her expression. He was, after all, her teammate. At that moment, Xiao Yi was suddenly startled by a commotion outside. I'll check it out. Upon stepping outside, he discovered Naruto, Kakashi, and a man wearing black glasses. Is that Ebisu? Through their conversation, Xiao Yi learned that for the upcoming month, Kakashi would be solely focused on training Sasuke, while leaving Naruto under Ebisu's guidance. How biased. Although Ebisu may not be exceptionally powerful, he is indeed a commendable teacher. At least in the realm of foundational instruction, Kakashi is comparable to him. Otherwise, the third Hokage would not have entrusted him with teaching his grandson, Konoha. Xiao Yi chose not to concern himself with Naruto's affairs, for he was destined to encounter a fateful mentor. Surely Jiraiya is currently gathering materials in some bathhouse. As Ebisu and Naruto headed off to compete, Xiao Yi made his way directly to the bathhouse in Konoha, hoping to find Jiraiya. In truth, while seeking Jiraiya, Xiao Yi was also looking for Ino. Logically, she should not have wandered far. Could something have happened? Following his memories, he arrived at a bathhouse. Upon arriving at the bathhouse, Xiao Yi utilized his sensory abilities and detected an exceptionally potent chakra, presumably belonging to Jiraiya. He proceeded towards the source, only to find a figure crouched down, leering in a rather disreputable manner. Xiao Yi cautiously approached and positioned himself beside Jiraiya, who was engrossed in his observations, seemingly oblivious to Xiao Yi's presence. Or perhaps he had noticed, but chose to disregard him. Xiao Yi sat down next to Jiraiya and followed his gaze, discovering several beautiful young women bathing within. Are they lovely, Lord Jiraiya? He inquired. Indeed, quite lovely, Jiraiya replied. At that moment, Jiraiya suddenly turned his head and noticed Xiao Yi. Who might you be? He asked. I am Uzumaki Yi. Xiao Yi responded. Jiraiya scrutinized Xiao Yi for a moment. Ah, it is you. I have heard of you, he remarked. Is that so? What an honor, Xiao Yi replied with a chuckle. Ha ha ha, there is nothing that I, the great sage Fros, do not know, Jiraiya boasted, exuding confidence that reminded Xiao Yi of Naruto. Well, enough of that. I am quite busy with my research, Jiraiya stated. Is that so? I assumed you returned because of Orochimaru, Xiao Yi ventured. Orochimaru? You've encountered that fellow. Jiraiya's demeanor shifted to seriousness upon hearing the name. Indeed, he attacked Naruto in the Forest of Death, and I rescued them. Jiraiya appeared skeptical of Xiao Yi's claim. You managed to confront Orochimaru and still had the strength to save others? Impressive, he remarked. You are correct. Orochimaru is indeed formidable and exudes a tremendous amount of pressure. Xiao Yi conceded. Well then, I must be off. You've piqued my disinterest, Jiraiya declared, rising to leave. Farewell, he said as he walked away. Lord Jiraiya. Orochimaru is still in Konoha. Xiao Yi called after him, but Jiraiya paused only momentarily before continuing on his way. After parting from Jiraiya, Xiao Yi ventured onto the streets, maintaining his sensory state in hopes of locating Korin. Wait, Grass Village? Surely Korin hasn't been taken back by them. He pondered, probing the area where she resided, but found no trace of her. Xiao Yi hesitated to probe the entirety of Konoha at this sensitive time, fearing unwanted attention. Could it be that they have already left Konoha? He mused. Arriving at the gates of Konoha, he discovered that individuals from the Grass Village had departed merely half an hour prior, accompanied by two others, likely Korin and the leading Jonin. What should I do? I promised Korin I would help her. Am I to go back on my word? Although Korin would encounter Orochimaru later on, that path was fraught with difficulties. Moreover, Korin's unrequited affection for Sasuke, which would yield nothing, was a reality Xiao Yi could not bear. He contemplated pursuing Korin to bring her back, yet the opposing Jonin posed a significant challenge, and Xiao Yi was uncertain of his own ability to defeat such a formidable opponent. Furthermore, escaping was not a simple task, as he was under constant surveillance. What to do? He wondered, then a thought struck him. Amo? Xiao Yi sprinted towards Amo's residence, convinced that Amo would possess a solution. Amo? Amo? He exclaimed, knocking fervently on the door. What is the matter? Why the flurry? Amo remained as composed as ever, slowly opening the door. Come inside and let us discuss, he suggested. Xiao Yi pondered briefly before stepping into Amo's home. What has transpired? He inquired anxiously. Can you venture outside the village to rescue Xianglin? Xianglin. Amo recalled having some knowledge of this individual. As you know, my difficulties in leaving the village are no less than yours. Nevertheless, I have promised Xiang Lin. I cannot go back on my word. She wishes to leave the grass-hidden village, and I want to save her. I believe you must have a way. Very well, we shall go together, Amo consented. Together? How shall we proceed? With this, Amo produced a kunao inscribed with a technique. Flying Thunder God. This kunao bore the inscription of the Flying Thunder God technique. Let us depart. Shadow Clone Technique. Flying Thunder God Technique. Both techniques were unleashed simultaneously. The shadow clone remained within the dwelling while the original body had already arrived 5 miles outside of Konoha. Xiaoyi surveyed the surroundings. Yi arrived. How impressive. All right. Let us find her quickly. Xiaoyi utilized the Kaguya mind's eye to cover a radius of 1 kilometer. Nothing. He channeled more chakra, expanding his sensory range once more and finally detecting Xiang Lin's presence in the distance. Let us proceed in that direction. In a thicket, a middle-aged grass ninja and Xiang Lin were seated on the ground, resting. Xiang Lin, do you truly not know who killed your 2 teammates? I do not. Xiang Lin fervently shook her head. Why are you still alive when they are dead? The grass ninja suddenly grasped Xiang Lin's hand. I do not know. She trembled, shaking her head in fear. If you were of no use, do you think you would still be alive? Hey, it is unbecoming for a jonin to bully a girl. Xiao Yi and Amo appeared atop a nearby tree. Who are you? The grass ninja eyed Xiao Yi and Amo warily. Our identities are of little consequence. What matters is that you are about to meet your demise. Wind Release, Wind Blade. This was the sole wind release technique Xiao Yi had mastered. The wind blade was easily dodged by the opponent, but Xiao Yi's objective was achieved. Amo. He swiftly maneuvered to rescue Xiang Lin. Meanwhile, Xiao Yi engaged the grass ninja in combat. Shadow Clone Technique. Under the cover of numerous shadow clones, Xiao Yi affixed an explosive tag to the ninja. Ninjutsu, Mutual Explosion Technique. Amidst the continuous explosions and the accompanying cries of anguish, it seemed success was at hand. Another costly technique, I see. Amo arrived with Xiang Lin by his side. There is no alternative. Offensive techniques are scarce. Besides, this technique is exhilarating. Once the dust settled, the grass ninja lay lifeless. Though he was a jonin, the power of numerous explosive tags was sufficient to vanquish him. My apologies, Xiang Lin. I have arrived late. Xiang Lin smiled. It is all right. Then let us depart. After erasing all traces, the 3 of them returned to Konoha using the Flying Thunder God technique. Indeed, the Flying Thunder God was swift. The trio returned in an instant. Please, have a seat, Amo invited. Xiao Yi took a seat, noticing that Xiang Lin was still standing beside him. Xiang Lin, come sit, he beckoned. Obediently, Xiang Lin settled down next to Xiao Yi. There's no need to be so formal. Just relax a bit, he encouraged, yet Xiang Lin remained quite stiff in her demeanor. Xiao Yi could do little more than patiently help her ease into the situation. Would you like some tea? Amo inquired. Sure, Xiao Yi replied. Amo flipped over 3 teacups, pouring tea into each in succession. Here, he said, handing a cup to Xiang Lin. Thank you, she responded, taking the cup and sipping delicately. Amo then asked, what are your plans for Xiang Lin? She hails from Grass-Hidden Village, and her identity is rather special. Discovering her presence could lead to complications. Moreover, the death of that jonin may provoke repercussions from Grass-Hidden Village. Xiao Yi sighed. I'm not entirely sure. Xiang Lin lowered her head. I'm sorry for causing you trouble. It's nothing. This isn't a significant issue, Xiao Yi reassured her. Grass-Hidden Village doesn't pose much of a threat to Konoha. After all, she's just a jonin. They will likely just inquire briefly and let it go. However, Xiao Yi refrained from mentioning the crucial detail. Xiang Lin was a former ninja of Grass-Hidden and had even participated in the Chunin exams. Should her identity be revealed, it would spell trouble for both Konoha and Grass-Hidden. At present, the priority was to assign Xiang Lin a reasonable identity. Xiao Yi had a plan in mind. By the way, Amo, could you assist in looking after Xiang Lin? Are you trying to offload her onto me? Amo teased. Xiao Yi chuckled. You know my place is small. I can't accommodate anyone else. Plus, without a formal identity, it would be too perilous for her to stay with me. Amo nodded. All right, but you must resolve Xiang Lin's identity issue promptly. Understood, Xiao Yi replied, relieved by Amo's agreement. By the way, there's one more thing. Is it about the Chunin exams? Somewhat related. Xiao Yi sipped his tea and set the cup down. Next time, I'll be facing Niji. What do you suggest I do? Amo replenished the teapot with water. It depends on whether you wish to win or lose. If I intended to lose, I wouldn't be here asking you, Xiaoyi retorted. Though he had previously considered withdrawing from the Chunin exams, he still yearned to compete against Konoha's elite. Amo placed the teapot down, pondering. You can utilize your Jinjutsu and sealing techniques, and you possess the powerful technique of mutual exploding tags. Moreover, the shocking fish would be a significant asset. Xiaoyi shook his head. No, I prefer not to reveal the shocking fish just yet. And it's not suitable for the competition. While the mutual exploding tags are effective, they can be quite costly. Weren't you just using them quite enthusiastically? Amo countered, leaving Xiaoyi without a retort. Fine then, I won't bother you further. I know what I need to do. Xianglin. Xianglin looked up at Xiaoyi. For now, you should stay with Amo. Later, you can reside in Konoha. Xianglin surveyed her surroundings. Stay here? Indeed. My home can no longer accommodate anyone else, so you will have to stay with Amo for the time being. He is a kind person, and I trust you both will get along splendidly. Thank you, Xianglin said, her face breaking into a joyful smile. I'll take my leave for now and return to see you tomorrow. Xiaoyi returned to his home, pondering whether Xianglin would feel out of place this evening. When Naruto arrived at night, he appeared exceedingly joyful. Is there something delightful that has happened? Xiaoyi inquired. Today, I encountered the perverse sage. He expressed his desire to take me as his apprentice, Naruto exclaimed, brimming with pride. The perverse sage, Jiraiya? How did you manage to convince him to be your mentor? Naturally, it is due to my exceptional talent, Naruto declared with a sense of pride. Talent? You didn't resort to the seduction technique, did you? Xiaoyi asked teasingly. How did you know? Naruto replied, astonished. The only method that would persuade him to take you as a disciple is that ninjutsu. Xiaoyi, would you consider becoming the perverse sage's apprentice as well? If you desire, I can ask him on your behalf. With your remarkable talent, there should be no problem. Hearing Naruto's words touched Xiaoyi's heart. No, I already have a teacher. Who is it? Naruto inquired. You will find out in due time. Xiaoyi approached Naruto and lifted his shirt, placing his hand on Naruto's belly. What are you doing, Xiaoyi? Haha, that tickles. Naruto laughed. Xiaoyi observed Naruto's abdomen. The seal on your belly has been released. Naruto nodded. It was the perverse sage who helped me. That's wonderful. Come, let us dine. It seemed that Naruto was about to commence his training in controlling the Nine-Tails chakra, while also learning summoning techniques. Xiaoyi knew he needed to strive harder, as there were many endeavors ahead. At Amo's residence, he asked Xianglin what she wished to eat that evening. Anything is fine, she replied. Amo presented a pork cutlet. How about pork cutlet rice? Sounds good, Xianglin responded eagerly, for she adored pork cutlet rice. I'll help too, she offered. All right, please assist with cooking the rice. Xianglin's willingness to help indicated her gradual transformation, which was a positive sign, suggesting she would eventually regain her former self. I'm going to dig in. Xianglin began to eat heartily, evidently famished. Delicious, she exclaimed, a smile illuminating her face. Oh, I'm sorry. She realized her eating was rather unrestrained. It's all right. If you enjoy it, eat as much as you like, Amo reassured her. Xianglin continued to feast. After you finish, you should take a bath, Amo suggested. Blushing slightly, Xianglin replied, I don't have any clean clothes. Then you can wear mine. Amo offered, handing her a set of his clothes. After finishing her meal, Xianglin took the clothes and headed for the bath. Half an hour later, she emerged. You look quite nice, Amo remarked. Tomorrow, I will accompany you to buy some clothes and daily necessities. Thank you, she replied. By the way, that room is yours. I have tidied it up. You can stay here from now on. Amo opened the door to the room. All right, Xianglin said, quickly entering. Once inside her room, a smile spread across Xianglin's face as she felt a sense of happiness for her future, free from the confines of being a mere tool in the hidden grass village. The following day, Naruto set out early to find Jiraiya, with Xiaoyi following closely behind. Why are you trailing me? Naruto questioned. Xiaoyi, I shall go and see how your teacher is faring. Perhaps you have been deceived. Naruto, no way. Though the perverted sage has his flaws, the teachings he imparts are undeniably valuable. Xiaoyi, I will accompany you to take a look. Excellent. Xiaoyi and Naruto arrived at the rendezvous point with Jiraiya. Jiraiya. Ah, little brat, you've come as well. Xiaoyi, greetings, Master Jiraiya. Naruto observed the exchange. So, you two are acquainted? Indeed. I was about to say, Xiaoyi's words were abruptly interrupted by Jiraiya. Jiraiya. Ahem, what brings you here? Xiaoyi chuckled. Naruto mentioned he has taken on a mentor. So I wish to ascertain whether this teacher is truly reliable. Jiraiya, and what is your impression now? Xiao Yi, upon learning it was you, Master Jiraiya, I felt reassured. Is that so? Haha. Xiao Yi's remark delighted Jiraiya. Jiraiya, would you like to become my disciple like Naruto? I think I shall pass. I prefer to cultivate on my own. Besides, your teaching may not suit me. What a pity. Jiraiya did not press the matter further. Perhaps due to Xiao Yi being the son of the fourth Hokage. Since Xiao Yi was unwilling, Jiraiya respected his decision. In truth, the prospect of becoming Jiraiya's disciple is quite alluring, given that each of his students is formidable. The leader of the Akatsuki, Yahiko, the wielder of the Rinnegan, Nagato, and Konan, who commands 60 billion explosive tags, not to mention the 4th and 7th Hokage, Minato Namikaze and Naruto Uzumaki. Each of them are figures capable of shaking the ninja world. Xiao Yi, I would like to audit the lesson you are giving Naruto today. Jiraiya, certainly, that poses no problem. What I shall teach today is also applicable to you. With that, Jiraiya commenced the formal lesson. Jiraiya, Naruto, do you recall what we discussed yesterday regarding the 2 chakra types within you? What chakra? It seems Naruto has forgotten again. Jiraiya, exasperated. The blue chakra and the red chakra you mentioned. Naruto, oh, is there an issue with that? Jiraiya, when you feel empowered, is it the red chakra that surges? Naruto nodded. Yes. Now, attempt to gather the red chakra. Xiao Yi, you possess red chakra within you as well, correct? Jiraiya turned his gaze to Xiao Yi. Although Jiraiya did not partake in the Nine-Tails incident, he was aware that the beast had been divided into 2 parts. No, Xiao Yi replied decisively. No, that is impossible. As he spoke, Jiraiya moved closer to Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi took a step back. All right, Master Jiraiya. Please teach Naruto. I shall merely observe. Jiraiya halted. Very well. Naruto, give it a try. All right, I will give it a shot. Naruto began to form hand seals, channeling the chakra within his body. However, the chakra he refined was his own blue chakra. Naruto, think of something infuriating, Jiraiya prompted from the sidelines. Something infuriating? Jiraiya, indeed. Reflect upon the scene when you were defeated by Orochimaru last time, and then attempt to refine your chakra once more. Let me give it a try. Naruto closed his eyes, striving to refine his chakra again. This time, however, Naruto still failed to extract the chakra of the 9 tails. He inquired, Pervy Sage, why must I refine the red chakra? Jiraiya replied, listen closely, Naruto. The ultimate technique I wish to teach you cannot be executed with your current chakra alone. Thus, it is essential to awaken another immense chakra that lies dormant within you and harness that energy. But how does Pervy Sage know that I possess another chakra within me? A pertinent question, for I am a sage. Observing Jiraiya, Konoha felt an urge to divulge the matter of the 9 tails, yet he restrained himself. In any case, the unique and abundant chakra you possess will become your most formidable weapon. If you fail to utilize it properly, it would be akin to starving while holding a golden bowl. There is no need for you to engage in the same training as everyone else. Each individual has their strengths and weaknesses, and you too have a style that suits you best. Your previous training involved maintaining and releasing a fixed amount of chakra. In other words, it focused on restraining and controlling chakra. However, with your superior stamina and dual chakra, you should liberate your chakra freely, employ it, and enhance it during your training. Doing so will expand the repertoire of jutsu and ultimate techniques at your disposal. Upon hearing Jiraiya's words, Konoha felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Liberating chakra freely? What if it backfires? He recalled how Naruto had transformed into the 3 tails mode and inadvertently broken several of Jiraiya's ribs. Naruto asked, such as what ultimate technique? Jiraiya replied, for instance, the summoning technique I am about to teach you. Summoning technique? Jiraiya appeared quite confident. It is one of the space ninjutsu that allows you to sign a contract with any living creature using your blood, summoning them at will. Wow, that sounds incredible. Please teach me quickly, Naruto exclaimed, his eagerness palpable. Humph, what do you say, Konoha? Would you like to become my disciple? Then I could teach you summoning as well. Konoha declined. No thanks, I already know summoning. Jiraiya was taken aback. You know summoning? Who taught you? I won't tell you, but I can do it, Konoha retorted. Unwilling to disclose more, prompting Jiraiya to drop the inquiry. Is that so? How about I teach you to control the red chakra within you? Konoha responded, no need. I simply cannot bear such powerful chakra. Jiraiya looked puzzled. Cannot bear it? Jiraiya-sensei, can you not see? My physical constitution is quite poor. Jiraiya grasped Konohamaru's hand, initiating an examination of his condition. Why is it like this? Jiraiya discovered that Konohamaru's physique was exceedingly weak, akin to that of an ordinary genin. Yet, he possessed the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan, and having been trained by Shinju, he was well aware of the terrifying potential of that lineage. Could it be that Konohamaru was not Shinju's son, or perhaps there was some issue from Minato's side? Jiraiya scrutinized Konohamaru, hoping to uncover some insight. Little E was unaware of Jiraiya's contemplations, only wishing for him to refrain from focusing too much on her. Very well, Lord Jiraiya, please continue instructing Naruto. There is no need for you to concern yourself with my matters. Jiraiya relinquished his curiosity about Little E. All right then, Naruto, next I shall teach you the summoning technique. First, you must expend all your chakra. Understood. Shadow clone technique. In order to swiftly deplete his chakra, Naruto created a multitude of shadow clones and engaged in combat with them. This indeed accelerated the consumption of his chakra, although the consequences might be rather severe. During this interval of conflict, Jiraiya approached Little E once more. Little E, allow me to conduct a more thorough examination of your body. Little E shivered at the old pervert's gaze. No need. I'm well aware of my own body. My path is entirely different from Naruto's, so you need not worry about me. Jiraiya responded. Are you inclined towards the illusion arts? They are quite suitable for you. However, should you fail to harness the potent chakra within you, it would be a tremendous waste. Little E retorted, let it be a waste, I do not mind. What I desire is my own strength, not reliance on external powers, especially when such power is exceedingly perilous. Jiraiya scrutinized Little E. It seems you possess considerable knowledge. I am not Naruto. I am not so naive. With a sigh, Jiraiya conceded, very well. Should you require assistance, do not hesitate to seek me out. Thank you. She replied. Jiraiya was indeed formidable and possessed a wealth of knowledge, so Little E would not decline his offer of help. After a while, all of Naruto's shadow clones were dispelled, and his chakra was nearly depleted, causing him to collapse onto the ground. At last, I have exhausted my chakra. Now, let me teach you that technique. Observe closely how I execute it. Hound, boar, bird, monkey, and serpent. Summoning technique. Jiraiya summoned a rather large toad. Its tongue coiled around a scroll. The toad presented the scroll to Naruto. Upon unrolling it, Naruto discovered it contained the ancestral contract signed with the toads. He was to inscribe his name in blood and apply his hand seal with a single hand. Then, he would gather chakra at the location where he wished to summon it and place his signed hand there. The sequence of hand seals was hound, boar, bird, monkey, and serpent. Naruto bit his finger, inscribed his name, and pressed his handprint onto the scroll. Now, it should be easier for you to release your chakra. Give it a try. Naruto began to gather chakra, and then commenced forming the seals. Ninjutsu, summoning technique. Boom. Naruto successfully summoned a tadpole. Little E chuckled, Naruto, your summoned beast is quite adorable. Naruto, somewhat astonished, exclaimed, huh? How could this happen? Let me try again. Once more, Naruto employed the summoning technique, yet only managed to summon another tadpole. Disappointed, he lamented that he wished to showcase his prowess before Little E. Little E remarked, Naruto, I shall take my leave now. Practice diligently on your own. Xiao E was aware that Naruto would soon be able to summon Gamabun Ta, realizing that his presence here was of little consequence. Thus, he decided to return home and prepare dinner. In the afternoon, upon arriving at Amo's residence, he discovered that they were preparing to go out. Xianglin, where are you two headed? Xiao Yi inquired. Amo replied, we're going to buy some clothes and daily necessities for Xianglin. Indeed, I had not considered that. Let us go together. They ventured out onto the streets to procure the items Xianglin required. Throughout the shopping endeavor, Xianglin gradually became more at ease, proving that shopping truly is a delightful experience for young ladies. Let us indulge in some ramen, Xiao Yi suggested. Sounds good, they agreed. Uncle Ichiraku, 3 bowls of shashu ramen, please. Of course. In no time, 3 bowls of ramen were served. Enjoy your meal. I shall begin, Xiao Yi exclaimed, savoring the familiar flavor. Is it delicious, Xianglin? Yes, it's wonderful. If it's not enough, I'll have more. Thank you, Xianglin smiled joyfully. By the way, Xianglin, do you wish to do something next? Xianglin suddenly appeared somewhat perplexed. I don't know. Do you still aspire to be a ninja? Xianglin lowered her head, deep in thought. Never mind. There's no rush. Take your time to contemplate. Your identity situation has yet to be resolved. All right, I shall return home now. You two should head back early as well. After settling the bill, Xiaoyi departed. Subsequently, Xiaoyi spent most of his time in the forest, primarily honing his skills in throwing techniques, illusionary arts, and ninjutsu. If he could integrate these skills, he would be prepared for the impending battles. With only a month remaining until the final assessment, in addition to his training, Xiaoyi intended to undertake a few missions. As the assessment approached, Xiaoyi returned home to prepare dinner after his training. The sun was about to set. Yet Naruto had not yet returned. However, with Jiraiya present, Xiaoyi felt reassured about his safety. Suddenly, Xiaoyi sensed a formidable aura manifesting in Konoha. Focusing his perception, he discovered it emanated from the Konoha hospital. Simultaneously, he detected Naruto's presence. Could something have happened to him? Without hesitation, Xiaoyi leapt from the window and made his way toward the hospital. Upon arrival, he found several individuals carrying Naruto into the hospital. And before the entrance lay a gigantic footprint. Could it belong to Gamabunta? Xiaoyi entered the hospital and located Naruto's ward. He inquired of the doctor, "What is Naruto's condition? Are you a family member?" The doctor asked. Xiaoyi nodded yes. He is not in grave danger. He merely fainted from exhaustion. He needs to rest for a few days. Understood, thank you. Xiaoyi sat by Naruto's bedside, assessing his condition. He noticed that Naruto's chakra and stamina were severely depleted, indicating that he had endured a great deal this time. Honestly, he really pushes himself too hard. It appeared that Naruto would not awaken in the near future. Xiaoyi returned home to retrieve a few items, then settled by Naruto's side to keep watch. 3 days later, Naruto finally regained consciousness. "Xiaoyi, where am I?" "Xiaoyi, you are currently in the Konoha hospital. Earlier, you fainted and were brought here." "Naruto, how long have I been asleep?" 3 days. 3 days. Upon hearing that 3 days had passed, Naruto sprang up. "Xiaoyi, what is wrong?" "Naruto, what about the Chunin exam?" "The Chunin exam is tomorrow." "Tomorrow? Why didn't you wake me sooner?" "The Chunin exam is about to start. What am I supposed to do now?" "Where's Jiraiya?" "I need to find him for training." Xiaoyi held Naruto down. "Calm down, Naruto. Weren't you disqualified?" "Oh, I forgot." Naruto sighed in relief and lay back down. "All right. I bought some food earlier. You should eat a little. You've gone 3 days without food and must be starving." "Okay." Naruto picked up the fruit Xiaoyi had bought and began to eat. "Delicious. You eat a bit too. I'll step outside and see if there is anything else available." Xiaoyi exited the room and closed the door. As he walked down the corridor, he suddenly noticed some sand on the floor. While it was not unusual to find sand there, this particular sand carried Gaara's presence. Xiaoyi activated his Sharingan, covering the entire hospital, and discovered that Gaara was in Li's room. Not good. Xiaoyi realized that Li might be in danger and hurried to Li's hospital room. Upon opening the door, he found Gaara controlling the sand, preparing to ensnare Li. "Gaara." Gaara halted and turned to face Xiaoyi. "It's you. Don't interfere, or I'll kill you too." "Xiaoyi." "Gaara, do you even comprehend what you're doing? This is Konoha. Do you really dare to kill?" "Gaara, why not? I simply wish to kill him, so I have come to do so." "Gaara, this is Konoha. If you kill him, you will never return. I'll see who dares to stop me." At that moment, Gaara had completely lost his reason and continued to direct the sand toward Li. "Stop." Xiaoyi threw 2 shurikens, but they were blocked by Gaara. Lacking a better strategy to confront Gaara, Xiaoyi decided to retreat. Shadow Binding Technique. Xiaoyi employed the Shadow Binding Technique to trap Gaara and seized the opportunity to rescue Li. Upon reaching the outside of Naruto's hospital room, Xiaoyi forcefully pushed the door open and brought Li inside. "Naruto, Xiaoyi, Li, why did you bring Li here?" "There is trouble with Li. Gaara intends to kill him." "What? That bastard. I'll go and beat him up." Naruto leaped up. "Come back. You can't possibly defeat Gaara right now." Xiaoyi restrained Naruto. "Naruto, how can that be? I can summon the Great Toad Sage. No matter how strong Gaara is, he cannot match the sage." "All right. If you summon the Great Toad, the entire Konoha hospital will be in chaos. Stay here and watch over Li. I'll step out for a moment." "Naruto, Xiaoyi, don't worry." Xiaoyi exited the room, and shortly after, he saw sand extending from the other end of the corridor. Gaara was following Li's presence. Xiaoyi drew forth a kunai, poised for battle. "Ah, I have found you. You possess considerable strength, being able to ensnare me with such ninjutsu." The confined space proved exceedingly disadvantageous for Xiaoyi. "Damn it, perish." Gaara commanded the sands to surge towards Xiaoyi. He leaped backwards, narrowly evading the onslaught. Yet, the sands relentlessly pursued him, with nowhere left to retreat. Suddenly, A figure interposed itself before Xiao Yi, dispersing Gaara's assault. "Teacher Kai," Xiao Yi exclaimed. "The Chunin exams commence tomorrow. If you wish to engage in combat, let it be then." Upon seeing Kai's arrival, Gaara withdrew, casting a fierce glare at Xiao Yi before he departed. Xiao Yi paid little heed to it. Were it not for the spatial constraints, he would not have feared Gaara's presence. Kai regarded Xiao Yi with concern. "Are you unharmed?" "I am fine." "And what of Lee?" "I have relocated him to Naruto's room." Kai expressed his gratitude. "I truly appreciate your assistance. It is no trouble at all. However, I must caution you, Teacher Kai. I sense that Gaara harbors intentions to kill Lee," Xiao Yi warned. Kai nodded. "I am aware. Now let us check on Lee." After ensuring Lee was comfortably settled, Xiao Yi returned with Naruto. Having rested for 3 days, Naruto had fully recuperated and no longer required hospitalization. The following day marked the commencement of the Chunin exams. "Xiao Yi, today you must give it your all alongside my efforts," Naruto encouraged. "Rest assured I shall," replied Xiao Yi. "By the way, we must teach that Neji a lesson. He has gone too far." Naruto remained troubled by Neji's earlier confrontation with Hinata. "Do not worry, I will surpass him," Xiao Yi affirmed. Though he harbored uncertainties about overcoming Neji today, he had devised a tactical plan that, with a stroke of fortune, might allow him to swiftly deal with Neji. Should his strategy falter, surrender would be his only recourse. Together, Xiao Yi and Naruto made their way to the arena. Upon arrival, they discovered a multitude of spectators already seated, predominantly villagers from Konoha Corps. "Xiao Yi, give it your all. I shall be watching from over there," Naruto called out as he joined the audience. The contestants gathered at the center of the field, though it appeared some had not yet arrived. Only 7 participants remained, and with Sasuke temporarily absent, they numbered 8. Shortly thereafter, another figure took a seat beside the Hokage. It was likely the 4th Kazekage, or perhaps Orochimaru. "Very well. We may begin," the 3rd Hokage announced, signaling the start of the battles. The first match featured Xiao Yi against Neji, while the other contestants rested and observed the unfolding events. Round 1, commence. Byakugan. Neji activated his Byakugan immediately, yet Xiao Yi remained motionless. "Neji, do take care," Xiao Yi remarked with a slight smile. In a flash, Xiao Yi retrieved several shurikens from his ninja tool pouch and hurled them towards Neji. Neji effortlessly deflected each shuriken with his kunao. Shadow clone technique. Little E manifested 5 shadow clones, making a total of 6 beings charging towards Neji. With the activation of his Byakugan, Neji possessed an almost perfect field of vision, rendering Little Yi's assaults ineffective. "Neji, it is time to conclude this." Dark technique. Little E employed the dark technique, obscuring Neji's sensory perception. Although Neji possessed the Byakugan and could swiftly dispel Jinjutsu, the dark technique was not something he could easily unravel. Cautiously scanning his surroundings, Neji miscalculated the direction. Little E, utilizing his shadow clones, approached Neji and affixed an explosive tag to him. Despite Neji's awareness, it was already too late. Mutual explosive technique. The air was filled with a series of thunderous explosions as Neji was struck by the explosive tags. However, Little E refrained from using too many, as his intention was not to kill. When the explosions subsided, Neji collapsed to the ground, battered and bruised, appearing quite pitiful. Fortunately, his injuries were merely superficial and not severe. Neji remained oblivious to Little Yi's strategy. Had they battled again, Neji would undoubtedly activate his heavenly spin, making it impossible for Little E to approach. After witnessing Neji's fall, Little E sat down, exhausted. The continuous use of 3 advanced ninjutsu had taken a toll on him. The victor is Vortexy. The arena erupted in enthusiastic applause. However, many spectators felt unsatisfied. The battle concluded too swiftly, leaving numerous individuals bewildered by the events. Little E lamented that, despite his formidable chakra, he was not suited for prolonged combat. His current repertoire of attacks was limited, compelling him to rely on this powerful set of techniques for a quick victory. Prolonging the fight would only deplete his stamina further. Next up was the anticipated battle between Sasuke and Gaara. This match was initially slated for Sasuke, but due to his tardiness, the exam was postponed. The following clash was between Kankuro and Shino. "I concede." Kankuro promptly forfeited, seemingly reluctant to reveal his true strength, perhaps intending to conserve his energy for the impending destruction of Konoha. Yet, it was evident to Little E that Kankuro was no match for Shino, who had rarely tasted defeat throughout his life. Following Kankuro's concession, The stage was set for the duel between the married couple, Temari and Shikamaru. Their confrontation was undoubtedly exhilarating, showcasing Temari's prowess, which had far surpassed that of a typical Chunin, against Konoha's future tactical genius. This battle was a magnificent display of strength and intellect, leaving ordinary spectators utterly perplexed by the unfolding drama. This match consumed the most time in the Chunin exams, leading to a sense of fatigue amongst the audience. Ultimately, Shikamaru conceded. Yet, despite his defeat in this contest, he triumphed in love, and even in losing. He became the only participant in the Chunin exams to attain the rank of Chunin. Clearly, Shikamaru's gains from this exam were substantial. The final bout between Gaara and Sasuke was about to commence, yet Sasuke had yet to appear, presumably en route to the arena. The clash between Sasuke and Gaara is poised to elevate the Chunin exams, or rather, the plan for the destruction of Konoha, to a climactic zenith, which fills Xiao-Yi with anticipation. After waiting for an extended period, Sasuke has yet to arrive, and the audience's restlessness has begun to escalate. After several discussions, the match has been postponed multiple times, leading to growing discontent among the spectators. Ultimately, Sasuke and Kakashi make their entrance at the last possible moment. This ostentatious demeanor truly incites in Xiao-Yi a desire to subdue him forcefully. With Sasuke's arrival, the final battle of the exam is set to commence. Xiao-Yi gazes towards the stands and notices 8 individuals clad in cloaks and masks, presumably members of the Umbu. Utilizing his Kaguya Shinjutsu, Xiao-Yi detects the presence of Orochimaru. While he could immediately intervene, it seems unnecessary, as the plan to obliterate Konoha would proceed with or without Orochimaru's involvement. Henceforth, Xiao-Yi resolves to simply relish the unfolding battle. As the match begins, Gaara unleashes his sand immediately. However, Gaara appears somewhat unhinged, as the sand that should hover instead falls to the ground. It seems the power within him is in turmoil, rendering him unable to exert proper control. Sasuke, seeking to gauge his opponent, throws shuriken at Gaara, who forms a sand shield to deflect them all. Sasuke then charges directly at Gaara, employing taijutsu with a flurry of punches and kicks, but Gaara's sand continuously intercepts his attacks. Over the past month, Sasuke has significantly improved, his speed now rivaling that of Lee, even without the 8 gates. With a swift motion, Sasuke lands a punch squarely on Gaara's face, knocking him to the ground. It is evident that Sasuke's strength has indeed surged during this time. When Gaara rises, Sasuke strikes again with a swift kick, which Gaara deflects using his sand. Sasuke rapidly closes in on Gaara, darting around him at an incredible pace, making it impossible for Gaara to pinpoint his location. Seizing the opportunity, Sasuke launches a series of punches and kicks at Gaara. However, even Lee, after opening the 5th gate, could not fully defeat Gaara, let alone Sasuke, who has merely shed his weights. Gaara encases himself in sand, forming a protective sandball. Sasuke strikes the sandball, but it retaliates with a barrage of sand spikes that pierce him. Sasuke's assault proves ineffective, and the sand spikes inflict significant injuries upon him. This exemplifies Gaara's impenetrable defense, as ordinary individuals and ninjutsu struggle to breach it. Meanwhile, Xiao-Yi observes a sand eye from above, allowing Gaara to perceive the external situation from within the sandball. Sasuke employs various strategies to break through, but absolute defense remains just that, absolute. None of Sasuke's attacks yield results. At this juncture, Sasuke activates his Sharingan, granting him the ability to evade Gaara's strikes with enhanced perception. At this moment, Sasuke ascended to the edge of the wall, evading the influence of Gaara's sand. With remarkable speed, he formed several hand seals, and soon, blue electrical sparks flickered in his hands. This was indeed the Chidori, a sight that marked the first encounter for Xiao-Yi. Upon attentive listening, one could discern the faint sounds of chirping. Sasuke unleashed the Chidori and dashed swiftly towards Gaara. The Chidori successfully pierced through Gaara's sand, inflicting injury upon him. A profound silence enveloped the arena as everyone awaited the outcome in hushed anticipation. As Sasuke struggled to extract his arm, a uniquely patterned limb emerged from the depths of the sand. Xiao-Yi felt the potent energy within, Shukaku, the one-tail. Gaara's absolute defense was momentarily breached. Observers noted Gaara clutching his shoulder, wounded for the first time in a long while, blood now staining his skin. At this juncture, Xiao-Yi suddenly sensed a disturbance in spiritual energy, and before long, feathers began to drift through the air. The technique of the Nirvana Sanctuary had taken effect. Most of the battlefield's participants succumbed to slumber, leaving only a handful of several jonin, and shinin awake, alongside Xiao Yi and Sakura. Suddenly, a cloud of smoke erupted from the audience seating where the Hokage resided. The plan for the destruction of Konoha had officially commenced. Concurrently, Xiao Yi detected a multitude of ninja presences from various corners of Konoha, as sand and sound ninjas began to mobilize. The presence swiftly advanced towards the location of the third Hokage, preparing to offer their support. Shortly thereafter, a barrier arose at the site of the third Hokage. The four purple flames formation was activated. In the audience, several sound ninjas emerged, along with a masked individual, presumably Orochimaru. Temari and Kankuro had already escorted Gaara away. With Sasuke in pursuit, Kakashi, Guy, and the sound ninjas engaged in combat. Xiao Yi, observing from the sidelines, acknowledged that such a high-caliber battle was beyond his capacity to intervene. Kakashi, Sakura, you must awaken Naruto and Shikamaru. I entrust you with an A-rank mission, Kakashi instructed. Sasuke is pursuing Gaara, and your task is to locate him. Kakashi leaped over to them, initially reluctant to partake. Xiao Yi found the prospect of an A-rank mission's reward too enticing to decline. He jumped beside Naruto and Shikamaru, placing his hands upon them. Upon dispelling the Jinjutsu, Naruto awoke immediately, while Shikamaru remained undisturbed. Xiao Yi suddenly recalled that Shikamaru had seemingly not been ensnared by the illusion, given his prowess. Evading such a Jinjutsu should have been trivial. It appeared he was merely feigning sleep. Xiao Yi produced a kunao and swiftly jabbed it into Shikamaru's leg, causing him to spring upright. Really, is it so difficult to take a moment's rest? He remarked. Kakashi then approached them once more. Now, I will outline your mission. Pursue Sasuke and bring him back. Until further notice, find a safe place to conceal yourselves. At that moment, Xiao Yi sensed an influx of powerful energies within the village. It is not merely the aura of a ninja. It is likely the presence of a summoning beast. After all, Orochimaru can summon numerous serpents. Naruto, the task of pursuing Sasuke is entrusted to you. I must venture elsewhere. Kakashi, Xiao Yi, you cannot act alone. Rest assured, as long as I do not encounter an elite ninja, escaping will pose no difficulty. Xiao Yi departed the building and set forth towards the source of that aura. Upon witnessing Xiao Yi's departure, Naruto had no choice but to pursue Sasuke. As Xiao Yi emerged onto the street, he unexpectedly spotted Iruka-sensei and Konoha. Iruka-sensei, Xiao Yi, what brings you here? Has something occurred? Indeed, Orochimaru's sound ninja and the sand ninja have commenced their assault on Konoha. Iruka, what? How is Lord Hokage faring? The situation is dire. We must swiftly relocate everyone to safety. Understood. I shall be cautious as well. Please take care. Before long, Xiao Yi encountered several enormous serpents, along with a figure and a toad engaged in combat against them. Jiraiya, Xiao Yi, what are you doing here? I sensed a formidable presence, so I came to see if I could offer assistance. Jiraiya, do not concern yourself with these foul serpents. I shall handle them. Use your shadow clone technique to disperse the villagers and guide them to safety. The sand ninja are approaching swiftly. Very well. Multi-shadow clone technique. Xiao Yi summoned hundreds of shadow clones, dispatching them in various directions throughout Konoha. He quickly began to evacuate the crowd, prioritizing their safety over the battle unfolding nearby. At that moment, Xiao Yi suddenly sensed two immensely powerful auras emanating from the third Hokage's location, both of elite caliber. It appears that the first and second Hokage have been summoned. The third's life hangs by a thread. Time is of the essence. If the sand ninja arrive, the casualties will be substantial. Additionally, there are issues with Naruto. I hope he remains unharmed. Follow me and tread carefully. Xiao Yi urged as he continued to guide the villagers to a relatively safe haven. In his perception, he suddenly noticed that Fukasaku had vanished, only to reappear elsewhere. Over there, the powerful chakra he previously sensed from Gaara had fully manifested. It seems Naruto summoned Fukasaku to confront Shikaku. No doubt both Jiraiya and Fukasaku were taken aback. I must hasten to their side. After all, with Shikaku's appearance, unforeseen events may transpire with Naruto. Xiao Yi instructed his shadow clones to continue evacuating the villagers while he sprinted towards Naruto's direction. As he approached, he beheld two colossal entities engaged in battle. The clash between Fukasaku and One-Tail Shikaku unleashed tremendous shockwaves. A wave of force surged towards him, nearly sending Xiao Yi flying. Wind release, vacuum bullet. A powerful gust swept through, knocking Xiao Yi off his feet. Rising again, he noticed that Fukasaku had transformed into the Nine Tails. It must be a transformation technique employed by Naruto. However, why did you have to transform into the Nine Tails of all beings? Are you not aware that Shikaku despises the Nine Tails? Shikaku's power has intensified, rendering Xiao-Yi unable to approach. The Nine Tails, manifested by Fukasaku, fiercely grasped Shikaku, providing Xiao-Yi with an opportunity to advance. Xiao-Yi leaped onto Fukasaku's back and approached Naruto. Xiao-Yi, how did you end up here? Naruto inquired. Naruto, we must swiftly return Shikaku to Gaara's core. We first need to dispel Gaara's feigned slumber and subsequently seal him once more. Naruto clutched Fukasaku tightly. What must I do? Be cautious. Shikaku's sand whisked past Naruto's head. Fortunately, they were amidst the forests of Konoha. Had they been in the desert, Naruto and Fukasaku would have been buried long ago. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao-Yi suggested, "Here's the plan. You must keep Shikaku occupied, while I will control him and seek an opportunity to reseal him. However, you must first awaken Gaara." Understood. Fukasaku, I entrust you with the task of delaying him for a moment. Easier said than done. Fukasaku struggled to restrain Shikaku, but the opposing force was overwhelming, and he could not hold on much longer. Naruto seized an opening and leaped forward, landing a powerful punch on Gaara. Wake up, you fool. Upon being struck, Gaara awakened. Yet, even upon regaining consciousness, Shikaku remained, and Fukasaku was still under immense pressure. Xiao-Yi continued to gather chakra, refraining from intervening for the time being. The situation on Naruto's end was dire, as Fukasaku could not endure much longer. Go forth, adamantine sealing jutsu. Xiao-Yi swiftly performed hand seals, and two chains of adamantine emerged from his back, wrapping around Shikaku. The adamantine sealing jutsu was a bane to tailed beasts, and Shikaku was ensnared tightly. Let go of me, you scoundrel. Currently, Xiao-Yi could summon only two chains, just enough to confine Shikaku. Such a familiar sealing technique, Fukasaku suddenly recalled. Nine Tails. Lend me some chakra. Xiao-Yi communicated with the Nine Tails within him, hoping to borrow chakra to summon more chains. Why should I assist you? Your relationship with Shikaku is far from amicable. Do you truly wish to witness its freedom while you remain trapped in this realm? The Nine Tails turned its head away. Even if you say that, I will not lend you my power. Xiao-Yi proposed. Nine Tails, it's been a while. Perhaps it's time to pay some rent? You previously claimed that no rent was required. Xiao-Yi was momentarily at a loss for words, realizing he had indeed made that statement. Let go of me, you scoundrel. Shikaku continued to struggle, and soon Xiao-Yi would be unable to withstand the pressure. Nine Tails, I trust you see the predicament? I possess the capability to use adamantine sealing. Should you refuse to assist me, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy in the future. The Nine Tails slammed its hand against the iron gate. How dare you threaten me? Enough, Nine Tails. Surely, you do not wish to see Shikaku roam free? Lend me your strength swiftly, and let us seal him away. Moreover, did you not previously mention that you would assist me in obtaining chakra? Very well, I shall assist you this once, little one. Suddenly, Xiao-Yi felt an overwhelming surge of chakra approaching. The Nine Tails had merely been playing moments ago, but Xiao-Yi was elated to utilize its chakra. The potency of the Nine Tails chakra was undeniable, and Xiao-Yi promptly summoned two chains. The chains swiftly coiled around, ensnaring the one tail. Return to your place. Diamond sealing technique. He exclaimed. You wretched creature. Stinky fox. Within the chains, Shikaku sensed the presence of the Nine Tails. Gradually, Shikaku's form diminished, being drawn back into Gaara's body. No. I refuse to return. Shikaku resisted Xiao-Yi's force. At that moment, Xiao-Yi could only contend with Shikaku's strength, despite the power of the Nine Tails. His body was nearly at its limit. Naruto dashed towards Gaara, delivering a powerful punch to his face, sending Gaara flying. Get inside now. The diamond chains penetrated Gaara's body, and Shikaku was once again sealed within. It was accomplished. Shikaku vanished, leaving only Gaara on the ground. At last, it was over. Xiao-Yi collapsed onto Wenta. He had completely exhausted his strength. Attempting to gauge the situation with the third Hokage, he discovered that only one of the 4 chakra signatures remained. It appeared the third had truly perished. Yet, perhaps it was for the best. A new chapter of life was about to begin. With the third's demise, the village of Konoha would undergo significant changes, and adversaries would inevitably emerge. The third was gone. Shikaku was Resel-led, yet the ordeal was not concluded. The Sound Ninja continued to wreak havoc within the village, while the Sand Ninja relentlessly assaulted Konoha. To counter the invasion, Konoha dispatched a team of ninjas to confront them. Xiao Yi's team, the 8th Squad, was intact and thus deployed. The 8th Squad arrived in the forest outside Konoha, preparing to face the Sand Ninja. With Xiao Yi's Kaguya's Eye, Hineda's Byakugan, and Shino's Insects, they swiftly located the Sand Ninja's position, 1 Jonin and 3 Chunin. Upon assessing the situation, Hong made arrangements. You 3 handle the Chunin, but exercise caution. Understood. Although Xiao Yi and his companions were Genin, they were more than capable of confronting Chunin. Hong stealthily advanced, ensnaring the Jonin with Jinjutsu. Xiao Yi and the others charged at the 3 Chunin. Darkness technique. Xiao Yi deprived them of their sight. Gentle Fist. Hineda sealed 1 Sand Ninja's chakra point with her Gentle Fist technique. Seizing the opportunity, Shino employed his insects to eliminate another. Spiral Sphere. Xiao Yi's Spiral Sphere dispatched the last of the Chunin. Meanwhile, Hong successfully dealt with the Jonin. Everyone press on. The trio had not expended much energy and were entirely capable of continuing. Soon, they encountered another Sand Ninja team. Wind Release. Great breakthrough. Xiao Yi and his companions were blown away. This time, upon losing their sight, the opponents immediately unleashed a wind technique, preventing Xiao Yi from closing the distance. This is bad. More are heading this way, Hineda warned. Xiao Yi also sensed the presence of Six Paths Chakra. Though they were merely Chunin, they posed quite a nuisance. At this moment, Hong was engaged with a formidable Jonin, and she found herself unable to prevail. This meant that Xiao Yi and his companions were tasked with confronting 9 Chunin. Sino, you must exert all your strength to hold them off. I need to prepare. He instructed. Sino unleashed a torrent of chakra, sending swarms of insects toward the 3 ninjas. Shadow Clone Technique. Xiao Yi created numerous shadow clones that dispersed to set up their strategy. Wind Release. Great breakthrough. Reinforcements from the Sand Ninja arrived, dispersing Hino's insects entirely. I am reaching my limit, Hino declared. You've worked hard, Hino. I have completed my setup, Xiao Yi reassured her. The 9 Sand Ninjas regrouped. You 3 brats have yet to resolve this after all this time, one of the Sand Ninjas remarked. These youngsters are quite peculiar, especially the one who commands insects. Moreover, they employ an illusion that deprives one of sight. 6 of you remain here to deal with these brats. The rest will support Lord Yinsha. Xiao Yi could not permit them to interfere with Teacher Hong. Thus, all hidden shadow clones surged forth simultaneously. Wind Release. Net. A net woven from wind enveloped all the shadow clones, extinguishing them completely. We must leave. The Sand Ninjas prepared to depart. Not so fast. Interchange Explosive Technique. Xiao Yi had not summoned so many shadow clones merely for ambush. He had planted numerous explosive tags around the area. This time, he employed all of the explosive tags, causing his heart to bleed at the thought. However, with so many enemies, failing to use them would mean certain death for Xiao Yi. Hundreds of explosive tags soared through the air, encircling all the Sand Ninjas. Boom, boom. The fierce blast sent Xiao Yi and his companions soaring. As the smoke cleared, 9 Chunin lay on the ground, with 2 of them reduced to mere fragments. We must go. Xiao Yi promptly led Hineda and Hino away. The commotion had been too great. Many would be drawn to it. As for Teacher Hong, Xiao Yi had no worries, being adept in illusions. Even if she could not win, escaping would not pose a problem. The trio returned to the village, utterly drained of combat ability. Nevertheless, they had eliminated 12 Chunin, and Team 8 had undeniably exceeded their mission's expectations. Half an hour later, Teacher Hong returned, relieved to see Xiao Yi and his companions unharmed. With Team 8's mission concluded, they disbanded and returned home. In other parts of Konoha, many ninjas continued to engage in battle. Days later, gazing skyward, the heavy clouds cast a somber shadow. The oppressive atmosphere was profoundly discomforting. Let us go, Naruto, Xiao Yi said. Dressed in black, he and Naruto prepared to attend the 3rd Hokage's funeral. Since learning of the 3rd's passing, Naruto had become silent, devoid of his usual vibrancy. As they walked, they joined Sakura, Sasuke, Shikamaru, and Koji. As the ninjas of Konoha slowly made their way to the Hokage's office, the funeral commenced, with heartfelt eulogies recounting the life of Sarutobi Hiruzen. To die in the defense of Konoha must surely be the most fitting conclusion. One by one, individuals laid down white flowers, while the gentle patter of rain provided a melancholic backdrop. Xiao Yi gazed at the gravestones of 3 generations, a subtle smile gracing his lips. The old era had faded. giving way to a new dawn. The calamity had passed. Life must continue. The village of Konoha was gradually being restored, and everyone was returning to their normal routines. Naruto, how about some ramen? Sounds great. Since Xiaoi had received his subsidy, he had not indulged in instant noodles for quite some time. And other types of noodles were a rare treat. With a free moment today, he decided to join Naruto for ramen. Hello, I'd like a bowl of seafood ramen. Please, I'll have a large bowl, with extra chashu. Certainly, no problem. Upon seeing Xiaoi and Naruto, Irika beamed with joy. Xiaoi, it's rare to see you and Naruto here together. Indeed, Uncle Irika, I'm not particularly fond of noodles. Is that so? Today, I shall let you sample my culinary skills. Perhaps you will come to enjoy noodles after this. After a few minutes, the ramen arrived. Here you go, enjoy. Thank you. Time to dig in. Slurp. It must be said, Irika's ramen was indeed exquisite. Although slightly pricey, the generous toppings made it worthwhile. Welcome. Irika greeted a new customer. Yet no one entered. Xiaoi sensed an ominous presence and discerned two incredibly powerful chakra signatures. Naruto, I need to take care of something. You head back first. What's wrong? Where are you going? Don't worry, I've already paid. Just finish up and get home quickly. As Xiaoi exited Irika's shop, he spotted Asuma Sarutobi and Kurane Yui hastening toward a certain direction, likely in pursuit of the two powerful presences he had just sensed. He quickly followed them, and soon observed Kurane and Asuma intercepting two figures clad in black garments adorned with red clouds, one of whom wore a conical hat. Xiaoi concealed himself in the branches of a tree, carefully observing the scene. Hey, you over there, kid. Come out. Kisame called out to Xiaoi. Had he been discovered? Reluctantly, Xiaoi leaped down from the tree. Long time no see, Itachi. It's you. Itachi recognized Xiaoi. Mr. Itachi, you know this kid? Kisame seems quite intrigued by his chakra. Yes, I met him once before leaving Konoha. At that moment, Xiaoi caught a glimpse of a shark-like face beneath the hat. Undoubtedly Kisame Hashigaki. He also noted the imposing sword, Samehada, behind him, which had likely detected his presence moments ago. Kurane appeared somewhat surprised. Xiaoi, what are you doing here? You should leave at once. Don't worry, teacher Kurane. If I want to escape, they won't catch me. Oh, such confidence from a young one. Kisame grasped Samehada, as if preparing to draw it. Uchiha Itachi, what brings you to Konoha? Itachi remained silent. Are you all acquaintances of Itachi? If so, let us introduce ourselves. I am Kisame Hashigaki, and I look forward to working with you. Asuma retorted, There might not be a future for you. Let us deal with you now. Kisame jested. It seems the villagers have quite the disdain for you, Mr. Itachi. Asuma regarded Kisame with vigilance, saying, We are acquainted with you, Kisame Hashigaki. You are a fugitive ninja sought by the Land of Water for inflicting harm upon our lord and engaging in acts of national sabotage. You are among the S-rank criminals on the wanted list. To incite such a serious incident and still dare to enter this village speaks volumes of your audacity. It is best that you do not concern yourselves with me, Asuma-sensei, and Ms. Kurane. I have no desire to take your lives, Itachi spoke softly, as if stating an undeniable fact. Kurane retorted, Those are not the words of someone who would kill their own kin. I know you have a purpose for appearing here in such a leisurely manner. What is your objective? Kisame, feeling exasperated, unsheathed his sword, Samehada, though it remained wrapped in bandages, concealed from view. Shall I eliminate him, Itachi? He inquired, seeking Itachi's counsel. It appeared that a peaceful departure from this village was no longer feasible. However, do not go too far. Your techniques will attract attention. Itachi cautioned as the two sides prepared for battle. Xiaoi, quickly leave. Understood, Miss Kurane. Xiaoi leapt to a nearby tree, observing the confrontation below. Kisame swung his sword towards Asuma, who drew his own blade to parry the attack. Kurane swiftly formed hand seals to cast an illusion, vanishing from sight. Kisame yanked back Samehada, inflicting a gash on Asuma's arm. My blade is not meant for chopping, it is for carving. At that moment, a tree emerged behind Itachi, ensnaring him. Kurane reappeared from the trunk and thrust a kunai at Itachi. However, in an instant, the scene shifted, and it was Kurane who found herself trapped within the tree. This level of illusion is ineffective against me, Itachi declared, for indeed, before the power of the Sharingan, no illusion held sway. Those eyes were simply too formidable. Of course, the prior exchange had transpired solely within the realm of their illusions, invisible to onlookers. In reality, neither had moved an inch. Within mere seconds, a battle of illusions unfolded, and Kurane was utterly defeated. Itachi swiftly lunged at Kurane with his kunao, but she managed to awaken just in time to evade the strike. He then delivered a kick that sent her flying, landing near the river. "Ms. Kurane," Xiao Yi shouted, catching her as she fell. "Xiao Yi, you must leave quickly, you are no match for him." As Xiao Yi helped her to her feet, he gazed at Itachi. "Itachi, after 6 years, you have grown incredibly strong. Do you remember the first time I took Sasuke to school? Back then, you were such a charming older brother." Xiao Yi's words stirred memories within Itachi. In that fleeting moment of distraction, Xiao Yi's shadow clone dashed forward, affixing an explosive tag to attack his back. Mutual explosive technique. Numerous explosive tags were summoned, and a series of detonations ensued, overwhelming even Itachi's prowess. Yet, when the smoke cleared, only a few dismembered crows lay scattered on the ground. A crow clone? Indeed, Itachi's strength remains unparalleled. Soon after, Xiao Yi felt a chilling sensation against his neck. Itachi held a kunao poised at his throat. "You are as formidable as ever. The disparity in our abilities is undeniable," Xiao Yi remarked with a bitter smile. Bang! Xiao Yi vanished abruptly, reappearing from another location. Was it a shadow clone? Itachi had merely captured a mere shadow clone of Xiao Yi. Naturally, Xiao Yi understood the formidable strength of Itachi and thus exercised utmost caution, ensuring that his true self would not reveal itself recklessly. It seems that, as I suspected, this too is a shadow clone. Itachi, indeed, possesses remarkable acuity. But where is the true body? In an instant, Itachi materialized behind Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi swiftly drew a kunao and turned to deflect the impending attack. To his surprise, Itachi had managed to locate him again. Should he make a hasty retreat? Xiao Yi activated the Kaguya Heart Eye with all his might. Should Itachi employ Jinjutsu, he would be immediately aware. This was the limit. Suddenly, an individual appeared behind Itachi, Kakashi. Kakashi activated his Sharingan, entering a state of full readiness. "Xiao Yi, you must leave quickly." Xiao Yi leaped away to a distant tree. However, he was reluctant to depart. He yearned to witness the confrontation between Kakashi and Itachi. "Take care of yourself," he remarked. Kakashi, noticing Xiao Yi's unwillingness to flee, felt helpless. "Stop, Kisame," Itachi commanded, halting Kisame's advance. Engaging in battle now would not easily lead to their defeat, and soon more ninjas would arrive. There was no need to continue. Itachi then turned his gaze toward Kakashi. "Kakashi, we are merely here to retrieve something." "Retrieve something? What is it that you seek?" Kakashi queried, but Itachi remained silent. "I am unlike Kisame. I will not squander time." Kakashi's eyes narrowed as he swiftly formed hand seals. Water style, water barrier jutsu. A torrent of water surged forth, colliding with Kakashi's water barrier. Itachi had initiated a water style attack. Previously, he had used shurikens as bait and then swiftly employed water jutsu from beneath the surface. Truly, Kakashi's perceptiveness is extraordinary. At that moment, Kakashi's shadow clone emerged from the depths, brandishing a kunao aimed at Itachi. Itachi was struck, yet it was merely a water clone. Suddenly, Itachi reappeared behind Kakashi, his kunao slicing through the air. The Kakashi struck by Itachi was also not his true self, but yet another water clone. The clash between Kakashi and Itachi was, in essence, a contest of the Sharingan. The stakes were perilously high. A single misstep could cost them their lives. From an observer's perspective, it appeared that for much of the time, they engaged in no overt actions, yet within those fleeting moments, they had exchanged blows numerous times. Suddenly, Itachi's eyes underwent a transformation. "Close your eyes. Do not gaze into his eyes." Hong and Asuma shut their eyes, while Kakashi retained only one Sharingan. Xiao Yi was eager to witness the prowess of Itachi's Mangekyo, yet he was cautious. Should it truly be Tsumi, the experience would be unbearable. In an instant, Kakashi collapsed to the ground. The Tsukuyomi had concluded. At this moment, Kakashi had endured 3 days within the realm of Tsukuyomi, suffering immense psychological torment. "Can we open our eyes now?" the others asked, still keeping their eyes shut. "Not yet," Kakashi weakly replied. "Kakashi, you suddenly collapsed. What on earth transpired?" Both Hong and Asuma sensed that Kakashi was in a precarious state. Kisame remarked, "Truly, Kakashi, even after sustaining Itachi's attack, you have yet to succumb. However, Itachi, overexerting that pair of eyes could prove perilous for you." Kisame approached Itachi's side. "Are you in search of Sasuke?" Kakashi inquired. "No. I seek the legacy of the fourth Hokage," came the reply. "Is the target the Nine Tails? I am aware that the operation involves more than just the two of you." The organization is known as Akatsuki, is it not? Upon hearing Kakashi utter the name Akatsuki, both Itachi and Kisame became instantly vigilant. Kisame, take that child and Kakashi away. The other two should be dealt with swiftly. Leaf whirlwind. A green figure suddenly appeared, delivering a kick that sent Kisame sprawling. Who are you? I am Might Guy, the proud azure beast of Konoha. Kakashi urged, Hong, take little E and leave. He is the target of Itachi. Understood, you all be careful. Little E, we must depart. Little E had initially wished to stay and observe, but now it was no longer an option. Kisame, intercept them. Kisame charged towards Little E, only to be halted by Guy. Meanwhile, Kakashi, exhausted from his battle with Itachi, collapsed. You must hurry and flee. Asuma confronted Kisame, while Guy faced Itachi. Little E and Hong carried Kakashi away. Remaining would only serve to distract them. Shortly after Little E and Hong delivered Kakashi to Konoha Hospital, Asuma and Guy returned. Once Little E departed, the battle ceased, with Itachi and Kisame opting to retreat. The teachers needed to confer about this matter, while Little E returned home. This was their first encounter with the Akatsuki organization, and it was indeed perilous. Upon returning home, Little E discovered Naruto packing his belongings. Naruto, where are you headed? Little E, you're back? I was just about to look for you. I'm going to train with the perverted sage for a while, and I'm about to leave. Naruto was excited yet somewhat reluctant. Oh, I see. I want to go too. You wish to join? Naruto was pleasantly surprised, not expecting Little E's company. Of course. Aren't you going to train? I might as well tag along. Great. If you're coming, it will be much more enjoyable. Naruto was thrilled, thinking it would be fantastic to train alongside Little E. Wait for me. Little E retrieved a backpack and began packing. After Little E had finished, he noticed that Naruto was still gathering his things, and he had packed an enormous amount. Naruto, why are you bringing so much? This trip might take a while, so I thought I should prepare a bit more. That's enough. You don't need to bring so much. Can you even carry all that? Leave behind what you don't need. All right. Naruto discarded some items. At last, the two had their backpacks ready and made their way to the gates of Konoha. Upon arrival, Jiraiya was already waiting there. Hello, Jiraiya-sama. Little E, why did you come along? Jiraiya was somewhat taken aback by the arrival of Xiaoyi. Hearing from Naruto that they were embarking on a training journey, he decided to join them, saying, You don't mind, do you? Of course not, came the reply. However, all expenses will be on you. No problem, Xiaoyi responded, unperturbed by the costs, as long as Jiraiya wouldn't have to spend his own money. Then let us be on our way. Xiaoyi was uncertain of their destination, but was content to follow Jiraiya. Perverted sage, what ninjutsu will you teach me this time? Naruto eagerly inquired. Previously, you taught me the technique of water walking. Will it be the technique of walking on fire this time? Or perhaps the technique of walking in the air? Please tell me. Jiraiya remarked. You keep calling me perverted sage. Do you not realize I am quite formidable? Very formidable, perverted sage, Naruto replied, feigning seriousness. Listen closely. The title of Toad Sage is a secret kept from the world, but there's nothing concealed. I am one of the invincible sages, the white-haired child Toad Messenger, whose mere presence silences even crying children, Lord Jiraiya. Seeing Jiraiya's lack of grandeur and somewhat comical demeanor, Xiaoyi could hardly suppress a laugh. All right, Lord Jiraiya. Let us hurry along. Ah, what a dull child, Jiraiya muttered as they continued on their journey, arriving at a fork in the road, marked with various destinations. Oh, Dofa Street. We still have 10 kilometers to go, Naruto announced, glancing at the sign. It's a Dofa Street, Jiraiya corrected him. Perverted sage, Naruto stammered. You could at least call me like Xiaoyi does, can't you? The reason this mighty Toad Sage is traveling with you is precisely that, Jiraiya said. It is because you possess extraordinary hidden talents, isn't it? Naruto gazed at Jiraiya with eager anticipation. Jiraiya glanced at him and replied, No. Hey. Then why was I chosen? Naruto pressed on. I once had the fourth Hokage as a disciple, and you bear a remarkable resemblance to him. That is the reason. I resemble the fourth? That's amazing, Naruto exclaimed, sprinting ahead. How wonderful. If I am like the fourth, then my abilities must be similar too. I can surely become Hokage. Jiraiya silently observed Naruto's exuberance, pondering his thoughts. Lord Jiraiya, do you think Naruto can become Hokage? Xiaoyi inquired, leaning closer. If Hokage were to be like him, perhaps peace would already reign among all, Jiraiya mused. Xiaoyi's eyes widened at Jiraiya's words. Could he foresee the future? Indeed, when Naruto became Hokage, it marked a time of peace in the ninja world. It seemed that as a toad sage, Jiraiya was also a prophet. All right, let us move swiftly. We still have a long way to go to reach our destination. Jiraiya led the two onward. After a considerable time of travel, they arrived at a quaint little town. All right, we shall rest here for the night, Jiraiya announced. I am still able to continue, Naruto replied, full of energy. A disciple must heed the commands of their master. Jiraiya instructed. Naruto, I merely wish for you to teach me ninjutsu. I never intended for you to become my mentor. This is what it means to be a disciple. Jiraiya affectionately ruffled Naruto's hair. At that moment, a stunning young woman approached, instantly altering the expressions of both Naruto and Jiraiya. Xiao Yi, however, did not notice Naruto's slight infatuation. After all, he was the disciple of the perverse sage. But it made sense. He was capable of manifesting such extraordinary ninjutsu. Here, take these. This is the key to your room. Return and gather your chakra, then rest, understood? After handing the keys to Xiao Yi and Naruto, Jiraiya departed, presumably to pursue the enchanting lady. Once back in their room, Xiao Yi and Naruto tidied up before sitting on the bed. Naruto, by the way, Xiao Yi, what was the name of that jutsu you used earlier? Xiao Yi, which one? The one with the chains that restrained that giant. That technique is called Diamond Lock, a form of sealing jutsu. Naruto, it sounds impressive. Could you teach it to me? Xiao Yi, I cannot. Naruto, incredulous, why not? It's not that I'm unwilling to teach you. It's just that you would find it exceedingly difficult to master. Each of us excels in different areas. You possess remarkable talent in taijutsu and ninjutsu, while I am more adept in sealing and illusion techniques. Thus, while you may learn some advanced ninjutsu or taijutsu, I cannot learn them, and likewise, the sealing and illusion techniques I study are beyond your grasp. So that is how it is, I truly am formidable. Naruto felt elated upon hearing Xiao Yi's words. Just as Xiao Yi and Naruto engaged in conversation, a sudden knock echoed from outside. Has it been rejected? And have they returned? Naruto prepared to open the door, but Xiao Yi sensed the presence of the person outside. Wait, Naruto. Xiao Yi halted him. Naruto paused. What's wrong? Xiao Yi's brow furrowed. It's not Jiraiya out there. Not Jiraiya? Then who could it be? We must hurry. Xiao Yi seized Naruto and leapt out of the window. What are you doing? Naruto was baffled by Xiao Yi's actions. That person has come to capture us. We are no match for them, and we must flee. Xiao Yi and Naruto landed on the ground and swiftly dashed into the street. We must quickly locate Jiraiya. He is the only one capable of confronting them. Upon reaching the street, Xiao Yi quickly sensed Jiraiya's position and ran towards him. Do you wish to escape? You shall not succeed. At that moment, Itachi and Kisame stood before them. Sasuke? Naruto gazed into Itachi's eyes, recalling Sasuke. Naruto, who are you? Kisame, I never expected such a little brat could seal that thing. And both of the Nine Tails are here. This truly simplifies matters. You two will come with us. You think it's so easy to take me along? Shadow Clone Jutsu. Xiao Yi and Naruto swiftly created numerous clones, scattering in all directions. Soon after, the true forms of Xiao Yi and Naruto regrouped not far away. Naruto, Xiao Yi, who exactly are those people? Uchiha Itachi and Kisame Hoshigaki are both S-rank rogue ninjas. Naruto inquired. Uchiha Itachi? Is he Sasuke's elder brother? Indeed. We have encountered him before, but he is now a traitor from Konoha, and we are no match for him. Came the response. Ah, you two little brats are quite swift. A face resembling that of a shark appeared before them, and shortly after, Itachi arrived as well. It would be prudent for you to refrain from any rash actions. Otherwise, I shall incapacitate you before taking you captive. Itachi, Kisame addressed him. It is ill-advised to let these two younglings escape. Perhaps we should start by severing one of their legs. With his weapon, Samehada, Kisame advanced slowly toward the two. You should leave first, Xiaowai. Naruto positioned himself in front of Xiaowai. Touched by Naruto's seemingly foolish gesture, Xiaowai felt a surge of emotion. Long time no see, Uchiha Itachi. At that moment, a figure emerged behind Itachi. Sasuke, who had pursued him. With his Sharingan activated, Sasuke bore a striking resemblance to Itachi. Itachi, he declared, I will kill you. At this juncture, Itachi's attention shifted entirely to Sasuke, as both activated their Sharingan. Without hesitation, Sasuke unleashed his Chidori, exclaiming, I will vanquish you. The Chidori surged toward Itachi. Die. However, just before Sasuke could strike, Kisame seized him with a powerful grip. Naruto, witnessing the swift dismantling of Sasuke's Chidori, was astounded. He gathered his chakra, preparing to rescue Sasuke. Summoning Jutsu. Too slow. Before Naruto could complete the summoning, Kisame swiftly slashed at him with Same Hata, absorbing his chakra and thwarting the summoning attempt. Should you unleash any ninjutsu, it would be troublesome. Let us first sever that hand of yours. Kisame swung Same Hata at Naruto, but suddenly, a toad leaped in front of him. You underestimate me far too much. A true man like Jiraiya cannot be swayed by women. Women are drawn to a man like me of their own accord. Though Jiraiya's proclamation sounded quite imposing, Xiaoai interjected. Perhaps you should first set down the woman on your shoulder. With a sigh of exasperation, Xiaoai regretted his decision to follow along. Haha, you are indeed the legendary Jiraiya, famed for your insatiable lust. Yet, I did not expect to be so easily deceived, Kisame remarked as Jiraiya gently lowered the woman from his shoulder. To divert my attention away from Naruto and the others, you employed a hypnotic technique on her. Truly despicable tactics. Your aim is indeed Naruto and Xiaoai. Jiraiya comprehended their intentions. No wonder Kakashi was aware of this matter. So that was the source of the information. The command to capture the Nine Tails came from the highest orders of our organization. I shall not surrender them to you, Jiraiya asserted. That remains to be seen, Kisame retorted. Jiraiya, you have arrived just in time. I intend to dispose of both of you here. Do not intervene. Sasuke rose to his feet, declaring, It is I who shall eliminate this scoundrel. I have no interest in you at present. Itachi regarded Sasuke with disdain. What a jest. Sasuke charged forward once more, only to be repelled by a kick from Itachi. Pathetically weak. You are utterly unworthy of my attention at this moment. Damn it. Sasuke was on the verge of exploding with rage. He charged again, only to be sent crashing into the wall by Itachi's kick. Stop, you bastard. Naruto prepared to rush in. Naruto, did I not expressly forbid your involvement? Sasuke struggled to rise from the ground. I must have mentioned that my existence is dedicated to this very day. Sasuke launched another assault, yet was effortlessly subdued by Itachi once again. This is not over. This is my battle. Jiraiya, Sasuke, halt. This is a conflict between the two of them. Do not interfere. Kisame blocked Jiraiya's path. Itachi slowly approached Sasuke. Sasuke charged again, but was struck in the stomach by Itachi. Itachi then kicked Sasuke upwards, before slamming him down into the ground. Itachi pinned Sasuke against the wall. You are feeble. Why remain so weak? It is because your hatred towards me is insufficient. Itachi unleashed a Genjutsu. In an instant, Tsukuyomi was dispelled. Yet Sasuke had been trapped in that realm for 3 long days. Ah! Sasuke cried out in agony. Stop it, you bastard. Naruto rushed towards Itachi. But Kisame swung his blade, nearly striking Naruto. Jiraiya swiftly performed hand seals, altering the surroundings. The original street transformed into a confined passage. Ninjutsu, toad mouth binding technique. Sasuke, trapped against the wall, was engulfed, as were Itachi and Kisame's feet. What a pity, Itachi and Kisame. You have found yourselves within the belly of the beast. I have summoned the esophagus of the great toad of Mt. Mayaboku. Since you are both fugitives, consider yourselves as food for the toad. Naruto, remain still. This is my jutsu. Itachi and Kisame broke free from their restraints and sprinted in a particular direction. Futile. Thus far, no one has managed to escape this place. Itachi and Kisame dashed towards the esophagus, the fleshy walls closing in on them rapidly. The speed of the walls was alarming. If this continued, they would soon be ensnared again. Follow me. Little E sensed a formidable spiritual force as Itachi activated his Mangekyo. This is bad. Jiraiya sensed trouble and hurried over. Upon arriving, he discovered that a large hole had been burned into the fleshy wall, black flames still clinging to the edges. Itachi and Kisame had already fled. Naruto approached the flames. What are these flames? They are so dark. Naruto, do not approach recklessly. Jiraiya produced a scroll and began inscribing something upon it. Little E recognized the writing instantly. It was a sealing technique, the fire sealing method. Little E, wait. Jiraiya, what is it? Lord Jiraiya, could you spare a bit of that flame for me? No, this flame is far too perilous, and it can even incinerate the flesh of the rock-dwelling toad's esophagus. It is indeed a terrifying fire. Fear not, for I possess my own methods. Xiao Yi seized Jiraiya's scroll. Sealing fire technique, seal. Under the influence of the sealing technique, the black flames enveloping the flesh were confined within the scroll. How do you know this technique? Jiraiya inquired, his tone laced with suspicion. As a civilian ninja, you possess such knowledge. Why would I, a member of the Uzumaki clan, not? Uzumaki clan. Where did you acquire this information? Who else has spoken to you about the Uzumaki clan? Jireya's demeanor grew wary. What? What are you two discussing? Naruto, oblivious to the conversation between Xiao Yi and Jireya, interjected. All right, Master Jireya. This technique is originally from our Uzumaki clan. I freely offer it to you without concern for recompense, so why should you dwell on it? Jireya observed Xiao Yi for a moment before diverting his gaze elsewhere. Release Sasuke first. The flesh began to writhe, and soon Sasuke was freed. Sasuke! Naruto rushed over to catch him. Suddenly, a kunai flew through the air, embedding itself into the wall. Prelude of power. A green figure charged forth, delivering a kick that sent Jireya flying. It was Might Guy. Oh dear, I sincerely apologize for directly striking you. In my haste, I inadvertently forgot to bring my mirror. I used my forehead protector as a substitute, which made it difficult to see clearly. Your cold expression led me to mistakenly assume you were an enemy, igniting the flames of youthful passion. I did not mean to offend. Guy realized his error and quickly offered his apologies. Hey, are you actually going to apologize? It's all my fault for lacking social grace and failing to recognize faces. Guy bowed again in contrition. Xiao Yi remained uncertain whether Guy's actions were intentional. Although it seemed accidental, Xiao Yi suspected it was more likely deliberate. But let us set aside such matters for now. We must hasten to take Sasuke to the medical team. His hand and rib are fractured, and he has suffered a severe mental assault, rendering him unconscious. Perverted sage. Will Sasuke be alright? Jireya regarded Sasuke thoughtfully. It appears the psychological trauma is quite severe. Allow me to examine him. Xiao Yi inspected Sasuke and discovered that his brain had sustained no significant injury. Nevertheless, it was understandable. Itachi would never harm his own brother, at most delivering a shock to stimulate the evolution of his Sharingan. There are no major issues. He is likely just overwhelmed. He will recover in due time. Why? Why would that guy do such a thing to Sasuke? Naruto's emotions surged with agitation. Though I was terrified at the time, I will pursue those two cloaked figures and bring them down. They must be seeking me, right? I shall confront them myself. Humph. Even if you were to confront them now, you would merely be slaughtered. The disparity in strength is far too great. I have barely managed to keep them away from you. So, am I to live in hiding from them forever? To live each day in fear? And what of Xiao Yi? He is also their target. Continuing down this path, Xiao Yi would undoubtedly find himself in grave danger. Surprised by Naruto's words, Xiao Yi had assumed that only Sasuke occupied his thoughts. Yet, a flicker of warmth unexpectedly blossomed within him. Jireya interjected, silence. You are far too weak. I apologize, Guy. I initially intended to respect the wishes of this child. It seems I should have intervened sooner. Guy lamented. Now Kakashi too lies unconscious, ensnared by the same ninjutsu. With no certainty of when he might regain consciousness, the atmosphere became increasingly somber. As Xiao lay in his bed, I, as his teacher, could only wish fervently for the presence of that esteemed medical expert. With tears welling in his eyes, Guy declared, thus, we must seek out that individual. Jireya resolved firmly. And that individual refers to. Indeed, just as you suspect, the slug summoner, Princess Tsunade, who bears the kanji for gamble upon her back, much like myself, is the one we seek. Tsunade, is the fifth Hokage finally making her entrance? The group hastily prepared for their departure. Jireya instructed, Guy, I leave Sasuke in your capable hands. Lord Jireya, please ensure that you bring back Lady Tsunade. Guy bowed deeply in earnest. Rest assured, we shall find her and return post-haste. Jireya reassured him. Thank you. Guy expressed his gratitude once more, turning his attention to Naruto. Naruto, I admire your perseverance. Take this. For it is what enabled Xiao Li to grow stronger. What is it? Naruto, having witnessed Xiao Li's prowess, was eager to discover what Guy was presenting. This. Guy revealed a fluttering green spandex suit. Xiao Yi recognized the item immediately. Was it too late to flee? Its excellent breathability and moisture retention, combined with its perfect fit and elegant lines, promised a transformative experience during training. Soon, you two shall wear it daily, just like Xiao Li. Wow, I will wear it. Naruto exclaimed, exhilarated as he accepted the spandex suit. Well then, Lord Jireya, I shall escort Sasuke back. Very well. With a confident stride, Guy set off towards the Hidden Leaf Village. Let us embark as well. Xiao Yi and his companions prepared to search for Tsunade. Is this size suitable? Naruto fiddled with the spandex suit. If you dare wear that, don't expect to return. Xiao Yi could no longer tolerate the thought of Naruto donning it. All right. I want to wear it. Naruto acquiesced, intimidated by Xiao Yi's threats. During their journey, Xiao Yi noticed something amiss with Naruto. He seemed lost in thought. What's wrong, Naruto? You're not still considering wearing that suit, are you? Not at all. Naruto glanced at Xiao Yi before fixing his gaze upon Jiraiya. Noticing Naruto's demeanor, Jiraiya asked, "What troubles you? Pervy Sage, why are those individuals targeting us? Surely you must know the reason?" Rather than suggesting they were focused on the two of them, Jiraiya clarified, "It would be more accurate to say they are interested in what resides within you both." He had no intention of concealing the truth from Naruto. What exactly is this creature? Naruto pondered while stroking his belly, having long realized that a being resided within him. This creature must be the monster that attacked Konoha. Why do they desire it so fervently? Indeed, the Ninetales has historically emerged at the intersections of eras. A demon capable of destruction. Consequently, people of ancient times regarded the Ninetales as a natural calamity to be feared. As for the motives of those who seek such a force, I must admit I am equally perplexed. However, since the Ninetales is sealed within both of you, it likely yearns to wield this power for itself. To have such a being constantly fixated on me is truly cruel, Naruto mused. Jiraiya remarked, "This is also fate. But I will safeguard you, so have no worries." I must become stronger swiftly, Naruto thought, feeling a surge of confidence, believing there was nothing that could defeat him. By the way, perverted sage, logically, there should only be one Ninetales, so why do both I and Sasuke harbor one? Jiraiya explained, in truth, the Ninetales within your bodies is a singular entity. It was divided during the sealing process to ensure both of you could bear it. Then who sealed it within us? Naruto inquired. It was the fourth Hokage, Jiraiya replied. Naruto, confused, asked, the fourth? Why would he choose us? Isn't it obvious? Because he is your father. He doesn't exploit others. He only burdens his own son. Sasuke understood that this was not the appropriate moment to divulge further information to Naruto. It is because both of you possess the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan. The Uzumaki clan is exceptionally unique, capable of withstanding the power of the Ninetales. Scratching his head, Naruto exclaimed, "Ah, the Uzumaki clan again. I've heard so much about them lately. What else have you heard?" Jiraiya inquired. "All right, let us hurry. We still need to locate Lady Tsunade to rescue Sasuke and the others," Sasuke urged, pulling Naruto along ahead. Jiraiya gazed at Sasuke's back, pondering his thoughts. "Hurry up, perverted sage," came Sasuke's voice as they continued their quest for Tsunade. However, Jiraiya was uncertain of Tsunade's exact whereabouts, so they could only search methodically, one area at a time. "What's wrong, Naruto?" Jiraiya noticed Naruto looking at him with a puzzled expression. "The stunning beauty you wish to find, is it Tsunade?" "Indeed. What's the matter? Isn't she one of the legendary Sannin, just like you?" "And what of it? How old is she?" Naruto asked. "About my age." "Isn't that just an old hag?" He silently thought. "So what kind of person is Tsunade?" Naruto questioned. "Tsunade? Let me think. In a word, she is quite irksome and has an extreme penchant for gambling. Almost everyone in every nation knows her." Jiraiya reminisced about Tsunade. "If she is so renowned, we should be able to find her immediately," Naruto asserted. Jiraiya stroked his chin. "She is indeed famous. After all, she is the legendary Fat Sheep." "Fat Sheep?" "As it happens, Xiao Yi is eager to encounter this legendary golden goose sooner rather than later. Engaging in a few rounds with her would undoubtedly equate to the financial gain Xiao Yi would accrue from participating in several missions. The mere thought of it makes Xiao Yi's mouth water. However, even the illustrious golden goose of lore may not be readily accessible. Why is that? Naruto furrows his brow in confusion. It is because she abhors the passage of time. She has likely employed some extraordinary ninjutsu to alter her appearance. Even if she is actually 50 years old, she appears to be merely in her 20s. Furthermore, recent reports suggest that she randomly shifts through the ages of adolescence, her 30s, and her 40s to elude those who lend her money. Naruto exclaims, "What is this? It's simply tragic." Tsunade, having always been fond of gambling, possesses a woeful combination of dismal luck and inadequate skill. Due to her constant financial losses, she has earned quite the notorious reputation. Each time she borrows money, she vanishes. A nostalgic memory indeed. Jiraiya wears a smile, lost in his reminiscences. Naruto, with a serious demeanor, questions, "Is this really a time for nostalgia? How are we to locate her?" Jiraiya responds, "I'm uncertain. While we must search diligently, we have a myriad of methods at our disposal." Naruto expresses his frustration. "But how long will that take? I refuse to squander time, as every moment must be dedicated to your training." Looking up at Jiraiya, Naruto continues. The time spent enhancing your strength is the essence of training. Training, you say? It appears Jiraiya intends to teach Naruto the Rasengan. Upon hearing the prospect of becoming stronger, Naruto's eyes sparkle with excitement. Perverted sage, let us commence our training post-haste. Jiraiya cautions, do not be so hasty. We must gather information about Tsunade while training. He then inquires, Xiao Yi, will you join us in this training endeavor? With a smile, Xiao Yi replies, if it is possible, then certainly. Very well. However, our next task is to collect intelligence. The location for this lies within the confines of this small town. Before Xiao Yi and the others stands a quaint village bustling with activity. After a good rest, training here seems quite agreeable. For the time being, we shall reside and train in this place. Now, you may proceed with your own activities. With that, Jiraiya leaves Xiao Yi and Naruto, presumably off to gather materials. The town is lively, filled with numerous stalls selling an array of trinkets and delicious food. Xiao Yi, with a keen interest in delectable treats, purchases some snacks with Naruto. Together, they also partake in delightful activities, such as throwing darts. Thanks to their ninja training, Xiao Yi and Naruto are able to hit the target consistently, leaving their opponents at a considerable loss. Additionally, traditional games like goldfish scooping are also available. However, Naruto struggles with his control, failing to catch a single fish after numerous attempts. Damn it, watch this, Naruto declares, forming hand seals and preparing to utilize ninjutsu, only to be swiftly intercepted. This game prohibits ninjas from using ninjutsu. What the heck? Xiao Yi, would you like to give it a try? Absolutely. Xiao Yi picked up a small net and effortlessly caught a fish. How impressive. How did Xiao Yi manage that? It was akin to mastering chakra. It required merely subtle control. Naturally, Xiao Yi would not divulge that he had hypnotized the fish with an illusion, causing it to float to the surface. Observing Xiao Yi's success, Naruto attempted several times to catch a fish himself, but ultimately gave up in frustration. Let us move on to the next activity, Xiao Yi suggested. Look over there, a mask. Do you want to buy one? Naruto inquired. No, you can purchase one for yourself, Xiao Yi replied. Naruto bought a mask and donned it on his face, but Xiao Yi found little appeal in such an object, especially with its rather unsightly design. As they passed by an inn, they spotted Jiraiya inside, indulging in drinks. Come on, let us take a look, Xiao Yi urged. Perverted sage. Why are you drinking here again? Naruto exclaimed. At that moment, he noticed his wallet resting on the table, unaware of when Jiraiya had taken it. Hey, my wallet. Naruto opened it only to find it completely empty. You scoundrel. You've spent it all. That was money I worked so hard to save. Furious at Jiraiya for spending his hard-earned money, Naruto confronted him, and a brawl ensued. During the scuffle, Naruto accidentally flung a piece of char siu, which landed on a bystander's clothing. Hey, what are you doing, kid? The man shouted. Stopping in his tracks, Naruto realized he had sullied the man's attire. You've stained my brother's designer shirt. Pay me 10,000 taels. Jiraiya retorted. Does that sort of clothing really cost 10,000 taels? For such an outdated outfit? That is utterly ridiculous. It was evident the man was attempting to extort them, but he had chosen the wrong target. What is this? You want to fight? I advise you to reconsider. My brother was once a legendary dark ninja, feared by all. Legendary, you say? It seems you're eager for a lesson, Xiao Yi said. Rising steadily. Naruto, let me show you a jutsu. Pay close attention. Jiraiya gathered a blue chakra sphere in his hand and unleashed it upon the man, sending him flying. The onlookers felt the force of the powerful gust. Incredible. As the man soared through the air, he inadvertently crashed into a stall selling water balloons, shattering many of them. I sincerely apologize. I didn't realize you were so weak. Truly sorry for damaging your stall. Here is the repair fee, the man said, pulling out some money. Oh, thank you for your understanding. Jiraiya then took out some money from his own wallet to compensate the stall owner. By the way, I'll purchase all the water balloons and gas balloons. Is that acceptable? Of course, the owner replied. Naruto, take a bag of balloons and follow me. We're about to begin your training. With a bag of balloons in hand, Naruto followed Jiraiya up the nearby mountain, and Xiao Yi trailed behind. Aware that Jiraiya was about to teach Naruto the Rasengan, Naruto, perplexed, inquired, what purpose do these water balls serve? Did you observe the ninjutsu from earlier? What does it resemble? Naruto recalled. The enemy seemed to be spinning quite vigorously. Indeed, it is the concept of rotation. Jiraiya produced a water ball, cradling it in his hand. Although his hand remained still, the water within the sphere was in constant motion. Suddenly, the water ball in Jiraiya's hand exploded. In our previous training, you have practiced concentrating chakra while climbing trees and releasing a certain amount of chakra across the water's surface, correct? Now, during this water ball exercise, you must create chakra fluctuations, specifically a spin. Chakra fluctuations? I will provide a detailed explanation once you have grasped the foundational techniques. First, utilize the tree climbing technique to gather a significant amount of chakra in your hand, then employ the water walking technique to continuously release chakra. Ultimately, you will practice using chakra to agitate the water within the ball. I understand. The training involves rapidly spinning the water with chakra until the water ball bursts. Unexpectedly, Naruto displayed a sudden burst of intelligence, though Jireya's explanation had indeed been remarkably thorough. What about you, Xiaoi? Do you wish to learn? Naturally, Jireya's attention shifted towards Xiaoi. Are you referring to the Raisnon? Ah, I did not expect you to know its name. You witnessed its power just now. Do you wish to learn it? Here's the deal. If you disclose the origin of your fire sealing technique, I will teach you the Raisnon. How does that sound? Xiaoi raised his right hand, gathering a chakra sphere. Jireya was astonished. How did you manage that? It's quite simple, really. It's a logical application. Impossible. You must have learned it long ago. Who taught you? Only I and the fourth Hokage possessed the Raisnon. Jireya was taken aback that Xiaoi could execute the Raisnon. He was well aware that it was improbable for Xiaoi to have learned it on the spot. It had to be that he had studied it beforehand. Yet Jireya could not fathom who else might possess the technique. Well, I'll tell you directly. It was Amuk who taught me. Amuk? Jireya pondered the name. Could it be Yiemo? Yes, that's the one. Yiemo? Xiaoi remained unaware that Amuk's full name was Yiemo. Haha. I can't believe I overlooked that kid. If it's him, then it makes sense. Jireya laughed heartily. You know Amuk? Indeed. He is quite an amusing lad. Though it's a pity, did something happen? Xiaoi was not well versed in the details surrounding Amuk. Never mind, it's not crucial. However, I hope you do not place too much trust in him. Otherwise, you may find yourself regretting it. Observing Jireya's reluctance to elaborate, Xiaoi refrained from pressing further. After all, he could always attribute any unique ninjutsu he learned to Amuk later. Yet, why did Jireya caution against trusting Amuk? Had Amuk done something? Was it related to the fourth Hokage? Xiaoi pondered these questions. Naruto, let us commence your training, Jireya declared. Understood. Naruto grasped the water ball and began to employ chakra in an attempt to shatter it. Naruto gathered his chakra, swiftly rotating it, and the water sphere in his hands began to stir. However, shattering the sphere proved to be an arduous task. Naruto spent an entire day without success. As night fell, everyone returned to their lodgings to rest. Before dawn the following day, Naruto ventured out. Knowing that Konohamaru had long mastered the Raisnon, he felt an immense pressure, even greater than that exerted by Sasuke. For the past few days, Naruto had barely found a moment's respite. Days passed, and Naruto's relentless training became increasingly hard for Konohamaru to watch. Naruto, come here for a moment. What is it? Upon approaching, he noticed Naruto's face glistening with sweat. Put down the water sphere and show me your hands. Naruto opened his palms, and Konohamaru placed his hands beneath Naruto's. He focused intently on the flow of chakra, gradually condensing it and initiating a slow rotation. The speed of the chakra's rotation quickened, and a chakra sphere began to form in Naruto's hands. Konohamaru gently withdrew his hands. Bang! The Raisnon erupted, and a powerful gust nearly injured them both. Naruto, are you alright? The Raisnon had detonated in Naruto's hands. He must have been hurt. Konohamaru hadn't anticipated that the Raisnon would explode. Show me your hand. I'm fine. Konohamaru grasped Naruto's hand firmly. Naruto's palm was covered in blood, with more than a dozen wounds. I'm sorry, Konohamaru said, feeling guilty. It's nothing, Naruto replied with a smile. Let me treat you. Konohamaru summoned his chakra, enveloping Naruto's hand in a green light. Medical ninjutsu? Naruto exclaimed in surprise. Although Konohamaru had only recently begun learning medical ninjutsu with modest results, being a member of the Uzumaki clan endowed him with a natural aptitude for healing techniques. He could manage to treat minor injuries without issue. As the wounds on Naruto's hand gradually vanished, he remarked, "That's impressive. Is this medical ninjutsu? Fantastic. At least I don't have to worry about injuries during training." "You need to rest today," Konohamaru insisted. "No way. You just helped me condense the Raisnon. Now I can feel it." Naruto picked up the water sphere and continued practicing. Watching him, Konohamaru understood that Naruto's future strength was not solely attributed to talent or external factors. His relentless effort was paramount. Before nightfall, Naruto finally shattered the water sphere. Konohamaru, I did it. Well done, Konohamaru beamed. Thank you, Konohamaru. Naruto rushed over to embrace him. Though they were brothers, they rarely hugged, which made this moment feel particularly special for Konohamaru. Come on, I'll treat you tonight. Yay. The following morning, Naruto arose promptly and ascended the mountain to showcase his training progress to Jiraiya. Not bad. Your speed has improved considerably. Now we can move on to the second stage. Yes. Finally, I can begin serious training. At that moment, Jiraiya tossed a ball to Naruto. This time, you need to break this. Jiraiya held a rubber ball in his hand, the air within it swirling rapidly before rupturing the entire sphere. This ball was 100 times harder than a water balloon. And now, the challenge was to break it. The first phase involved practicing rotation, while the second phase required amplifying power. Without water, envisioning the direction of Chakra's rotation proved arduous. Thus, ingenuity was necessary. This time, Xiao Yi, you must refrain from assisting him. Jiraiya was aware of Xiao Yi's previous help to Naruto. Understood, Xiao Yi consented, recognizing the necessity of self-reliance in training. I shall now gather intelligence. Naruto, I will take my leave. Best of luck to you. Xiao Yi departed towards the village, determined to relish the day, having heard that the local hot springs were exceptional. He indulged in delectable street food and later luxuriated in a soothing hot spring, savoring the beauty of life. In the evening, after dinner, he brought back a few items for Naruto. Upon returning to their dwelling, he discovered that Naruto had yet to arrive. Utilizing his Kagura's hard eye, Xiao Yi perceived Naruto lying on the ground, appearing quite exhausted. Having already aided Naruto once, it was now time for him to strive independently. As days passed, Naruto remained atop the mountain, with Xiao Yi personally delivering meals. Naruto, are you alright? I'm fine. At that moment, Naruto struggled to even lift his chopsticks, clearly enduring considerable strain. Xiao Yi, why do you seem so effortless in your practice? It's not as simple as it appears. I began training in this jutsu long ago. Xiao Yi fabricated a small lie. I see. Hearing this eased Naruto's heart somewhat. Let me see your hand. Xiao Yi again treated Naruto's hands, having diligently practiced medical ninjutsu over the past few days, improving his healing efficacy. Thank you. Keep up the good work. I must take my leave. Suddenly, Naruto exclaimed, Jiraiya-sensei, don't hide. Haha, you caught me. Jiraiya leaped down from a tree. Naruto, how was your training today? It was excellent. I will succeed soon. Is that so? Well, I must be off. Wait a moment. Pervy Sage, could you spare a little time with me today? Naruto looked at Jiraiya with anticipation. I don't have that luxury. I need to head to the village. Without pondering and grasping the key on your own, success will elude you regardless of time. I've said it before. Don't whine like a child. You are a ninja. Besides, you must have someone you wish to protect, right? Naruto lowered his head, his lips twitching slightly. Haha, I know that much without your prompting. I was merely inquiring. Now, hurry along, pervy sage. Xiao Yi watched Naruto feign nonchalance, feeling a twinge of discomfort. Subsequently, Xiao Yi departed with Jiraiya, initially wishing to stay with Naruto, but was deterred by Jiraiya. That night, Xiao Yi prepared a pot of hot water for Naruto, allowing him to soak his hands properly. Though capable of healing wounds, the fatigue in one's hands is notoriously difficult to dissipate. After drifting into slumber, Jiraiya made his way to the chambers of Yui and Naruto. Yui noticed Jiraiya's presence, exclaiming, Master Jiraiya. Jiraiya responded, Yui, are you still awake? Yui replied, I have some matters to discuss. Let us step outside. The two ventured out into the night. Jiraiya inquired, do you have something on your mind? Yui posed a question, Master Jiraiya, what is your stance towards Naruto? Jiraiya, with utmost sincerity, replied, Naruto is my disciple. I will devote myself wholeheartedly to him. Yui acknowledged Naruto's considerable talent, yet expressed concern over certain deficiencies, urging Jiraiya to train him diligently. Rest assured, I will do so without your prompting, Jiraiya assured. Yui, he continued, I am more concerned about you than Naruto. You possess a maturity that belies your 12 years. You seem more like one who has weathered life's storms. Yui mused, perhaps it is because I am not so carefree. And with that, a sudden smile broke upon her face. Carefree, you say? That can indeed be a blessing. Good night, Master Jiraiya. Returning to the room, Yui tucked Naruto in before lying down to rest. The following day, Jiraiya and Yui set out to visit Naruto. As they walked through the streets, Yui spotted a shop selling ice pops that could be split in half. Master Jiraiya, Shall we each buy one? She proposed. Of course, he agreed. However, upon reaching the mountaintop, they found Naruto diligently attempting to puncture a ball. They refrained from interrupting, watching intently instead. After 2 minutes, Naruto succeeded in creating a small hole in the ball, marking a modest victory. Yui, perverse sage, I did it, he exclaimed. Jiraiya remarked, it is indeed progress. Though merely a puncture, it has not yet burst. I will succeed soon, Naruto asserted confidently. All right, do not overexert yourself. Here, Jiraiya said, as he split the ice pop in half, offering one portion to Yui and the other to Naruto. Yui reciprocated by sharing her own ice pop with both of them. Let us strive harder tomorrow. As the sun set, the trio savored their treats, relishing the delightful flavor. In the ensuing days, under Jiraiya's guidance, Naruto mastered the art of shattering the ball. Now, we move on to the third phase of training, Jiraiya announced. The third phase? Naruto queried. Indeed. The next stage requires you to compress your chakra. That is, while maintaining the rapid rotation of chakra from the second phase, you must compress as much chakra as possible. Now give it a try. Naruto resumed his practice. However, as Jiraiya had gathered some intelligence regarding Tsunade, they continued their training while also searching for her. Following Jiraiya's investigation, they learned that Tsunade was likely to be found in the town of Short. After 3 days of travel, they finally arrived. Upon entering Short, Yui sensed 2 powerful presences within, one of which was unmistakably familiar to her, Orochimaru's aura. At that moment, a sudden, thunderous noise erupted from the side, as if a structure had collapsed. Let us investigate, someone suggested, and the group hastened towards the source of the sound. Upon arrival, they encountered a heap of debris, freshly disturbed, indicating severe destruction, likely the handiwork of Tsunade. We should move on. Tsunade must be nearby, suggested Jiraiya, now convinced of her presence. The group continued their search through the narrow streets. Xiao Yi, having sensed 2 distinct chakra signatures earlier, was certain that one belonged to Tsunade. He could now distinctly feel her presence. Lord Jiraiya, let us head this way, he exclaimed. Oh, have you made a discovery? Jiraiya inquired. Indeed. There is a powerful aura here, comparable to yours, responded Xiao Yi. I see. Then let us proceed. Jiraiya and Naruto followed Xiao Yi, eventually arriving outside a tavern. This must be the place. A tavern? Could she be inside? Naruto curiously peered in. Let us enter, proposed Xiao Yi. Upon entering, they spotted 2 women seated at a table. One had black hair and donned dark clothing, while the other wore green attire with golden locks. Jiraiya immediately recognized the identity of one of them, Tsunade. Jiraiya? What brings you here? She asked, surprised to encounter him. At long last, I have found you. It has been quite the ordeal, he replied, naturally making his way to her side and taking a seat. Xiao Yi scrutinized Tsunade. Noting that she appeared to be around 20 years old, her skin remarkably well preserved. A diamond-shaped mark adorned her forehead, likely a result of a sealing technique. Moreover, Tsunade certainly exuded an intimidating presence. Without hesitation, Jiraiya grabbed food from the table and began to eat. You two should join me, he beckoned, with Jiraiya's encouragement. Xiao Yi and Naruto followed suit, though Xiao Yi remained vigilant, wary of Tsunade's potential outburst. Silence enveloped the group as Jiraiya and Tsunade sipped their drinks. By the way, it seems today is a day for reuniting with old friends, Tsunade remarked. Orochimaru, what has transpired? Jiraiya noted the traces of Orochimaru's presence. Nothing much. Merely a greeting, she replied. At that moment, Tsunade produced a deck of cards from her clothing. What is it that you seek me for? Naturally. She began shuffling the cards. The village has requested you to succeed the 5th Hokage, Jiraiya stated. Tsunade paused, her hand faltering for a brief moment. And the room fell silent. She began dealing the cards. Meanwhile, Naruto appeared taken aback, as though he had swallowed a fish. The news seemed to have profoundly affected him. As they picked up their cards and commenced playing, Tsunade remarked, the 3rd Hokage. Huh, it was undoubtedly Orochimaru's doing. I heard him say it with my own ears. Orochimaru? The one who killed the 3rd Hokage? Naruto exclaimed, seemingly unaware of the full extent of the situation. Who exactly is he? Tsunade. Like us, you are referred to as one of the legendary 3 ninjas of Konoha. Are you truly unaware of this? Why is that? All 3 ninjas hail from Konoha, yet why? Tsunade. Who are these 2 children? They are Naruto Uzumaki and Konohamaru Sarutobi. Uzumaki. Tsunade lifted her gaze to the 2. Upon seeing Konohamaru's hair, she momentarily lost her train of thought. Wait, I haven't finished speaking. Orochimaru, the one who killed the third Hokage, what manner of person is he? He is one of the legendary three, so why does the perverted sage, knowing full well, remain indifferent? Moreover, what is this about him being chosen as the fifth Hokage? Naruto, be quiet. Konohamaru landed a punch on Naruto's head, pinning him to the chair. Oh, an intriguing little brat. Tsunade cast a glance at Konohamaru. Jiraiya, observing the cards in his hand, began to draw. I shall reiterate, the candidate for the fifth Hokage is none other than you, Tsunade. And what is your response? Will you accept? What say you, Tsunade? Tsunade set down her cards. It is impossible. I refuse. Jiraiya was not overly surprised by Tsunade's rejection. Jiraiya, I recall. You used the same words to turn me down when I confessed my feelings to you in the past, did you not? What are you two discussing, perverted sage? Did you not say you would bring her back to the village to heal Sasuke and Kakashi-sensei? Yet, now you wish for her to become Hokage? And she has refused. Naruto rose to his feet. Do not be so agitated. Only Tsunade is fit to be the fifth Hokage. In this terrifying era of war, she has made immense contributions to Konoha's victory. In both combat and medical skills, no one can compare to her. Furthermore, she is the granddaughter of the first Hokage. With her abilities, it is unimaginable that anyone else could be more suitable for the role of fifth Hokage. Once she becomes Hokage, she will return to the village, thereby fulfilling your wish for her to heal those two. Moreover, this is the decision of the highest members of Konoha, the advisors. You, as a mere genin, have no place to interject. Tsunade, Jiraiya, this child is unlike your previous disciple. His eloquence, intellect, and even appearance leave much to be desired. What did you say? Naruto stood up again, only to be pressed back down by Konohamaru. Compared to the fourth Hokage, anyone would pale in comparison. After all, that man was the finest ninja of all time. Exceptionally talented in jutsu, clear-minded, beloved by all, and just as handsome as I am, Jiraiya boasted with pride. However, even that fourth Hokage perished, wagering his life for the village. Life is not akin to wealth. Sacrificing one's life for the village is the act of a fool. My grandfather and the second Hokage, despite their hopes to quell the chaos, did not live to see their dreams realized, losing their lives for the village in vain. I do not know what you truly think, but I never expected to hear you voice such thoughts. Jiraiya scrutinized Tsunade. Tsunade, do not look at me like that. I am over 50 years old. Time changes a person. At this moment, Tsunade's expression suddenly shifted. It seemed there was something good about the card she held. Sarutobi, too, in his advancing years, remained stubbornly self-assured, inevitably leading to his demise. Xiao Yi observed Naruto beside him, noting the surge of anger welling within him. After all, this matter pertains to Naruto's aspirations and his esteemed mentor, the third Hokage, which easily sways his emotions. Tsunade revealed her final card, exhaling in relief. Though it appeared that this last card had unraveled her advantageous position. The Hokage is nothing but rubbish. Only a fool would entertain such notions. Frustrated, Naruto suddenly surged forward, only to be seized by Jiraiya. Anyone who dares mock my grandfather and the fourth Hokage in my presence, regardless of being a woman, shall face my wrath. Tsunade promptly rose to her feet, intrigued by Naruto's audacity. Do not look at me that way. I am one of the legendary Sannin. I would not truly harm a genin. What did you say? Naruto retorted. At that moment, Tsunade extended a solitary finger. 1 minute? Queried Naruto. 1 finger is all it takes to deal with you. Bring it on, kid. Do not jest. Naruto drew a kunai and dashed forward. He swiftly hurled shurikens. But Tsunade evaded effortlessly. As Naruto charged, Tsunade deftly disarmed him with a single finger, subsequently flicking him on the forehead and sending him flying. Naruto rolled for quite some distance before coming to a halt. Hey, kid, before you lose consciousness, I have a question for you. Why are you so fixated on the title of Hokage? Unlike you, I am determined to inherit the title of Hokage, for it embodies my dream. Tsunade fixed her gaze intently on Naruto, seemingly perceiving the shadows of 2 others within him. Suddenly, Naruto extended his hand, as though gathering strength, and launched himself toward Tsunade. At that moment, Tsunade was lost in a memory, oblivious to Naruto's approach. However, even in a fleeting moment of distraction, she was far from vulnerable. With a swift jab of her finger to the ground, the earth split violently, and Naruto plummeted into the chasm, his raison dissipating. Xiao Yi swallowed hard at the sight. Such power is truly terrifying. It is unimaginable unless witnessed firsthand. Tsunade turned to Jiraiya. Jiraiya, is it you who taught him the raison? Jiraiya sighed. I suppose I can be considered that boy's mentor. The only ones capable of wielding that technique are the fourth Hokage and yourself. To think he could learn such a jutsu and still presume to call me his master is laughable. There are others who can perform the Raisnon besides, just us two. Jiraiya's gaze shifted to Xiaoyi. Do not allow him to entertain such thoughts. Only a dreamer would utter such nonsense about becoming Hokage. Naruto rose defiantly. I am not speaking nonsense. Give me 3 days, and I shall master this jutsu. Tsunade replied. You claim that, do you, kid? A man's word is his bond. Naruto, resolute, declared, I have always kept my promises. That is my nindo. Let us wager. I shall grant you a week. Should you master that ninjutsu, I will acknowledge your potential to become Hokage and bestow upon you this necklace. Such a mediocre trinket is of no interest to me. With a swift punch, Xiaoai struck Naruto on the head, his gaze fixed upon Tsunade's necklace, his eyes glimmering with desire. After all, it represented a fortune beyond measure. Do not speak so lightly. Naruto, that is a one-of-a-kind gemstone, and if sold, could purchase 3 mountains. It once belonged to the first Hokage. Upon hearing Jiraiya's words, the glimmer of wealth appeared in Naruto's eyes as well. In that case, very well. However, should you fail to master it within a week, all your possessions shall belong to me. At that moment, for reasons unknown, Naruto's pouch of money found its way into Tsunade's hands. The money Naruto possessed was originally gifted by Xiaoai. His own funds had been exhausted by Jiraiya. Xiaoai was not concerned about Naruto's potential loss, as his opponent was Tsunade. Let us depart, Tsunade. You two may return first. After Tsunade and Jiraiya had left, Xiaoai instructed Naruto to head back, then followed them. Ultimately, Xiaoai discovered them in a tavern. They were drinking and seemed engrossed in conversation. Tsunade remarked, Why has that little brat come over here? Greetings, Lady Tsunade. This is no place for a child like you. I merely accompanied Lord Jiraiya and wish to listen to your conversation. Would you care for some appetizers? Certainly. Shortly thereafter, the appetizers were served. As Xiaoai savored the dishes, he noticed Tsunade appeared to be deep in thought. Lady Tsunade, what occupies your mind? Nothing. Surely. You must be contemplating Orochimaru. Tsunade shot him a sharp glance. Do not make wild assumptions, child. Orochimaru's visit to you was likely for a specific purpose, was it not? The battle with the third Hokage resulted in Orochimaru losing the use of his hands. He must seek your aid for healing. Jiraiya interjected, Tsunade. What is the nature of Orochimaru's visit? Humph, it seems even a child is more informed than you. That scoundrel had his hands sealed by the old man and sought my assistance for healing, but I declined. Xiaoai gazed intently at Tsunade. Did you truly refuse him? Lady Tsunade. Tsunade scrutinized Xiaoai. What are you implying, child? It stands to reason that Orochimaru wishes to strike a bargain with you. The terms of the exchange may involve the restoration of his hands, and as for the compensation, it could very well entail the revival of certain individuals. What do you know of this? Tsunade suddenly grasped Xiaoai's collar. Please, no need for such violence, Lady Tsunade. I have merely gathered some information regarding your past. Your departure from Konoha was undoubtedly linked to the loss of your comrades. And surely, the means by which Orochimaru intends to resurrect them is something you are aware of. You insufferable child, you truly test my patience. Tsunade released Xiaoai. In truth, I am aware of the method Orochimaru would employ to bring them back. What do you mean? Impure world reincarnation. The only ninjutsu capable of resurrecting the deceased appears to be the impure world reincarnation. Jiraiya, what? Could he truly intend to utilize the impure world reincarnation? And how do you know of this forbidden technique? It should be classified as a taboo. Recently, I had the fortune to glimpse the Book of Seals, where I encountered numerous jutsu, including the impure world reincarnation. However, this technique harbors significant flaws, which is why I chose not to document it. Nonetheless, if Orochimaru intends to employ the impure world reincarnation to revive your companions, I strongly advise against it. After all, it is a desecration of the dead. Orochimaru. Tsunade crushed her wine glass in her hand. Very well, I appreciate your hospitality. With that, Xiaoyi departed, leaving Jiraiya to settle the bill for the appetizers. Upon returning to his room, Xiaoyi discovered that Naruto had vanished. He must have been practicing. That jutsu is far from simple. Over the past few days, Naruto had been relentlessly honing his Raisnon, returning each day with battered hands. One evening, when Naruto returned, he collapsed onto the floor. Honestly, why push himself so hard? Xiaoyi laid Naruto on the bed and covered him with a blanket. Tomorrow marks the deadline for the wager. I wonder how Naruto's practice has progressed, given his current state. It seems unlikely. Xiaoyi assisted in treating Naruto, ensuring he would be in optimal condition for the following day. Early the next morning, upon waking, Xiaoyi sensed Tsunade's presence had vanished. She must have gone to confront Orochimaru. It seems she cannot let go. However, I have already warned her of Orochimaru's intentions. She shouldn't engage in any dealings with him, should she? Is she perhaps seeking to confront him? Ino also noticed Tsunade's absence and rushed over to find her. The group soon located Jiraiya, only to discover he had been drugged by Tsunade. After Ino roused Jiraiya, they all set off towards the location where Tsunade had arranged to meet Orochimaru, hoping they had not yet clashed. As Xiaoyi and the others progressed, they observed signs of destruction. It was evident that Tsunade's immense strength had been unleashed, indicating that a battle had indeed commenced. Jiraiya, let us continue. We should be close. Upon reaching Tsunade, they found her engaged in combat. At that moment, she was unable to unleash her full potential, even struggling against Kabuto. Just as Kabuto was about to strike Tsunade, a smoke bomb detonated, and Xiaoyi and his companions appeared before her. Long time no see, Jiraiya. Oh, and a few intriguing youngsters as well. Orochimaru's gaze fixated on Xiaoyi and Naruto, lingering particularly on Xiaoyi, as he recalled their previous encounter. Jiraiya, your gaze remains as malevolent as ever, Orochimaru. Naruto suddenly recognized Kabuto's presence. Naruto, Kabuto, what brings you here? Step aside. Tsunade forcefully pushed Jiraiya aside. I will handle these two. Tsunade charged forward to confront Kabuto. As Do found himself at a disadvantage, he drove a kunai into his own hand, blood gushing forth and splattering onto Tsunade. Witnessing the blood, Tsunade trembled uncontrollably, devoid of strength. Seizing this opportunity, Do delivered a punch that sent Tsunade flying. It must be said, he is perhaps the only one capable of striking Tsunade with mere fists. Naruto exclaimed, what is going on? Why is Senior Do fighting with Granny Tsunade? You are rather slow on the uptake, Naruto. Don't you see Do as forehead protector? He is actually affiliated with Orochimaru. Merely a spy from the beginning, explained Xiaoyi, somewhat helplessly. A spy? How can that be? Naruto was incredulous. Indeed, I am, Do confirmed. This must be a trick. Senior Do, during the Chunin exams, you taught me so much and even saved me. Do chuckled. I merely wished to gather some intel on you all. After collecting your information, Naruto, I realized one thing. You lack the aptitude to be a ninja. Unlike Sasuke, you even fall short of your younger brother. Why drag me into this? Xiaoyi looked at Do innocently. Bastard. Naruto's expression morphed into one of ferocity, even with a face that frightens. You are still a cute genin in the wrong place. I am indeed curious about the monster within you. However, the legendary Sannin stand before us. You are hardly worth mentioning. Right now, you resemble a mere insect, and should you become too audacious, I will end your life. Bastard. Naruto dashed towards Do. Shadow clone technique. Naruto created 4 shadow clones, all charging simultaneously at Do. Yet, even though Do was wounded from his earlier skirmish with Tsunade, he was not an opponent Naruto could contend with. One by one, Naruto's clones were shattered, and ultimately, Naruto himself was sent flying. Xiaoyi quickly caught Naruto. Are you alright? Naruto stood upright. I'm fine. Jiraiya remarked. You with glasses, Shizune, Xiaoyi is entrusted to you. I will confront Orochimaru. However, before engaging, I wish for Tsunade to regain her strength. Shizune replied. I'm afraid the effects of the medicine will last for some time. I am utterly powerless. Jiraiya sighed. Well then, it seems we have no choice but to confront him as we are? Naruto interjected. What about me? You will protect Tsunade alongside Xiaoyi. But I want to fight too. No, that bespectacled kid has already stated it. You are not on the same level. Your opponent is one of the Sannin. The man who killed the 3rd Hokage, and only I can contend with him. Furthermore, that glasses-wearing fellow possesses strength comparable to Kakashi. Then let us commence. Do and Jiraiya simultaneously bit their hands, invoking the summoning technique. A toad and 2 snakes materialized before them. However, due to the effects of the medicine, Jiraiya summoned not the formidable Fukasaku, but rather the diminutive Gamatatsu. On the other hand, while Do did not summon the legendary Manda, he did call forth 2 exceedingly powerful serpents. At that moment, Naruto bit his finger, likewise employing the summoning technique. However, what appeared was also a rather small toad. Orochimaru, Jiraiya shall be my adversary. Do, you attend to the others. 2 colossal serpents surged towards Xiaoyi. With Tsunade in tow, Xiaoyi deftly evaded their assault. while Naruto was engulfed by one of the serpents. Oh dear, this truly spells disaster. Yomi Swamp Technique. Jiraiya unleashed the Yomi Swamp, ensnaring the two great serpents. However, due to his meager chakra reserves, they merely sank into a shallow pit. Meanwhile, Shizen found herself utterly overmatched by Do, her muscles severed completely by his onslaught. Do, I shall be your opponent. Xiaoai brandished his resolve and charged swiftly at Do. Xiaoai, beware of his chakra blade. Shizen cautioned. I am well aware. Shadow Clone Technique. All of Xiaoai's shadow clones charged forth, but Do skillfully evaded them all. Having meticulously studied Xiaoai's profile, he was well acquainted with his most frequently employed tactics, and he would not permit Xiaoai to close the distance. Then, let us summon. I implore you, Salamander. A formidable salamander materialized. It unleashed a cloud of toxic mist towards Do. Do promptly leaped aside, consuming an antidote pill in the process. Let us strike together, Salamander. With the salamander's assistance, Do soon found himself on the defensive. The salamander expelled another wave of poisonous fog, and Do opted to evade once more. Though he had ingested the antidote, the corrosive nature of the mist remained troublesome. Preoccupied with dodging the salamander's attack, Do failed to notice Xiaoai's advance. Raisnon. At the moment Do leapt, Xiaoai's Raisnon struck true, sending Do crashing to the ground. Return for now, Salamander. The battle with the salamander had severely drained Xiaoai's chakra, prompting him to dispel the summoning technique. Naruto. Xiaoai suddenly recalled that Naruto was still trapped within the serpent's belly. He hastened to Naruto's side, only to find him emerging unscathed. Are you alright? Naruto replied, I'm fine. I've already dealt with it. Make your way to Lady Tsunade. I will check on Lord Jiraiya. Xiaoai approached Jiraiya, who was engaged in combat with Orochimaru. Jiraiya appeared to be far from fully recovered, and the situation looked perilous. Just then, Xiaoai noticed Do rising once more. How is this possible? Struck by Raisnon, and yet he can still stand. It was too late for Xiaoai to offer support. Watch out. Just as Do aimed to strike Tsunade, Naruto intervened, putting himself in harm's way. Do's chakra blade found its mark on Naruto's body. Naruto. Do charged again. But Naruto, rising to his feet, blocked the kunai with his hand. He then utilized a shadow clone to create a Raisnon, launching it at Do and sending him flying once more. After expending the Raisnon, Naruto collapsed to the ground, having been struck by the Raisnon twice. Do could no longer stand. It seemed he had employed some form of medical ninjutsu to recover after the first blow. Xiaoai realized he had been remiss and hurried back. Meanwhile, Tsunade was tending to Naruto's injuries. Lady Tsunade, is Naruto alright? His heartbeat was erratic, and the muscles surrounding his heart had been completely severed. Can you heal him? I shall attempt to do so. Tsunade placed her hands upon Naruto, initiating a healing process. However, the sight of Naruto, drenched in blood, weighed heavily on her breath, causing her hands to tremble. Kabuto raised his head, declaring, It's futile. Naruto is beyond saving. I have severed the chakra circulatory system of the Nine Tails with my utmost strength, eliminating any possibility of his self-healing. It is impossible to heal him. Silence. Tsunade exclaimed, Diamond Prison. Xiao Yi extended two golden chains from behind, piercing through Kabuto's body. His breathing has ceased. Tsunade gasped. Xiao Yi, is there nothing you can do? You just said Naruto's breathing has stopped. It's too late. No, it cannot be. For the first time, Xiao Yi felt a pang of anxiety. He placed his hands on Naruto, employing a healing technique. He soon realized that while the technique could mend wounds, it could not revive Naruto in his current state. Observing Xiao Yi's efforts, Tsunade summoned all her strength to assist. Yet, Xiao Yi discerned that this would prove ineffective. They needed to awaken Naruto's innate self-healing abilities. Tsunade-sama, I will link to the Nine Tails chakra. Please focus all your healing on Naruto. Very well, she replied, hastily attending to Naruto's wounds without further inquiry. Xiao Yi communicated with the Nine Tails. Nine Tails, lend me a portion of your chakra. Huh, why would I lend it to a mere child like you? Enough of this nonsense. Without hesitation, Xiao Yi retracted the chains piercing Kabuto and wrapped them around the Nine Tails, siphoning its chakra. You brat, what are you doing? The Nine Tails struggled, but the seal within Xiao Yi rendered it powerless to resist. Xiao Yi placed his hands on Naruto's abdomen, channeling the Nine Tails chakra into him, establishing a connection with the chakra residing within Naruto's body. Suddenly, he felt a surge of formidable energy. As he turned, he found Orochimaru charging toward him. Engrossed in healing Naruto, Xiaoyi had not anticipated Orochimaru's approach. Just as Orochimaru's Kusanagi sword lunged toward Xiaoyi, Tsunade intervened, standing protectively in front of him. Tsunade-sama. You fool. At that moment, Xiaoyi was unable to act. He had to maintain the Nine Tails chakra, for without it, Naruto would perish. Tsunade-sama, please, gather your strength. Orochimaru remarked. Tsunade, among everyone here, you are the last person I wish to kill. Allow that child to live, and many complications will arise thereafter. This child, I must protect. Tsunade retorted. As one of the legendary Sannin, why would you risk your life to protect this mere Jinin? Tsunade coughed blood. To protect Konoha, to safeguard our village. She gazed at Naruto. If you seek a reason, it is because this child will inevitably become Hokage. Orochimaru erupted in laughter. What nonsense are you spouting? Besides, Hokage is nothing but trash. No one desires such a burden. Tsunade gradually stood, resolute. From this moment on, I too shall stake my life. Humph. If you are willing to sacrifice yourself for a mere child, then hasten to your demise. Orochimaru's sword, the Kusanagi, slashed across Tsunade's body, causing her to collapse to the ground. Lady Tsunade. Naruto, hurry. At this moment, Little E could only hope that Naruto would awaken swiftly, allowing him to confront Orochimaru. Just then, Orochimaru lunged at Naruto once more with his sword. He positioned himself in front of Naruto, drawing forth a significant amount of chakra from the Nine Tails. Behind him, two golden chains of adamantine emerged, entwining to intercept Orochimaru's strike. Orochimaru. At this juncture, Tsunade rose anew, delivering a powerful kick that sent Orochimaru flying. He observed the patterns on Tsunade's face. The In Seal, activate. Ninja Art, Creation Rebirth. Tsunade activated the In Seal, utilizing Creation Rebirth to heal all her wounds. It seems I am not the only one developing new jutsu. What is this technique? Orochimaru watched Tsunade's transformation with astonishment. It's nothing. I've concentrated chakra on my forehead over the years. By harnessing this immense chakra, I stimulate various proteins, accelerating the rate of cellular division, allowing for cellular regeneration. Thus, all organs and tissues can be reborn. This is not merely a restoration ability. It is a regeneration ability, meaning I cannot die in combat. Although she stated this, the number of cell divisions in a person's lifetime is finite, and rapid division effectively shortens one's lifespan. Fortunately, Tsunade possesses the bloodline of the Senju clan, making her cells remarkably resilient, resulting in far less damage than an average person would incur using this technique. At this moment, the three legendary ninjas simultaneously formed hand seals and invoked the summoning technique. Summoning technique. Three colossal beings ascended simultaneously, Manda, Gamabunta, and Katsuyu. The three legendary ninjas of Konoha had reunited once more. He noticed that the chakra within Naruto had begun to flow autonomously, healing his injuries, prompting him to cease the chakra transmission. He retracted the adamantine chains and sat on the ground, observing their battle. The three ninjas stood atop their massive summoned beasts. He suddenly realized they were too close, so he moved Naruto away to join Shizen. Shizen, are you alright? I'm fine. We can only sit here and watch the battle unfold. Katsuyu, Manda, such familiar faces. Gamabunta inhaled deeply. Are you planning a reunion, Jiraiya? You fool. It's been ages since I summoned you. Don't make such trivial jokes. I intend to settle our long-standing grievances today by defeating Orochimaru here. Hey, Orochimaru. Don't think you can summon me for such troublesome matters. Be careful, or I'll devour you. Manda was notorious for his foul temper, and even Orochimaru might struggle to rein him in. Kabuto stood once more. Please, don't say that. Manda, I will surely express my gratitude later. I didn't ask you, fool. Don't speak to me so casually, you brat. Before the myriad of serpents, Do had no right to speak. Hey, Orochimaru. Be prepared to offer me 100 sacrifices afterward, the myriad serpent commanded with a sinister chuckle. Fukasaku, the toad sage, took a puff of smoke and exhaled it upon the myriad serpent. You scoundrel, I shall turn you into a toad. Just what I need, a snakeskin wallet. Both Fukasaku and the myriad serpent were poised for action, ready to clash at any moment. Jiraiya interjected, Orochimaru, you are truly malevolent. We are no longer comrades. Orochimaru sneered. Comrades? That gives me goosebumps. The title of the three ninjas ends here. The three stood in a tense standoff, each uncertain of who would strike first. The slug launched its attack first, unleashing a corrosive acid that eroded the stones beneath. However, its weakness lay in its inability to move swiftly. The myriad serpent surged forward, coiling around the slug. Take down one first, it declared as it lunged toward Tsunade, but Fukasaku thrust his blade to intercept, only for the myriad serpent to seize Fukasaku's weapon in its jaws. Thus, they remained locked in a stalemate. The myriad serpent constricted, squeezing the slug painfully. Tsunade. As Tsunade disengaged from the slug, it split into thousands of tiny clones before reconstituting itself. Fukasaku released his weapon, distancing himself from the myriad serpent. Tsunade, keep your distance. Fukasaku, use oil. Understood, Fukasaku replied. Fire style, toad, oil fireball. He spewed forth a torrent of oil, which Jiraiya ignited with flames, creating a tremendous conflagration that even the distant Shao-Yi could feel the searing heat from. In the blaze, the myriad serpent was engulfed and seemingly melted away. However, it was merely its outer shell that had been incinerated as it slithered away, shedding its skin. A tremendous rumble emanated from below, and a violet form erupted from the earth. Fukasaku grasped it quickly, only to find it was merely the myriad serpent's tail. Suddenly, the serpent lunged from behind. Just then, a colossal blade descended, pinning the serpent's head to the ground. Tsunade had employed her immense strength to lift Fukasaku's sword and drive it into the myriad serpent. In an unexpected turn, Orochimaru extended his tongue, ensnaring Tsunade. I shall strangle you like this, he taunted, tightening his grip around her neck. Struggling, Tsunade managed to pry his tongue away and, seizing it, yanked Orochimaru up. She delivered a powerful punch to his face, sending him reeling. Again, she pulled him back by his tongue, tossing him skyward and unleashing a flurry of blows. As she prepared for a final strike, her aim faltered. The prior injuries had pushed her to her limits. At that moment, Orochimaru dangled from Tsunade's grip, still ensnared by her tongue. Tsunade unleashed a series of rapid punches toward Orochimaru. While these strikes inflicted some damage, they were not as devastating as intended. With her concluding punch, Tsunade propelled Orochimaru downward. As the formidable figure plummeted, Orochimaru swiftly regained his composure and hastily fled. Tsunade pursued him with remarkable speed. Upon catching up to Orochimaru, she unleashed a barrage of punches upon him, yet he appeared unfazed, as if impervious to her assault. Had it been an ordinary ninja enduring such strikes from Tsunade, their body would have surely been shattered to pieces. Tsunade concentrated her chakra in her hands and approached Orochimaru, preparing for her final move. Her ultimate punch sent Orochimaru hurtling through the air, and he fell motionless to the ground, resembling a lifeless entity. Kabuto crawled over to assess Orochimaru's condition. At that moment, the great serpent released its summoning and returned, marking the conclusion of this fierce battle. To everyone's astonishment, Orochimaru rose once more, shocking both Tsunade and Jiraiya. Even without your healing, I possess a method to resurrect myself. I shall undoubtedly bring ruin to Konoha, and I hope we may meet again, my comrades, Tsunade and Jiraiya. At this moment, Orochimaru's original visage lay shattered, revealing another face beneath. Subsequently, Orochimaru and Kabuto vanished without a trace. This battle had left all parties severely wounded, with the sole exception of Little Lee, who fared somewhat better. After Orochimaru's departure, the remaining individuals gathered together. However, Tsunade's condition seemed peculiar. Her hands were riddled with wrinkles, making her appear significantly aged. Tsunade, are you all right? A brief rest should restore you to your former self. This is merely a side effect of the unsealing process. They returned to the street to recuperate, and not long after, Naruto awakened. Tsuna, Jiraiya began, but Tsunade interjected, from now on, do not call me Tsunade. Refer to me as the Fifth Hokage. The Fifth Hokage? Upon awakening, Naruto learned of Tsunade's new title. Lady Tsunade, does this mean you will officially become the Fifth Hokage starting today? What is it? You seem rather discontent. Well, compared to the Third Hokage, you are rather temperamental, capricious, extravagant, cunning, and rather foolish. I worry whether you will be able to fulfill the role. Naruto's words caused Tsunade's veins to bulge, as Little Lee genuinely feared for the future of their establishment. Lady Tsunade, perhaps we should eat something? Ino attempted to lighten the mood, though she overestimated Naruto's intellect. Moreover, how can someone who is clearly an elderly woman disguise herself as youthful and deceive everyone while serving as Hokage? Naruto's final remarks truly incensed Tsunade. Get outside. You brat. It seemed history was destined to repeat itself. Naruto and Tsunade stood on opposite sides. As the Fifth Hokage, I shall not exert my full strength against a mere child. A single finger shall suffice. Do not underestimate me because of my size. Although I am small now, I will one day become Hokage. Originally, even a mere finger from Tsunade was beyond Naruto's capability to contend with, let alone now. Naruto charged forward, throwing a punch at Tsunade, who deftly evaded the attack. With a flick of her finger, she sent Naruto hurtling back. Naruto brandished a shuriken, aiming to strike, but Tsunade deftly flicked it aside with her finger. She then extended a finger, poised to flick it towards Naruto. Just as Naruto braced himself for the impact, Tsunade unexpectedly pressed her lips against his forehead. Xiaowai regarded this scene with a hint of curiosity, not out of envy, but rather finding it somewhat peculiar. Alright, let us return to Konoha. After several days, Xiaowai and his companions made their way back to the village. Although various minor incidents occurred along the journey, they were merely trivial amusements. Following over a month of recuperation, Konoha had once again regained its previous order. The small shops along the streets reopened. The Ninja Academy resumed its sessions, and the ninjas began attending to their respective missions. Xiaowai addressed Tsunade. Well then, Lady Tsunade, Naruto, and I must take our leave. Jiraiya, filled with anticipation, chimed in, perfect. I too must head to the village to gather some resources. I wonder if I will find what I seek. I shall accompany you for a stroll, Tsunade expressed, attempting to slip away. Wait a moment, Lady Tsunade, Shizen interjected, blocking her path. You must promptly make your way to the Hokage building. Tsunade attempted to depart. It's fine. I can go later. I just want to wander around the village first. Shizen stood firm. Lady Tsunade, you aren't contemplating gambling again, are you? Tsunade quickly dismissed the notion. Impossible. How could I possibly go gambling? Haha. Xiaowai, uninterested in Tsunade's affairs, simply took Naruto and headed back. Having been away for over a month, the room had accumulated a layer of dust. It seemed the first order of business was to tidy up. Naruto, come help me. Xiaowai called. Naruto readily agreed. Sure. You start sweeping the floor. Xiaowai fetched 2 towels and 2 buckets from the restroom, but upon returning, he found Naruto had vanished. Sensing his presence, Xiaowai discovered Naruto sprinting towards the Konoha hospital. Sigh. It appears my younger brother has completely lost this round. Observing the room, though not particularly large, cleaning it would be quite a hassle. In that case, I shall seek assistance. Summoning technique. Xiaowai called forth a diminutive salamander and placed a note on its tongue. After a little over 10 minutes, 2 individuals appeared at Xiaowai's doorstep. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by his helpers, Amo and Kaguya. Greetings, Lord Xiaowai. Kaguya exclaimed. Welcome, Kaguya, please come in. Xiaowai replied warmly. Kaguya, are you settling in well at Konoha? Kaguya nodded. Yes, I have completely adapted. That's good to hear. Once the 5th Hokage assumes office in a couple of days, I will assist in resolving your identity matters, Xiaowai assured her. Kaguya bowed gratefully. Thank you. By the way, have you thought about the question I asked you earlier? Do you still wish to become a ninja? Kaguya glanced at Amo. Amo encouraged, just decide for yourself. Yes, I still want to be a ninja. Xiaowai was not surprised by Kaguya's desire to continue her journey as a ninja. Very well, I shall arrange something for you. How was this trip, Xiaowai? Amo inquired. It was quite satisfactory. I learned a few things, Xiaowai replied. However, the previous battle of the 3 ninjas left one feeling somewhat unfulfilled. Soon, an intriguing conflict would unfold. Amo smiled gently. Are you referring to their combat? Suddenly, Xiao Yi recalled, indeed, the Valley of the End. He was reminded that Naruto and Sasuke were about to engage in their fateful duel, an event that would alter many circumstances. Well, it doesn't concern me much, as long as nothing goes awry, he mused. Amo then inquired, by the way, why did you summon us? Xiao Yi, feeling a bit shy, replied, I was hoping you could assist in tidying up the room. Amo and Xiang Lin readily agreed to help with the cleaning. Half an hour later, the room was spotless, far superior to its former state. As dinner approached, Naruto returned punctually. I'm back. Naruto, come and join us for dinner. No need. I've already had ramen with Irika-sensei, he responded. Oh, I see. Well, that's fine. By the way, how are things with Sasuke and the others? Has Lady Tsunade provided them with treatment? Naruto cheerfully exclaimed. Grandma Tsunade has already healed them. That is great to hear. At that moment, Xiao Yi noticed the necklace around Naruto's neck. Though the item stirred a longing within him, it held a commonplace significance for Naruto, prompting Xiao Yi to refrain from asking for it. If he insisted, Naruto might very well offer it. Yet taking it could lead to Tsunade's wrath. After Tsunade assumed the role of Hokage, the villagers resumed taking on missions. Most of the recent tasks were related to the reconstruction of Konoha, involving either the building of houses or the transportation of materials. Xiaoyi had not ventured beyond the village in quite some time. One day, while selecting a mission at the task reception, he encountered Kakashi, who was also there to pick up a task. "Kakashi-senpai, are you here for a mission as well?" "Yes," Kakashi replied, casting a glance at Xiaoyi. "Are you not training, Sasuke? How do you have time for missions?" Xiaoyi inquired. "The results of training must be tested through missions. Sasuke has hit a plateau in his training and needs to break through in the field," Kakashi leisurely explained. As they entered the room, they discovered that the fifth Hokage was present as well. "Lady Tsunade. Kakashi, you arrived just in time. There is a task suitable for Team 7 to undertake." Tsunade handed the mission scroll to Kakashi. Kakashi examined the scroll. The Land of Snow? A film? At the mention of the Land of Snow, Xiao Yi's attention sharpened, as he had some recollection of this task. "Indeed," Tsunade confirmed. "The individual you are to protect is Fujikaze Yuki. Your mission is to safeguard her while she completes filming in the Land of Snow. Due to her unique identity, this task has been entrusted to you." Kakashi quickly grasped the critical point. If filming is taking place in the Land of Snow, why not employ local guards? Tsunade, fingers interlaced atop the table, responded. "The client wishes to keep their identity concealed. There may be other reasons as well." As Hokage, Tsunade possessed a fair understanding of the situation in the Land of Snow. She continued, "Regardless, your primary objective is to ensure her safety." Kakashi accepted the mission. Tsunade gazed at Xiao Yi and inquired, "Are you here to undertake a mission as well?" "There are indeed a few C-rank assignments available." "No, thank you," Xiao Yi replied. "While C-rank missions are quite commendable, I have set my sights on a new objective." He followed Kakashi out of the room. Kakashi halted, turning to face Xiao Yi. "Speak up. What do you wish to do?" "Hee, you are quite perceptive, Kakashi-senpai. I wish to participate in this mission." Kakashi responded, "Our team is already at full capacity. There is no need for additional members. I do not require any remuneration. I will cover my own expenses along the way," Xiao Yi asserted, revealing his second-to-last trump card. Upon hearing this, Kakashi raised an eyebrow. If there was no cost involved, it mattered little. Xiao Yi's combat prowess was commendable, and he would certainly alleviate some concerns compared to the trio of Team 7. Moreover, Xiao Yi was among the few capable of keeping an eye on Naruto. Thus bringing him along would likely mitigate potential troubles on their journey. "Very well, you will follow my lead," Kakashi acquiesced. "Absolutely," Xiao Yi affirmed. Kakashi pondered for a moment and said, "We will gather at the main gate tomorrow morning. Additionally, you will inform Naruto." "Understood, no problem." That evening, Xiao Yi relayed the details of the mission to Naruto, who was overjoyed at the prospect. He had been feeling quite bored in the village, and the opportunity to venture out was simply splendid. At dawn the following day, Xiao Yi and Naruto prepared their luggage and ninja tools before making their way to the Konoha main gate. Kakashi noted that everyone had arrived. "Let us depart," he declared. The group set off and soon arrived at the location of the client, which was also the film crew's site. "I will go speak with the client. You all can enjoy a movie for now," Kakashi said, producing movie tickets seemingly from nowhere. After Xiao Yi and the others accepted the tickets, Kakashi vanished from sight. His body flicker technique was indeed impressive. The group entered the cinema and settled into their seats. Princess of the Winds and Clouds was a highly popular film. Although the storyline was somewhat cliched, it belonged to the genre that audiences adored. The production quality was exceptional, with scenes meticulously gathered from various locations, which explained why Xiao Yi had received the task of protection. One notable characteristic of this film was the impressive appearances of the actors. Both the leading lady and gentleman possessed striking looks, a significant factor contributing to the film's popularity. The movie was lengthy, exceeding 2 hours. Yet Xiao Yi managed to watch it in its entirety. Naruto and Sakura, however, were especially enamored with the film, both brimming with excitement. After the movie concluded, everyone emerged outside. Kakashi offered no further instructions, leaving them to wait in that spot. "I wonder if there are truly individuals like the Princess of the Winds and Clouds in reality. Such are the people a ninja ought to protect," Naruto mused, staring blankly at the poster. Xiao Yi regretted not bringing a camera. Capturing this moment to show Hinata would surely lead to a significant reaction. Wasn't this more captivating than the film? Suddenly, a loud crash echoed as the west wall of the cinema was breached, and a white horse leapt over the debris. A woman riding the horse swiftly galloped past them. The Princess of the Winds and Clouds. Sakura recognized the figure approaching on horseback. identical to the illustrious Princess of Wind and Cloud from the film. Almost immediately, over a dozen soldiers clad in black armor, riding dark steeds, surged from the other side of the wall, pursuing the direction in which the white horse had departed. What is happening? Naruto found himself utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. Let us go, he urged, as the trio followed suit. Xiao Yi scanned the surroundings, failing to detect Kakashi's presence or any trace of his chakra. Reluctantly, he trailed behind Naruto and the others, hoping to avoid any significant trouble. Upon catching up, he discovered the armored figure had collapsed on the ground, and Naruto was nowhere to be seen. You lot sure know how to stir up trouble. Kakashi suddenly appeared, assisting the fallen individual to his feet. I sincerely apologize. He introduced a bespectacled man. This gentleman is our client for this mission, Mr. Sandefu. You certainly know how to cause a ruckus. Xiao Yi, you could have intervened, Kakashi remarked. Xiao Yi raised his hands in a gesture of helplessness. Let us head back. We must escort Mr. Sandefu safely. They accompanied Sandefu back to the film set, where crew members were busy packing up. Kakashi explained, our task is to protect Miss Fujifuyuki, who portrays the Princess of Wind and Cloud, on her journey to the Land of Snow for filming. The Land of Snow? It seems quite distant, Sasuke commented. The director beamed. Indeed, it is far, but the breathtaking Rainbow Ice Wall is worth every effort. Rainbow Ice Wall? Sakura inquired. The director pointed to a photograph. Precisely. This is it. Everyone gazed at the image of the magnificent ice formation. It is said that in spring, the Rainbow Ice Wall shimmers with a myriad of colors. I truly wish to witness it, he continued. Kakashi interjected. That is merely a rumor. The Land of Snow knows no spring. It is perpetually winter there. Has teacher Kakashi ever been to the Land of Snow? Xiao Yi asked curiously. That was a long time ago, Kakashi seemed to reminisce. But more importantly, we should locate Naruto and Miss Fuyuki. I can still sense Naruto's chakra. Xiao Yi led the group to a tavern where Naruto was situated. Upon entering, they spotted Naruto and Fuyuki. Miss Fuyuki, the ship to the Land of Snow is about to depart. If we don't hurry, Mr. Sandefu began. But Fuyuki poured herself a drink, cutting him off. Enough, this ends here. Whoever wishes to be the Princess of Wind and Cloud may take my place. Miss Fuyuki, how can you say such a thing? Sandefu pleaded. If that is the case, we have no choice. Kakashi's voice interrupted. He approached Fuyuki, lifting his forehead protector to reveal his Sharingan. Under the Jinjutsu, she succumbed and fell, with Kakashi catching her. Xiao Yi was astounded that Kakashi would require the Sharingan to cast a Jinjutsu on an ordinary person. At that moment, Xiao Yi suddenly sensed a chakra leaving the tavern, realizing that matters were indeed far from simple. After subduing Miss Fuyuki, the group boarded the ship, setting sail towards the Land of Snow. On the other side, in the Land of Snow, a piece of information arrived, bestowing a hint of warmth upon this frigid realm. Fenghuan sat in his chair, engrossed in a film featuring Princess Fengyun. Meanwhile, three figures, adorned with an air of reverence, knelt on one knee before him. Fenghuan, therefore. Fujifuyui is indeed our little snow princess, is she not? His voice carried a blend of astonishment and delight. Indeed, my lord. After extensive verification, we can confirm with absolute certainty that Fujifuyui is Princess Xiaoxiu. Furthermore, we have ascertained that the hexagonal crystal remains in her possession, replied a man positioned on the far left, his tone grave. The princess is currently en route to the Land of Snow by ship, but there are 5 ninjas from Konoha among her entourage. It appears that the protector among them is none other than Heitei Kakashi, remarked a woman kneeling on the opposite side with a light laugh. How intriguing. This is what one might call a fateful confrontation, she mused. Fenghuan, then let us welcome back Princess Xiaoxiu. I must acquire the hexagonal crystal. Very well. The following day, upon awakening, Suiwai found herself aboard a ship. After a brief moment of commotion, she resigned herself to this reality. Despite her reluctance, Suiwai approached the filming with utmost seriousness. It was perplexing how the director had chosen to shoot on a ship. Nevertheless, the tumultuous waves and the rocking vessel did not hinder the crew's progress. By the time they neared the Land of Snow, the scenes aboard the ship had been completed. The Land of Snow was not insignificant in size, comparable to the Land of Fire. However, in contrast to the vast forests of the Fire Country, the Snow Country appeared far more desolate. With its expansive terrain and sparse population, most of the land was blanketed in thick snow. Due to insufficient food supplies, The population of the Snow Country was less than one-tenth that of the Fire Country. Yet, the Snow Country possessed its own natural advantages. Its barren resources, frigid climate, and isolation from neighboring nations allowed it to remain uninvaded. After 4 days at sea, the crew finally glimpsed land. However, a closer examination revealed that it was no ordinary land but a colossal iceberg. Encountering an iceberg during their journey was perilously risky. What they perceived as the iceberg was merely a fraction of its true mass, with the majority submerged beneath the waves. A collision was imminent if they ventured too close. Yet, the director, upon sighting the iceberg, was filled with exuberance. "This is it. Let us promptly revise the script. This location is perfect. Hurry. All departments, prepare immediately. We shall add scenes here, as there is no place more suitable." Xiaoyi observed the director's nearly frenzied enthusiasm with exasperation. "Everyone, let us ascend the iceberg," the director commanded. The ship gradually approached the iceberg, narrowly avoiding the submerged mass. Once on the iceberg, the crew quickly set up their equipment. The actors donned their makeup, and the filming commenced. Xiaoyi utilized his Kaguya Shingen to scan the entirety of the iceberg, detecting 3 distinct chakra signatures. These chakras were formidable, nearing the level of elite ninjas. Xiaoyi relayed the situation to Kakashi. Kakashi immediately instructed the 4 of them to remain vigilant, ready to respond to any unexpected situations. Xiaoyi pinpointed the locations of the 3 chakra signatures, allowing him to sense their movements at any moment. Just as the filming reached a crescendo, an explosion erupted from the summit of the ice mountain. Massive chunks of ice tumbled down, prompting everyone to swiftly evade the debris. Although no one was harmed, the sudden blast startled them all. "Kakashi, everyone, stay alert." Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura sprang into action, their eyes fixated on the 3 figures that had appeared. "Welcome to the Land of Snow." Kakashi's gaze sharpened as he recognized the purple-haired man before him. "We have been anticipating your arrival, Princess Koyuki. Did you bring the hexagonal crystal?" The purple-haired woman on the opposite side inquired. Upon hearing the title Princess Koyuki, Kakashi suddenly recalled something. "Ha ha ha, as expected of Hayate Kakashi. It seems our journey ends here." At that moment, a rotund figure emerged from the snowy ground. "Everyone, retreat quickly and protect Miss Yukihira," Kakashi commanded, his expression grave. "Dong Xiong, Chue Yin, I entrust you with Princess Koyuki." With that, the purple-haired man lunged at Kakashi, who also leaped forward to engage him in combat. "It has been a long time, Hayate Kakashi. It has been nearly a decade, hasn't it? This time, you won't flee like you did last time, will you?" Wolf Fong Avalanche. The individual before him was the Wolf Fong Avalanche, whom Kakashi had encountered a decade ago. Back then, Kakashi had no choice but to flee, completely outmatched. The two exchanged glances before swiftly launching their attacks, each displaying similar levels of strength, resulting in a fierce back-and-forth clash. Meanwhile, Dong Xiong and Chue Yin charged towards Fenghua Koyuki. The 4 of Xiaoyi stood in their way, ready to counter the impending assault. Chue Yin and Dong Xiong attempted to flank them from both sides. Naruto and Sasuke exchanged determined looks, each moving to confront their respective opponents. At this moment, the crew was evacuating, yet the director remained fixated on capturing the scene. "The filming must not stop," shouted the incredibly dedicated director, even as he was being carried away. Fenghua Koyuki, now drained of energy, collapsed onto the ground. She gazed at Xiaoyi and his companions, who were engaged in battle with the snow ninjas, and a flood of memories surged into her mind. "Your Highness, please return to the ship at once," the 3rd elder urged as he pulled Koyuki away. However, her legs felt as though they were weighed down by lead, rendering her unable to rise. At that moment, Koyuki was at the epicenter of the conflict, putting her at great risk. Naruto and Sasuke struggled against the snow ninjas, and their endurance was waning. Xiaoyi shouted, "Sakura, take Fenghua Koyuki and leave." Sakura noticed Koyuki's predicament and immediately scooped her up, racing toward the ship. "Stop." The snow ninjas were unwilling to allow Koyuki to escape. Xiaoyi declared, "Your opponents are us." Sasuke unleashed, Fire Style, Great Fireball Jutsu. Xiaoyi followed with, Wind Style, Great Breakthrough. The wind enhanced the fire, amplifying both its potency and speed. A colossal blaze surged forth, blocking Chue Yin and Dong Xiong's advance. "Kakashi-sensei." Kakashi leaped forward, and the 4 gathered closely together. Naruto remarked, "Kakashi-sensei, their armor appears quite unique." Kakashi replied, "That is the chakra armor specially developed for ninjas by the Land of Snow." It seems to have significantly enhanced their abilities compared to before. Avalanche interjected. Do you remember, Kakashi? This armor amplifies the chakra within the body, strengthening various ninjutsu. Simultaneously, it erects a chakra defense barrier around the body, capable of neutralizing your chakra attacks. No matter the type of ninjutsu, Jinjutsu proves ineffective against it. Upon hearing Avalanche's words, Xiaoyi grew curious about this armor. If such armor were widely utilized, ordinary ninjas would undoubtedly see a substantial increase in their strength. However, the claim that it could negate all ninjutsu and jinjutsu seemed exaggerated. Being able to fend off A-rank techniques would be commendable. Did they truly expect to withstand the infinite Tsukiyomi? Ice Release, Avalanche Tiger. Water Release, Water Dragon Bullet. Avalanche and Kakashi simultaneously unleashed their techniques. Indeed, the ninjutsu amplified by the armor appeared considerably stronger, as Kakashi's Water Dragon Bullet was shattered. Tsukikaze and Donshong swiftly charged in to launch their attacks. Xiaoyi positioned himself at the forefront, urging, everyone, retreat quickly. With a swift motion, Xiaoyi activated the explosive tags strung along the wire, encircling the area. Mutual Explosive Technique. One by one, the explosive tags materialized, covering the three snow ninjas. Detonate. At the command, the explosive tags erupted simultaneously. A vast amount of snow was thrown into the air, the shattered snow obscuring visibility. Seizing the opportunity, Xiaoyi and the others made their escape back to the ship. Once aboard, they promptly departed from the site. The explosive tags utilized by Xiaoyi had already compromised the structure of the iceberg, causing it to begin sinking. The waves propelled the ship forward with greater speed, and soon the three snow ninjas were nowhere to be seen. However, given their prowess, it was unlikely they would perish here. After returning to the ship, they learned that Fenghua Xiaoxiu had fainted and was now resting inside. Xiaoyi and the others took a moment to recover. As the recent battle had indeed taken a toll on their stamina, the vessel continued its journey toward the Land of Snow, where more intense confrontations awaited. Several hours later, the ship reached the port of the Land of Snow. Unloading the cargo would take some time, so the group settled in the cabin to chat. Kakashi remarked, Dr. San, you are aware of the situation, are you not? Dr. San nodded, acknowledging that the truth could no longer be concealed. Kakashi continued, it is reasonable to anticipate what will happen when she returns to the Land of Snow. Dr. San sighed, to ensure the princess's return to this country. I had no choice but to act thus. Naruto and his companions were taken aback to learn that Fenghua Xiaoxiu was indeed the princess of the Land of Snow. They had previously assumed she was merely a fictional character. Dr. San continued, when I was by the princess's side, she was still quite young. It is not surprising that she may not remember me. 10 years ago, I served under the former lord, Prince Fenghua Xiaoxiu. At that time, the Land of Snow was a small but peaceful nation. Prince Xiaoxiu cherished the princess deeply, and they lived tranquil lives. However, one fateful day, Xiaoxiu's brother, the scoundrel Raging Tide, hired the snow ninjas to incite a rebellion and seize control of this nation. The beautiful city of Fenghua was engulfed in flames, ultimately collapsing. I had long believed that Her Highness the Princess had perished, only to unexpectedly encounter her on a film set. Oh, how delighted I was. Dr. San, overwhelmed with emotion, began to weep. How much better it would have been had I died then. At that moment, a voice echoed from the entrance, Xiaoxiu of Fenghua. Though the body remained alive, the heart had already succumbed to despair. Since then, my tears have run dry. Princess Xiaoxiu, Dr. San rushed forward, kneeling before her. You must defeat the Raging Tide and become the new sovereign of this realm. I, Dr. San, shall lay down my life to protect you. Let us rally together. Xiaoxiu gazed coldly at Dr. San. I refuse. But Princess Xiaoxiu, the Snow Kingdom awaits your return. Impatiently, she retorted, are you all fools? No matter how hard you strive, you cannot defeat the Raging Tide. Naruto suddenly rose, exclaiming, do not speak so lightly of giving up. This man is fighting desperately for his dreams, and I will never forgive anyone who calls him a fool. At that moment, the director interjected. It is precisely because we do not give up that we can glimpse hope, and it is through hope that we can embrace the future. Does this not align perfectly with the theme of the final chapter of The Princess of Wind and Cloud? Xiaoyi was momentarily speechless, astonished that the director was still focused on filming amidst such chaos. Yet perhaps it was this very attitude that allowed for the creation of beloved works. Still, Xiaoxiu remained resolute in her refusal. Kakashi stated, you have no choice left. Now that Fenghua and the Raging Tide are aware of your existence, you are cornered. Fighting is your only option. Even if you flee to another nation, they will pursue you. Naruto, filled with fervor, declared, "Then let us continue our mission. We shall journey to the Snow Kingdom and defeat that wretch known as the Raging Tide." Kakashi contemplated, "Actually, we should return to the village to gather some reinforcements." Sasuke interjected, "There is no time. We can manage with just the few of us." Xiao Yi looked at Sasuke, uncertain of the source of his confidence. Should they encounter a legion of ninjas from the Snow Kingdom, they would surely be overwhelmed. The best course of action would be to confront the Raging Tide directly and eliminate him while he was alone. The determination of the group left Xiaoxu with little choice. Though she was most unwilling to venture to the Snow Kingdom, the circumstances left her no alternative. Upon reaching the land, they boarded a snow vehicle and delved deep into the heart of the Snow Kingdom. Despite her attempts to escape, Xiao Yi's keen perception prevented her from doing so. As they rested in the snow, preparing to cook, the ground suddenly trembled beneath them. Xiao Yi sensed a surge of chakra emanating from ahead. This chakra flowed across the ground, melting the snow in its path, revealing a set of iron tracks. With a low rumble, a train emerged before them. Xiao Yi gazed at the train with envy, pondering how convenient it would be if the Land of Fire possessed such a marvel, sparing them the time spent on foot during their missions. Years later, indeed, the Land of Fire would welcome the arrival of trains, and remarkably, electric ones at that. The train gradually came to a halt before the gathered crowd, and atop it stood a man of unappealing visage. "At long last, I have found you, Xiaoxu." Fenghua Nudao. Xiaoxu recognized the man before her, and a flood of memories surged within her mind. It had been over a decade since they last crossed paths. "Come now, let me have a good look at you." In an instant, Xiao Yi and his companions rushed to the forefront, determined to safeguard her. Accompanying Fenghua Nudao were the three snow ninjas from before. Should a conflict ensue again, it would spell considerable disadvantage for Xiao and the others. At that moment, a cadre of armored warriors surged forth. As everyone turned to look, they realized the leader was none other than the recently vanished Sandefu. Xiao Yi had sensed Sandefu's departure earlier, but had chosen not to impede him. However, he never expected that he would return with a legion of warriors. "Listen well. Princess Xiaoxu is protecting us. The goddess of victory stands by our side." A chorus of shouts erupted, as if victory was already within their grasp. "Fenghua Nudao, do you have any idea how long we have awaited this moment? 50 souls, including myself, the esteemed Sandefu, seek vengeance for the late monarch, Princess Fenghua Xiaoxu, and the accumulated resentments over many years. Now, we demand blood for blood. Blood for blood." Upon seeing this group, Fenghua Nudao merely scoffed. If these individuals posed any threat to him, he would have long since lost his position as the ruler of the Land of Snow. 50 individuals drew their blades and charged at Fenghua Nudao. With a mere wave of his hand, several compartments of the train opened, revealing massive shuriken launchers. A barrage of shuriken was unleashed upon the crowd, piercing through the 50 warriors, their blood starkly visible against the white snow. "Ha ha ha!" Fenghua Nudao roared with laughter. "To think these fools would dare to challenge me is nothing short of delusion. Enough! Cease the fighting." Xiao Yi shouted. "Fenghua Nudao, is it not the hexagonal crystal you desire?" Xiao Yi produced the crystal necklace. Upon sighting the necklace, Fenghua Nudao's eyes gleamed with excitement. "This is it. Hand it over to me." Kakashi, incredulous, stared at Xiao Yi, recalling how he had swapped the necklace from Xiaoxu. How had it ended up with Xiao Yi? Aware of Fenghua Nudao's ambition for the hexagonal crystal, Xiao Yi had cleverly switched it beforehand. "Quickly, give it to me." Fenghua Nudao commanded the three snow ninjas. "Kakashi, Yi, come here quickly." Xiao Yi disregarded Kakashi's plea and hurled the hexagonal crystal towards Fenghua Nudao. Ha ha ha! Fenghua Nudao, having caught the necklace, was elated. With this treasure, the Land of Snow shall ascend above the 5 great nations, becoming the mightiest of them all. Let us depart. With the hexagonal crystal in his possession, Fenghua Nudao hurried to unlock the treasure, showing no inclination to engage with Xiao Yi and the others any further. Naruto rushed forward. "Yi, why would you do this? Why would you give the hexagonal crystal to that scoundrel?" Kakashi approached, inquiring, "Yi, what is the matter?" Although his understanding of the young Yi was limited, he could not fathom the possibility of betrayal from him. "Princess Xiaoxu, do you happen to know the nature of the treasures concealed within the hexagonal crystal?" Xiaoxu shook her head. "I only know that it possesses the power to transform the entire Land of Snow, Beyond that, I am uncertain. Yi addressed the group. While we remain unaware of the secrets harbored by the Land of Snow, I refuse to believe it holds anything that could pose a threat to the 5 great nations. If the Land of Snow possessed something capable of rivaling the 5 great shinobi nations, why would it conceal it rather than wield it to unify the world? It seems more plausible that this treasure is intended to genuinely alter the existence of the Land of Snow. Suddenly, Xiaoxu recalled her father's words, realizing that what he had created could not possibly be a tool for warfare. Let us proceed. I wish to see what my father has left behind. Her tone solidified with determination. With Xiaoxu's resolve, Kakashi had no choice but to lead the group to the location of the secret within the Land of Snow. Kakashi, too, held doubts about any threat from the Land of Snow, yet felt compelled to investigate. As they journeyed onward, they encountered an obstruction posed by 3 snow ninjas. To proceed, you must first pass through us, declared Avalanche. Yi chuckled lightly. Did you truly believe your armor could deter me? Kakashi-sensei, cover me, he urged. Naruto and the others quickly grasped Yi's intentions, launching themselves into combat against the snow ninjas. Meanwhile, Yi harnessed his chakra, attentively observing the skirmish for an opportunity. Now is the time, Vajra binding. For golden chains erupted from Yi's back. Through diligent practice, Yi had mastered the ability to summon 4 chains. The snow ninjas, preoccupied with battling Team 7, failed to notice Yi's chains. They attempted to swat the chains away but found themselves ensnared, their bodies swiftly bound. The chain's power infiltrated their chakra armor, halting its operation. How could this be? The 3 ninjas realized with horror that they were utterly unable to summon their chakra. No matter how formidable you are, your strength relies on chakra. Severing its flow renders your armor mere scrap metal. Without their armor, the trio was swiftly subdued by Kakashi. The group pressed on, ultimately arriving at their destination. At that moment, Fenghua Nudao inserted the hexagonal crystal into the keyhole, unlocking the treasures of the Land of Snow. Ha! You have arrived too late. The treasure is now mine. Colorful lights radiated from the surrounding ice walls, and everyone could distinctly feel the temperature rising significantly. The snow atop the surface began to melt, and hot springs erupted from within the mountains, steaming like a thermal spring. A geothermal generator. Fenghua Nudao gazed around in disbelief. How can this be possible? He struggled to comprehend that the coveted treasure he had pursued was nothing more than this. Yi stepped forward. What do you think? You have already witnessed the secret of the Land of Snow. What are your thoughts? Are you not elated? Fool. Windflower Fury rages. Ice release. Black Dragon Storm kill. With a powerful punch, Windflower Fury unleashed a massive black tornado towards Little Leaf. Little E swiftly evaded the attack. Everyone join in. Little E had no intention of engaging in a one-on-one duel. It was time for a collective assault. Sasuke, Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique. Kakashi, Water Release, Water Dragon Bullet. Windflower Fury, Ice Release, Twin Dragon Storm Kill. The Fireball and Water Dragon collided with the twin dragons of the storm, creating a vast cloud of smoke that obscured the vision of both parties. At that moment, four adamantine chains shot forth from the smoke, ensnaring the limbs of Windflower Fury. Naruto, now is your chance. Raiznan. Naruto charged forward with his Raiznan aimed at Windflower Fury. At that moment, the sun rose in the east, casting radiant beams upon the ice wall, which shimmered with a spectrum of colors. Simultaneously, vibrant chakra energy converged upon the Raiznan, transforming it. Raiznan. The attack struck Windflower Fury's chest with tremendous force, shattering the armor encasing him, sending Windflower Fury hurtling away. After enduring the colorful Raiznan, Windflower Fury was stripped of all combat capability. Ultimately, justice prevailed in this battle. The sun illuminated the earth, causing the snow and ice to melt swiftly. Rocks emerged from the ground, and green plants began to spread across the surface. Little Leaf gazed in disbelief at the scene. Could the temperature rise so rapidly as to sprout plants? Could it be would release? Little E sensed a unique chakra, one he had never encountered before. At that moment, a voice emerged from the icy wall. First, a man's voice spoke. Believe in the future, for spring will surely arrive. What does Little Snow wish to do when spring comes? Then, a little girl's voice echoed. Little Snow wants to become a princess. The man asked, what kind of princess? The girl replied, a gentle, strong, and just princess. The man laughed heartily. That is quite a challenge. However, if you pursue your dreams with unwavering faith, they will surely come to fruition. Can you see this? There stands a beautiful princess. Upon hearing the voices around her, Windflower, Little Snow shed tears. The little girl inside was her own self, and the man was her father. She had forgotten that she once harbored such aspirations. A rainbow arched across the sky, and the gentle, warm sun bathed everyone's faces. This was indeed a perfect conclusion. With the demise of Windflower Fury and the eradication of several snow shinobi, the land of snow was effortlessly taken over by the likes of the three lords. The inhabitants of Snow Shinobi Village pledged their loyalty to Windflower Little Snow. With no signs of rebellion, any potential dissent would be swiftly dealt with. Upon learning of Windflower Fury's death, both large and small clans and individual factions within the Land of Snow acknowledged Windflower Little Snow's ascension as the daimyo. Perhaps they were not genuinely loyal to Windflower Little Snow, but with the backing of the Leaf Ninjas, they dared not act against her. After several days of preparation, Fenghua Xiaoxiu, with the support of the Santeifu and others, officially declared her ascension as the daimyo of the Land of Snow from the pinnacle of the Grand Palace in Fenghua City. Meanwhile, on the opposite high-rise of the daimyo palace, members of Team 7 observed the inauguration ceremony of Fenghua Xiaoxiu. Wow, a daimyo! That's truly wonderful, Harano Sakura exclaimed, her face displaying a mixture of astonishment and envy as she gazed at Fenghua Xiaoxiu, who was receiving the cheers of the crowd from above. After all, which girl hasn't dreamed of becoming a princess in her childhood? Naturally, this was to be expected. With this, our mission is finally complete, Kakashi added with a smile. The mission unfolded much as Kakashi had anticipated, without any significant turbulence. The strength of the enemies encountered during the task was consistent with his previous predictions. Had Xiaoyi been aware of Kakashi's thoughts, he would undoubtedly have rolled his eyes in response. What surprised Kakashi the most, however, was Xiao Yi's actions. He was taken aback to discover that Xiao Yi had somehow exchanged the hexagonal crystal and directly gifted it to Fenghua Nudao. If the Land of Snow indeed harbored any perilous elements, this mission could have become quite troublesome. Xiao Yi's behavior could easily be deemed as treasonous. Fortunately, everything concluded perfectly, allowing for some well-deserved reading time. As Xiao Yi and his companions were departing the Land of Snow, Xiaoxiu came to bid them farewell. Thank you all so much for your assistance. Kakashi replied, it is our duty. We were merely fulfilling our mission. Naruto chimed in, you must be a great daimyo. I believe you will excel in your role. Sasuke added, congratulations. Sakura expressed, if possible, I hope to see your films in the future. Xiaoyi reminded, do remember to upgrade our mission rank. Kakashi, resting a hand on Xiao Yi's shoulder, teased, you seem to have forgotten that you won't receive any reward this time. What? Xiao Yi suddenly recalled that he had previously informed Kakashi he would forego the reward in pursuit of vengeance. Had he known, he would have exerted less effort. Nevertheless, it was of little consequence. After the mission rank was elevated, Xiao Yi's ninja credentials would improve, facilitating the acceptance of higher-level tasks. Moreover, although Xiao Yi would not receive compensation, Naruto certainly would. After all, Naruto was his own creation. Xiaoxiu said, thank you all once again. I welcome you to visit the Land of Snow in the future. If you ever need assistance, I will do my utmost to help. Your Highness Xiaoxiu. We shall take our leave now. The group bid farewell to Xiaoxiu and the Santeifu, boarding the ship back to Konoha. On this day, Tsunade summoned Xiao Yi and his companions to the mission reception area, where Naruto and his team were also present. Xiao Yi, are you here to receive a mission? Naruto inquired. What else would we be here for? Xiao Yi replied. By the way, where is Kakashi? He noticed Kakashi was absent. I don't know. He probably overslept again. As usual. What about your team leader? Xiao Yi responded. Korone-sensei is off on a mission. Today the three of us are here to accept a task. Indeed, it is truly splendid to accomplish tasks independently. I too yearn for the ability to complete assignments on my own. When Kakashi-sensei was present, we were unable to fully express ourselves. Naruto waved his hands, eager to showcase his prowess. Sakura remarked, Naruto, Kakashi-sensei only has our best interests at heart. If he weren't here, you would undoubtedly act recklessly. Do you think Kakashi-sensei will not come this time? Naruto inquired with anticipation. Indeed, Kakashi will not be coming. Tsunade entered the room. Tsunade-sama, she responded, fool, do not refer to me as old lady. Lord Hokage, you mentioned that Kakashi-sensei will not be coming. What is the reason for this? Sakura questioned. I believe you are aware that due to previous events, nearly all the Jonin, including Kakashi, have been dispatched on other missions. This time, you must operate independently and execute the task yourselves. The assignment is of B rank, involving the protection of an important individual. However, due to circumstances, it may escalate to an A rank mission. Therefore, Team 7 and Team 8 will collaborate on this task. Naruto was elated. What? Together with Sai? Sai was also surprised to be tasked with working alongside Naruto and his team. This marked the first joint mission between Team 8 and Team 7. Who are we to protect? Naruto inquired. Tsunade shook her head. I do not know. How can you not know? What is the situation? Tsunade retrieved a scroll and began to read. In the neighboring land of T, there is a grand ceremonial event held every 4 years. During the concurrent racing event, you must protect the participants. However, the individual you are to safeguard has already been attacked by assassins sent by rivals before arriving here. What exactly is going on? The group was perplexed about the mission. For detailed information, you may inquire directly with Elder Jiro in the land of T. Additionally, Sai will be appointed as the captain for this mission. Sai, I entrust you with the responsibility, Naruto declared. Sai was somewhat taken aback that Naruto did not vie for the captaincy. Had Tsunade chosen Sasuke as the captain, Naruto would undoubtedly have protested vehemently. Understood, Tsunade-sama. In that case, you must depart promptly. You need to arrive in the land of T by today. Move swiftly. Yes. The group returned to gather their belongings and set off towards the land of T. Throughout the journey, Naruto was boisterous, and thankfully, Sai had not been assigned to the same team as Naruto. Otherwise, he would have been overwhelmed by the noise. Team 8, on the other hand, was considerably quieter. Hinata and Shino seldom spoke, and at times, Sai found himself wishing for a bit of conversation. Eventually, they arrived in the land of T before nightfall. They approached a large courtyard, which was their destination. Sai stepped forward to negotiate. Greetings, we are ninjas from Konoha, here to see Elder Jiro. Very well, please come in. They entered the room where a middle-aged man sat. Elder Jiro, we have finally arrived. I apologize for the delay. As the captain, Xiao Yi naturally had to hand over the details to the client. It's quite all right, Jirizo reassured them. Your pace has been remarkably swift. The sun has yet to set. What precisely have you employed us for? Xiao Yi inquired. Lord Hokage mentioned that you would provide the specifics, Jirizo replied. Are you familiar with the worship ceremony of the Hongdasha? Xiao Yi shook his head apologetically. I'm afraid we are not. No matter, Jirizo said. Allow me to elucidate. This dates back many years. Long ago, to calm a tempest, the precious dragon and tiger jade was enshrined within the Hongdasha. Shortly thereafter, the storm subsided. And thus this event transformed into a legend that has been passed down through the ages, evolving into a biennial tradition. Initially, the focus was solely on venerating the jade. But several decades ago, it escalated to the most formidable individuals being designated as chief priests for the rituals. However, in recent times, this ceremony has taken on another purpose. In the port town of Kaji, two rival clans, the Wasabi family and the Kaji family, have existed since time immemorial. It is somewhat embarrassing to admit, but our two families have never ceased their disputes. Conflicts over the dominion of this town have ensued, often embroiling the villagers in the fray. To quell the increasingly intense hostilities, a solution was proposed under the intervention of the daimyo. Henceforth, disputes shall be settled not through battle, but via a contest. This contest is none other than the quadrennial Hongdasha worship ceremony. For years ago, our adversary employed ninjas, gaining a significant advantage. And this year they have once again retained their services. Consequently, we decided to engage in countermeasures and enlisted the aid of Konoha. However, on our way to relay this message, we were ambushed by the opposing side. We implore you, Jirizo beseeched, assist us. For we cannot afford to lose to the Kaji family again. Xiao Yi contemplated for a moment. So, this is essentially a struggle for dominion over the town, determined through competition. Who, then, are we meant to protect? Just then, a young boy entered from outside. Xiao Yi regarded the boy before him. Very well. We comprehend the situation. We shall ensure his safety. If there are no further matters, we shall take our leave. Xiao Yi exited the room and began conversing with the boy. Greetings, I am Itachi. Hello, Xiao Yi replied. I am Vortex E, the captain of this mission. These are my teammates, and we shall protect you. Naruto, he announced, our team will handle daytime protection, while yours will take the night shifts. We will alternate. No problem. Leave the daytime to me. Naruto exclaimed. Shino, Hinata, let us go. Since Team 7's perceptive abilities were somewhat inferior to those of Team 8, Xiao Yi assigned Team 7 to the daytime protection. With Byakugan, Kagura's keen senses, and Shino's insect army, they would ensure absolute safety during the night. Nonetheless, Xiao Yi did not return to slumber. Instead, he decided to take a stroll around the town. Familiarizing oneself with the surrounding environment is indeed of paramount importance. While wandering the streets, Xiao Yi encountered members of the Jiz family, who were leveraging their influence to extort protection fees from a local shop. It appeared that the Jiz family was not composed of benevolent individuals. Continuing his observations, Xiao Yi sought out any unusual occurrences. As night fell, Class 8 transitioned duties with Class 7, assuming their responsibilities for nighttime protection. The hours passed uneventfully, with no incidents to report thus far. It seemed that the forthcoming competition would be the focal point of attention. The contest officially commenced at dawn, as participants gathered before the sun had even risen. This particular challenge required them to journey from Jikao to the shrine, necessitating a boat ride over a stretch of water along the way. Within the shrine lay the coveted Longhu Beiyu, which they would need to retrieve before proceeding to offer it at Hongda Shrine. All manner of tactics could be employed during this endeavor, which undoubtedly posed certain risks. For this reason, the decision was made to hire ninjas for their protection. Xiao Yi instructed, the responsibility of close protection will now fall upon Class 7. Naruto, perplexed, inquired, "What about you, Xiao Yi?" To which Xiao Yi replied, "We will provide protection from a different angle. You need not concern yourselves with our matters, focus on safeguarding him." As the captain, Xiao Yi's directives were final. However, it was not a matter of shirking responsibility. Class 7 was better suited for close protection, while Xiao Yi would observe from a distance. After all, limiting protection to a single approach could lead to complications. He intended to act as a third-party force in their defense. At the moment the sun crested the horizon, the competition commenced, and the two contestants set off with haste. Class 7 trailed closely behind Itachi for his protection. Yet, an unexpected turn of events occurred almost immediately. Itachi deviated from the prescribed route, venturing into uncharted territory. Xiao Yi remained unconcerned about his path, as his primary focus was ensuring Itachi's safety. As Xiao Yi scanned the crowd, he sensed the presence of several ninjas within it, some of whom were likely hired by their opponents. His task was to keep a vigilant eye on these individuals. "Hinata, Shino, let us proceed," he urged. Shino dispatched a swarm of insects ahead of Itachi for reconnaissance, while the trio followed closely, vigilant of their surroundings. "Let us move onward." Before long, Itachi entered a forest, a prime location for ambushes, replete with natural cover. From this point onward, they needed to remain ever alert. "Hinata, utilize your Byakugan periodically to survey the area," Xiao Yi instructed. Understood. With Xiao Yi's Kaguya Shingen and Hinata's Byakugan, they could promptly detect anyone approaching Itachi. Additionally, with Class 7's protection in place, even if adversaries were elite ninjas, they would be unable to harm Itachi. "Xiao Yi, there are 3 chakra signatures over there," Hinata alerted. Following her indication, Xiao Yi sensed the presence of 3 moderately strong auras, likely Chunin level. Naruto and his team would be capable of handling them. Disregard them. Let Class 7 handle it. Soon, they found themselves within a canyon. Above them, trees loomed, while below, a perilous cliff awaited, ready to claim the unwary. At that moment, Xiao Yi suddenly sensed a fluctuation of chakra, indicating the use of Jinjutsu. Ahead, Itachi had fallen victim to the opponent's illusion, nearly plummeting off the cliff. Fortunately, Naruto and his companions managed to rescue him. Xiao Yi recognized that the culprits were the same 3 individuals from before. However, this minor obstacle was nothing they could not overcome. Xiao Yi and his companions were to serve as the final line of defense, remaining inactive for the time being. Was that the sea breeze? Xiao Yi felt a gust of wind sweep past him, seemingly originating from the opposite direction. It became clear that Itachi had fled northward to evade the sea breeze. It appeared he possessed a modicum of intelligence. "Let us continue," he urged. Before long, Itachi arrived at the seashore. They borrowed a boat and set sail towards the distant shore. "What should we do, Xiao Yi?" Hinata inquired, surveying the area where no boats remained for departure. "Xiao Yi, someone is approaching from that direction," Hinata alerted, noticing figures drawing near. The group concealed themselves and observed as these individuals acquired a boat from an unknown source and made their way towards Naruto and the others. "We must seize that boat," Xiao Yi decisively proclaimed. "Shino," he called. Shino unleashed a multitude of insects that enveloped Xiao Yi, propelling him towards the vessel. Darkness technique. With a swift incantation, the illusion enveloped the 3 aboard, plunging them into complete darkness. Sealing chains. 2 chains ensnared 2 of the assailants, sealing their chakra before casting them into the sea. Spiral sphere. Xiao Yi swiftly formed a spiral sphere, striking the last adversary and sending him flying. Within mere seconds, Xiao Yi had neutralized all 3 foes. Shortly thereafter, Shino returned with Hinata, and the trio boarded the boat, trailing behind Naruto and his group. Half an hour later, they made landfall. The competition was now halfway complete and would soon reach its conclusion. Xiao Yi detected a powerful presence, a chakra nearing the level of a Jonin. Hinata activated her Byakugan. Is that chakra from a Jonin? This could pose a challenge. The disparity between Jonin and Chunin was profound. The former possessed a significantly greater amount of chakra and mastery over Jutsu, far surpassing the capabilities of lower-ranked shinobi. Hinata remarked, "The opponent is formidable. Should we regroup with Naruto and the others?" Xiao Yi shook his head. "No, let Naruto and his team handle that individual. He is yet another ninja from the village hidden in the rain, just like the previous 3. Given the timeline, it seems that Konan and her allies currently govern the Rain Village." As Xiao Yi pondered, Naruto and his team engaged with the Rain Ninjas. True to their reputation, they possessed Jonin-level strength, overwhelming Naruto and his companions. The 4 were swiftly struck by their specially crafted poison needles, leaving them incapacitated on the ground. The Rain Ninjas were particularly adept with toxins, a skill honed under their former leader, Hanzo of the Salamander, who was infamous for his use of poison. "Let us advance." As Xiao Yi approached, he discovered them lying on the ground and hurried over to investigate. The Rain Ninja sensed Xiao Yi's presence, but chose to ignore him and departed instead. In his view, Yaido Tian had no chance of victory now, and it was unnecessary to provoke the ninjas from Konoha. Hinata inquired, "Naruto, are you all right?" Naruto replied, "I can't move. Those needles are poisoned." "I'll help you," Xiao Yi said as he removed all the needles from their bodies. The poison presented a slight challenge. The antidote he possessed was specifically for the poison of the giant salamander, proving ineffective against other toxins. "Not to worry, I have this," Sakura announced, producing a vial of medicine. "This is an antidote pill that Lady Tsunade entrusted to me before she left." "Wonderful. With this, you should be able to detoxify. However, given the severity of your injuries, allow me to assist you," Xiao Yi offered as he employed his healing technique on their wounds. Soon enough, their injuries healed, and the poison was purged. "All done. Time is of the essence. Let us depart swiftly." After treating Naruto and the others, they divided into 2 groups and hastened towards their destination. A few minutes later, they finally reached the shrine and retrieved the token. Preparing to set off towards the finish line, Yaido Tian's wounds had fully healed, restoring his speed. He was soon on the verge of catching up to another competitor, but the previous Rain Ninja once again stood in their way. "To my surprise, you have arrived quite quickly. Have your injuries healed?" The opponent was astonished to see Yaido Tian and Naruto fully recovered. "Regardless, you shall not pass." Suddenly, he brandished a sword crackling with lightning and severed the bridge. "What a scoundrel, resorting to such despicable tactics!" Naruto exclaimed as Xiao Yi and the others arrived. "It seems this mess is your doing. Humph. Let us dispose of you all at once." Sakura stared at the broken bridge. "What do we do?" "The bridge has been cut." Xiao Yi commanded, "Shino, send Yaido Tian across." Shino's insects enveloped Yaido Tian, transporting him to the other side. The opponent could hardly believe his eyes. "How is this possible?" "Halt. Your adversaries are us." Xiao Yi hurled a shuriken. Bang. The opponent blocked the shuriken with his sword. Xiao Yi scrutinized him. "Ah, the sword of the Thunder God. It is said to be the companion weapon of the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama. How did it come into your possession?" "Oh right. I recall now. You were the rogue ninja from Konoha. Perfect. After dealing with you, I can return for the bounty." "Humph, little brat. Although I inadvertently allowed that fellow to pass, eliminating you should pose no challenge." Xiao Yi directed, "Naruto, you go first." "Huh. All right, I'll watch their movements." "Very well." Shadow clone technique. Naruto created 3 shadow clones, gathering 2 Raiznan as they charged towards the Rain Ninja. The sword of the Thunder God collided with the Raiznan, unleashing an explosive spark of chakra and lightning. The Sword of Thunder is indeed a premier weapon. Naruto's Raiznan is utterly ineffective against it. At that moment, his umbrella began to spin, unleashing a multitude of flying needles that pierced Naruto's legs, causing him to collapse helplessly to the ground. "With your meager abilities, you are hardly worthy of compelling me to wield the Sword of Thunder," Xiao Yi retorted, And do you truly believe you deserve to wield it? This is an artifact of the second Hokage. What right does a traitor such as yourself have? Vajra lock. 2 chains shot forth from Xiao Yi's back. Humph. Such iron chains are of no consequence. I shall sever them. The opponent swung the sword of thunder to cleave Xiao Yi's chains. Yet the blade left no mark upon them. What? One of Xiao Yi's chains ensnared the sword of thunder, wrapping itself around the opponent's arm, while the other chain pierced directly into his body. You, my power. The adversary realized he could no longer channel chakra. Indeed, the sword of thunder is formidable. While severing my Vajra chains is plausible, it is not within the capabilities of someone as worthless as you. Xiao Yi retracted his chains and reclaimed the sword of thunder. An artifact of the second Hokage. What a fortune this could bring. Xiao Yi mused silently. By the way, Naruto, you all go ahead. Shino utilized insects to transport Naruto and the others across the chasm. With no further issues arising, Xiao Yi and his companions chose not to pursue them. Shino carried the rogue ninja from Konoha, Aoi, as the trio took a shortcut back to the finish line. Upon witnessing Itachi burst across the finish line, their mission reached its conclusion. After bidding farewell to Jiro and Itachi, they commenced their journey home. Overall, this venture yielded significant rewards. Not only had they completed their mission, but they also apprehended a rogue ninja from Konoha. Particularly, acquiring the Sword of Thunder from the second Hokage was a remarkable achievement, whether for use as a weapon or for sale. After a day's journey, they returned to Konoha. Xiao Yi addressed the other 5. You all have worked hard. Please return to rest. I shall submit the mission report and distribute the rewards later. Upon arriving at the mission hall to report his success, he coincidentally encountered Tsunade. Lady Tsunade, I heard you returned. I have a matter to discuss with you. I have matters to attend to as well, Lady Tsunade. Our mission is complete, and we have captured a rogue ninja from Konoha. Is that so? I shall grant you the bounty as per the reward. Come here. I have something important to discuss. Very well. Xiao Yi followed Tsunade into a chamber where Shizune and the 3 examiners from the previous Chunin exams were present, along with Shikamaru. Xiao Yi. It has been quite some time. Shikamaru maintained his signature languid demeanor. Tsunade, seated in the center, declared, now that everyone is here, we shall begin. To be honest, I am not fully aware of the circumstances at that time, and the final examination was regrettably interrupted. Thus, it has been suggested that this examination yielded no qualified candidates. However, I have heard that the late third Hokage held your examinations in high regard and intended to recommend you for the rank of Chunin. The noblemen from other observing nations and the proctors shared the same sentiment. Thus, I need not elaborate further. Congratulations to both of you. From this day forth, you shall be Chunin. Chunin? Lady Tsunade, are you jesting? Little E exhibited a look of astonishment. While Shikamaru is indeed formidable and deserving of the Chunin title, how could I possibly be worthy? Little E was not eager to attain the rank of Chunin, as it would entail a greater burden of responsibilities and more troublesome missions. Furthermore, the most skilled individuals in Konoha were the Genin. Although your performance in the recent examination was not particularly remarkable during your battle with Niji, you adeptly employed the shadow clone technique, the dark movement technique, and the exploding tag technique simultaneously. Each of these is an exceedingly complex ninjutsu, and to execute them all at once is a feat beyond even some jonin. Moreover, you have mastered the Vortex Clan's Diamond Lock and the A-rank ninjutsu, Raise-Non, demonstrating exceptional prowess in your confrontation with Kabuto. There is no doubt that you are qualified to become a Chunin. Not to mention, you recently captured a rogue ninja from Konoha. Your accomplishments are sufficient. Were it not for your young age, elevating you to special jonin would be entirely feasible. Young age? Little E recalled that Kakashi had already attained the rank of jonin at this age. Very well. Little E conceded. Tsunade remarked, you truly are something. Others yearn to become Chunin, yet you seek to decline. Regardless, from today onwards, both of you are Chunin of Konoha. Let us strive together. Lady Tsunade, there is another matter I wish to discuss with you. What is it? I would prefer to speak privately. Follow me. Little E accompanied Tsunade and Shizune to the Hokage's office. Tsunade inquired, speak, what troubles you? Little E gathered his thoughts. During this mission, we not only apprehended the rogue ninja, but also recovered an item he had previously stolen, the Sword of the Thunder God belonging to the second Hokage. The Sword of the Thunder God? Is that not the heirloom of my grandfather? How could such an important item have been stolen? Well, just return it, Tsunade said. Wait a moment, Lady Tsunade. I believe that spoils acquired during a mission should belong to me. Tsunade scrutinized Little E, This is the second's heirloom. Do you truly wish to claim it for yourself? Little E exhibited no embarrassment. Though it is the second sword, I am the one who retrieved it. Without my efforts, it would still be lost. Tsunade responded, all right, I comprehend your position. The second sword cannot be given to you, but you may select a reward, perhaps a ninjutsu? Little E replied, I have already acquired all the necessary ninjutsu. I do not require more. I wish to propose an exchange with you, a private transaction. Tsunade leaned closer. What do you desire? Little E took a step back, a spot as one of your disciples. Tsunade circled around Little E. You wish to become my disciple? I might entertain that notion. No, Lady Tsunade. What I wish to recommend to you is the girl I saved during the Chunin exams, Uzumaki Yi. Uzumaki Yi? Is it she? Tsunade recalled that Xiao Yi had previously mentioned a girl from the Uzumaki clan. Indeed, she was the very girl spoken of last time. The chakra of the Uzumaki clan is exceptionally suited for the learning of medical ninjutsu. Hence I wish for you to impart this knowledge to her. Very well. I shall grant her this opportunity, Tsunade agreed. Then I shall trouble you with this task. Xiao Yi handed the Sword of Raijin to Tsunade before taking his leave. In truth, Xiao Yi did not require the Sword of Raijin to secure a spot for such a disciple. With the Uzumaki lineage coupled with Ino's talent, Tsunade would likely be eager to teach such a pupil. Xiao Yi's actions stemmed from the realization that the Sword of Raijin held little value for him. It was better bestowed upon Tsunade as a gesture of goodwill. This way, Tsunade would be more inclined to look after Ino. With the Sword of Raijin as leverage, Xiao Yi could devise a means to benefit from Tsunade's generosity. After all, she was the legendary Golden Goose. Even a small favor would yield abundant rewards. As Xiao Yi departed from the Hokage building, he sensed two familiar chakra signatures. Upon focusing, he discerned that they belonged to Sasuke and Naruto. It appeared that Sasuke had once again succumbed to his reckless tendencies. Perhaps it was for the best to let him go sooner rather than later. For both him and Naruto, Xiao Yi had neither the time nor the inclination to manage their affairs. With such frivolity, he would rather return home to prepare dinner. He distributed the entirety of the mission's earnings among Shino, Hinata, and Sakura. The Sword of Raijin was his alone to keep, but he felt compelled to offer some form of recompense. As for Naruto and Sasuke, they were currently engrossed in their battle and would hardly notice this trifling sum. I'm back, Xiao Yi announced. Naruto, I'm home. What's the matter? You look rather downcast. I've prepared a plethora of new dishes for you this evening. Noticing Naruto's glum demeanor, he inquired. Naruto hung his head. Xiao Yi, why do you think Sasuke has turned out this way? He came to challenge me today. Who emerged victorious? Xiao Yi asked with curiosity. That's not the point. Naruto retorted, visibly frustrated. The issues between you two require your own resolution. I cannot assist you there. What I can do is ensure you are well fed and not left to hunger. Here, try this. Xiao Yi offered a plate of sushi. Delicious, Naruto responded. Indeed, eat your fill. Those troubling matters can wait. Now is the time to relish in delightful flavors. As Xiao Yi hummed a tune while washing the dishes, he suddenly felt an unfamiliar chakra disturbance outside. It seemed that certain individuals had located Sasuke. Alas, trouble was brewing yet again. Xiao Yi, Naruto. Just as dawn broke, there was a knock at Xiao Yi's door. Shikamaru. Is there something urgent that brings you here so early? Xiao Yi opened the door to find Shikamaru standing there. Good morning, Shikamaru. At that moment, Naruto was still in his pajamas, his eyes bleary with sleep. Uchiha Sasuke has defected. The 5th Hokage has just issued a mission to retrieve him. She has instructed me to assemble a team, hence I have come to enlist you both. Naruto could hardly believe his ears. What? Are you serious? Xiao Yi covered his ears. Must you be so loud, Naruto? Indeed, Sasuke has been confirmed to have departed with the Sound Ninjas. We must bring him back. Please wait for me. I will change my clothes right away. Naruto dashed back into the room. Xiao Yi, you should hurry as well. This time, we shall lead together. All right. Xiao Yi closed the door and returned to change. Once they were both dressed, Xiao Yi and Naruto gathered at the gate of Konoha. Alongside them were Niji and Koji. Thus, a 5-member team composed of 2 Chunin and 3 Genin set forth. Shikamaru said, Xiao Yi, why don't you take the lead as the team captain this time? Xiao Yi declined. You dislike complications. Naturally, I do too. Since Lady Tsunade has entrusted this task to you, it is only fitting that you assume the role. Naruto interjected. How about I become the captain then? No one acknowledged Naruto's suggestion. Shikamaru urged, let us keep moving. Since I've been assigned as captain, I will outline our strategy. As a rescue team, we are vulnerable to ambushes, meaning the enemy could gain the upper hand quite easily. Thus, we must respond swiftly to their attacks and have an appropriate countermeasure. I will dictate our formation. If anyone disregards my orders and acts recklessly, we may all perish. We will proceed in a single file. First and foremost, we need a lead scout. Niji, you shall take on this responsibility. Yi interjected, let me handle the scouting. While Niji can sense what lies ahead, he has no knowledge of which path Sasuke has taken. I can still perceive Sasuke and those unfamiliar presences. Without hesitation, Shikamaru replied, very well, Yi. You will lead the front. I will take the second position as the captain, depending on the situation. I can issue commands to you when you detect something and signal the others with gestures. The center of our formation will be occupied by Naruto, whose explosive power allows him to provide timely support both ahead and behind. Thus, he is positioned at the very heart of our team. Next, we have Koji. Although your speed may be lacking, you are the most destructive force in our squad, and I entrust the decisive strike to you. Finally, Niji, I would like you to maintain vigilance at the rear. Your Byakugan will enable you to monitor our blind spots regularly. Next, let us examine the map. Everyone must be aware of their scouting range. Yi remarked, there is no need for that. I can handle the scouting range entirely. I can detect all objects within a kilometer, and my chakra allows me to maintain this perception continuously. Ah, such a terrifying power, Shikamaru commented. Very well. We shall disregard that requirement. Now, does anyone have any further questions? There were none. Yi and the others had no additional inquiries. Before we set off, I must clarify a few things. Sasuke is not particularly a close friend of mine, and I do not harbor great fondness for him. However, he is a ninja of Konoha, just like us, and thus, it is our duty to risk our lives to rescue him. That is the way of Konoha. Even if I personally dread complications, your lives are now firmly in my hands. Therefore, I will take responsibility for this mission. The team paused to check their ninja tools. Once assured, they hastened to depart. Swiftly navigating through the woods, Yi sought the most direct route to pursue Sasuke. Suddenly, he halted, prompting the entire squad to stop as well. Is something amiss? Shikamaru inquired. The chakra signatures ahead multiplied. There were 9 in total. No, Sasuke's chakra was waning. Aside from the 4 sound shinobi, there appeared to be an additional 4, one of whom seemed to possess the chakra of Lady Shizune. It was likely that a confrontation had erupted between the Leaf Ninjas and their adversaries. Yi discerned many signatures and provided his analysis. Then let us hasten. We must rendezvous with Lady Shizune and rescue Sasuke, Shikamaru urged. The group quickened their pace towards the source of the conflict. Yi noticed a shift in the situation. Wait, it seems they have separated. The 4 Leaf Ninjas and the 5 Sound Shinobi have split into 2 groups. What shall we do next? We must pursue Sasuke. Naruto exclaimed anxiously. After a moment of contemplation, Shikamaru resolved to head towards Sasuke's direction. Yi adjusted his course to follow suit. Stop. Not long after, Yi sensed the nearby chakra signatures. Additionally, he detected traps in the vicinity. Niji also noticed explosive tags. There are traps. Niji, examine them closely. Your Byakugan is more adept at detecting traps than my Sharingan, Shikamaru instructed. Niji scrutinized the situation. This is a barrier technique formed by explosive tags. It's a trap formation. Once an enemy enters the range of the tags, it will trigger instantaneously. What should we do? Yi inquired. We have no choice but to take a detour, Shikamaru concluded. Let us proceed. Yi chose an alternate route, and they sped onward. Along the way, they encountered numerous traps, yet with the keen observations of Yi and Niji, they successfully navigated around them. They were close now. It seemed the signatures ahead had paused. Let us move. We must bring Sasuke back, Shikamaru urged. After formulating a battle plan, the 5 prepared for action, stealthily advancing through the underbrush towards the Sound Ninjas. Wait. It's unnecessary. We've already been detected. Yi observed an abundance of spider webs surrounding them, all imbued with chakra. These webs must be the ability of one among them. Then let us engage directly, Shikamaru declared. Niji launched several smoke bombs, enveloping the area in obscurity. What can a handful of smoke bombs accomplish? The Sound Ninjas scoffed. Yet, in their heightened sensitivity to sound, they suddenly found themselves immobilized as Shikamaru's shadow imitation technique took effect. However, we possess our own unique abilities, one of the Sound Ninjas retorted as shurikens flew toward them. Although Yi managed to deflect 2, one struck Shikamaru, severing his hold on the technique. Earth Release, Earth Prison. Jirobo swiftly formed hand seals, encasing Xiao Yi and his companions in a mound of earth. The wall can be shattered effortlessly. Spiraling sphere. Naruto's spiraling sphere struck the wall, yet the soon-to-be cracked surface swiftly restored itself. This phenomenon is rather intriguing. Xiao Yi touched the wall, discovering a flow of chakra within. It appears that the opposition is continuously infusing chakra into the structure, causing it to regenerate rapidly. No, Xiao Yi suddenly realized that his chakra was diminishing. Niji activated his Byakugan to observe the flow of chakra within the wall. Alas, the wall's perimeter seems to be absorbing our chakra. It is no surprise that these individuals are trained by Orochimaru. Their ninjutsu possesses remarkable characteristics, Xiao Yi mused. What should we do? If this continues, our chakra will be devoured. Naruto expressed his anxiety. Xiao Yi responded, leave it to me. This technique is indeed fascinating. It can absorb chakra, since it wishes to consume. I shall prevent it from doing so. Xiao Yi plunged 2 adamantine chains into the wall, instantly halting the flow of chakra. Koji now. All right, the human bullet tank. Koji's body rapidly expanded, transforming into a colossal mass. He rolled towards the wall, which shattered entirely upon impact. How is this possible? Jirobo was astounded. Let us all attack together. Shadow clone technique. Naruto created 4 clones and charged at the enemy. Earth release, earth flow wall. Jirobo once again employed earth release to separate the opposing forces, allowing several individuals to escort Sasuke away. Shikamaru assessed the situation and swiftly adjusted their strategy. We can only split into a few groups now. The enemy consists of 4 individuals, plus Sasuke, making 5. And we have precisely 5 on our side, indicating a one-on-one confrontation. Koji declared, I will handle this guy. However, he is not one you can defeat alone. Shikamaru expressed concern. Koji was resolute. I have a secret weapon. You all must leave. He positioned himself in front of the group, producing 3 pills of varying colors. Shikamaru, observing the pills in Koji's hand, made a decision. Let us go. Xiao Yi led the group onward in pursuit of Sasuke. As they advanced, they marked their path for Koji, so if he triumphed, he could join them. At last, they caught up with Sasuke, but were halted by an individual capable of spewing spider webs. I will handle this one. The rest is up to you. Niji resolved to confront this foe. Shikamaru cautioned. Very well, Niji, exercise caution. Niji's strength is formidable, and with the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan, he has virtually no blind spots. Now, let us depart swiftly, or we shall truly be out of time. With Niji remaining to battle, Xiao Yi and the others continued their pursuit of Sasuke. As time elapsed, the sky turned crimson, signaling the sun's descent. Shikamaru announced, we are close. They are not far ahead. There are still 2 enemies, and we are 3 against 2. If all goes well, one more encounter may suffice. We must adhere to my battle plan from this point forward. Do you understand? Regardless, one must pursue before the sun sets. Ultimately, the sun descended, indicating that alterations to the plan were necessary. At this pace, it is implausible to catch up before dawn. Such sluggishness mandates a hastened effort to rescue Sasuke. Naruto was exceedingly anxious. Shikamaru remarked, my ninjutsu is of little use at night. We must act before dawn. Let us endeavor to catch up by morning. The trio continued their pursuit. After a night of relentless chasing, they finally caught up with the Sound Ninja trio. Doyu exclaimed in frustration, what on earth are Jirobu and Kidumaru doing? Enough. Watch as I swiftly deal with you. Zaku and Kin rushed towards Xiao Yi. Raiznan. Naruto unleashed his Raiznan, but Zaku and Kin seized his hand, causing Naruto's technique to dissipate. Kungafun. 2 adamantine chains ensnared Zaku and Kin, compelling them to release Naruto, who then retreated. Shadow mimicry technique. As the enemy's attention was fully on Xiao Yi and Naruto, Shikamaru's technique successfully ensnared Doyu. Raiznan. Naruto directed his Raiznan at Zaku and Kin. As they were entangled, Xiao Yi seized the wooden barrel containing Sasuke with the adamantine chains. Let us go. Xiao Yi deployed a smoke bomb, and Shikamaru and Naruto abandoned their adversaries, making a swift retreat. Presently, the situation mirrored Shikamaru's plan perfectly. Suddenly, Xiao Yi sensed a surge of chakra from the opposition, indicating the activation of a cursed seal. Leave them to me. You go ahead. Xiao Yi tossed the barrel to Naruto, then turned to confront Zaku and Kin. Doyu circumvented Xiao Yi, pursuing Naruto and the others. Soon, Xiao Yi felt another potent chakra presence. Could it be Kaguya's Jinchuriki? It appeared Orochimaru could no longer wait. He hoped Naruto and the others would remain unharmed. Xiaoyi focused on Zaku and Kin, knowing he must first eliminate them. At that moment, Zaku and Kin swiftly activated their cursed seal, immediately advancing to the second stage. Their chakra escalating rapidly. Xiaoyi was somewhat familiar with their power, realizing they could split their bodies into two parts, a rather grotesque ability. Nonetheless, Xiaoyi remained unperturbed. Dealing with them was, in fact, quite straightforward. Darkness technique. Xiaoyi initiated an illusion, causing Zaku and Kin to lose their vision. Kungfuan. His adamantine chains flew forth, binding Zaku and Kin, then penetrating into their minds. The chains relentlessly traversed through their bodies, and with a decisive pull, Zaku and Kin were reduced to mere pulp. This marked Xiaoyi's first experience of such brutal lethality. The sensation was indeed unsettling. Zaku and Kin's bodies could be divided, each possessing distinct abilities. However, Xiaoyi swiftly penetrated their brains, obstructing their chakra flow, then perforated their bodies, sealing all chakra within. Ultimately, he tore them apart, ensuring that Zaku and Kin could not survive. Xiaoyi, having resolved the issues nearby, hastened to catch up with Naruto and the others. He sensed several other presences approaching. It seemed to be Gaara and his companions. With that in mind, he need not worry about Neji and Koji's safety. Before long, Xiaoyi spotted Lee and Gaara, alongside a white-haired man. "Ah, it appears I have arrived late," Xiaoyi exclaimed as he leaped beside Lee. "It has been a while, Gaara." Observing Gaara, Xiaoyi noted the subtle changes since their first encounter. Gaara replied, while he might disregard others. He held Xiaoyi in high regard for having witnessed the sealing of Shikaku. The two chains posed a significant threat, which made Gaara value Xiaoyi's presence. "Lee, what brings you here? Is your leg all right?" Xiaoyi inquired. "Yes, thanks to Lady Tsunade's medicine, my leg is fine now," Lee responded. "Good. You should take a moment to rest. It took considerable effort to heal your leg. It would be disastrous if it were to sustain further injury," Xiaoyi advised. Then turned to the white-haired man. "You must be Kaguya Kimimaro, am I correct? I have heard of your name. Let me think. The last surviving member of the Kaguya clan, is it not?" Gaara interjected. "Are you planning to engage him? If it is you, then I shall refrain from intervening." Xiaoyi chuckled, addressing Gaara. "Oh, Gaara, that does not sound like you. Nevertheless, I have no inclination for battle. I must pursue Naruto, so I leave this to you. Do be cautious. He is formidable, and a moment's carelessness could be fatal." With that, Xiaoyi departed in pursuit of Naruto, reassured by Gaara's presence that no unforeseen calamity would ensue. Naruto was engaged in a far more thrilling confrontation. Lee looked at Kimimaro. "Gaara, let us confront him together." "No need," Gaara replied, summoning sand to ensnare Lee. "Hey, Gaara, what are you doing? You stand no chance against him now. I will handle this," Gaara affirmed, feeling bolstered by Xiaoyi's departure. "Please be careful. That man attacks with bones and can manipulate them at will," Lee cautioned. Kimimaro remarked, "Gaara of the sand. Your name suggests you wield sand, does it not?" Gaara summoned the sand from his gourd, launching it toward Kimimaro. The latter deftly evaded, extending his hands. Dance of the Lament. Kimimaro skillfully flicked a bone from each of his fingers toward Gaara. However, Gaara's sand intercepted the assault while relentlessly countering Kimimaro's strikes, embodying a perfect blend of offense and defense. Gaara of the Sand, what a foolish title. Without sand, you are utterly powerless, Kimimaro taunted. "Sandstorm," Gaara declared, as a torrent of sand gathered in the air before crashing down. Meanwhile, the sand beneath surged forth, wrapping around Kimimaro. "For me, creating sand from the earth is a mere trifle," Gaara asserted as the sand enveloped Kimimaro. Desert Funeral, Gaara unleashed his ultimate technique. The sand constricted rapidly, causing blood to ooze forth. Suddenly, an arm emerged from the sand, adorned with dark, swirling markings. Kimimaro activated his cursed seal. Indeed, the pressure is formidable. Had a membrane of bone not been formed beneath the skin, one might have been instantly crushed. At this moment, numerous areas of Kimimaro's skin revealed the white of bone, a testament to his efforts to withstand the immense pressure. "I had underestimated you, but I shall no longer be ensnared by sand." Gaara, too, grew serious, swiftly weaving hand signs as a torrent of sand surged forth. The flowing sand cascaded like a waterfall towards Kimimaro. He retreated rapidly, evading the onslaught of sand, yet ultimately found himself entombed within it. The volume of sand conjured by Gaara was monumental, effectively transforming the entire landscape. The surrounding trees were nearly all engulfed. It is no wonder that the village of Tsunade boasts so few trees, for with a ninja like Gaara, the presence of flora seems a rarity. With a mighty declaration, Gaara unleashed his ultimate technique, the sandstorm funeral, compressing all the sand downwards to bury Kimimaro. Shortly thereafter, a tentacle-like appendage emerged from the sand, followed by Kimimaro bursting forth. Having activated the second stage of his cursed seal, he charged at Gaara with great speed. In response, Gaara swiftly struck the air with his fists, summoning torrents of sand that surged towards Kimimaro. Kimimaro adeptly evaded or pierced through the sandy assaults with his bone spikes. As the distance between them closed, Gaara erected a wall of sand for defense, yet it was shattered by Kimimaro's relentless charge, sending Gaara hurtling back. Kimimaro gazed at Gaara, taunting. Is this the extent of the legendary absolute defense? At that moment, he withdrew a bone sword crafted from his own spine. Dance of the iron sandflower vines, he proclaimed, swinging the bone towards Gaara, ensnaring him. However, Gaara enveloped himself in sand, shielding against the attack. In response, Kimamaro's left hand morphed, forming a colossal drill. Hardened to perfection, even your sand defenses shall be pierced. Gaara summoned more sand, creating an absolute defense known as the Shield of the Shikaku. A remarkably adorable guardian emerged between them. The Shield of the Shikaku proved immensely resilient, shattering Kimamaro's bone drill. Gaara proceeded to weave hand signs, conjuring a whirlpool of sand that dragged Kimimaro deep into the earth. I shall bury you 200 meters below, utilizing the pressure of the sand against your body, rendering you unable to move even a finger. Soon, Kimimaro found himself ensconced beneath the surface. Gaara surveyed the sandy pit before him, sensing an overwhelming chakra. Let it fly? A voice resonated from the depths. Dance of the early fern. Vast numbers of bone spikes erupted from the ground, transforming the entire surface into a forest of bone. This was Kimimaro's final gambit. Having expended this technique, his life would soon reach its conclusion. At this moment, Gaara fashioned 2 platforms from sand, elevating himself and Lee into the air. Lee gazed down at the forest of bones, exclaiming, "What a terrifying power." Gaara replied, "Indeed, it has been a complete defeat. Yet, I imagine this brings an end to it all. Ah, what a spectacle it has been." Suddenly, a voice pierced through the air. "Who goes there?" A figure appeared behind them, standing atop a bone spike. As Gaara regarded this individual, it seemed as though he had materialized out of thin air. Gaara had been entirely oblivious to his approach. "Do not be alarmed. I am merely here to retrieve something." The man began to leap nimbly across the bone spikes before pausing at a specific location. He then jumped into the forest of bones, emerging with an object in hand. Upon closer inspection, Gaara recognized it as the corpse of Kimimaro. "You have no objections to my taking this, do you?" Both Gaara and Lee remained silent, too intimidated to voice any dissent. The pressure this individual exerted upon them was immense, something they had never felt even in the presence of the Hokage or the Kazekage. "Then I shall take my leave." In an instant, the man vanished from sight. Once assured of his departure, Gaara exhaled deeply and settled onto the ground. Meanwhile, Xiaoyi had pursued tirelessly and finally caught up with Naruto. At that moment, Naruto and Sasuke stood atop the statues of Hashirama and Madara, respectively. The Valley of the End. This was the fated confrontation. Xiaoyi stood to the side, witnessing the impending clash. It appeared that Naruto and Sasuke were engaged in fervent conversation. Though Xiaoyi could not discern their words, their emotions were palpable. Suddenly, Naruto charged forward, pinning Sasuke down. "You bastard!" Bang! Naruto struck Sasuke squarely in the face, then seized his collar, demanding answers. In response, Sasuke grasped Naruto's collar and hoisted him upward. Sasuke then delivered a powerful blow to Naruto's abdomen, sending him crashing into the waterfall. Xiaoyi knew that Naruto could not be so easily vanquished, yet a sense of unease tugged at him. However, this was their growth, and Xiaoyi knew he could not interfere. Naruto sprang back up, launching another attack at Sasuke, only to be knocked down once more. Drawing a shuriken, Naruto dashed toward Sasuke. He hurled the shuriken, but Sasuke deftly dodged to the side. Sasuke retaliated by throwing a kunai, to which Naruto quickly took refuge behind a rock. Simultaneously, Sasuke launched 2 kunai, which collided and altered their trajectory, striking Naruto. Bang! Yet, it was merely a shadow clone that had been hit. Naruto's true self leapt up, aiming a strike at Sasuke's head. However, Sasuke swiftly pulled on a wire, ensnaring Naruto. Sasuke, are you serious? Sasuke swiftly formed hand seals, fire style, fire dragon technique. Flames surged along the wire, engulfing Naruto. Abruptly, a ball of fire surged back along the wire, revealing Naruto within. He charged forward and landed a punch on Sasuke's face. Bastard! Naruto unleashed another punch. He relentlessly pummeled Sasuke, blow after blow landing on his face, yet Sasuke refrained from retaliating. Why? Sasuke smirked. Is this all the strength you possess? Have you not noticed that I have yet to employ my Sharingan? Do not underestimate me. Naruto launched a punch towards Sasuke, who extended his hand to intercept it. Sasuke's body was already infiltrated by the power of the cursed seal, rendering Naruto no match for him. Sasuke seized Naruto and hurled him away. He relentlessly kicked Naruto, landing a blow to his abdomen that sent him crashing onto the water's surface. Let me show you the true power of the Sharingan, Sasuke declared as his eyes swiftly transformed into the two-tomo Sharingan. Very well, I shall also reveal my true capabilities. You will see clearly with your Sharingan. This is my ninja way, he proclaimed, executing the shadow clone jutsu. Sasuke smiled faintly upon seeing Naruto's clones and swiftly charged, dismantling them one by one. With the Sharingan, I can discern the real body in an instant. I was merely toying with you. This time, I shall not hold back. With a powerful punch, Sasuke sent Naruto flying, then followed up with a swift kick. He quickly formed hand seals, fire style, great fireball technique. Flames raced towards the airborne Naruto, engulfing him. However, Naruto emerged unscathed, charging back with renewed vigor. The two engaged in a rapid pursuit across the stone statues, their figures colliding and flickering in and out of sight. Sasuke formed seals once more, blue lightning coiling around his hand. Chidori. Naruto summoned a shadow clone, preparing to unleash the Rasengan. Sasuke dove down from the waterfall, and their techniques collided with a resounding clash, sending waves of water spiraling outward. Even Shao-Yi felt the force of the attack from a distance. Both Naruto and Sasuke soared through the air, skipping across the water surface before plunging beneath it. Soon, they re-emerged. At that moment, intricate markings appeared on Sasuke's face, signaling his entry into the cursed seal state. The power of the curse dramatically amplified the chakra within him. Fire style, Phoenix fire technique. A barrage of fireballs hurtled towards Naruto, who leapt to evade the onslaught. Yet, Sasuke swiftly closed the gap, delivering a punch that knocked Naruto back into the water. Before Naruto could regain his footing, Sasuke struck him squarely in the face. Gripping Naruto with one hand while the other crackled with blue lightning, Sasuke unleashed Chidori once again. Two golden chains swirled behind Shao-Yi, poised to intervene should the situation escalate. At that moment, Shao-Yi sensed a familiar yet foreign chakra fluctuation emanating from Naruto. Suddenly, a red chakra enveloped Naruto's entire being. Too late, Sasuke thought as his Chidori pierced through Naruto, blood trickling down his arm. The red chakra surged, causing Sasuke to be repelled instantly. The crimson energy intensified, revealing the distinctive traits of the Nine Tails upon Naruto. His wounds healed rapidly, which was why Shao-Yi refrained from intervening. With Naruto harnessing the power of the Nine Tails, Shao-Yi felt a sense of relief. Naruto thrust his hand forward, unleashing a wave of compressed air that sent Sasuke flying. As Sasuke was propelled away, Naruto swiftly positioned himself in front of Sasuke, delivering a powerful punch to his face. Sasuke's speed could no longer match Naruto's. With remarkable agility, Naruto continued to strike at Sasuke in rapid succession. Sasuke activated his Sharingan once more, this time evolving it into the three-tomo form. With the enhanced perception granted by the three-tomo Sharingan, Sasuke was now capable of keeping pace with Naruto's speed, rendering Naruto's assaults significantly less effective. Shao-Yi's eyes struggled to keep up with their velocity, as they had both ascended to the level of elite shinobi. Naruto summoned a multitude of shadow clones, all charging toward Sasuke. Yet, despite the sheer number, Sasuke adeptly evaded their onslaught. Fire style, fire dragon technique. Flames erupted, incinerating all of Naruto's shadow clones. Seizing the opportunity, Sasuke grabbed Naruto and forcefully slammed him into the water. Once submerged, Naruto manifested an overwhelming surge of chakra, distinctly different from before. Previously, the chakra he wielded was derived from the Nine Tails sealed within him. Now, it was a complete outpouring of the Nine Tails essence from within his body. This chakra exerted a profound influence over Naruto's mind, transforming him into a monstrous entity. A cloak of demonic fox chakra enveloped him, sprouting fox ears atop his head and a tail from his back. In an instant, Naruto charged at Sasuke, launching him once again into the air. Sasuke regained his footing, exhaling a torrent of flames. Naruto nimbly evaded, gliding across the water towards Sasuke. Fire style, great fireball technique. The colossal fireball struck Naruto. However, the Nine-Tails chakra formed a protective barrier, rendering Sasuke's attack ineffective. At that moment, the chakra materialized into an arm, reaching out towards Sasuke. Though Sasuke attempted to dodge, he was still thrust into the water. Emerging once more, Sasuke underwent a transformation. The cursed seal had completely consumed him, activating its second form. The powers of Naruto and Sasuke had transcended the capabilities of ordinary shinobi, reaching the echelon of elite shinobi. Even Kakashi might struggle to contain their ferocity. Naruto surged towards Sasuke, throwing a punch, only to be halted by a wing-like barrier. Both Naruto and Sasuke were nearing their limits. Their powers were a double-edged sword, threatening to engulf them in chaos. Should they fail to conclude their battle swiftly, Shao-Yi would be compelled to intervene. Chakra rapidly coalesced in Naruto's hand, the influence of the Nine-Tails transforming his once blue raised Nen into a deep purple. Meanwhile, Sasuke unleashed Chidori, its energy darkened by the power of the cursed seal. They charged at one another, Chidori and raised Nen colliding with cataclysmic force, cleaving through the waterfall. The shockwave from their clash radiated outward, forcing Shao-Yi to retreat a considerable distance. Ultimately, Naruto succumbed to exhaustion, collapsing to the ground. Sasuke stood beside the fallen Naruto, contemplating the thoughts swirling in his mind. The forehead protector that adorned Sasuke's head slipped and fell beside Naruto. Shao-Yi leaped over to Naruto's side, prompting Sasuke to become immediately alert. Shao-Yi gazed at Sasuke and inquired, "Do you still possess any fighting capability?" Sasuke clutched his aching shoulder, the after-effects of the cursed seal becoming apparent. "I will let you off this time. I shall settle the score with you later. Hurry and leave. Kakashi is on his way." Sasuke cast a surprised glance at Shao-Yi before turning to Naruto and departing. Before long, Kakashi arrived, guided by Pakon. "Shao-Yi, what exactly transpired? Let us discuss it later. I must tend to Naruto's injuries first." Shao-Yi employed his healing jutsu on Naruto. However, the healing technique had lost much of its efficacy. Shao-Yi's medical ninjutsu was insufficient to keep pace with the severity of Naruto's injuries. He needed to master Sage Mode swiftly. "Sasuke has already left. Let us return. Naruto requires treatment," Shao-Yi stated, then hoisted Naruto onto his back and departed. Kakashi chose not to pursue Sasuke and fell in step with Shao-Yi. Upon their return to Konoha Hospital, the other members had also arrived. Tsunade and Shizen were engaged in saving the lives of several others, leaving Naruto momentarily unattended. Fortunately, Shao-Yi had administered some basic treatment earlier, combined with Naruto's remarkable regenerative abilities, rendering him nearly healed. Before long, Naruto regained consciousness. "How are you feeling, Shao-Yi?" "I see Naruto looks rather downcast. Here, take this." Shao-Yi produced a forehead protector marked with a horizontal scratch. "Is this Sasuke's?" Naruto recognized the damaged protector. "Indeed, I found it beside you." Sasuke Naruto contemplated the protector in his hand. "Ah, Naruto, you've awakened." Shikamaru entered the room. "Shikamaru, seeing that you are all right brings me relief." Although Shikamaru wore a smile, Shao-Yi could discern the exhaustion etched on his face. The pressure from this mission had been overwhelming, and they had barely returned. Suddenly, the door swung open again, and Tsunade and Sakura walked in. "I heard you were gravely injured, yet you appear quite lively." "I apologized, Sakura." "Why are you apologizing?" Sakura paused, then smiled. "You must have overexerted yourself as usual, huh? You look like a mummy. The weather is lovely today. Let us open the curtains." Sakura approached the window and drew back the curtains, allowing sunlight to flood the room. "Sakura, I will uphold our promise. I have vowed it to be a lifelong commitment." Sakura shook her head. "That is enough, Naruto. I always assert that I shall never betray my word, for that is my ninja way." Sakura wiped her eyes. "Thank you, Naruto." Shao-Yi observed Naruto's condition with a hint of exasperation. Compared to Sakura, Hinata would surely be a more fitting sister-in-law. "Very well. Since you appear to be in good spirits, I shall take my leave for now. What would you like to eat for dinner?" "Beef ramen." Upon hearing the mention of food, Naruto's energy surged. "All right, I shall bring it to you shortly." Shao-Yi exited the hospital room. The next day, Shao-Yi returned to the hospital to deliver a meal for Naruto. "His body has nearly recovered. What a terrifying resilience. In the evening, Xiaowai went to AMU's house for a meal. Xiaowai, Xianglin, your cooking is delightful. Thank you. Upon hearing Xiaowai's compliment, Xianglin felt a surge of joy. AMU, what prompted you to come here for a meal? Xiaowai, Naruto is in the hospital, and dining alone is rather dull, so I thought I'd drop by. Xiaowai sensed Naruto's presence leaving Konoha, accompanied by Sakura and Jiraiya. Sigh, I must take my leave. Wait a moment. AMU called out to Xiaowai. What is it? AMU, take Xianglin with you. Xianglin. AMU, they are likely heading to investigate the Sound Ninja Village, primarily to find Sasuke. This mission is not particularly dangerous, so you should bring Xianglin along. It would also be a good opportunity to see if she is suited to be a ninja. Xiaowai was somewhat surprised by AMU's concern for Xianglin. However, bringing Xianglin along seemed quite favorable. Then let us be off, Xianglin. I'll tidy up. Xianglin dashed back to her room and soon returned, ready to go. Now we can leave. AMU stood up. I will see you off. Grabbing each of them, AMU activated the Flying Thunder God technique, instantly transporting them outside of Konoha. All right, let us proceed. Xiaowai and Xianglin set off in pursuit of Naruto and the others. In the Konoha forest, Pervy Sage, Naruto, who had left Konoha without permission, gazed at Jiraiya in surprise. Jiraiya looked sternly at Naruto and Sakura. The borders of Konoha. If you leave without permission, you will be treated as rogue ninjas and imprisoned. You should understand this common knowledge. Naruto, even if you try to stop us, it won't matter. We must find Sasuke. Jiraiya, I do not intend to obstruct you. The Hokage has assigned me the task of taking you to investigate the Sound Ninja Village in the Land of Rice, where Sasuke was taken. The mission requires a team of 3, so you two are now my subordinates. Hearing Jiraiya's words, Naruto and Sakura exchanged smiles. They understood that Jiraiya had intentionally devised a mission to assist them. Master Jiraiya, how about you take us along? Xiaowai and Xianglin suddenly appeared beside them. Naruto, Xiaowai, what brings you here? Jiraiya had already noticed the two. You kids, this mission is quite dangerous. I cannot take you with me. Xiaowai waved his hand dismissively. It's fine if you don't take us. We can go on our own. Hey kids, leaving Konoha without permission will classify you as rogue ninjas. Jiraiya warned. Xiaowai was unfazed. Stop lying. I doubt Konoha would label the Jinchūriki of the Nine Tails and the Hokage's apprentice as rogue ninjas over such a matter. Jinchuriki? What Jinchuriki? Naruto caught the crucial detail. Sigh, you little rascal. Jiraiya shook his head, well aware that Xiaowai spoke the truth. The Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails is the village's most crucial asset, one of Konoha's pillars of strength. Naturally, they would not hastily classify him as a rogue ninja over such an issue. Neither Jiraiya nor Xiaowai answered Naruto's question, and Naruto did not press further. Naruto leaned closer, inquiring, Xiao-Yi, who is she? Her hair resembles yours. Her name is Uzumaki Karen, and she hails from the Uzumaki clan. Uzumaki Karen? Naruto scrutinized Karen with keen interest. Karen, in turn, observed Naruto, curious as to why they, despite being siblings, possessed differing hair colors. Jiraiya also regarded Karen intently, feeling an inexplicable familiarity with her. Very well. Having both of you along poses no issue. However, you must heed my commands and refrain from taking unilateral actions. Understood. Xiao-Yi promptly affirmed. Whether he could comply remained to be seen. After handing a small scroll to a frog, Jiraiya led the group toward the Land of Rice, which borders the Land of Fire, not far from Konoha. At dawn, they reached the boundary between the Land of Rice and the Land of Fire. Jiraiya surveyed the horizon, stating, beyond lies the Land of Rice, where Orochimaru's stronghold is located. Exercise utmost caution. Understood. Once they entered the Land of Rice, the pace slowed to a leisurely stroll. Although the Land of Rice was modest in size, locating Orochimaru's whereabouts proved challenging. Xiao-Yi was uncertain of Orochimaru's exact location and could only follow Jiraiya in the search. His purpose was not to find Sasuke this time, but to guide Karen on her journey of experience, introducing her to the broader world. Sakura observed their surroundings, asking, Lord Jiraiya, how do we find the Sound Ninja's hideout? Jiraiya crossed his arms, replying, through investigation, of course. Wherever there are people, there lie desires. Where there is food and women, gatherings ensue. Such places are prime for inquiry. At that moment, Naruto whispered something to Sakura, likely teasing Jiraiya. Ha ha. So to solve the investigation, we must seek out inns with beautiful ladies. Given Jireya's lecherous demeanor, Xiao Yi held little hope for successfully locating Orochimaru. Let us go? Let us set off. Jireya swaggered ahead. Karen approached Xiao Yi, asking, Brother Xiao Yi, do you think we can truly find Orochimaru? We should be able to. Although Jireya may seem frivolous, he possesses considerable investigative skills, Xiao Yi candidly replied. Orochimaru is the one who, along with Lord Jireya and Lady Tsunade, is known as one of the legendary Sannin, correct? Xiao Yi nodded, indeed. The Sannin were students of the third Hokage and were excellent companions. However, their relationships began to fracture during the Second Great Ninja War, and they eventually parted ways due to various circumstances. Presently, they are somewhat of a half-enemy, half-friend dynamic. The population of the Land of Rice was sparse, and after a lengthy journey, they finally arrived at a small town. In the Townsend district, not only were there places to stay, but also facilities for dining and entertainment. Suddenly, Jireya extended his hand toward Naruto. Naruto, hand that over. What? Naruto was perplexed. Stop feigning ignorance. Every endeavor requires funding, does it not? Oh, I see. You're after my wallet, Naruto exclaimed, retrieving his wallet, only for Jireya to snatch it away. Very well, I shall take my leave first. Please wait outside the inn, Jireya instructed. The upcoming mission is too perilous. It is a task for adults. With that, he jogged into the street of the inn. Xiao Yi and his companions settled on the ground outside to rest. Brother Xiao Yi, would you like something to eat? Asked Xianglin, producing some food. Thank you, Xianglin. Xiao Yi accepted the food and began to eat. Xianglin then shared the food with Naruto and Sakura. By the way, Xianglin, are you from the Uzumaki clan? Does everyone in the Uzumaki clan have red hair? Sakura inquired. Xianglin replied, I'm not entirely sure. However, as far as I know, all members of the Uzumaki clan have red hair. Why is my hair yellow then? Naruto queried, touching his own hair. It must be that you inherited a different trait from your parents. Generally, only purebloods have red hair, Xianglin smiled. Is that so? Have you met any other members of the Uzumaki clan? Naruto asked. Xianglin shook her head. It was just my mother and me. After she passed away, I was left all alone. I see, Naruto said, lowering his head. Hearing Xianglin speak of her mother made him reflect on his own. Since birth, he had never met his mother. Well, you too, don't forget you have me. Xiao Yi exclaimed, embracing them both. Hearing Xiao Yi's words, Naruto and Xianglin felt a surge of happiness. Indeed, though their parents were gone, Naruto still had a biological brother, and Xianglin had a brother who cared for her as if she were his own. Xiao Yi glanced at the nearby bushes, having sensed the presence of another individual within. However, the chakra emanating from that presence was minimal, even less than that of a chunin, suggesting no immediate danger. Xiao Yi chose to ignore it, but the individual approached them nonetheless. 3 shurikens suddenly flew out from the bushes. Be careful, Xiao Yi exclaimed, drawing his own shuriken to deflect the incoming projectiles. Naruto. By this time, Naruto had already dashed into the bushes, and a figure leapt out from the opposite side, their face obscured. Who are you? One of Orochimaru's subordinates? Naruto demanded as he emerged from the foliage. The figure hesitated momentarily before throwing a smoke bomb and fleeing. You scoundrel, stop. Wait, Naruto. Xiao Yi interjected, blocking Naruto's path. Xiao Yi could sense the figure's location but deemed it unnecessary to pursue. Naruto. A voice called from a distance. It was Jireya, who was rushing towards them, followed by a group of armed thugs. He dashed past Xiao Yi and the others, continuing forward. Naruto, seeing the approaching assailants, prepared to confront them. Perverted sage. What's going on? Don't ask, just run, Jireya urged. Also, we can't use ninjutsu against them. They are merely henchmen from a black market. This mission must remain covert. Using ninjutsu would draw too much attention. Naruto felt exasperated upon hearing this, but had no choice but to flee. Darkness technique. Xiao Yi activated a Jinjutsu, ensnaring the black market thugs within an illusion, causing them to lose their sense of direction. Xiao Yi, I told you not to use ninjutsu, Jireya admonished. It's fine. I have a way to find Orochimaru. Let's get out of here. The art of darkness could not confine them for long. To avoid further complications, it was best to depart. Although they were all leaving, Xiao Yi did not have to flee like Jireya. The group arrived at a clearing in the woods to rest. Xiao Yi, did you just say you could locate Orochimaru? Jireya regarded Xiao Yi with skepticism. After much effort in gathering information, he had found nothing. So how could Xiao Yi, having just arrived, possess such knowledge? The person we encountered before exuded Orochimaru's aura. If we find her, we can find Orochimaru, Xiaowai asserted. In truth, that individual did not carry Orochimaru's essence. But Xiaowai was confident she could lead them to him. After hearing the recent events, Jiraiya made a decision. In that case, let us seek out that individual. I can still sense her location. Let us proceed, Xiaowai declared, leading the group onward. They soon located the one who had attacked them earlier. She was currently engaged in battle with 3 opponents and had already sustained injuries. Naruto, save her. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Naruto-esque clones obstructed 2 of the attackers, one wielding a large pair of scissors while the other was adorned with spiders. Xiaowai sensed a 3rd individual lurking underground, presumably using earth release techniques. Naruto was quickly overwhelmed. His clones were dispatched in no time. Xiaowai turned to Jiraiya. Lord Jiraiya, will you not intervene? Ha ha ha. Leave such foes to you. I shall contend with more formidable ninjas. Jiraiya replied, shaking his head. With Jiraiya unwilling to assist, Xiaowai resolved to take action himself. At that moment, Naruto found himself flanked on both sides, ensnared in peril. Illusion, dark binding technique. Xiaowai employed the dark art once more. This Jinjutsu proved exceedingly effective against those below the rank of Jonin. And when combined with explosive tags and the multi-use explosive technique, it was simply exquisite. Let us go. After placing explosive tags around their adversaries, Xiaowai swiftly pulled Naruto away. Multi-use explosive technique, detonate. Explosions erupted in succession, accompanied by anguished cries. Wind release, great breakthrough. Xiaowai utilized wind techniques to disperse the smoke from the explosions. The 2 original attackers had transformed into 3, each suffering considerable injuries. The foremost individual had borne the brunt of the blast, leaving his body in ruins. As mayflies emerge from the earth, stretching their wings in sunlight only to perish moments later, so too did the shattered form dissolve into soil. As the earth faded, a winged figure emerged. For the prosperity of my clan, I must unleash a jutsu I can only perform once in a lifetime. Ascending into the air, the foe began to form hand seals. Dragonfly ninja art, bubble. The wings extended rapidly, unleashing a blue beam towards Xiaowai and Naruto. Watch out. Jiraiya leapt in front of Xiaowai and Naruto, summoning a segment of a toad's stomach. The toad's stomach absorbed the attack, sustaining no damage. After employing this technique, the adversary was left completely drained of strength. That last move had exhausted his life force. Wind release, wind blade. A series of wind blades surged forth, ensuring the demise of all 3 adversaries. After vanquishing their adversaries, Xiao Yi turned to the stunned Sasam. Who are you exactly? Sasam inquired. Our identities are of little consequence. You must be aware of Orochimaru's whereabouts, Xiao Yi replied. Naruto and his companions also regarded Sasam, as their mission was to locate Orochimaru and subsequently find Sasuke. Very well. I shall lead you there, Sasam conceded after a moment's hesitation. Witnessing Xiao Yi and his companions defeat the 3 members of the Wind Demon clan inspired her to devise a plan. First, let me tend to your wounds, she offered. Corinne, I entrust this task to you. Of course, Corinne responded, placing her hand on Sasam's shoulder to heal her injuries. Corinne's talent was remarkable after her training with Tsunade. She had nearly caught up to Xiao Yi. It is worth noting that Xiao Yi had spent considerable time learning to heal wounds on his own. Indeed, having a mentor proved advantageous. Once the healing was complete, the group ventured into a forest. During their journey, Sasam shared her brother's plight, to which Jiraiya vowed to assist as best he could. Soon, they stumbled upon a modest structure, with a passage leading inside. This is the way, Sasam indicated. Let us proceed together, Xiao Yi urged, stepping into the corridor with Corinne. Wait a moment, Xiao Yi. Exercise caution, Jiraiya warned. Ignoring Jiraiya's caution, Xiao Yi descended the ladder, prompting the others to hastily follow. Upon entering the subterranean realm, they traversed the passageway, navigating several turns until they arrived at a fork in the road. Naruto surveyed the 3 paths ahead. We should take that one. No, this way, Xiao Yi remarked, sensing a presence within the central passage. Although their journey had been secure thus far, the fork introduced numerous traps. Fortunately, these contraptions posed little threat to Xiao Yi and his companions, and they soon arrived in a spacious chamber. Surrounding them were numerous pillars, and in the center stood a figure awaiting their arrival. Orochimaru. Naruto recognized the figure as the same one he had encountered in the Forest of Death. Naruto, he is not Orochimaru, Xiao Yi interjected, and upon closer inspection, Naruto realized that this Orochimaru was indeed different. The oppressive aura he had felt in the forest of death was absent in this instance. The figure then tore away its outer layer to reveal a youthful visage. "Brother," Sasam exclaimed, recognizing the person she had been desperately searching for. "I am no longer your brother," the man declared as his form began to shift, grotesque growths sprouting from his back, and his skin darkening to a deep brown. "Ha ha. I have fused with the body and techniques of the wind demon Jonin, transforming into the ultimate ninja. Allow me to demonstrate my most formidable jutsu." Xiao Yi sighed at the sight of the man. Yet another soul blinded by the allure of power, becoming a wretched creature in pursuit of strength. Was this truly his desire? "All of you shall perish." The grotesque growths on his back advanced menacingly toward Xiao Yi and the others. They instinctively leaped aside to evade the assault. Shadow Clone Technique. Shadow Clone Technique. Both Xiao Yi and Naruto simultaneously unleashed their clones. Naruto's clones drew attention, while Xiao Yi's clones took the opportunity to affix explosive tags. Mutual Explosive Technique. The sound of an explosion reverberated through the underground, shrouding the entire space in smoke. As the haze dissipated, the tumor on Land's back vanished, though it was gradually beginning to regenerate. "I am now immortal." The adamantine prison. The adamantine chains bound Land's body, simultaneously sealing his chakra. With his chakra sealed, Lan reverted to his original form. "Brother," Seizum. At that moment, Lan regained consciousness. "I'm sorry, Seizum. I didn't expect it to turn out this way." Seizum replied. "Brother Lan, it's all right. We can still live well from now on." Lan responded, "No, I am merely a puppet. My body will soon collapse. Orochimaru entrusted me with the task of delaying you, preventing you from meeting Sasuke." Naruto and Sakura felt a surge of joy upon hearing that Sasuke was safe. Yet they were also somewhat disheartened by his absence. Lan continued, "Orochimaru regards him as a vessel for reincarnation 3 years hence. During these 3 years, he will safeguard Sasuke." Seizum, "I'm sorry that I cannot witness the revival of the Kazuma clan with you." With those words, Lan collapsed onto the ground. "Brother Lan." Seizum rushed over and embraced him, but at that moment, Lan had already lost all signs of life. Xiao Yi sensed the situation within the base and discovered that only they remained. Seizum collected himself and departed with Lan's lifeless body alongside the others. After resolving matters in the Land of Rice, they set off to return to Konoha. Although they did not meet Sasuke, the knowledge of his safety brought them some solace. Despite the absence of Sasuke, Naruto remained relentless in his search. In the following days, various teams commenced their respective missions. Xiao Yi and Team 8 completed several C-rank missions, including 1B rank. With Sasuke's escape, Team 7 was left with only Naruto and Sakura. Sakura had become Tsunade's apprentice, diligently studying medical ninjutsu, thus leaving Naruto as the sole member of Team 7. Consequently, during this period, Naruto served as a special member, joining several other teams for their missions. One day, Tsunade summoned Xiao Yi, Hinata, and Naruto, assigning them a task. "This mission requires you to apprehend a thief, which was originally meant for Team 8. Unfortunately, Shino is occupied with other tasks, so Naruto, you are included." Hinata blushed at the thought of working alongside Naruto. "Xiao Yi, you will lead this mission. Your objective is to locate the thief who stole the teapot from the daimyo of the Land of Tea, known as 5-Inch Nail. According to intelligence, 5-Inch Nail is currently hiding in the Land of Stone. You must proceed swiftly and capture him there." Upon hearing that the task was merely to catch a thief, Naruto's enthusiasm waned. Xiao Yi scrutinized the mission details, sensing that this endeavor would not be as straightforward as it seemed. Moreover, with Naruto's involvement, the difficulty level of the mission would likely increase. "Rest assured, Lady Tsunade, I will ensure everyone returns safely." Xiao Yi cared little for the mission's completion. His primary concern was the safety of their return to Konoha and the monetary reward for undertaking the task. After accepting the mission, they departed from Konoha, heading towards the Land of Stone. The Land of Stone, as its name suggests, is predominantly characterized by mountains and rocks. This realm is rich in various ores, which serve as its primary economic resource. However, other resources are scarce, rendering it an impoverished nation overall. After a day's journey, the group arrived at a small town within the Land of Stone. Upon their arrival, they noticed that the townsfolk were observing them intently, indicating a lack of welcome for their presence. Xiao Yi, keenly attuned to his surroundings, detected the positions of all the ninjas nearby. On some walls of the town, bounty notices were affixed, featuring their current target. The bounty for the 5-inch nail had reached 3 million ryo, a considerable sum by any measure. To command such a high reward, the stolen teapot must be of considerable significance. With this in mind, they decided to inquire further. Naruto dashed into a nearby shop. Naruto, don't run off. Xiao Yi hurriedly followed, mindful of the unfriendly demeanor of the locals. Xiao Yi and the others entered the establishment, where many patrons were engaged in drinking. Xiao Yi noticed that a portion of them exhibited chakra, albeit faintly. Given their weaponry, they were likely samurai. Excuse me. I would like to ask about something, Naruto inquired of the shopkeeper at the counter. The proprietor cast a sideways glance at Naruto, retorting, if you're not a customer, then be on your way. Surely I can buy something? I'd like some ramen. Haha, I've never seen the likes of you wanting ramen here. Listen, kid. This is an inn, not a ramen shop. The owner laughed boisterously. At that moment, Xiao Yi wished to pull Naruto away, not wanting to stir trouble. Although these were minor inconveniences, they could become quite bothersome if entangled. Get out of here, brats. The owner barked, visibly irritated. If it's money you want. We have that too, Naruto declared, pulling out his wallet. At this juncture, a tall, bald man seized Naruto's wrist. It's unsafe for a child to carry such money. Why not let me hold on to it? After all, this town has its share of unsavory characters. What's the matter? Let go. You're the one who should let go, Naruto retorted, gripping the bald man's arm and throwing him outside. The man crashed onto a table, shattering it into pieces. At that moment, most of the patrons in the tavern rose, brandishing their weapons. Just as Xiao Yi prepared to force a way out, a voice rang out. Owner, a bowl of ramen, please. A young man wearing a hat emerged. And upon his arrival, the atmosphere fell silent, revealing the respect and fear the crowd held for him. Yes, of course. The owner, seemingly conjuring a bowl of ramen from thin air, presented it to Naruto. Here's your ramen. It's on me. Suddenly, the bald man lunged forward with a large knife. In a swift motion, the young man drew his own blade, and with a flash, the bald man collapsed to the ground. This man is a wanted criminal. Consider him a gift for the owner, as compensation for the ramen and the damages, the young man declared before striding out of the tavern. Wait, Naruto called out, chasing after him. Xiao Yi attempted to stop Naruto, but the latter was far too quick. Xiao Yi suddenly realized that his role as the captain seemed rather insignificant. However, there was little he could do, for he was the elder brother. Sir, who are you? Naruto rushed forward to inquire of the man. I am the bounty hunter, Lien. Sir, that move you performed earlier was truly impressive. It was so swift that I could hardly discern when you drew your blade. The man beamed at Naruto's flattery. I have practiced my sword drawing technique for quite some time. As bounty hunters, we are constantly in peril and must be prepared to draw our weapons before our adversaries. What exactly is a bounty hunter? Naruto asked as he followed Lien, completely oblivious to the two individuals trailing behind them. Lien began to elucidate. Well, some people offer rewards to capture wrongdoers, and those who apprehend these criminals to claim the bounty are the bounty hunters. Sir, then this fellow must also be a wanted criminal, Naruto said, producing a photograph of the infamous 5-inch nail. Upon seeing the image, the man's expression changed abruptly. Why is the bounty so high? Isn't he merely a thief? Naruto expressed his confusion. Lien replied, he is far more than just a thief. This man has killed dozens in the course of his thefts. He is an ultra-high-level wanted criminal. How can that be? Naruto was taken aback by Lien's revelation. The mission statement given by Lady Tsunade did not mention this. Lien regarded Naruto curiously. Mission? Yes. We are here to capture 5-inch nail. We are ninjas from Konoha. Naruto unwittingly divulged their mission and revealed his identity. Under normal circumstances, Xiao Yi would have been justified in silencing Naruto with a single blow, but he felt it was inconsequential to do so. Moreover, Lien seemed somewhat suspect. Perhaps he would soon make a move. So you are ninjas. Ha ha ha, how amusing. You little ones can be ninjas? What do you mean by that? Do not underestimate us. Naruto detested being belittled regarding his status as a ninja. All right, do not be angry, I apologize. Allow me to treat you to a meal. Would you like ramen? Then I want ramen as well. Hinata decided to share the same meal as Naruto. Truly a harmonious couple. The group followed Lien as they gradually distanced themselves from the village and ventured into the outskirts. Since we cannot find a ramen shop, I must retract my earlier offer. I am sorry, but you shall meet your end here. Lien suddenly turned to announce. Sir, what are you planning? Naruto became immediately alert. It seems you are aware that 5-inch nail is in this town? And what if we are? Lien responded. 5-inch nail is my prey. I cannot relinquish him to you. If that is the case, would it not be better for each of us to pursue our respective goals? Why must you eliminate us? Xiao Yi positioned himself at the forefront. That simply will not do. Though you may still be children, if you are ninjas from Konoha, that changes everything. Fewer competitors means a better outcome for me. Lien swiftly charged towards the group. Xiao Yi drew his kunao to block Lien's blade. Lien's speed was indeed remarkable, and his attacking style was fierce. Engaging him with a kunao would put Xiao Yi at a significant disadvantage. Shadow clone technique. Naruto quickly responded. Although the gentleman had just offered to treat him to ramen, if he sought to take his life, he would not be spared. Naruto lunged at Lien, and all of his shadow clones were swiftly dispatched. The dark movement technique was employed by Xiao Yi to obscure their opponent's vision. However, Lien still managed to strike at Xiao Yi with a single blade, despite the dark movement technique rendering the opponent blind. A warrior's acute hearing enables them to pinpoint their adversary's location without the need for sight. Xiao Yi promptly hurled 2 kunao, each affixed with explosive tags, to Lien's flanks and detonated them. The resounding explosion hindered Lien's ability to discern the positions of Xiao Yi and the others. Seizing this opportunity, Xiao Yi hastily retreated with Naruto and Hinata. Although their opponent lacked ninjutsu, his actual prowess was akin to that of a jonin. Xiao Yi's unique ninjutsu and sealing techniques could indeed contend with a jonin, yet they were insufficient against a warrior. Once Lien regained his sight, he realized that Xiao Yi and the others had vanished, and he chose not to pursue them. Lien's objective was Wazending. As long as he ensured that Xiao Yi and his companions posed no hindrance, he was satisfied. Meanwhile, Xiao Yi led Naruto and Hinata to a secure location. Naruto, are you alright? He inquired, concerned about whether Naruto had sustained any injuries from the opponent's swift swordplay. Don't worry, I'm fine, Naruto responded energetically, evidently unscathed. Hinata, the opponent is truly formidable. Will we be able to complete the mission? She expressed her apprehension. I too am perplexed by Lady Tsunade's judgment. Assigning a dangerous task like capturing Wazending as a C rank seems questionable. Given the previous bounty, it's apparent that Wazending likely possesses Jonin-level strength, making this at least a B-rank mission. However, since we are in this predicament, we must proceed with the task. We cannot confront Wazending head-on. We must employ strategy. Since Lien is also targeting Wazending, we shall follow in his wake. If Lien can eliminate Wazending, our mission will be indirectly accomplished. Should he fail, we will intervene. At that moment, Xiao Yi was still able to sense Lien's position, prompting them to swiftly give chase. Upon catching up to Lien, they discovered he had already engaged Wazending in battle. Lien had been thoroughly defeated, his body battered and bruised. Do not pursue him, you are no match for him, Lien cautioned. Currently, there was insufficient intelligence regarding Wazending, but since Lien had encountered him, he should possess some valuable information. Xiao Yi had already locked onto Wazending's chakra signature, making it easy to locate him. Obtaining information now would facilitate their strategy against him. Naruto, let us first secure him in a safe place. They escorted Lien to a dilapidated building. Xiao Yi shed his clothing to examine Lien's wounds, which appeared to have been inflicted by nails, suggesting that Wazending's signature technique was indeed reflective of his name. Bear with it, this may hurt a bit, Xiao Yi said as he utilized chakra to extract the nails embedded in Lien's body, subsequently employing healing techniques to mend his injuries. In no time, Lien's wounds were treated. Yet numerous parts of his body had been punctured, rendering him temporarily unable to move. At that moment, Xiao Yi suddenly sensed the approach of someone outside, devoid of chakra, indicating they were not a ninja. He gestured subtly, and the trio promptly concealed themselves in a corner. When the individual entered, Naruto lunged forward, delivering a decisive punch that knocked him down. Realizing the precariousness of the situation, the intruder hastily scrambled to his feet and fled. Xiao Yi discerned that he was merely an ordinary warrior and chose not to pursue him further. What is this? Naruto exclaimed, picking up a piece of paper from the ground. Upon examining it, he remarked, this appears to be a wanted poster. This individual, named Dao Ji, is a notorious criminal who has murdered an entire family. The group suddenly recognized that Dao Ji was none other than the figure sprawled on the floor, Lien. Xiao Yi had sensed something amiss about Lien earlier, but he never anticipated he was a fugitive. The group rested in the small cabin for the night. As dawn broke the following day, Xiao Yi, still resting, sensed a disturbance. Where do you intend to go, Mr. Lien? Or should I say, Dao Ji? Lien realized that Xiao Yi and the others had uncovered his true identity and prepared to draw the blade at his side. Xiao Yi deftly pushed the weapon back and seized Lien's arm. Mr. Lien, what do you hope to accomplish in your current state? With the muscles involved in the struggle aching faintly, Lien understood he lacked the strength to fight and relinquished his weapon. Mister, what is the story behind this wanted poster? Naruto inquired. Lien, seated on the ground, relaxed slightly. I did not commit the murders. And how do you account for this wanted poster? Xiao Yi pressed. It was the work of Wu Siyuanding. He killed the innocent family while stealing. I arrived at the scene and engaged him in a confrontation. But he managed to escape. I was the only one present at the crime scene, leading everyone to believe I was the murderer. No one was willing to believe my innocence, so I fled and was branded a fugitive. I am determined to capture Wu Siyuanding and clear my name. To gather information on him, I adopted the guise of a bounty hunter while bearing the stigma of a wanted man. Would you allow me to handle this? Naruto interjected. We are ninjas. We must fulfill our mission. If he escapes again, the consequences could be dire. Let us move. He was the first to step outside. Hinata glanced at Wu Siyuanding before following Naruto. Observing Naruto's impulsive departure, Xiao Yi could only shake his head in resignation and follow suit. Increasingly, he felt that his role as team leader was somewhat superfluous. I must capture that Wu Siyuanding, Naruto declared. The uncle's injuries are still not fully healed, so it falls to us to act. Xiao Yi, can you still sense Wu Siyuanding's chakra? Xiao Yi shook his head. The distance is too great. I can no longer locate him. However, I have a general sense of the direction in which they vanished. If we pursue that path, we should be able to re-establish contact. Then let us set off, Naruto said, squinting at Xiao Yi, who felt that Naruto had assumed the role of leader for this mission. Yet, perhaps this was for the best, as being a leader entails immense pressure. For now, Xiao Yi's priority was ensuring the safety of Naruto and Hinata. The group followed the trail of Wu Siyuanding to another small town in the Land of Stone. This quaint town is significantly improved compared to its previous state, resembling certain locales of the Land of Fire. Numerous individuals traverse the bustling streets, and an abundance of shops line the thoroughfares. However, the streets are also populated with monks, and temples are scattered throughout. Xiao Yi gazes in a particular direction, sensing that the elusive Wazunding is nearby. Let us hasten forth, he urges. Upon locating Wazunding's whereabouts, Xiao Yi swiftly makes his way there. Upon their arrival, they discover Wazunding in the act of pilfering a magnificent golden bell from a temple. Haha, you little brats, you've caught up rather swiftly, haven't you? At that moment, 4 of Wazunding's subordinates encircle them. These individuals prove to be merely average foes, easily subdued by Xiao Yi and his companions. Be cautious, Hinata exclaims, activating her Byakugan and detecting spikes emerging from the ground. Diamond Lock. Xiao Yi leaps into action, his 2 diamond chains sweeping through the air, deflecting all the flying spikes away. Seeing this, Wazunding immediately opts to flee. Shadow Clone Technique. Naruto and his shadow clones pursue him. Where do you think you're going? Wazunding suddenly turns, forming hand seals. Ninjutsu, Flying Spike Mist Assault. He releases a multitude of tiny spikes, piercing through Naruto's shadow clones. Diamond Lock. Xiao Yi skillfully manipulates his chains to ensnare Wazunding. These chains, capable of binding tailed beasts, are not something Wazunding can easily escape. As they capture Wazunding, Lien arrives on the scene. You actually caught him, Lien exclaims, surprised by Xiao Yi's swift success. Could you hand him over to me? I need him to clear my name. That's not possible. Wazunding is our target for this mission, Xiao Yi responds firmly. After a minute, he continues, however, I wouldn't be opposed to handing him over to you. Once you prove your worth, you must pay me the bounty of 3 million. Xiao Yi has no intention of bringing Wazunding back to complete the mission. The reward for this task is merely 100,000, barely qualifying as a B-level mission, significantly less than Wazunding's bounty of 3 million. Bringing him back would not only yield less money, but also bring about unnecessary complications. I am truly grateful to you. Rest assured, once I acquire the bounty, I will deliver it to you, Lien states, prioritizing her quest for vindication over the bounty itself. Very well. Just ensure you find a way to send the money to Konoha, Xiao Yi replies. After concluding their discussion with Lien, Xiao Yi and his companions decide to return. Their mission in the Land of Stone proceeded exceptionally well. Although it wasn't completed, they acquired 3 million. Naturally, they would allocate 500,000 to Hinata as a reward, a few thousand for Naruto's living expenses, and at least 1 million to Tsunade as a hush fee. When Xiaoyi returned to Konoha and informed Tsunade of the situation, she readily accepted the agreed sum of 120,000. Xiaoyi knew that 1 million would never satisfy Tsunade's appetite. As for the task from the land of T.S. Daimyo, now that Wazun Ding had been captured, it was rendered null and void. As for the task records, Tsunade, having received a bribe, will naturally address subsequent matters. The Vajra lock. 4 chains shot off in different directions, tightly binding themselves to the wooden stakes. Wind release, wind blade. Xiaoai swiftly formed hand seals, releasing a barrage of wind blades that shattered the stakes into splinters. Xiaoai was diligently practicing the combination of various ninja techniques. The dark technique and the mutual explosive technique were formidable weapons, yet they consumed an excessive amount of chakra and were not without means of defense. When faced with defensive or mobility-based jutsu, inflicting damage on the opponent became quite challenging. Thus, Xiaoai sought to experiment with alternative jutsu combinations. The Vajra lock was an exceptionally useful sealing technique. As long as it ensnared the opponent, damage could be inflicted using the raise non or wind release. However, the accuracy of the Vajra lock was rather low, making it easy for opponents to evade. Xiaoai focused on honing the speed and accuracy of the chains. After several days of training, Xiaoai decided to take on a mission. Since Hinata and Shino had teamed up for a task, Xiaoai was left to seek out other ninjas for companionship. That rascal Naruto seemed to have vanished, always absent when needed. Xiaoai sought out other shinobi from Konoha, but found that they all had their own assignments. With no other option, Xiaoai headed to the mission center to see if there were any solo tasks available or to find someone willing to partner with him. Upon arriving at the mission reception, he discovered Tsunade was also present. "Lady Tsunade, how fortunate to see you here. I was hoping to find a task," Xiaoai said. "Just in time, Xiaoai. I have a rather important mission for you," Tsunade replied with a smile. "What kind of mission? Is it suitable for a single ninja?" "I currently lack companions," Xiaoai inquired. Tsunade regarded him warmly. "It involves protecting a significant individual. Originally, I intended to assign it to a ninja team, but I am well aware of your capabilities, and I believe you can handle it alone." Feeling somewhat bashful at her praise, Xiaoai pressed, "What is the nature of this mission, Lady Tsunade?" "You are to protect an important person." Tsunade handed Xiaoai a dossier containing detailed information. "The individual to be safeguarded is named Banju, a distinguished scion from the capital with whom I have shared a long acquaintance. His father, Kanijiro, is a self-made, astute jeweler." As Xiaoai perused the task, a sense of familiarity washed over him, though he could not quite place it. The reward offered was a staggering 1 million, placing it among the most lucrative A-rank missions. Indeed, they must be affluent. "Kanijiro is also an acquaintance of mine. You must ensure Banju's safety," Tsunade emphasized. Xiaoai, sensing a hint of intrigue, asked, "Lady Tsunade, you aren't indebted to him, are you? You impertinent child, what nonsense are you spouting?" Tsunade stood abruptly, her temper flaring. "Kanijiro and Banju are of paramount importance. You must protect them well." Xiaoai, interpreting her reaction, surmised that Tsunade either owed Kanijiro money or wished to borrow from him. Reluctant to accept a protective mission, the generous reward swayed him. "Very well, I shall take it. By the way, where is the person I am to protect?" "He is on his way," Tsunade replied, resuming her seat after Xiaoai accepted the task. At that moment, the doors suddenly swung open, and a man entered, accompanied by a boy. This was Mr. Kunijiro, the client. "Along with the child you are to protect, Kuniyuki." "Greetings, Mr. Kunijiro. Ah, you are the one who has agreed to accompany Kuniyuki on a ninja experience day." Kunijiro smiled as he approached the young boy. "A ninja day? I'm not quite sure I understand. Isn't this a protective mission?" "Our little Kuniyuki has a particular fascination with ninjas. He speaks of them incessantly, and I find myself at a loss," Kunijiro chuckled. "I truly appreciate your assistance in this matter." He patted the boy on the shoulder, as if entrusting him with an important task. Kuniyuki turned to Tsunade and asked, "Lady Tsunade, are you certain you want me to play games with him?" Tsunade turned her head aside. "Regardless, you have accepted the mission and cannot back out now." With a sigh, Kuniyuki realized he had fallen into Tsunade's trap. He increasingly felt that she owed a debt to Kunijiro, wondering if she had lost money somewhere along the way. Furthermore, to ensure Kuniyuki fully experiences the life of a ninja, you will need to accompany him on various daily tasks. Tsunade handed Kuniyuki another task list. As he glanced at the tasks, his lips twitched in irritation. They were nothing more than the trivial tasks he had performed as a newly appointed genin. Ultimately, he accepted the challenge. Despite his reluctance, the rewards were simply too enticing. Well then, young Kuniyuki, let us embark on your ninja experience. Kuniyuki led the boy into the streets, flanked by 2 bodyguards in black. Observing this peculiar scene, he felt an odd sense of dissonance. The first minor task was to collect litter by the lake. Although Konoha was surrounded by lush trees and appeared pristine, numerous areas were cluttered with refuse. Kuniyuki brought Kuniyuki to the lakeside, where debris floated atop the water, discarded by the residents. Now, Kuniyuki, allow me to demonstrate how a ninja undertakes a mission. Gazing at the garbage in the lake, he swiftly formed hand seals. Wind release, tornado. A fierce wind enveloped the lake, swiftly swirling into a vortex. The tornado lifted the refuse from the water and cast it upon the shore. Wow, that's amazing. I want to try? Since Kuniyuki was eager to have a go, Kuniyuki tossed some of the litter back into the lake. Now it's your turn. All right, watch me. Kuniyuki joined his hands together, forming seals. Giant crocodile turtle transformation technique. Money release. He then produced a stack of money and tossed it into the air. Suddenly, a throng of black-clad individuals emerged, frantically collecting the money. In the process, they also gathered all the garbage from the lake. Watching this display, Kuniyuki finally recalled who this child was. He was indeed the one who utilized the money release technique. Kuniyuki earnestly expressed his desire to learn this ninjutsu, though he understood that it merely involved throwing money around rather than conjuring it from thin air. Let us proceed to the next task. Kuniyuki guided Kuniyuki to a field where they were tasked with weeding. As anticipated, Bangjo once again employed his monetary jutsu. With a swift motion, a multitude of individuals surged into the vegetable garden. The weeds had been thoroughly cleared, yet little remained of the produce. An irate elderly man rushed over, only to be effortlessly placated by a handful of cash from Bangjo. Observing this scene, Xiaoyi let out a sigh. He undertook missions for the sake of earning money, while Bangjo seemed to spend it with abandon. Subsequently, Xiaoyi led Bangjo to a dense thicket, where a wild boar resided. Their task was to drive this creature away. Soon, Xiaoyi pinpointed the boar's location. Bangjo, our objective this time is to scare off this wild boar. No problem, leave it to me, he replied confidently. Money jutsu, money clone technique. At that moment, another group of cloaked figures emerged, swiftly gathering all the money before launching an assault on the boar. However, this wild boar was formidable. Even a few lower-ranked ninjas would struggle against it. The cloaked assailants were quickly dispatched by the boar, which then charged toward Bangjo. It's not me. I was compelled to do this, Bangjo exclaimed as he darted behind Xiaoyi, seeking to divert the danger. Xiaoyi felt a strong urge to punch him, but he restrained himself, recognizing Bangjo as his employer. Spiral Sphere. Xiaoyi unleashed a spiral sphere that knocked the boar to the ground, subsequently using wind release to drive it out of the thicket. Bangjo, if you pull this again, I shan't come to your aid next time. Oh, come on. It's not a significant matter, he retorted. A cloaked figure then produced a box and placed it before Xiaoyi, revealing it to be filled with money. Xiaoyi's heart raced at the sight. However, as a ninja, he adhered to his professional ethics. You've already paid the mission fee. I cannot accept any more money during the task. Just take it, consider it a token of my apology, Bangjo insisted. After a moment of contemplation, Xiaoyi ultimately declined the offer. Bangjo, you must understand that money is not omnipotent. Not everyone can be swayed by it. With a snap of his fingers, Bangjo revealed another box filled with cash. Within seconds, both boxes were secured within Xiaoyi's storage scroll. Ha ha ha, indeed. There is no problem that money cannot solve, Bangjo exclaimed with delight as he strode ahead, clearly pleased that Xiaoyi accepted the money. Watching Bangjo's retreating figure, Xiaoyi smiled faintly. He initially had no intention of accepting the cash, but the offer was simply too generous. While Bangjo's belief in the omnipotence of money was misguided, Xiaoyi chose not to argue. Bangjo would come to understand this in due time. Xiaoyi retrieved the mission scroll. Our next task is to gather a herb known as Chuankai, which is effective for treating bruises. Then let us proceed. Bangjo replied. He marched confidently ahead with the cloaked figures, showing no intent of foraging for herbs. Chuankai was not particularly rare, and Xiaoyi soon discovered some. Leave this to me. Bangjo approached, ready to pluck the herb. At that moment, a figure leapt down from a nearby tree and seized Bangjo. Humph, kid. Stay still, or I shall sever your hand. Everyone was startled by the sudden appearance of the intruder. Bang Jiu exclaimed, "You fools, what are you doing? Come and rescue me." The bodyguards rushed forward, attempting to assist Bang Jiu. However, the masked figure swiftly incapacitated them with ease. "Humph, your allies are rather inept," the masked figure remarked, lifting Bang Jiu effortlessly. "Xiao Yi, come and save me." Bang Jiu commanded Xiao Yi imperiously. Although Xiao Yi resented his tone, he felt compelled to act, for Bang Jiu was the person he was sworn to protect. Any misfortune befalling him would lead to considerable trouble. Xiao Yi brandished a kunao and charged at the masked figure, who drew a kunao and pressed it against Bang Jiu's neck. "Do not approach. If you dare come closer, I will kill him instantly." Xiao Yi halted immediately, knowing he had no recourse while Bang Jiu was in the enemy's grasp. Suddenly, Bang Jiu called out to the masked figure, "Hey, I can pay you. Just let me go." "Humph, who would want your filthy money? Currency is of no use to me," the masked figure replied disdainfully, then turned to Xiao Yi. "You there, brat, drop your ninja tools immediately and open this scroll." The masked figure tossed a scroll toward Xiao Yi. With no other option, Xiao Yi discarded his weapons and picked up the scroll. "Open it," the masked figure shouted. Xiao Yi complied, and a peculiar force surged into his body, rendering him unable to utilize chakra. The masked figure approached, one hand gripping Bang Jiu and the other pushing Xiao Yi forward with the kunao. The incapacitated bodyguards lay helplessly on the ground. The masked figure led Xiao Yi and Bang Jiu into a cave. "You two can fend for yourselves here." "Ha ha." With that, the masked figure sealed the cave entrance with a large boulder. "Come on, hurry and get me out," Bang Jiu urged. Xiao Yi approached the entrance, attempting to push the stone aside. However, it was far too heavy, and with his chakra sealed, he could not budge it. "I'm sorry, this stone is too heavy. I cannot move it. Why are you so useless? I should have chosen someone else," Bang Jiu complained incessantly. "But rest assured, my bodyguards will undoubtedly come to my aid. You can leave with me when they arrive." After saying this, Bang Jiu found a stone to sit upon. Xiao Yi, too, took a seat nearby to recuperate while awaiting rescue. Time passed gradually without any sign of help. "Those worthless fools, how long will it take them to find us?" "I'm starving," Bang Jiu lamented, rubbing his belly. It had been quite a while since he had eaten. "Hey, do you have any food?" Bang Jiu asked Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi shook his head, indicating that he had nothing to eat. Upon discovering that Xiao Yi was equally deprived, Bang Jiu became agitated and rushed to the entrance, banging on the stone. "Is anyone there? Let me out. I can offer you a great deal of money." Bang Jiu pounded for an extended period. Yet the entrance remained unyielding. "Is anyone there? Open the door, please." "Woe is me." As he continued to knock, tears began to stream down Bang Jiu's face. Xiao Yi, however, paid him no mind, resting quietly beside him to regain his strength. On the other side, the masked figure returned, leading away the group of bodyguards, and then conveyed the situation back to Konoha. The masked figure was, in fact, a shadow clone of Xiaowai. Xiaowai was not the type to insist on educating children. He merely found himself somewhat bored lately, and thought that imparting knowledge could be quite fulfilling. Moreover, the child was from a wealthy family, a significant benefactor. Bang Jiu wept in the cave for a long time, eventually falling asleep amidst his tears. Xiaowai cradled Bang Jiu, channeling a bit of chakra into him to ensure he would not catch a chill. As time passed, Bang Jiu gradually awoke. Upon awakening, he saw Xiaowai sitting beside him. Bang Jiu slowly sat up, this time without crying or throwing a tantrum. "Brother Xiaowai, are we really unable to leave?" Xiaowai glanced at Bang Jiu, pleased to note the change in his address. "Indeed, it seems we might perish here. I do not wish to die." Bang Jiu buried his head in his arms. "Do you still believe that money is omnipotent?" Bang Jiu shook his head. Xiaowai gently stroked Bang Jiu's hair. "Money is indeed very significant for a person, but in many life and death situations, it becomes nothing more than a pile of worthless paper. As we strive to accumulate wealth, we must also endeavor to grow stronger. Simultaneously, we ought to learn the value of friendship, true friends who are not swayed by wealth." "Brother, I understand now. Well then, since you are awake, let us venture outside." "Can we truly go out?" Bang Jiu's eyes sparkled with surprise. "Of course. I have mentioned that while we become wealthy, we must also grow stronger. My chakra has fully recovered, and we can leave." Shadow clone technique. For identical Xiaowai emerged before Bang Jiu. "Bang Jiu, step back a bit." Spiraling sphere. For spiraling spheres collided with the stone at the cave's entrance, reducing it to dust. Sunlight illuminated Xiaowai, his silhouette leaving a profound impression on Bang Jiu's heart. "Let us depart." Xiaoi carried Bangju back to Konoha. Upon learning the circumstances, Mr. Kiwazuro did not blame Xiaoi. Rather, he expressed immense gratitude for Xiaoi's assistance. In appreciation, Mr. Kiwazuro presented Xiaoi with a sum of money. Under Tsunade's subtle encouragement, Xiaoi accepted the money. In the evening, Xiaoi saw Mr. Kiwazuro and Bangju off at the gates of Konoha. Brother Xiaoi, thank you very much. I will certainly remember you. Feel free to visit Konoha anytime. I will also come to find you when I have the chance. Xiaoi affectionately patted Bangju's head. Then we shall take our leave. After bidding farewell, Mr. Kiwazuro and Bangju departed Konoha, escorted by a group of bodyguards. Xiaoi successfully completed this high-reward A-rank mission. After finishing his training, Xiaoi visited the Hokage's office to request a certificate for leaving the village, only to receive some startling news. Tsunade-sama, are you saying that the Land of Wind has been attacked by a group of unknown entities? That is indeed the report from the front. A squad clad in armor has caused considerable chaos in the Land of Wind. The Land of Wind? Armor? Suddenly, Xiaoi recalled something significant. By the way, Lady Tsunade, what mission have Naruto and the others undertaken? Tsunade flipped through the mission scroll and found the task assigned to Naruto. Together with Sakura and Shikamaru, they were tasked with capturing a ferret. The mention of a ferret, combined with this particular team, suddenly reminded Koichi of the incident caused by the Grell Stone. He had some knowledge of that event. Although it was unlikely to result in anything catastrophic, it was still exceedingly perilous. Lady Tsunade, I wish to leave the village for a while. Tsunade, sensing something amiss, handed Koichi a pass. Go ahead, but be cautious. With all the jonin absent, you, as a chinin, must shoulder your responsibilities. Rest assured, I understand. After receiving the pass, Koichi promptly exited the village. Upon reaching the outskirts, he unexpectedly spotted Amok. Amok? What brings you here? Come on, I'll accompany you. Koichi suddenly realized that Amok was likely aware of the situation as well. Yet, there was nothing particularly extraordinary about this matter. Could it be that Amok was interested in the Grell Stone? Koichi pondered silently. Amok had previously marked the area near the Wind Country's border with the Flying Thunder God technique, allowing the two to swiftly arrive in the Wind Country. Shortly after entering the border, Koichi sensed the chakra of Naruto and his companions. He and Amok proceeded in their direction. Besides Naruto, Koichi detected other chakra signatures, indicating they were engaged in battle. Upon arriving, they witnessed the scene. Gaara and Naruto were fighting against two grotesque entities. One of the foes was swiftly dispatched by Gaara, while the other took to the skies and fled. Naruto, Koichi, and Amok approached. Koichi? Naruto was taken aback by his presence. What brings you here? I heard from Lady Tsunade that there were issues in the Wind Country, so I thought I would investigate and fortuitously found you. Naturally, Koichi could not disclose that he had come specifically to seek out Naruto. Otherwise, it would be difficult to explain. It has been a while, Gaara, Kankuro. Both Gaara and Kankuro responded with a slight nod. Who is this? Naruto inquired, looking at Amok. Koichi suddenly remembered it was Naruto's first encounter with Amok. Despite the fact that Amok had met Naruto a decade ago. This is my friend, Amok. He is also somewhat of a mentor to me. Greetings, brother Amok. Hello, Naruto. Amok replied with a smile. Koichi, why didn't you mention brother Amok before? Alright, isn't this the perfect time for introductions? But tell me, what exactly is going on here? Koichi deftly shifted the topic back to the matter at hand. Kankuro examined the ravaged ground. They are a vile group. They launched a sudden assault, resulting in numerous casualties. And how did you end up here, Naruto? We were initially on a mission to capture a ferret, but we got entangled in this situation. Naruto recounted the events to Koichi. Just then, Naruto's communicator buzzed with urgency. What? He seemed to have received alarming news. This is bad. The merchant convoy has been attacked. Koichi, I must hurry. Let us embark on this journey together. Any challenges we encounter can be resolved collectively. After bidding farewell, Xiao Yi and the others hastened towards the merchant convoy. Upon their arrival, they discovered the convoy had been ravaged, leaving behind only shattered carts and a myriad of personal belongings. Xiao Yi sensed the chakra of Sakura and Shikamaru, prompting him to rush over to reunite with them. Xiao Yi, you've come too. Sakura exclaimed, her tone tinged with surprise. Shikamaru, upon seeing Xiao Yi, let out a sigh of relief. With you here, I feel considerably more at ease. By the way, who is this? Shikamaru inquired, glancing at the side where Amo stood. Naturally, Shikamaru's perceptive abilities would not overlook him. This is my friend, Amo, who was once a ninja from Konoha. After confirming Amo's identity, Shikamaru recounted the events that had transpired, providing far more detail than Naruto had. Once they cross-verified the information, they began to grasp the overall situation. Someone is approaching. A figure clad in armor arrived, prompting everyone to seek refuge in the cover of nearby shadows, awaiting the individual's arrival. Soon, a young armored warrior appeared near the wreckage of the merchant convoy. Shikamaru discreetly employed the shadow imitation technique to immobilize the intruder. Within a cave, Naruto confronted the captured Timothy. "Do you comprehend the gravity of your actions?" Timothy retorted, "I have no desire to converse with you." "What did you say?" Naruto seethed with anger, ready to charge at him. "Wait, Naruto," an elderly voice interrupted. It was Grandpa Hien. "Allow me to speak a few words." Timothy interjected. "Do you know about the Grial Stone? Why are you still searching for the regular stone at this juncture?" Timothy reminisced, "Because we require it. You cannot fathom the dreadful nature of that stone. It should never be awakened." He glared at Hien. "Are you attempting to lecture me?" At that moment, a faint blue light emanated from Timothy's chest, forming a unique pattern. "Indeed, this is the crystallization of the Grial Stone, the essence of life," Hien sighed. "From where did you acquire this stone?" Timothy's expression transformed into one of reverence and admiration. "I obtained it from my master, Lord Hyde." "Is that so? As long as you possess the stone, then it is strange. If you are indeed a descendant of our family who traversed the seas, how could you be unaware of this matter? Has the Book of Reglar been lost?" Timothy, utterly perplexed, replied, "What on earth are you talking about?" Hien gazed intently at the flames before him. "Since ancient times, only the royalty of my clan could unite with the Grial Stone. Naruto, I have shared this with you before. When we lost our homeland, a portion of our kin sailed across the seas. According to our clan's records, it was the royal family that journeyed across the waters, bearing the last Grial Stone and the Book of Grial. You are Timothy, are you not? You have not come here. You have returned. We were once kin of the same lineage." Continuing to address Timothy, Hien remarked, "No one knows how that stone came into existence. It was merely discovered alongside a remarkable vein of ore. Our ancestors refined those stones, allowing them to crystallize, and named this mineral the Grial Stone. Thus, upon this land, a vast empire was constructed upon the foundation of the Grial Stone, creating wells that never ran dry, livestock that grew overnight, crops that bore fruit continuously, and even possessing properties to prevent biological aging. This occurred long ago. While the stone bestowed upon us the power of happiness, it also brought calamity. Fueled by the power of the Grial Stone, humanity, in its ugliness, began to fight amongst itself. Ultimately, the power of the stone ignited a war that shook the very earth, leading to the empire's utter destruction. Only a small remnant survived, and the ancestors of the youth sealed the veins of the Grial Stone deep within the earth, vowing never to awaken the stone again. Sakura, perplexed, inquired, "Why not eradicate such a dreadful thing?" Hien shook his head, replying, "Only those of royal blood can obliterate the stone. Without royalty, all we can do is watch the stone through generations, until it fades into legend." Timothy scoffed, "It is impossible to forget or eliminate anything. Your words have only solidified my resolve to obtain the stone. Power is merely power. Its application depends on the wielder." Upon hearing Timothy's statement, Xiaoyi nodded in agreement. Indeed, the impact of power is entirely contingent upon the individual and their usage of it. Yet, often, individuals become lost within the allure of power. Maintaining one's true self is no easy feat. That is a power that transcends all, regardless of the type. Lord Hyde would wield it correctly. Lord Hyde once said that conflict breeds misfortune. Without a leader, strife will never cease. I deeply resonate with those words. During the turmoil, our village was besieged by a band of robbers. Lord Hyde took in the surviving orphans, and we are determined to realize Lord Hyde's vision of eradicating conflict from this world. Our companions share this sentiment. No matter the sacrifice, this is our dream. To fulfill this dream, we require the Grial Stone. Suddenly, Xiaoyi found great merit in Timothy's words. At the same time, he perceived a shadow of Nagato within him. Yet, from what he said, why did this Lord Hyde seem so familiar? From a certain perspective, he resembled Orochimaru entirely. The same method of indoctrination had cultivated equally loyal followers. Xiaoyi pondered whether he should seek out Uncle Snake to learn this technique. Through their dialogue, Xiaoyi fully recalled how this matter unfolded. The Grial Stone is indeed an exceedingly powerful stone, endowed with a very unique force. As for this Hyde, he could not possibly be a benevolent figure. It appears that the next course of action must involve addressing this individual named Hyde. Suddenly, Timothy broke free from his bindings and leaped to Heian's back, drawing a dagger to place against Heian's throat. Xiao Yi observed this scene. Feeling an odd sense of familiarity, he suddenly remembered that he had performed a similar action not long ago. However, at that time, he was merely in control of a child, but now he has transformed into an elderly gentleman. Timothy, could you now reveal the location of Greer's mine? Heian immediately replied, I refuse. There was no other option. Timothy swiftly knocked Heian unconscious and tossed a flashbang. When the brilliance faded, both Timothy and Heian had vanished. Xiao Yi, we must pursue them swiftly. Timothy had not strayed beyond Xiao Yi's perceptual range, allowing them to easily catch up. In truth, Xiao Yi had the capability to thwart Timothy earlier, but deemed it unnecessary. Since the adversary had a group, it was only logical to confront them collectively. Additionally, Xiao Yi was curious to discover what the regale or truly was. In the depths of the night, Xiao Yi and his companions relentlessly pursued Timothy. With the formidable presence of a muck, they advanced rapidly and soon arrived at a gorge. The sheer cliffs flanked both sides of the gorge, and in the center loomed a protruding rock formation, upon which stood a stone-carved structure. Upon entering the rocky edifice, they found themselves in a narrow tunnel. Continuing onward, they soon entered a vast chamber where Timothy and the elderly Heian awaited. Timothy, Naruto rushed forward. At that moment, the ground violently trembled as a colossal object crashed through the adjacent stone wall. Quickly, they beheld the true nature of the entity. It was a massive mobile fortress crafted from steel, a sight Xiao Yi had never encountered before. A staircase descended, and from above emerged three individuals accompanied by a throng of armored beings. Xiao Yi, engage, a muck, who had remained silent until now, suddenly spoke. Understood. A multitude of shurikens soared through the air as Xiao Yi and a muck vanished from sight. Fire style, great fireball technique. Wind style, great breakthrough. Xiao Yi's wind technique propelled the fireball toward their adversaries. However, the flames proved utterly ineffective against them. Suddenly, a creature resembling both a bat and a wolf leaped down. From behind, Hyde sprouted wings and flew toward them. Wait, Xiao Yi, there are still questions to clarify, Shikamaru interjected. What more is there to inquire? They clearly do not appear benevolent, Xiao Yi retorted, having no intention of questioning them further. Xiao Yi launched another assault, prompting Shikamaru and Sakura to hasten to his aid. A muck intercepted Hyde while Sakura and Shikamaru confronted the wolf, leaving Xiao Yi to contend with the large bat. Both Sakura and Shikamaru proved formidable, holding their ground against the she-wolf. However, the bat posed a significant annoyance for Xiao Yi. He despised such flying nuisances, finding them exceedingly difficult to strike. Multiple shadow clone technique. Xiao Yi conjured hundreds of clones. Half of the clones utilized the other half as springboards, launching themselves into the air. Each airborne shadow clone simultaneously unleashed a series of explosive tags, dozens of which, combined with the multiplication technique, obliterated the bat into fragments. Xiao Yi was not inclined to delay in dealing with these adversaries. He aimed for a swift resolution. Meanwhile, Naruto continued his battle with Timothy, exerting not his full strength and thus failing to subdue him. As for Amo, he was relentlessly pressing against Hyde. At this moment, Hyde had transformed entirely, resembling a demon. The stone he wielded possessed the power to repel all attacks, somewhat reminiscent of the Shinra Tensei. However, to Xiao Yi, it merely appeared to be a simplified version of the Shinra Tensei, lacking any true comparability. Fire release, Great Fireball Jutsu. Water release, Water Dragon Bullet. Wind release, Vacuum Sphere. Lightning release, Lightning Ball. Earth release, Earth Spike. One after another, various ninjutsu were unleashed, forcing Hyde to retreat repeatedly. Bastard! Hyde seethed with rage, unable to fathom that he was being pushed back by an inconspicuous individual. His ambition was to attain the most formidable power and forge his own ideal nation. How could he possibly be defeated by such a minor character in such a place? Bastard! Hyde unleashed a powerful attack, but it merely splattered against the stone walls above the chamber. At that moment, some green energy floated in from the spot that had just been breached, flowing toward Hyde. Xiao Yi sensed this energy, feeling an uncanny familiarity. It was a power he believed he had encountered before. Indeed, he recalled that this energy was reminiscent of what he had encountered in the Land of Snow. Could it be that the geothermal devices in the Land of Snow also utilized Grail? Or, what a formidable power this was. After absorbing this energy, Hyde felt himself growing even stronger. Suddenly, Amo levitated, likely employing a technique akin to Oniki's weighty rock technique. Was he intending to use that technique? Amo swiftly formed hand seals, conjuring a small white sphere between his hands. Dust release, original world disintegration technique. Hyde laughed heartily, huh? Useless, I am invincible now. He extended a hand to block the original world disintegration technique. However, the technique enveloped Hyde, and in the next moment, he was reduced to countless molecules. To receive the original world disintegration technique with his bare hands, Hyde was indeed the first in history to do so. Xiaoyi watched Amos battle, wishing to record this moment. The next time Amo claimed to be weak, he would show him this footage. Yet, given that Amo could become such a close ally of the fourth Hokage, it was only natural for him to possess such strength. On the other side, Sakura and Shikamaru had also dealt with the wolf, and Naruto had knocked Timsy to the ground. Although Timsy could not comprehend Hyde's scheme and fully transform, it mattered little, for he was merely an inconsequential character. At that moment, the surrounding walls began to crumble rapidly, and a substantial amount of stone started to collapse. He shouted, "Not good. The mine is about to collapse. If that happens, the seal will be released. Amo, everyone, lend me your hands." Despite not knowing Amo's intentions, everyone placed their hands upon his. In the next instant, they found themselves outside the mine. "Leave the rest to me." Amo soared above the mine and began forming seals. For symbol sealing, secret space confinement. After several operations by Amo, the entire mine calmed, returning to its original state. "Amo, are you alright?" Xiaoyi noticed that Amo was not in good condition. "It's nothing serious, just a bit fatigued. I haven't utilized so many jutsu in quite some time, and it truly is exhausting." "Brother Amo, you are truly remarkable," Naruto exclaimed as he rushed over. "I'm not that impressive. In the ninja world, I wouldn't even make it into the top 5, Amo replied modestly. However, I firmly believe that Naruto will become even stronger. Hearing Amo's words filled Naruto with joy, and he resolved to become as strong as his brother Amo. At that moment, everyone suddenly noticed that the surrounding trees appeared somewhat different. The small saplings had transformed into towering trees, and seeds buried in the soil had begun to sprout. Indeed, that power bore a striking resemblance to that of the Land of Snow. "Amo, what kind of power is this?" Xiaoyi inquired. "It is not yet the time to reveal that to you. I shall explain later. For now, I must return. There remains only the power of Flying Thunder God," Amo concluded, using the jutsu to teleport away, vanishing from sight. "Xiaoyi, what jutsu did brother Amo just use? It was so impressive," Naruto asked eagerly. "The jutsu he just employed was the Flying Thunder God technique. The strongest technique of the fourth Hokage." "Really? How cool. I want to learn it too." "Well, you still have some time before that," Xiaoyi said, playfully tapping Naruto's head. "By the way, what about Timothy?" Naruto looked at Timothy with concern. "Let this child stay with our merchant group," Hien suddenly suggested. "He is originally one of our clan's children, and I did not expect him to end up like this. We will take it upon ourselves to guide him." After sending Hien and Timothy back, everyone prepared to return to Konoha. Upon their return, they encountered a myriad of troubles. Naruto and Sakura could head home first, while Xiaoyi and Shikamaru had to report back on their tasks. The volume of work was substantial, and the reporting process was quite cumbersome. Additionally, they had to write a task report, akin to composing an essay, which was indeed bothersome. Once everything was concluded, Xiaoyi returned home, initially believing he could finally rest, only to find that he still had to cook for Naruto. Xiaoyi felt utterly exasperated. He began to understand Minato, even after serving as Hokage. One still had to return home to prepare meals. Such toil. Having completed this mission, Xiaoyi welcomed a period of tranquility. Not every moment in a ninja's life is filled with busyness. On a warm and sunny day, Xiaoyi accompanied Hinata to a barbecue stand. Suddenly, he saw the Hokage building struck by lightning, igniting into flames. Hinata looked at the Hokage building. "Ikuin, is everything all right over there?" "Do not worry. That is the Hokage building. What could possibly go wrong?" Xiaoyi reassured her. Perhaps Tsunade had incurred debts and was struck by lightning. He silently mused. Just then, Shino, who had recently submitted a task report, approached. Xiaoyi called out, "Shino, you arrived just in time. I'm treating." Shino, with an expressionless face, replied, "Kurane-sensei has asked us to come over." Xiao Yi inquired. Is it something important? That seems to be the case, Shino confirmed. Xiao Yi packed the remaining skewers and proceeded to the meeting point. Kurane-sensei, is there something you need us for? Is there an issue with the previous mission? Xiao Yi asked. No, it pertains to a different matter. Hong took a deep breath and spoke slowly. My mission has been accomplished. Subsequently, you will be guided by another Jonin. Why? You have been doing exceptionally well. We do not wish for a change in our Jonin, Xiao Yi replied, somewhat perplexed. Hong's demeanor turned grave. This is a decision that has already been made. Ultimately, our relationship is merely that of captain and subordinate, contingent upon the needs of the team. Though Hong spoke with a calmness that belied her inner turmoil, Xiao Yi sensed a shift in her emotions. Very well, in any case, our relationship concludes here. Arrangements will be made for a new Jonin instructor. With that, Hong departed, leaving Xiao Yi and the others in a state of disbelief. Ikuin, what on earth is happening? Hinata inquired, her expression tinged with sadness. Teacher Hong would not leave us without reason. Shino adjusted his sunglasses. Xiao Yi shook his head. I, too, am at a loss for answers. I will seek to uncover the truth. He bid farewell to his companions and made his way to the Hokage building, which had recently extinguished a fire, yet still bore traces of chaos. Upon entering the office, he found Tsunade. Tsunade looked up. What brings you here? I wish to inquire about Teacher Hong, Xiao Yi stated. Tsunade supported her head with her hand. I regret to inform you that this is a matter of Hong's own choice. However, rest assured, new instructors will be appointed shortly. Lady Tsunade, I seek to understand the reason behind this. If you consented to Teacher Hong's departure, surely there must be justification. Tsunade met Xiao Yi's gaze. This is classified information. I cannot disclose it. Teacher Hong is our mentor, is she not? As students, we are entitled to understand matters concerning our teacher. This situation is not unrelated to us. Enough. Tsunade rose. This matter has been settled. Return and await your new instructor. With that, she ushered Xiao Yi out of her office. With no alternative, Xiao Yi refrained from pressing her further. At that moment, he spotted Sakura approaching. Is there something you need? I still have files to organize. I wish to ask you something, Xiao Yi said, pulling Sakura aside to a more secluded area. You are often near Lady Tsunade. Do you know anything about Teacher Hong? I'm sorry, but I do not, Sakura responded. Although she claimed ignorance, Xiao Yi sensed that she knew more than she let on. Sakura, to us, Teacher Hong is akin to how Kakashi-sensei is to you. The sudden news of her departure has left us in sorrow. We suspect something must have occurred. If you possess any knowledge, please share it with us. Xiao Yi gazed at her with hopeful anticipation. After a moment's hesitation, Sakura finally divulged what she knew. Amabayun? Yes, I have heard Lady Tsunade mention that name. Xiao Yi recalled with a flicker of recognition. The Amma clan possesses remarkable illusionary abilities. Particularly a young girl named Anma Yakumo, whose talent in illusion surpasses even that of the Uchiha clan. Xiao Yi recalls that Anma Yakumo seems to have some connection with Teacher Hong. It appears that finding Anma Yakumo will provide clarity on the situation. Thank you, Sakura. I shall take my leave now. After bidding farewell to Sakura, Xiao Yi sought out Hinata and Shino. Hinata inquired. Are you suggesting that Teacher Hong's departure is linked to Anma Yakumo? Xiao Yi nodded. Indeed, otherwise, we would have no other explanation. What should we do, Ikuin? Hinata asked. Let me first seek out this Anma Yakumo. Do not worry. I shall bring Teacher Hong back. Thank you, Ikuin, Hinata replied, her endearing demeanor further motivating Xiao Yi. He made his way to a villa, where, according to Sakura, Anma Yakumo should be residing. As Xiao Yi focused his senses, he detected numerous chakra signatures emanating from the house, indicating the presence of significant individuals. It was likely that Anma Yakumo indeed dwelled there. However, infiltrating the house under the watchful eyes of numerous ninjas was no simple feat. He would need to devise another plan. Xiao Yi decided to retreat for the time being and seek another opportunity to find Anma Yakumo. The following day, he returned to the villa. Midway, he encountered Teacher Hong, who was also making her way to the villa. Xiao Yi did not hide. He leaped directly in front of her. Teacher Hong, what are you doing here? Hong was taken aback by Xiao Yi's unexpected presence. You must be searching for Anma Yakumo, right? Hong was momentarily stunned. I didn't expect you to know. You are correct. I can no longer manage you due to matters concerning Anma Yakumo. Teacher, no matter what happens, you cannot abandon us. Not just me, but Hinata and Shino are equally despondent. We all hope you will return to guide us. Hong sighed. I do not deserve to be your teacher. Allow me to share a story. A year ago, I mentored a girl named Amma Yakumo. She possessed a profound talent for illusions, and I taught her to harness it. However, I regretfully used a sealing technique to strip her of her abilities, shattering her dream of becoming a master of illusions. Do you believe I still have the right to lead teammate? Teacher, while I may not fully grasp Amma Yakumo's story, I know you would never destroy a child's dreams without cause. Hong realized she could not sway Xiaoai's determination. I am sorry, but I must render you temporarily incapacitated. In a swift motion, Hong formed a series of hand seals and ensnared Xiaoai in an illusion. In Xiaoai's perception, a colossal tree emerged from the ground, entwining around him. Bound to the tree, he found himself immobilized, while Hong vanished from sight. A faint smile crept across Xiaoai's face as he reflected, Teacher, ensnaring me with an illusion is your greatest blunder. Through a year of dedicated study, Xiaoai's proficiency in illusions had significantly advanced. Although the illusion crafted by Tsukomi might be beyond Xiao Yi's current capabilities to unravel, the ordinary illusion before him could be easily dispelled. The two types of chakra within him clashed rapidly, and the illusion was swiftly broken. After dispelling the illusion, Xiao Yi dashed towards the villa. Meanwhile, Hong had arrived at the villa first. Upon her arrival, she sensed something amiss. As she ventured inside, she was suddenly ensnared by a plant. However, being a master of illusion herself, she found it effortless to break free from such a trick. Seizing the opportunity, while being drawn into the opponent's illusion, she simultaneously ensnared them within her own. Before long, she resolved the threat. Subsequently, she infiltrated the villa and found the weeping Akama Yakumo in a room. Yakumo, are you all right? Teacher Hong. Akama Yakumo leapt into her embrace. Just then, two more individuals burst in, but Hong effortlessly repelled them with her illusions. Then took Yakumo and fled the scene. At that moment, Hong was alone and could not face too many adversaries. To ensure Yakumo's safety, the best course of action was to retreat deeper into the village. Suddenly, as she sprinted into the sunset, something seized her body. Hong immediately prepared to dispel the illusion, but soon realized it was beyond her ability to break. Before her stood a grand tree, from which emerged an elderly man. Yunhai of the Akama clan, it seems you are not to be trifled with. Hong recognized the man before her. Ha ha ha, the illusionist Hong. To receive your praise is indeed an honor. I merely wish to avoid unnecessary conflict. Hand over Yakumo at once. Hong glanced back at Yakumo. Hold on to me tightly. In a swift motion, Hong drew a kunai and inflicted a wound upon herself. The opponent's illusion was formidable, and she found herself unable to dispel it through conventional means, resorting instead to this act of self-harm to break free. Hong quickly formed hand seals, preparing to cast an illusion to escape. However, Yunhai saw through her intention and hurled several shurikens at her. Wind release, wind blade. Xiao Yi charged in from the side, deflecting all the shurikens. Upon seeing the sudden appearance of Xiao Yi, Yunhai scoffed. Where did this brat come from? Yi, you must leave, you are no match for him. You must be the steward of the Akama clan, Xiao Yi inquired of Yunhai. Indeed, today, I intend to take Akama Yakumo away. This matter concerns our clan. As an outsider, it is best you do not interfere. Xiao Yi understood the gravity of the situation. Akama Yakumo possessed an exceptionally terrifying ability to manipulate illusions, capable of transforming elements within her illusions into reality. Should someone fall into her illusion, all events therein could manifest in the real world. Naturally, this power was something the Akama clan sought to possess. Xiao Yi regarded Yunhai resolutely. You may take Yakumo, but not at this moment. You must reveal the truth to her. Turning to Yakumo, he stated, Akama Yakumo, do you not wish to know who was responsible for your parents' demise? I can tell you. Although Hong doubted that Xiao Yi possessed any knowledge of the matter. However, if Xiao Yi were to reveal the truth, it would undoubtedly incite a series of terrifying events. Yakumo demanded, who killed them? Xiao Yi retorted, it was you, Arima Yakumo. Nonsense. It was you from Konoha who murdered my parents. Arima Yakumo had long suspected Konoha of being responsible for her parents' demise. Although lacking direct evidence, she had gathered some pertinent information. Yakumo, reflect carefully on that day's events. I believe you can recall, for it was indeed your actions. Xiao Yi infused his voice with a spiritual power, aiding Yakumo in recalling her past. Her body began to tremble as a long-buried memory surfaced in her mind. You're lying. Suddenly, the surroundings transformed, and the group, once nestled in the woods, found themselves ensnared in a dark realm. Xiao Yi realized he had been drawn into Yakumo's illusionary space. He attempted to break free from the illusion, but soon discovered its formidable nature. Escape was impossible. On the other side, Hong and Yunhai were equally powerless against this illusion, which approached the realm of Tsurumi. Arima Yakumo was undeniably a prodigy of illusion. Yakumo, confront your memories. Do not let the demons within you sway your resolve. Ah, I remember. It was another version of myself within me. Yakumo trembled as she gazed at her hands, realizing it was she who had utilized illusions to slay her own parents. Hong embraced Yakumo, saying, "You are mistaken, Yakumo. It is not you. You are different from that abomination. Indeed, for that entity resides in the depths of my heart." Yakumo retrieved a kunai from Hong's ninja tool pouch and aimed it at her own heart. Just then, a hand grasped Yakumo's own. A woman, nearly identical to Yakumo, materialized before her. Why? Why contemplate self-destruction? It is those who have burdened you with oppression, those who seek your annihilation, who deserve to perish. Yakumo gazed at the figure before her in terror, asking, "Who are you?" "I am born from the cracks deep within your heart." At that moment, the figure's visage morphed into a monstrous creature with sharp fangs. Hong, observing the beast, sighed. "I never anticipated its emergence." This transpired within Arima Yakumo, which is why I sealed her abilities. I did not foresee it would resurface, but even if it means mutual destruction, I must silence it. Xiao Yi comprehended the reason behind Hong's abandonment of Team 8. She had embraced a fatalistic resolve. "Do not worry, Teacher Hong. The situation has not deteriorated to that extent. As for monsters, who can rival me?" Xiao Yi lifted his gaze, crimson chakra enveloping him. His vertical pupils focused on the grotesque entity before him. The monster lunged at Xiao Yi, who seized its hand. "Today, I shall show you what a true monster is." The red chakra surged around Xiao Yi, invigorating his limbs with overwhelming power. Xiao Yi grasped one of the monster's hands firmly while delivering a powerful blow to its face, sending the creature soaring through the air. In a flash, he dashed to the monster's side and struck it down with a punch, creating a deep crater in the ground. What formidable strength is this? Within Yakumo's illusion, the use of chakra was rendered impossible, and yet this creature was capable of unleashing such immense power, instilling a sense of fear even in the monster itself. Xiao Yi struck the monster's face again, rendering it mute. He relentlessly pounded the creature's visage with his fists. "Yakumo Arima, to truly defeat this monster, you must rely on yourself. This is your inner world. Only by overcoming your inner turmoil can we all escape." "Overcoming my inner self? I cannot do it." Yakumo crouched down, cradling her head in her hands. "Now, you are the only one who can vanquish that fiend." Hong urged from the side. "Listen closely, Yakumo. Every heart harbors a beast with fangs. While it usually lurks in the depths of our souls, it can sometimes emerge unexpectedly. This beast can unleash a strength beyond our conscious awareness, inadvertently causing harm to those around us. However, if you can contain this monster's power and master yourself, you can wield an extraordinary strength that will help us realize our dreams. Rise and confront the creature birthed from your being. It is yours to defeat." But I am still afraid," Yakumo stammered. "Yakumo, it is only you who can accomplish this." Encouraged by Hong, Yakumo picked up a kunai from the ground and approached the monster step by step. Meanwhile, Xiao Yi continued to strike the creature with relentless blows. This monster was exceedingly difficult to defeat. No matter how powerful Xiao Yi's strikes were, he could not obliterate it entirely. Yet, under his assault, the monster showed no signs of resistance. "Go forth, Yakumo Arima." With a determined cry, Yakumo plunged the kunai into the monster's head, and it vanished in an instant. "Congratulations. Yakumo Arima, you have conquered yourself." Xiao Yi shed the Nine-Tails chakra and collapsed onto the ground. The power of the Nine-Tails was indeed formidable. Yet it was all too easy to lose oneself in it, and its aftermath left one utterly exhausted. Yakumo performed a series of hand seals, restoring the surroundings to their original state as the illusion was dispelled. Finally, it is over. What began as a simple task had devolved into something so complex. Suddenly, Xiao Yi recalled that this incident was not a task at all, and there was no reward to be gained. The thought alone made him feel even more fatigued. "By the way, Teacher Hong, will you continue to guide our 8th team? Now that Yakumo can manage her power, I no longer need to worry. Please, continue to seek my guidance." "Great." After resolving Teacher Hong's matter, Xiao Yi quickly received a mission personally assigned by Tsunade. This time, the task would be completed alongside Team 7, led by Kakashi. Kakashi reviewed the mission scroll carefully before passing it to Xiao Yi and the others. Upon examining the scroll, Xiao Yi discovered it was a B-rank escort mission. However, due to the prolonged duration of the escort and the high status of the client, a remuneration of 5 million was offered. Another extravagant task, thought Xiao Yi, a smile gracing his face. Tsunade remarked, additionally, this time I wish for you to take Shanfeng along. Hello everyone, I am Uzumaki Shanfeng. Shanfeng announced as she entered from outside. This mission was relatively straightforward, allowing Shanfeng to gain some experience. Kakashi, I entrust this to you. Hey, although having an additional young one adds to my burdens, it is, after all, a request from the 5th Hokage, so I must comply. Yu-jun, I can finally undertake a mission with you. Shanfeng exclaimed with excitement. Xiao Yi replied, indeed, I too look forward to embarking on this task with you. He had a faint recollection of this mission. They were to protect a traveling party from the Land of the Moon. The Prince of the Land of the Moon was traveling, and they were to escort him back home. Though minor frictions might arise, it was not perilous. Overall, it was a public expense trip. Then I shall leave it to you. The temperatures in the Land of the Moon will be relatively high, so be sure to prepare for the heat. A tropical region, is it? It seems this journey will offer a completely different scenery. Xiao Yi was very much looking forward to the adventure ahead. The group returned home to pack their belongings and then gathered at the entrance of Konoha. The rendezvous point with the traveling party was at the border of the Land of Fire. They needed to arrive on time to meet the group. As they journeyed south, enjoying the scenery along the way, they soon reached the meeting point. Upon arrival, they discovered an exceptionally long caravan laden with goods. This hardly resembled a traveling party. It seemed more akin to a merchant convoy. What on earth is all this? Shanfeng inquired curiously. These must be the items they purchased. Xiao Yi observed the caravan, sensing that it could become quite troublesome. Before long, the caravan came to a halt. A person clad in attire entirely different from that of the Land of Fire descended. His rotund physique suggested he was well fed. These are all items I acquired during my travels. I hadn't realized I had amassed so much, he said as he approached. I am the Prince of the Land of the Moon, Tsukimitsu. And you are? Kakashi introduced. We are ninjas from Konoha. I am the captain, Heitake Kakashi. These are Uzumaki Naruto, Uzumaki Yi, Uzumaki Shanfeng, and Harano Sakura. We 5 are responsible for escorting you home. Then I shall rely on you, Tsukimitsu replied. Suddenly walking over to Xiao Yi and the others, his gaze fixed on Sakura and Shanfeng. How adorable. Are such lovely girls also ninjas? Kakashi explained, though young. They are indeed exceptional ninjas. Is that so? Please take good care of me, little ladies. Tsukimitsu extended his hand. Shanfeng and Sakura shook hands with him, only for Tsukimitsu to begin caressing their hands. His actions made both Sakura and Shanfeng quite uncomfortable, prompting them to grip his hand more firmly, causing him to cry out in pain. Xiao Yi and Naruto turned away, unable to suppress their laughter, thinking it foolish to provoke young ladies, especially those who were Tsunade's apprentices. However, Sakura and Shino did not go too far, for Tsukimitsu was the client of this mission, being the Prince of the Moon Country. They merely imparted a minor lesson to him. Whoosh, a suction arrow struck Naruto's head. What was happening? Was it an enemy? Naruto nervously scanned his surroundings. Seeing Naruto's panicked expression, Shino felt an urge to cover his own face, which bore a striking resemblance to Naruto's. To be caught off guard by such a simple ambush was truly embarrassing. If this had been an actual enemy, he could have been dead. Father, are these guys really okay? A small child descended from a luxurious carriage, the one responsible for the suction arrow, particularly the boy who had been hit. Upon hearing the child's words, Naruto immediately wanted to rush forward, but was restrained by Kakashi. Tsukimitsu pulled the boy closer. This is my son, Hikari. He is always mischievous. So please forgive him. I appreciate your understanding. After exchanging greetings, little Hikari cast a disdainful smile at Naruto. This only fueled Naruto's desire to confront him. But Kakashi held him firmly in place. Let us set forth. Tsukimitsu and Hikari returned to the carriage, and the journey continued. Sakura advised, let us endure this. Didn't Lady Tsunade mention that if anything were to happen to His Highness, it could escalate into an international issue? Although the Moon Country is a small nation, it still holds a certain influence on the international stage. Konoha would not carelessly provoke other countries. Let us depart as well. Kakashi led everyone to follow the caravan. Naruto and Sakura remained vigilant throughout the journey. Shino and Ino, on the other hand, seemed to be on a leisurely outing, admiring the scenery as they traveled. The sights were novel to them, stirring their curiosity. Naruto assumed an elder brotherly tone. Shino, could you please take this more seriously? All right, Shino replied dismissively. As they continued walking, Shino sensed numerous figures hiding among the rocky cliffs. He gestured for everyone to prepare. Before long, a group of armed individuals charged toward them, wielding rudimentary weapons. These individuals possessed barely any chakra. They were merely ordinary bandits. The skills of Shino and his companions had long surpassed that of Chiyunin, making it effortless for them to handle such adversaries. Despite the sheer number of foes, Naruto and Shino's shadow clone technique thrived in overwhelming situations. They had never feared being outnumbered. The bandits were swiftly dealt with, posing no hindrance to the caravan's journey. When night fell, Shino was genuinely astonished by the lavishness of their hosts. During dinner, they were served a feast prepared by accompanying chefs, with an array of dishes and beverages available. Although Shino's provisions were lacking in comparison, they were still superior to what an ordinary ninja would have. He had also brought along some basic cooking utensils, allowing him to prepare simple meals. Rice balls with miso soup were particularly delightful. The weather was exceptionally clear, and the night sky twinkled with countless stars. Enjoying a meal under the starlit sky was a splendid experience. Kakashi announced, "For the first half of the night, Naruto and I will keep watch, while Shino, Ino, and Sakura will take over for the latter half." Understood. Everyone had no objections regarding Kakashi's arrangements. The daytime heat here is quite intense, but the nights are relatively cool. Fortunately, Shaoi brought along some blankets, so no one would suffer from the chill. As dawn broke, the group continued their journey, traversing this stretch of road before entering the plains. Upon reaching the plains, the scenery became significantly more beautiful, with a gentle breeze blowing. The journey felt much more pleasant for everyone. After half a day's travel, the group arrived at a small border town. Their timing was perfect, as the town was currently holding an event featuring a circus performance. Yuman and Xiaoguang were particularly fascinated by the circus, so they purchased tickets for everyone to enjoy the show. For Xiao Yi and the others, it was their first experience witnessing a circus performance, and joy filled the air. Xiaoguang became especially intrigued by a tiger in the circus, prompting Yuman to purchase it. When the seller refused to part with the tiger, Yuman decided to buy the entire circus. When Xiao Yi saw the amount Yuman wrote on the check, his eyes gleamed brighter than the sun. The circus had cost a staggering 1 billion, equivalent to over 30 asmas. It was surprising that only one tiger was worth so much. Xiao Yi understood that Yuman was the prince of the Moon Kingdom, yet considering it to be a small nation, how could they possess such wealth? Even the son of a prominent figure from the Fire Nation would find it difficult to produce such a sum in an instant. In comparison, Xiao Yi felt like a beggar. While Yuman and Xiaoguang reveled in their purchases, the logistics for the transport team became increasingly complicated. The already lengthy caravan was now burdened with the addition of the entire circus, stretching over 100 meters in total. They arrived at the port of the Fire Nation, where they needed to board a ship to Crescent Moon Island. However, due to inclement weather, the vessels bound for Crescent Moon Island had not arrived for quite some time. Consequently, Yuman waved his hand decisively and arranged for temporary boats to set sail. Nonetheless, even with preparations underway, they would not be able to leave until the following day, so the group would have to rest in the town for the night. The town, nestled by the sea, boasted a breathtaking evening view. Xiao Yi turned to Xiong Lin. "Xiong Lin, how do you feel about our travels these past few days?" A radiant smile graced Xiong Lin's face. "It's truly wonderful. I've realized that being a ninja on missions isn't solely about hardship." She continued, "As long as you are observant, even in the face of danger, you can still find beauty in the world." Xiong Lin declared, "I've made up my mind. I want to start taking on missions as well. Do you think Lady Tsunade will agree?" She added, "My teacher has always been kind to me. She will surely grant my request." Xiao Yi cautioned, "However, undertaking missions can be extremely perilous. The adversaries you've encountered these past few days posed no real threat, which is why you felt so at ease. But if you face a dangerous opponent, your life could be at stake." "I understand," she replied. "But one must endure peril to experience rapid growth. I aspire to become an exceptional ninja, one who can assist you, Ikuin." Observing the determination in Xiong Lin's eyes, Xiao Yi felt a stirring in his heart. He suddenly realized that the timid little girl he once knew had grown up and become brave. Gazing at the evening glow, Xiao Yi called out, "Xiong Lin." "Yes," she responded. "Once the atmosphere became somewhat more tranquil, I propose to take you on a journey across the ninja realm." Xiong Lin rested her head on Xiao Yi's shoulder, responding with a gentle, "All right." Fortunately, As dusk fell, the ship was prepared, sparing everyone the need to spend the night in the small town. Once aboard, Yuman hosted a grand feast, inviting everyone to dine together and organizing a lively dance. Before long, the surface of the sea began to stir with a breeze. Though gentle at first, ominous clouds loomed ahead. Ladies and gentlemen, a storm is approaching, came the warning. The dark clouds drew nearer, and the wind intensified. Everyone hurried to secure their belongings and retreated into the cabin. The ship rocked violently in the tempest, and Xiaoyi felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. "Ikuan, are you all right?" Xianglin noticed his distress. "I'm fine, just a bit weak," Xiaoyi replied, surprised by his own susceptibility to seasickness. "Then you should rest. I'll check outside." At that moment, a cacophony erupted from outside, where everyone seemed busy salvaging the cargo. While ordinary goods posed little concern, the animals purchased from the circus were suffering greatly. The waves crashed onto the deck, inundating many creatures. The tumult of the ocean and the cries of the crew made it impossible for Xiao-Yi to find rest. Steadying himself against the wall, he ventured outside, where he witnessed an alarming sight. Naruto and Xiao Guang had fallen into the sea. In such a fierce storm, their chances of survival were grim. Diamond lock. 2 chains shot forth, ensnaring Naruto and Xiao Guang. "Come back." Xiao-Yi pulled on the chains, successfully retrieving them. However, that exertion caused him to retch. The ship's violent swaying was unbearable. "Ikuan." Xianglin rushed over, guiding him back to the cabin. Once the animals were secured, the crew returned to rest. "Are you all right? Why did you rush out?" Xianglin inquired, concern etched on her face. Xiao-Yi lay on the bed, assuring her, "I'm fine. Let me help you with your recovery." Xianglin began to administer treatment. Most medical ninjutsu focuses on wounds, leaving little for seasickness. Thus, she channeled gentle chakra into Xiao-Yi, helping him find some comfort. With her assistance, he gradually succumbed to slumber, often finding sleep a splendid escape from distress. At last, the storm subsided and the sea calmed. As the sun rose, it was as though nothing had transpired. Xiao-Yi stepped onto the deck, inhaling deeply, feeling significantly better. "Are you well now?" Sakura asked with concern. "I'm fine now, thanks to Xianglin." "Indeed, Sister Xianglin excels far beyond me in medical ninjutsu," Sakura admitted. "The Uzumaki clan possesses a remarkably unique physique, granting them exceptional aptitude in healing arts, making it difficult for Sakura to surpass Xianglin." Meanwhile, Naruto was apologizing to Xiao Guang, who reciprocated the sentiment. Xiao-Yi remained unaware of the events that transpired the previous night, though it appeared that the bond between Xiao Guang and Naruto had notably improved. Xiao-Yi was delighted to witness the strengthening bond between Naruto and Xiao Guang. After all, it is wise to maintain amicable relations, especially with someone as affluent as he. In the end, during the afternoon, everyone arrived at Crescent Island, which is, in fact, a crescent-shaped isle. The central bay resembles a sun, and when combined with the crescent-shaped Moon Island, it appears as yet another sun, hence the name Crescent Island. Upon arriving at the island, a carriage rolled in. After disembarking, Yuman and Xiao Guang were the first to board the carriage, while the remaining cargo was slowly unloaded. Their mission was to protect Yuman. Thus they followed the carriage into the town. Once they entered the town, Xiao-Yi noticed a peculiar atmosphere. Flanked by numerous shops and residences, the streets were utterly deserted. Given that Crescent Island is renowned for tourism, one would expect a bustling crowd. Instead, it was eerily vacant. Yuman also observed this oddity. How strange. This street should be lively, yet there is not a soul in sight. Activating his Kaguya hard eye, Xiao-Yi discerned that the houses were indeed occupied, and a few ninjas lurked nearby. Upon learning this, Kakashi heightened his vigilance. Such a phenomenon clearly indicated that something was amiss. They traversed through the town and entered a dense forest, which housed the castle where Yuman resided. Upon entering the castle, they found it equally deserted. At that moment, several figures emerged from above the castle. Yuman recognized them. "Greetings, Shibata Ba." The individuals appeared taken aback upon seeing Yuman Isn. "This is Highness the Prince? Your travels must have been arduous. It is indeed a joy that Prince Guang has arrived safely." "Thank you, Shibata Ba. However, the situation in the town and castle is quite perplexing. What has transpired?" Shibata Ba revealed a subtle smile. As he gazed at him, Yuman realized something. "Where is my father? Why have I not seen him?" Shibata Ba spoke slowly. "The king has passed away." Upon hearing Shibata Ba's words, a multitude of soldiers surged forth from the surroundings, encircling them. From this moment on, I shall govern the Moon Kingdom, making you, Prince, an unnecessary presence. Eliminate them. The soldiers charged towards them. Kakashi, Naruto, Yi, Sakura, protect His Highness you man. Xiao, Yi and the others clashed with the soldiers. Though they were now adversaries, they could not kill them. They could only incapacitate them. However, this made the confrontation considerably arduous. At that moment, a war chariot dashed in from the side, from which several soldiers descended. These soldiers were not Shibata-Ba's subordinates, but loyal guards supporting the king. They broke through the encircling soldiers, clearing a path for everyone. Naruto, take the prince and leave. I will cover your retreat. Once Naruto and his companions successfully led the prince away, Xiao Yi swiftly formed hand seals. Wind release, great breakthrough. Xiao Yi's wind release dispersed the soldiers' formation, obstructing their advance. Kakashi employed earth release to erect a high wall, effectively barring the soldiers' path. With the soldiers successfully blocked, the group departed from that location. Besides those few soldiers, Xiao Yi sensed the presence of several ninjas, indicating that their challenges would extend beyond mere soldiers. Following the war chariot, they ventured deep into the mountains, where they encountered the king of the Land of the Moon. Father, grandfather, Yu Man and Xiao Guang rushed forward. The soldiers recounted the events unfolding in the Land of the Moon. Disagreements regarding national policies had arisen, primarily led by Prime Minister Shibata-Ba and several ministers who opposed the king. Despite this, the king hoped for a day when they might come to understand one another. However, they had been secretly plotting a rebellion. Fortunately, we had sensed the impending danger, prompting the king to take action against them, to safeguard against any unforeseen circumstances. The king had sent Princes Yu Man and Guang on a journey. Subsequently, the king prepared to act, but unexpectedly, Shibata-Ba hired rogue ninjas, establishing an unshakable power. The strength of their counterattack exceeded our expectations, resulting in a swift defeat. After listening to their account, everyone grasped the current situation. In essence, it mirrored the recent upheaval in the Land of Snow, characterized by a coup d'état. Such small nations are prone to various political upheavals, with the throne remaining precariously unstable. The emergence of just a few ninjas can dramatically alter a nation's political landscape. Moreover, the king had sustained injuries during the coup. Let me take a look. Sakura approached to examine the king's wounds. Xianglin, come over here. Xianglin joined her, discovering that the king bore knife wounds, and half of his body had become as rigid as stone. Sakura deduced, it appears to be petrification. Xianglin nodded in agreement. Indeed, it seems to be the result of some special ability. Xiao Yi inquired, is there a way to treat him? This particular team was quite extraordinary. Out of 5 members, 2.5 were medical ninjas. If Sakura and Xianglin were unable to resolve the issue, very few would be capable of doing so. Let us give it a try, they decided. Xianglin and Sakura commenced their healing process, with Xianglin addressing the petrification and Sakura tending to the wounds. The petrification of the body, to some extent, hindered blood flow. A sudden reversal of the petrification could cause the wounds to burst open. Thus, the two needed to work in precise coordination, simultaneously reversing the petrification and treating the injuries. Having studied together for a considerable time, Sakura and Xianglin had developed a strong rapport. Soon enough, the king's wounds were healed, and the petrification was lifted. How is it? It should be fine now, right? Kakashi inquired. Xianglin and Sakura exchanged glances. Xianglin hesitated. Sakura, perhaps you should explain. Sakura nodded and conveyed the situation to everyone. The petrification issue had been resolved. However, it seemed that the king's condition was dire. Sakura refrained from continuing, but everyone understood the unspoken truth. The king's time was limited. At that moment, the king awoke. Have you returned, man? Father, grandfather. The king gazed tenderly at his son and grandson. How are matters faring now? He inquired. The soldier, with a heavy heart, replied, if this continues, I fear the kingdom of the moon will utterly fall into the hands of Shibata-Ba. The king turned to the moonlight and asked, what is your perspective on our nation at this juncture? Wiping away a tear, Moonlight responded, is it even necessary to ask? It is a splendid place, both affluent and beautiful. The king remarked, yet, I believe that mere wealth does not equate to happiness. Smiles, joy, hope, and dreams. I aspire to cultivate a nation filled with harmony and love. Regrettably, my companion Shibata-Ba cannot comprehend my vision. Moonlight replied, I understand your sentiments. With a smile, the king said, Moonlight, remember my final words. You shall inherit the throne. And to all the guards, I implore you, crouch down. Although it may seem unreasonable, this is my last wish. Please safeguard these two. Kakashi vowed, with my life, I will. Thank you, Moonlight. I entrust them to you. With that, the king closed his eyes. Father, grandfather, Moonlight and Little Light wept bitterly, both having lost their beloved kin. Unable to bear such sorrow, Xianglin stepped out of the cave, followed closely by Xiaoyi. Xianglin, are you all right? She asked, wiping the corner of her eye. I'm fine. I just recalled my mother. Xiaoyi gently patted Xianglin's head. In due time, I will accompany you to pay respects to your mother. Really? Xianglin exclaimed with joy. Of course. Once we return, we shall go, Xiaoyi promised. Thank you, Ikuin. Xianglin embraced Xiaoyi, who softly patted her back, hoping to provide her some comfort. Meanwhile, Naruto found Little Light, who was in tears. Grandfather was always so kind to me. This bow was crafted by him, and I practiced earnestly. Whenever I hit the target, he would be so pleased. I cherish my grandfather. Naruto gazed up at the starry sky. Little Light, do you grasp what your grandfather meant? Little Light shook his head. I can somewhat relate. I caused my late Hokage grandfather a great deal of trouble. Yet, the villagers have left me with invaluable treasures in my heart. Thus, I resolved to become Hokage to protect those precious things. Your grandfather also wished for you and your father to safeguard what is important. Little Light looked up at Naruto. To protect those precious things? Can I truly do that? Absolutely. Naruto affirmed, you can achieve it. However, Little Light buried his face in his arms. Naruto crouched down. When we become Hokage or king, let us forge friendships across the entire nation. That way, if you encounter any difficulties, I will be there to assist you. And you must help me as well. Their gazes met, and Little Light nodded. Naruto tilted his head with a smile. Then let us make this pact. He extended his pinky, and Little Light linked his own with Naruto's. We shall be friends forever, Little Light declared. Forever, Naruto echoed. After a while, everyone's emotions settled, and they began to deliberate on their forthcoming actions. The guard stated, our combat strength is minimal. Resisting the minister is exceedingly challenging. Thus, our first priority should be to facilitate the departure of His Majesty and His Highness for refuge abroad, and then seek assistance from our allies before returning. Xiaoyi shook his head. There is no need for such measures. All eyes turned to him. He continued, the soldiers of the Kingdom of the Moon are not numerous, and many remain loyal to His Majesty, the Moonlit Emperor. Therefore, we need not overly concern ourselves with the soldiers, even if a portion were to oppose us. Naruto and I could manage them. Given this, our strategy should shift towards an assassination operation. Kakashi understood Xiaoyi's intent. Are you referring to Shibata? Indeed. Our targets are merely the rebellious ministers and the rogue ninjas. Ministers like Shibata possess little combat prowess, so eliminating the rogue ninjas suffices. According to your reports, there are 3 rogue ninjas. Kakashi-sensei can handle one, and with Naruto and me unleashing our full combat potential, we can certainly defeat another. With the addition of Ino and Sakura, our chances of victory are exceedingly high. The guard expressed concern. Is this truly feasible? Their strength is formidable, and our numbers are scant. Let Kakashi-sensei make the decision, Xiaoyi suggested, gazing at Kakashi. As the overall commander for this mission, it was appropriate for him to make the call. Kakashi affirmed, Xiaoyi is correct. Seeking out other allies would consume too much time. Moreover, our adversaries will not relent. Rather than passively accepting our fate, we should proactively strike. You, along with Sakura and Ino, will remain here to protect His Highness, Naruto, Xiaoyi, and I will proceed to eliminate the rogue ninjas. The guard questioned, can just the 3 of you manage it? Have no fear. We are quite formidable. Naruto replied with unwavering confidence. For reasons unknown, Naruto's words possessed a compelling power that inspired trust in others. Ultimately, the group acquiesced to this plan. With only 3 individuals, Xiaoyi's team opted for a surprise attack. The optimal time for such an operation was at night, as attempting it during the day would prove exceedingly difficult. Thus, Kakashi resolved to act before dawn. Their concealed position was not far from the castle, and within minutes, Xiaoyi and his companions arrived at the castle's periphery. Utilizing his Kaguya insight, Xiaoyi sensed the internal situation of the castle. Within, he detected 3 distinct chakra signatures, while the rest were mere ordinary individuals. With the objective clear, the trio suppressed their presence and entered the castle from the side. Shibata resided on the highest floor, so they ascended to the top. Upon reaching the pinnacle, they encountered 3 figures blocking their path. Kakashi declared, You must be the rogue ninjas employed by Shibata. I did not expect you to act first. Surrender Prince Moonlit, or we shall eliminate you. Naruto, I leave the hefty one to you, Xiao Yi remarked. As he was not adept at confronting physically powerful ninjas, opting instead for the one who resembled a child. Kakashi-sensei, I entrust the strongest in the center to you. Of course, after the trio had arranged their assignments, they plunged into combat with their respective foes. Naruto faced an opponent of remarkable strength and agility, truly a formidable force. However, with his shadow clones, Naruto was able to entangle his adversary without concern. Kakashi's opponent possessed no extraordinary qualities. His chakra levels merely matched that of an average jonin. Yet, the peculiar gloves adorned with eyes he wielded emanated an unusual chakra, likely the source of his petrifying abilities. Nevertheless, Kakashi, known as the man who could match any challenge, was more than capable of handling such an opponent. Xiao Yi observed that the woman before him possessed chakra levels insufficient even for a jonin, thus posing no threat. As she lunged at him with a kunao, Xiao Yi deftly parried the attack. Suddenly, he caught a whiff of a strange scent. Now, prepare to embrace your demise, he thought. Beautiful petals danced in the air as her form abruptly vanished. When Xiao Yi attempted to dispel the illusion, he found no change. He was certain she could not wield Jinjutsu of the level of Tsukimi. Clearly, her abilities were not rooted in illusion. At that moment, Xiao Yi sensed an attack approaching. He swiftly evaded, though his arm was grazed. Realizing the nature of her technique, he understood that she employed a toxin, one that was spread through the wind. This toxin did not inflict direct harm, but rather dulled one's reflexes. It was not that her speed had increased, but rather that Xiao Yi's reactions had slowed. With this knowledge, he felt more equipped to confront her. Closing his eyes, he initiated the Kaguya Shingen. No matter how swift she was, her position became exposed before his heightened perception. Xiao Yi hurled his kunao, which collided with another. Wind release, great breakthrough. The gust of wind scattered the petals, revealing her silhouette. Even if you blow them away, it matters not. You are already poisoned, and there is no antidote. Antidote? What a jest. I require no such remedy. Xiao Yi's body had been conditioned against the venom of the pufferfish, rendering him largely immune to most toxins. A mere trace of her poison would elicit no response from him. Since you are so fond of toxins, allow me to demonstrate what true poison entails. Boar, dog, rooster, monkey, goat. Summoning technique. A pufferfish, towering over 3 meters, materialized before Xiao Yi. Pufferfish, toxic mist. The creature exhaled a vast cloud of poisonous vapor toward her. The woman immediately recoiled, seeking to escape the range of the toxin. Do you truly believe you can evade it? Wind release. Wind dragon tornado. The tornado, infused with poison, ensnared her, enveloping her in the noxious fumes. Soon, she collapsed to the ground, unable to rise. The toxin of the pufferfish was exceedingly potent, far surpassing her feeble paralysis. Xiao Yi approached and delivered a finishing blow with his kunao, having cultivated a habit of ensuring his opponents were truly defeated. Meanwhile, Kakashi engaged in a fierce exchange with the orange-haired man, each delivering and receiving blows in equal measure. Indeed, Kakashi lives up to his reputation, maintaining a perfect balance against any opponent. Xiao Yi glanced towards Naruto, noting the multitude of scars adorning his body, while a crimson chakra swirled around him. Since Jiraiya imparted the knowledge of controlling the Nine-Tails chakra to Naruto, he had begun to harness a fraction of it himself. However, the Nine-Tails chakra was exceedingly tumultuous, and Naruto struggled to wield it effectively. Xiao Yi dashed forward, intent on aiding Naruto. Raise-non. Both Naruto and Xiao Yi unleashed their raise-non, striking the man in succession. Piercing through his body, Xiao Yi deftly glided his kunao across the man's neck, swiftly ending his life. The orange-haired man, witnessing the demise of his comrades, inadvertently exposed a vulnerability, which Kakashi exploited with his Chidori, piercing through his heart. The last adversary was finally vanquished. The clamor of battle inevitably attracted a multitude of soldiers. Yet with the demise of the 3 rogue ninjas, their resistance waned. Xiao Yi rushed over to seize Shibata, binding him securely. Now was not the time for execution. Xiao Yi intended to present him to Tsukimitsu. Only when Tsukimitsu executed Shibata before all could he truly ascend as the king of the Land of the Moon. Naruto and Xiao Yi stood guard as Kakashi went to summon Tsukimitsu back. Upon Tsukimitsu's return, he executed the order to eliminate Shibata in front of everyone. finally bringing an end to the rebellion in the Land of the Moon. Following this, the group enjoyed several days of leisure in the Land of the Moon. After Tsukimitsu's coronation, they prepared to depart. The scenery of the Land of the Moon was indeed breathtaking, with a plethora of delectable cuisine, and everyone relished their time together. Kakashi, however, was not as fortunate. Following the previous skirmish, he had to recuperate in bed for 2 to 3 days before regaining his combat prowess. It must be noted that Kakashi's chakra was rather scant, while the Chunin and Jinin remained standing. A Jonin like him had fallen. It was quite an embarrassment. On the day of their departure, Tsukimitsu and Xiaoguang came to bid farewell. Kakashi expressed his gratitude. "I sincerely appreciate your care over these past few days." Tsukimitsu replied, "The true gratitude belongs to me. Without you, Xiaoguang and I might have already joined my father. In the past, I was a fool, never grasping the greatness my father aspired to achieve. What does inheriting the throne truly mean? What does governing a nation entail? Although I still do not fully comprehend, nor do I know where to begin, I will strive to follow in my father's footsteps." Naruto gave a thumbs up, beaming, "I believe you will absolutely succeed, uncle." Naruto then addressed Xiaoguang. "All right, we must take our leave now." Xiaoguang responded, "Brother Naruto, Brother Xiao Yi, and everyone, I shall always remember you all. I shall never forget this time we shared." Naruto replied, "Be sure to visit Konoha." Xiaoguang added, "You are all welcome to the Land of the Moon anytime. I will ensure you receive a warm reception." After bidding farewell to Tsukimitsu and Xiaoguang, the group boarded the boat back to the Fire Nation. This journey not only provided them with cherished memories, but also imparted invaluable lessons. For Xiao Yi, the most significant treasure acquired was the friendship of the king and prince of the Land of the Moon. This friendship will bestow upon Xiao Yi immense wealth. Xiao Yi and Xiong Lin arrived at the Hokage's office, somewhat agitated. Initially, Xiao Yi intended to accompany Xiong Lin to the Land of Grass today to pay homage to her mother, but was summoned to the Hokage's office by Tsunade. Upon seeing Shikamaru in the office, Xiao Yi sensed that matters would become troublesome. "Lady Tsunade, I truly have something of great importance to attend to. If it is not of utmost significance, I must take my leave," Xiao Yi expressed. With a sharp snap, Tsunade crushed a pen, and Xiao Yi felt an overwhelming aura, rendering him speechless. Tsunade straightened her posture. "I have indeed called you here for a matter of great significance. Gaara from the Land of Wind has sent a distress signal, requesting that we dispatch a team of ninjas for their rescue. It appears that the adversaries seek to challenge Gaara, holding students from the Ninja Academy as hostages, and they are currently traversing the Land of River, making their way toward the Land of Fire. Gaara, Temari, and Kankuro are already in pursuit. This is all the information we have for now." Shikamaru quickly assessed the situation. "With merely this information, you expect me to devise a strategic plan to thwart these overly confident challengers of Gaara?" "Yes, because we are allies with Tsunade. Moreover, during the time of Sasuke, they came to our aid even with far less information than we possess now." Tsunade handed over a dossier. "These are the available genin we can mobilize. I require you to assemble them and depart the village for the rescue within 30 minutes. Shikamaru, you will serve as the commander for this operation." Xiao Yi interjected, "It seems that I have little involvement in this." He prepared to leave with Xiong Lin when a sudden chill enveloped him from behind. "Xiao Yi, you will assist Shikamaru as the vice captain. Given the considerable number of ninjas dispatched, it may prove challenging for Shikamaru to manage alone, especially with a disobedient one among them. Hence your presence is also required." Realizing he could not decline Tsunade's directive, Xiao Yi acknowledged that he had no choice but to assist. He turned to Xiong Lin. "I apologize, Xiong Lin. We will have to postpone our visit." "It's all right. Any time is fine," she replied. "Teacher, I wish to participate in this mission as well." Xiong Lin requested to join the task. "Very well. You shall accompany Sakura as a medical ninja in the departing team. We must act swiftly. Shikamaru, I entrust this to you." Upon accepting the mission, Shikamaru, Xiao Yi, and Xiong Lin proceeded to gather the genin of Konoha. Xiao Yi found Naruto, Hinata, and Shino, while Xiong Lin sought out Sakura, Tenten, Lee, and Miji. Shikamaru then recruited his classmates, Koji and Ino. Thus, the latest assembly of the Konoha 12 was complete. Xiao Yi gazed upon the assembled team and couldn't help but ponder that should these 12 fall, Konoha would lose a substantial portion of its strength. Standing amidst everyone, Shikamaru addressed the group. "All right, everyone is present. I will briefly outline the mission. This is a rescue operation to repay a debt of gratitude. Previously, During the incident involving Sasuke, Gaara and his comrades from Tsunade came to our aid. Now, it is our turn to rescue them. I will lead alongside Xiao Yi. Time is of the essence. We shall discuss the remaining details as we proceed. The group swiftly advanced towards the Land of Rivers, and after a few hours, Xiao Yi distinctly sensed the chakra of Gaara and his companions. He communicated with Shikamaru through his earpiece. Shikamaru, Gaara's chakra has divided into 3 distinct flows. Temari is located 1,200 meters at the 10 o'clock position. Kankuro is at the 12 o'clock position, 1,000 meters away, while Gaara is moving towards the 2 o'clock direction. After a moment of contemplation, Shikamaru made a decisive plan. Ino, Koji, and Sakura would support Temari, while the 8th team and Karen would aid Kankuro. Lee's team and Naruto would assist Gaara. The group quickly divided into 3 teams, racing towards their respective targets. Soon, the 4 of them spotted Kankuro and his adversary. Are you alright, Kankuro? Xiao Yi noticed that Kankuro was in a poor state. Both of his puppets had been destroyed, and he bore injuries as well. Oh, I didn't expect you all to arrive so quickly. Be careful, the enemy's sword can form dragon-shaped chakra pillars. Another weapon-wielding opponent? Xiao Yi relished the challenge of dealing with such foes. Once he executed the adamantine binding, the opponent's weapons would be sealed, rendering them vulnerable to his onslaught. Karen, this one is yours to handle. Upon hearing Xiao Yi's words, Karen paused momentarily but quickly entered a combat stance. Kankuro interjected, Hey, that guy is quite formidable. Are you sure it's wise to entrust this to a girl? Have no fear, Karen is exceptionally strong, Xiao Yi reassured him, aware of Karen's capabilities. Karen charged forward with a kunao in hand. The enemy's sword unleashed 3 dragon-shaped chakra pillars. She managed to block one with her kunao, deftly evading the other 2. Just then, the 3 chakra pillars redirected their trajectory, aiming for Karen's back. Without hesitation, she unleashed the adamantine binding to deflect the pillars. The ability of the chakra pillars to change direction made them quite troublesome and easy to be struck by. Karen stowed her kunao back in her ninja tool pouch and infused her hands with chakra. The adversary taunted, Are you not even using your ninja tools? Then prepare to perish. The 3 chakra pillars surged towards Karen once more. She sidestepped one, then swiftly waved her left hand, severing one of the chakra pillars. Karen dashed forward, rhythmically slicing through the remaining pillars with her hands. The weapon she wielded was a chakra scalpel, previously used by Kabuto. While primarily intended for medical purposes such as incising skin or controlling bleeding, it proved highly effective in combat as well. The opponent was taken aback. It was the first time his chakra pillars had been so effortlessly cut. Die! Karen delivered a punch to the adversary's abdomen. Though her strength did not rival Sakura's terrifying might, the blow propelled him back. In an instant, Karen teleported behind him. Water release, water prison jutsu. She ensnared him within the water prison technique, rendering him utterly immobile. Karen, finish him off. Xiao Yi's command startled her. She had not contemplated killing him. Nevertheless, Karen quickly gathered her resolve. Xianglin performed a hand seal with remarkable finesse, the technique of water release, water blade. A portion of the water within the water prison swiftly coalesced, transforming into a razor-sharp water blade through the manipulation of chakra. The water blade cleaved through the air, severing the opponent's life with precision. Well done, Xianglin, came the commendation from Xiao Yi, eliciting a radiant smile from her. The praise filled her with joy. Xiao Yi communicated with the other 2 teams and learned that they had successfully dealt with their respective adversaries. However, one enemy, accompanied by a hostage, was fleeing towards the valley. Without hesitation, they all pursued the last remaining foe and ultimately cornered him in the valley. Humph, you've all come, I see. The adversary sneered, tossing the hostage aside. Xiao Yi rushed forward, catching her just in time. Are you all right? He inquired. The girl shook her head. I'm fine. Let me take you to a safer place. Xiao Yi guided her to a nearby stone platform. Since you are all here, let us finish this together, the enemy declared, seemingly having lured them to this very spot. He raised his sword high and bellowed, Come forth, infinite armor, Yali Darkblade, twin flying swords. As he summoned the other 4 weapons, he was met with silence. Are you looking for these? Xiao Yi revealed a scroll. The 3 ninja tools he had just mentioned were indeed special. While they may not rival the second Hokage's Thunder God sword, they held significant value, and Xiao Yi had no intention of letting them slip away. Damn it, return them. The adversary charged at Xiao Yi. Gaara extended his hand, commanding the sands to intercept the attack. Sand binding coffin. Gaara's sand ensnared the enemy, dragging him into the depths of the earth. No, it can't be. I have yet to resurrect Lord Sime. The implication of the enemy's words suggested he had unfinished business. Yet that was no longer of consequence. Sandstorm burial. The storm buried the foe deep beneath the surface, silencing him for good. It appeared that the three ninja tools Xiaowai had taken had disrupted a crucial step in the enemy's plans, allowing matters to be resolved with relative ease. Had I known it would be this simple, I would have preferred to visit the land of grass first, he mused. Initially, he had anticipated a serious situation, even with Konoha deploying the 12 elite ninja, yet it concluded rather hastily, leaving him with a lingering sense of incompleteness. After the ordeal was resolved, everyone returned to Konoha. Although the situation had been easily managed, the other two teams had sustained some injuries. Particularly, Naruto had charged in recklessly and ended up severely hurt, necessitating a 2-day stay in the hospital. In the Hokage's office, Tsunade observed Jiraiya leaning against the window and inquired, "Have you made your decision?" Jiraiya nodded, "Yes. Based on the information gathered thus far, I have a general understanding of their movements. Their true agenda will unfold in 2 years, and during this time, I intend to train Naruto and Xiaowai, equipping them with the necessary skills to confront the challenges ahead." Tsunade responded, "Can you adequately care for both of them? Given your nature, I have my concerns." Jiraiya stroked his white hair thoughtfully. "In this regard, I am indeed trustworthy. However, training two Jinchuriki is no simple task. Naruto is a rather simple-minded fellow, and his path aligns with mine. As for Yui," Jiraiya pondered for a moment. "Although Yui appears to be less troublesome than Naruto, it is quite difficult to penetrate his heart and make an impact on him. While I am uncertain if I can teach Yui effectively, I am the only one in Konoha capable of doing so." Suddenly, the door to the office swung open, and a man entered. "Leave Yui to me. You are Amo?" Tsunade and Jiraiya recognized the man before them. "It has been a while, Lady Tsunade and Lord Jiraiya." Despite Amo's long-standing presence in Konoha, neither Jiraiya nor Tsunade had sought him out. Amo is a rather peculiar individual in Konoha, and most prefer to avoid interaction with him. Tsunade questioned, "What do you mean by that?" Amo took a seat on a nearby stool. "I have faith that Lord Jiraiya can teach Naruto well, but Yui is beyond his capabilities. Yui excels in sealing techniques and illusions, areas in which Lord Jiraiya is not particularly adept. Furthermore, before their passing, Kushina and Minato entrusted Yui to me, and I must ensure his well-being." Tsunade and Jiraiya were unaware of the true circumstances surrounding the Ninetales incident, leaving them unable to ascertain the legitimacy of Minato's trust. After Minato's demise, Amo had withdrawn from public life and had remained inactive until now, suddenly expressing a desire to mentor Yui, which prompted Tsunade and Jiraiya to approach the situation with caution. Amo observed the inner turmoil of Tsunade and Jiraiya. "There is no need for such hesitation. Simply ask Yui if he wishes to train with me." Tsunade glanced at Jiraiya, who nodded in agreement. Tsunade then resolved, "Very well. Let Yui decide for himself whom he wishes to train with." Shortly thereafter, members of the Umbu brought Yui and Naruto to the office. Upon seeing Amo, Yui was taken aback, recalling that Amo typically preferred to keep his distance from the people of Konoha. Naruto, spotting Jiraiya, rushed over, exclaiming, "Perverted sage." Jiraiya smiled. "It's been a while, Naruto." "What do you mean it's been a while? You old pervert. You claimed you would take me on as your disciple and teach me. Yet you vanished." "Ah, well, you see, I was gathering information," Jiraiya replied, a hint of guilt in his voice. "Was it information about those bathhouse ladies?" "Idiot. What are you talking about?" Jiraiya retorted, playfully punching Naruto on the head. Noticing Tsunade's lack of reaction, Jiraiya let out a sigh of relief. "I take my responsibilities seriously at crucial moments. Primarily, I have been tracking the Akatsuki's movements. I have had little time to train with you. However, I can now fulfill my promise to you, for I have confirmed that their actions will commence in 2 years. Are you prepared for rigorous training?" "Huh, of course. I have been ready for ages," Naruto declared earnestly. Jiraiya then turned to Yui. "The decision lies with you, Yui. Do you wish to train with me?" Naruto dashed over. "Yui, let us train together with the perverted sage." Yui turned to Amo. Amo replied, "I am here for this very purpose. I have plans regarding your future training. Now, you must choose whether to train with me or with Jiraiya." After hearing Amo's words, Shoui came to realize that they were indeed vying for his attention. He had never anticipated that he would be so sought after. Although Jiraiya was formidable and an excellent mentor, Xiaoyi had already made up his mind. With a hint of regret, he turned to Naruto and said, "I'm sorry, Naruto, but I must train with AMO from now on." Naruto appeared somewhat disheartened. Yet he respected Xiao Yi's decision. Extending his fist towards Xiao Yi, Naruto encouraged, "Then let us both strive for greatness." Xiao Yi responded with enthusiasm, "Absolutely. Together we shall persevere." Their fists met in a show of solidarity. The following day, Xiao Yi stood at the gates of Konoha, bidding farewell to Naruto and Jiraiya. AMO stood beside him, saying, "If you feel like crying, do so." Xiao Yi shot him a glance, replying, "Not at all. I'm merely a bit sentimental. I wonder what our next meeting will be like." AMO remarked, "Now that Naruto has departed, we should commence our plans." Taking a deep breath, Xiao Yi acknowledged that the tranquil days had come to an end. As the first rays of morning sunlight streamed through the window, he packed his belongings. Feeling a pang of nostalgia for the home he had inhabited for 12 years. Stepping out of his room and closing the door behind him, he pondered when he might return. Upon reaching the gates of Konoha, he found Xianglin and AMO already waiting for him. AMO inquired, "Are you prepared?" Xiao Yi cast one last glance at the village, a smile gracing his lips, always ready. Their first destination was the Land of Grass. He had promised Xianglin he would visit, and he had delayed far too long. The Land of Grass lay to the northwest of the Land of Fire. Nestled between the Land of Wind and the Land of Fire, it was rather unfortunate for the Land of Grass, as it became the battleground whenever conflicts arose between the two larger nations. The wars inflicted severe damage upon the Land of Grass, which dared not voice its grievances, for any complaint would invite annihilation from both sides, such as the plight of small nations. This journey was marked by a leisurely pace, akin to a half-vacation, and by nightfall, they had only covered a quarter of their journey. Xiao Yi had packed an abundance of cooking utensils and ingredients, allowing for more delectable meals. The Land of Fire provided a relatively safe environment, and igniting a fire at night posed little trouble. "Thank you, Xianglin," Xiao Yi said as he accepted the bowl of miso soup from her. "It's quite delicious." Xianglin turned to AMO, asking, "Would you like a bowl?" "AMO, brother?" "No, I'm already full," AMO replied, gazing at the moon with a slight smile. Xiao Yi chose to ignore Amo's peculiar demeanor and enjoyed dinner with Xianglin. 2 days later, the group officially entered the territory of the Land of Grass. In stark contrast to the prosperity of the Land of Fire, the Land of Grass appeared desolate. The population was already sparse, and frequent conflicts rendered it difficult for the Land of Grass to achieve the flourishing state of its neighbor. Upon entering, Xianglin grew somewhat melancholic, reflecting on her tragic life here over the past decade. Due to the unique physiology of the Uzumaki clan, she and her mother had been treated as mobile medical packs. When chakra was low, a mere bite would allow others to siphon their chakra for recovery, leaving numerous bite marks on their bodies. The mark of the teeth is difficult to erase. Previously, Corinne wore long sleeves solely to conceal the imprint on her arm. However, thanks to the treatment from Lady Tsunade, the bite marks on Corinne's body have been eliminated. In the future, even if she bears a new bite, there exists a method to swiftly remove it. "Come, Corinne. Let us embark on our journey and return promptly." Were it not for the purpose of honoring her mother, Corinne would not have revisited the Land of Grass, a place that evokes profound sorrow. Following Corinne, they soon arrived at the territory of the Hidden Grass Village. Corinne and her mother had resided there for an extended period. Hence her mother was laid to rest in this very place upon her passing. They ventured into a grove, where Corinne's mother lay buried beneath a grand tree. "Mother, I have returned." Corinne knelt before the grave, tears streaming down her face. Xiaoai sat beside her, offering companionship. "I will step away for a moment," Amo remarked as if he had noticed something and departed. "Mother, rest assured, I have left the Hidden Grass Village and now reside in the Leaf Village. I have found Xiaoai there, who is also of the Uzumaki clan. Amo is very kind to me as well. I have even taken Lady Tsunade as my mentor. She is the granddaughter of Lord Mido. Mother, I am truly happy now. You need not worry any longer." "It's all right, Corinne," Xiaoai comforted her, wrapping an arm around her shoulder. "Auntie, I am E. Please be at ease. I will take good care of Corinne." Corinne leaned against Xiaoai, weeping for a long while before gradually regaining her composure. "E, I wish to take Mother away from here. Of course, we shall bring Auntie back to the Land of Whirlpools. That is our true homeland." "Thank you, Xiaoai." Corinne steadied her emotions and began to dig the earth. Xiaoai joined her, and soon they unearthed a jar. Xiaoai produced a scroll. "Let us place Auntie here for now. It is safer." After placing the ashes into the storage scroll, they prepared to depart. At that moment, Amo returned. Xiaowai observed Amo, who was slightly dusted. Amo, where did you go? I dealt with a few troublesome nuisances. It is no longer a concern. The territory of the grass ninjas had naturally noticed the arrival of Xiaowai and the others. Amo had just dealt with some nearby grass ninjas. Let us leave at once. A multitude of grass ninjas is approaching. Corinne, not wishing to linger, agreed. And they decided to depart immediately. Amo grasped Xiaowai and Corinne, using the Flying Thunder God technique to instantly arrive in the Land of Fire. After employing the technique once more, they found themselves in a room within the Land of Whirlpools. I am utterly exhausted. Amo slumped onto a stool. Long-distance transportation consumes a considerable amount of chakra. The location where they now resided was the very ruins they had previously discovered in the Land of Whirlpools. Corinne, shall we lay Andy to rest here? It is quite safe, and others will not find it. We have set up the Flying Thunder God here, allowing you to visit Auntie whenever you wish. Corinne nodded. All right. Amo utilized Earth Release to create another space within the adjacent stone wall. After reinforcing the surrounding soil and rock, the three of them entered. Amo then created an opening in the wall, and Corinne placed her mother's ashes within. Xianglin yearned to spend more time with her mother in the room, so Xiao Yi and Amo retreated to the outer chamber. As Xiao Yi surveyed their surroundings, he suggested, Amo, why don't we expand this space and perhaps renovate it? It could serve as a stronghold. Amo replied affirmatively. Indeed, that sounds splendid. I plan to have you train in the Land of Whirlpools for a while. This place is quite agreeable. I shall take this opportunity to enhance our quarters. Xiao Yi responded, I appreciate your efforts. Amo is the only one skilled in earth-style techniques here, so the expansion will rely solely on him. Thus, the trio resided in the Land of Whirlpools. After several days of expansion and renovation, the underground stone chamber was nearly complete. The chamber was divided into several areas: a kitchen, a dining room, a tea room, a restroom, a study, a training room, and 3 bedrooms. Additionally, there was a shrine. And Amo had also created several hidden vents to ensure proper ventilation. Post-renovation, the space had transformed into a modest home. In the tea room, the three gathered to sip tea and discuss their forthcoming training. Amo began, let us start with you, Xiao Yi. Your current elemental composition comprises the 9 tails, illusion techniques, sealing techniques, and wind-style ninjutsu. Do not rush to control the 9 tails. Simply harness its chakra when necessary. As for illusion techniques, I believe you need not delve further. Your ability has surpassed that of most, and confronting the Uchiha clan in that regard is quite formidable. Therefore, your focus should shift to sealing techniques and wind-style ninjutsu. Here, you will find ample resources from the Uzumaki clan to guide your studies. Your previous exposure to wind-style ninjutsu has been limited, so now is the time to immerse yourself further, particularly in the transformation of chakra's nature and form. I will instruct you on this aspect. Taking Amo's words to heart, Xiao Yi pondered deeply. He had previously chosen to pursue illusion and sealing techniques, yet Amo's words rang true. The efficacy of illusion techniques paled in comparison to the prowess of the Uchiha. Moreover, illusion techniques were not ideally suited for Xiao Yi. These techniques relied on mental strength and Yin-type chakra, while the Uzumaki bloodline was characterized by Yang-type chakra. Xiao Yi's prior use of illusion techniques had depended heavily on the Yin chakra of the 9 tails, making them unsuitable for him. It was no wonder that Naruto's illusionary capabilities were so lacking. Both the Yang 9 tails and the Uzumaki lineage lacked the innate talent for illusion techniques. Sealing techniques had been Xiao Yi's focus in training, yet he found himself at an impasse. He had mastered most of the sealing techniques, yet faced significant challenges in their application. Often, sealing techniques served as auxiliary measures and were difficult to employ in direct combat. However, Amo had overlooked one crucial aspect: healing techniques. Xiao Yi's medical ninjutsu was commendable, though it paled in comparison to Xianglin's proficiency. Amo continued, now, let us turn to you, Xianglin. Your powers encompass sealing techniques, medical ninjutsu, and water-style ninjutsu. You have only begun to explore sealing techniques. It is imperative that you continue your practice. Xiao Yi will guide you in this area. As for medical ninjutsu, I cannot assist you directly, but the Uzumaki clan possesses some medical techniques you may study. Being Tsunade's disciple, you have no cause for concern in that regard. Next came the art of water release, a segment of training entrusted to me. In the ensuing time, the group embarked on focused cultivation. Both Xiaowai and Xianglin were eager to learn ninjutsu. Thus Amo imparted certain teachings to them collectively. They gathered in an open area outside, where the practice of ninjutsu commenced. Amo explained, "Chakra is an energy extracted from the cells of the human body, serving as the foundation for ninjutsu, sealing techniques, jinjutsu, and other powers. The first exercise involves controlling your chakra while amplifying its quantity. Although the Uzumaki clan possesses remarkable talent, it remains insufficient. The initial step is to enhance your total chakra volume. The method is quite simple. Effective training can be achieved through the technique of shadow clone." Turning to Xiaowai, Amo encouraged, "Why don't you give it a try?" Xiaowai stepped aside and swiftly formed hand seals. Shadow clone jutsu. For shadow clones of Xiaowai materialized. Wind release, great breakthrough. The 5 Xiaowis unleashed the great breakthrough simultaneously, toppling numerous trees in their path. The great breakthrough is a technique that, while consuming chakra, possesses relatively low destructive capacity. Amo then beckoned Xianglin. "Your turn, Xianglin." "All right." Shadow clone jutsu. With precise hand seals, she performed the technique. Water release, great waterfall technique. This technique, designed to inundate foes with torrents of water, saw Xianglin conjure 5 great waterfalls, instantly flooding the area. Amo and Xiaowai hastily leaped onto a tree, but the force of the waterfalls shattered the trunk, compelling them to seek refuge on a higher rock. Exhausted, Xianglin dispelled her shadow clones, collapsing from fatigue. Each clone had exerted maximum effort, nearly depleting her chakra reserves. However, the results were undeniably impressive. The entire area lay submerged. The immense waterfalls attracted considerable attention, prompting the trio to retreat to the underground stone chamber. They realized that practicing ninjutsu in the Land of Whirlpools drew too much notice, necessitating a relocation of their training ground to the Land of Wind. The Land of Wind boasts vast expanses, predominantly desert with sparse habitation, making it ideal for extensive ninjutsu practice. With Amo's Flying Thunder God technique, the group need not worry about the distances involved. Xiaowai had also studied the Flying Thunder God technique, yet his innate talent in this domain was moderate, allowing only for short-distance travel. Water release, great waterfall technique. The 5 great waterfalls encompassed a considerable area, but were quickly absorbed by the desert's arid landscape. The scarcity of water here rendered the water release technique particularly challenging, thus making practice highly effective. After a month of training, Xiaowai and Xianglin had significantly enhanced their total chakra capacity. Xiaowai could now summon 278 shadow clones to execute the great breakthrough simultaneously, while Xianglin managed to employ 30 great waterfall techniques at once. The multitude of great breakthroughs incited a sandstorm, while the 30 great waterfalls overwhelmed the desert's ability to absorb them rapidly. The training site of Xianglin had transformed into a verdant oasis, a fitting reward for their efforts. Subsequently, they would delve into the practice of chakra control, which was also predicated upon the technique of shadow clones. Xiaowai and Xianglin each created 100 shadow clones. In the realm of elemental mastery, the art of wind release and water release was to be practiced by Xiaowai and Xianglin in tandem. Their endeavor involved the collision of wind blades and water bullets, where each wind blade must precisely shatter a water bullet, neither exceeding nor falling short of the mark. This exercise demanded exceptional control over their chakra and a profound rapport between the two. After a month of rigorous training in chakra manipulation, both Xiaowai and Xianglin exhibited significant advancements in their abilities. With their training session concluded, a day of respite was granted, bringing joy to both Xiaowai and Xianglin. 2 months of relentless practice had left them fatigued, making this brief interlude a welcome opportunity for relaxation. On this day of leisure, Xiaowai took Xianglin to the nearby town, opting to conceal their identities by foregoing their headbands upon departing from Konoha. They donned hats to obscure their hair, thus averting any unwarranted complications. Initially, Xiaowai had intended to enjoy the outing with Amuk, but Amuk had mysteriously vanished early in the morning, leaving Xiaowai unaware of his whereabouts. "Are there still members of the Uzumaki clan residing here?" Xianglin inquired, surprise evident in her tone. "Indeed, one such individual is named Laren, who also possesses the Uzumaki bloodline." Xiaowai recounted their previous encounter with Laren. His purpose for this visit was to seek out Laren and ascertain how he had fared over the past 2 years. As they approached Laren's residence, Xiaowai discovered that neither Laren nor his father was present. Upon entering, He noted a layer of dust on the table, suggesting they had departed some time ago. Perhaps Xiaoi's previous visit had instilled a sense of unease in them. Nevertheless, their absence from the village was a blessing. Given the current chaos engulfing the Land of Whirlpools, teeming with ninjas from various nations, including a significant number of rogue and wandering shinobi, it seems they have left. I cannot introduce you to Laren, Xiaoi lamented. It's quite all right, Xianglin replied, showing little concern. Although she bore the blood of the Uzumaki clan, Laren remained a stranger to her. Xiaoi then led Xianglin to explore the bustling streets, where a plethora of delectable foods awaited, some unique to the Land of Whirlpools. Xiaoi, who had an insatiable fondness for both currency and cuisine, relished the prospect of indulging in delightful dishes without spending a dime, though he soon acquiesced to the reality of paying for his meals. As dusk fell and they had finished their dinner, they prepared to return, only to encounter Amok. Tonight, we have a mission, Amok declared. A mission? Xiaoi questioned, perplexed by the notion of undertaking a task while absent from Konoha. To assess your training over the past 2 months, I have procured a bounty mission. Our target is a rogue ninja from the Mist Village named Ryu, with a bounty of 10 million Ryo. This individual possesses Jonin-level prowess and specializes in water release techniques. He has recently been spotted in the Land of Whirlpools. Thus, our objective is to capture him? Xianglin inquired. Capture or eliminate him. Either is acceptable. To evaluate your progress, you are permitted to utilize only ninjutsu in this endeavor. I am already aware of his current location. We shall confront him tonight. Understood. With that, Amok guided Xiaoi and Xianglin to a rustic wooden cabin, setting the stage for the impending confrontation. They now kept a certain distance to avoid being detected. Xiao Yi used the Kagura's hard eye to sense the surroundings and confirmed the presence of a Jonin-level chakra within the house. Xianglin, I shall proceed first. Support me at any moment. Understood. Cautiously, Xiao Yi approached the wooden cabin, halting 10 meters in front of it. Wind release. Wind dragon tornado. A powerful tornado enveloped the entire structure, uprooting the wooden cabin. At that moment, a shadow burst forth, hurling several shurikens toward Xiao Yi. After evading, he caught sight of his opponent. Liu, who is this little brat? Seeking death? Xiao Yi tossed a bounty notice at him. Is this you? The opponent remained silent, launching an immediate counterattack. Xiao Yi wielded his kunao, clashing it against Liu's weapon. Water release, water dragon bullet. Wind release, wind blade. The massive wind blade sliced the water dragon bullet in half. Liu realized that this child was no ordinary foe. His strength was nearly on par with his own. It seems I must take this seriously. Water release, hidden mist technique. A white fog enveloped the surroundings, obscuring Liu's figure. The hidden mist technique, a signature ninjutsu of mist shinobi, could not be dispelled even by potent wind techniques. However, wind release, wind blade. Several wind blades targeted a specific location. Xiao Yi then swiftly repositioned himself, wielding his kunao. The kunao struck true, a drop of blood staining its surface. How did you discern my location? Xiao Yi had, of course, seen Liu's position through the Kagura's hard eye. No obstacle could conceal him from its gaze. Yet, Xiao Yi would not divulge this information. Water release, water dragon bullet. He quickly retreated, narrowly avoiding the assault of the water dragon bullet. At that moment, Liu suddenly found himself immobilized. Water release, water prison technique. Xianglin appeared beside Liu, using the water prison technique to ensnare him. Well done, Xianglin. Finish him. Water release, water cutter. The water within the prison surged, the water blades leaving lacerations upon Liu's form. Just as the water blade was about to slice his throat, Liu broke free from the water prison. What? This was Xianglin's first encounter with someone escaping from the water prison technique. After his escape, Liu immediately threw a flash bomb and fled the scene. We must pursue. With the Kagura's hard eye, Liu could not evade them. Xiao Yi and Xianglin followed Liu into the mountains, where they found him momentarily still. Liu emerged from a cave, and Xiao Yi noticed that all his injuries had miraculously healed. How is this possible? Inside the cave, Xiao Yi sensed a familiar chakra. Lai Ren. He recognized that the person within the cave was Lai Ren. No wonder Liu's injuries had healed so swiftly. He had utilized Lai Ren's unique power. Bastard. For adamantine chains erupted forth, ensnaring Liu. It was Liu's first encounter with such a phenomenon, yet he sensed the impending danger and leaped to evade. Water release, water wave. Xianglin used her ninjutsu to obstruct Liu, while Xiao Yi's adamantine chains coiled around him. Immobilized, Liu fell to the ground. Unable to move. Xianglin, please bring the wretched person from the cave. Upon hearing the name of the wretched individual, Xianglin was momentarily taken aback, instantly comprehending the reason behind Xiao Yi's anger. Xiao Yi, uncertain of the situation, refrained from moving towards Liu for the time being. Soon, Xianglin emerged with a young boy in tow. Brother Xiao Yi. The boy, Lai Run, was filled with joy upon seeing Xiao Yi, rushing over to embrace him. Xiao Yi crouched down to examine Lai Run, who had grown significantly taller over the 2 years, yet appeared quite frail. Xiao Yi noticed bite marks on his arms and bruises around his ankles from being shackled by iron chains. Xianglin remarked, Xiao Yi, when I entered, I saw him bound by chains. Gently stroking Lai Ren's face, Xiao Yi inquired, what transpired, Lai Ren? Where is Mr. Sanji? Lai Ren, sobbing, clung to Xiao Yi, exclaiming, Daddy is dead. With a quivering voice, he continued, a month ago, my hair was discovered. My father intended to take me away, but they followed us and killed him. Afterward, they imprisoned me and even bit my hand. Xiao Yi grasped the gravity of the situation. It was indeed a calamity brought on by blood ties. He pondered whether things might have turned out differently had he taken Lai Ren away back then. Lai Ren, was it he who killed your father? Lai Ren looked towards Liu, declaring, it was him. Retreating behind Xiao Yi, it was evident that Liu had tormented him severely. Xiao Yi supported Lai Ren, asking, do you wish to kill him? He is no longer able to move. You can end his life. To alleviate Lai Ren's inner terror, the most effective method was to empower him to confront Liu. Here, take this, Xiao Yi offered a kunao to Lai Ren. If you plunge this into his heart, you can kill him. Xiao Yi pointed to Lai Ren's chest. With determination, Lai Ren approached Liu step by step. Liu attempted to flee, but was ensnared by the adamantine chains, unable to escape. Do not come any closer. Lai Ren stood before Liu. Please, do not kill me, Liu pleaded. With a swift motion, Lai Ren drove the kunao into Liu's heart. Liu struggled for a moment before collapsing to the ground. Daddy, I avenged you. With those words, Lai Ren fell backward. Xiao Yi darted forward to catch him, his heart aching at Lai Ren's state. In a fit of rage, Xiao Yi threw the kunao, slitting Liu's throat, not only to ensure the deed was done, but also as a means of venting his fury. Imo approached. Having observed the entire confrontation, he had not anticipated finding Lai Ren here. Imo, please take us back. Imo, recognizing the futility of the mission, utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to return everyone to the underground stone chamber. Xiao Yi laid Lai Ren on the bed and asked Xianglin for assistance in treating him. Thank you, Imo. If it weren't for your taking on the entire bounty mission, I might never have seen Lai Ren again. And he would have continued living a life akin to Xianglin's past. Imo replied, I too did not foresee such a turn of events. What do you plan to do next? Will you keep him? Xiao Yi gazed at Lai Ren, recalling their first encounter 2 years prior, and made a decision in his heart. Several hours later, Daddy. Lai Ren opened his eyes and sat up. Surveying his surroundings, he was bewildered about his location. You are awake? Xiao Yi entered the room. Brother Xiao Yi. Lei Jin beheld Xiao Yi with immense joy, for the events that had transpired were indeed true. How do you feel? I am well now. Following Xianglin's treatment, all of Lei Jin's wounds had healed. Coupled with the unique regenerative abilities of the Uzumaki clan, Lei Jin was now in perfect health. Gugu Lei Jin patted his belly. Haha, are you hungry? Come over and have something to eat. Sister Xianglin has prepared a delightful meal for you. Xiao Yi led Lei Jin to the dining hall, where Xianglin had laid out a sumptuous spread, the aroma wafting through the air. Come, have a taste. Lei Jin sat at the table, his hunger overwhelming him, and the dishes prepared by Xianglin were simply exquisite. He began to devour the food voraciously. Eat slowly. Take your time, lest you choke, poor child. This meal lasted a full half-hour. Observing the empty plates on the table, Xiao Yi grew concerned that Lei Jin might have overindulged. Once satiated, Xiao Yi decided it was time to discuss serious matters. Lei Jin, what do you intend to do next? Lei Jin shook his head, with his father now deceased. He was uncertain of his next steps. I can take you to Konoha. I have many friends there, and my relationship with the 5th Hokage is quite strong. In Konoha, you can live in peace. Of course, you may choose to go wherever you wish, but do remember to keep your identity concealed. Xiao Yi presented Lei Jin with 2 options. Should he choose to go to Konoha, Xiao Yi could assure his safety. Although Pain would attempt to destroy Konoha in 3 years, all would ultimately be revived. Traveling to other nations would not necessarily be perilous. While red hair is rare, it is not exclusive to the Uzumaki clan. With some caution, a safe life could still be led. Xiaoi awaited Leijin's decision, yet Leijin remained silent. Xiaoi, let us go to Konoha, it is safe there. Leijin looked up, brother Xiaoi. May I stay here with you? Xiaoi regarded Leijin, suddenly reminded of his brother Naruto. Xianglin interjected. Xiaoi, let Leijin stay, we have extra rooms here anyway. We can take him back to Konoha later. Xiaoi glanced at Xianglin, feeling conflicted. Returning to Konoha was not feasible. Xiaoi had only just managed to leave, and a return in the near future was impossible. Furthermore, the tasks ahead might label him a rogue ninja, making a return unthinkable. The upcoming endeavors were fraught with danger. Xiaoi feared that leaving Leijin behind could lead to disaster. Amok suddenly spoke. Let him stay. The Uzumaki lineage is dwindling, and it is better for them to remain united. Besides, Konoha may not necessarily be safe either. Very well, since both Amok and Xianglin are willing for you to stay, you shall live with us from now on. Leijin Ye, thank you, brother Xiaoi, and sister Xianglin, and brother Amok. I appreciate you all. Xiaoi, Amok, I must ask you to prepare another room. Amok chuckled, rest assured. It is a simple task. Amok approached a stone wall and utilized earth release to carve out another room. Once the room was tidied up, Leijin moved in. Thus, the household transitioned from 3 to 4, filling the stone chamber with even more liveliness. Brother Xiaoi, I also wish to learn ninjutsu. Since Lai Ren witnessed Xiao Yi and Xiang Lin practicing ninjutsu, he has been persistently pestering Xiao Yi to teach him. While the desire to learn is commendable, it is essential that I first observe your determination. Xiao Yi understands that in the world of ninjas, strength holds paramount importance. Thus, he does not oppose Lai Ren acquiring some ninjutsu to safeguard himself. However, mastering ninjutsu is no simple endeavor. Since Lai Ren is eager to learn, he must commit to the process and persevere. Xiao Yi promised, if you can run 50 kilometers daily for a month, I will teach you ninjutsu. All right. I will definitely persevere, Lai Ren replied enthusiastically, filled with anticipation for his ninjutsu training. After Lai Ren set off on his running regimen, Xiao Yi and Xiang Lin embarked on the next phase of their own studies. Having nearly mastered the basics of ninjutsu, it was now time for them to focus on other aspects of their training. Xiang Lin was to delve into medical ninjutsu, while Xiao Yi aimed to refine his sealing techniques. Xiang Lin possessed remarkable medical talent. During her time in the Hidden Leaf Village, she had already acquired numerous healing arts, including the mystical palm technique, alongside various medical offensive ninjutsu. However, she was still a novice and needed to hone her skills further and expand her repertoire of healing methods. Simultaneously, both Xiao Yi and Xiang Lin were to learn the Yin sealing technique, a potent sealing ninjutsu of the Uzumaki clan. This technique allows for the storage of excess chakra within the body, which can be released when necessary. Complementing the Yin sealing technique is the creation rebirth, devised by Tsunade to optimize the utilization of chakra stored through Yin sealing. Upon activation, creation rebirth enables the rapid distribution of the released chakra throughout the user's body, significantly enhancing their capabilities across the board. Additionally, Tsunade developed the technique of creation rebirth, which utilizes chakra to stimulate the formation of various proteins, accelerating cellular division and facilitating the regeneration of cells, as well as the restoration of all internal organs. With such regenerative abilities, one can swiftly recover from fatal injuries during combat. However, this technique has its drawbacks, as the number of cellular divisions in a human lifetime is finite, thus shortening one's lifespan. The combination of Yin sealing, creation rebirth, and creation rebirth not only inflicts immense damage in battle, but also offers remarkable recuperative abilities and enduring resilience. Tsunade had yet to impart these 3 techniques to Xiang Lin, and Xiao Yi had only mastered the Yin sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan. He had begun his studies upon acquiring the technique and had accumulated some chakra over the years, although he had not yet developed the diamond-shaped seal on his forehead. Next, Xiao Yi would focus on learning sealing techniques. Currently, his strongest sealing technique was the adamantine sealing, a unique ninjutsu of the Uzumaki clan that resonated well with him. The power of the adamantine sealing is formidable. Once ensnared, an opponent will lose a significant portion of their combat prowess. However, the technique is not without its shortcomings, primarily its low accuracy. In battles against agile opponents or those with mobility-based ninjutsu, Successfully ensnaring them with the adamantine ceiling proves to be quite challenging. Thus, Xiao Yi's immediate goal was to enhance the speed of the adamantine ceiling while also seeking ways to improve its effectiveness. Apart from the diamond lock, Xiao Yi is proficient in various sealing techniques such as the Bagua seal, the four-symbol seal, the evil sealing technique, and the fire sealing technique, among others. However, these sealing arts are rather challenging to apply in direct combat, leading Xiao Yi to believe that he should devote the majority of his time to mastering the diamond lock. The practice of sealing techniques spans a month. During this period, Lai Ren adhered to the agreement by running 50 kilometers each day. In the initial days, Lai Ren struggled to complete the distance, often needing to break it into segments. Yet, as time progressed, he eventually managed to run the full 50 kilometers in one go. Occasionally, Lai Ren even incorporated additional physical training, resulting in a significant improvement in his physique, no longer resembling his previous frail self. Of course, this transformation was also due to Xiao Yi's daily expenditure on food and various body-strengthening herbs. Having persevered in running for a month, Xiao Yi was naturally obliged to honor their agreement and commence Lai Ren's instruction in ninjutsu. The first step in learning ninjutsu is to master the extraction of chakra. Xiao Yi imparted the unique chakra extraction technique of the Uzumaki clan to Lai Ren. Given Lai Ren's remarkable aptitude and Xiao Yi's one-on-one guidance, he was able to extract chakra within just an hour. While practicing chakra extraction, Xiao Yi also shared a wealth of theoretical knowledge, which he had distilled from his own experiences, proving far more beneficial than what was taught in ninja academies. After honing her medical ninjutsu, Xiang Lin began her training in the Raise Non. This technique boasts formidable offensive power and can be further developed, making it an exceedingly valuable ninjutsu. However, the complexity of mastering the Raise Non is considerable. Nonetheless, with a plethora of learning experiences under her belt, Xiang Lin grasped the technique in merely 3 days. Once Xiang Lin had mastered the Raise Non, Xiao Yi intended to pursue the Wind Release Raise Non. The Raise Non embodies a transformation of chakra's form, while Wind Release represents a change in chakra's nature. The Wind Release Raise Non thus incorporates both form and nature changes, significantly increasing its difficulty. The further refinement of the Wind Release Raise Non culminates in the Spiral Shuriken, a complete amalgamation of Wind Release and the Raise Non. Since Xiao Yi could learn the Wind Release Raise Non, Xiang Lin was naturally capable of studying the Water Release Raise Non as well. Naruto's method for learning the Wind Release Raise Non involved utilizing 3 shadow clones, each responsible for different aspects of the technique. However, Xiao Yi opted against employing shadow clones. In truth, the crux of mastering the Wind Release Raise Non lies in one's control over chakra. Previously, Xiao Yi and Xiang Lin practiced chakra control, which now proved immensely beneficial in their ninjutsu studies. A perfectly spherical Raise Non composed entirely of chakra materialized in Xiao Yi's hand. He then commenced the infusion of Wind Release chakra into the Raise Non. The Wind Release chakra swirled continuously around the Raise Non, gradually merging with it. Suddenly, with a resounding explosion, the Raise Non detonated, sending Xiao Yi flying. "Ah, this is truly challenging," he exclaimed, as this was the first significant obstacle he had encountered in years of study. "Jun, let us compete to see who succeeds first," Xiang Lin proposed with a smile. "All right, let us compete." Xiao Yi's competitive spirit ignited at her words. He once again concentrated to form the Raise Non, subsequently adding chakra to it. Yet, without fail, Xiao Yi faced another failure. Time spent in training passes swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, half a month has elapsed. Wind Release, Spiraling Shuriken. Water Release, Vortex Shuriken. The 2 shurikens collided, unleashing a tremendous force that obliterated the ground within a 50-meter radius. Xiao Yi and Xiang Lin felt a twinge of pain in their arms. Indeed, the power of the spiraling technique is formidable, yet it comes with significant aftereffects. "Brother Xiao Yi, sister Xiang Lin, you are incredible," Lai Ren exclaimed excitedly as he dashed over. "Be quiet, Lai Ren." Xiang Lin and Xiao Yi were tending to each other's arms. Fortunately, their injuries were not severe, and with a bit of rest, they would recover. However, continuing to use the spiraling shuriken would prove challenging. The current execution of the spiraling shuriken had yet to attain perfection, but once mastered entirely, they could launch it with far less harm to their arms. "Lai Ren, how goes your progress with the clone technique?" Xiao Yi inquired, turning to Lai Ren. Lai Ren beamed with confidence. "I've mastered it. Unleash the technique." "Clone technique. Two identical Lai Rens burst into laughter simultaneously. Substitution technique. As the smoke cleared, Lai Ren switched places with a piece of wood. Transformation technique. Lai Ren morphed into Xiao Yi's likeness. Not bad. Xiao Yi nodded in approval. Lai Ren's talent was commendable, and the clone technique posed little challenge for him. Now, let us proceed to teach you the shadow clone technique. Lai Ren was thrilled. Yes. Day by day, their training progressed, and after a month away, AMO returned. Accompanied by someone Xiao Yi was quite familiar with. Kimimaro? The individual beside AMO was none other than Kimimaro, whom Xiao Yi had encountered during Sasuke's defection. At that time, Kimimaro had battled Gaara and ultimately perished while executing his dance of early ferns. Logically, Kimimaro should have been deceased, so why was he here now? AMO, what is the situation with Kimimaro? Xiao Yi asked. AMO explained. Kimimaro did indeed come close to death. However, after I took his body, I discovered a lingering breath and sealed it. Once I found a method of healing, I was able to revive him. But now, Kimimaro is different. He has lost his memories. Lost his memories? Xiao Yi surmised the reason. At that time, Kimimaro had completed the task entrusted to him by Orochimaru, and he bore no regrets. It was entirely reasonable for him to have forgotten. However, whether he had genuinely lost those memories or merely buried them deep remained a mystery. Despite this, Xiao Yi felt a surge of joy at seeing Kimimaro again. He had always admired Kimimaro, though he had been gravely poisoned by Orochimaru. With the loss of those memories, perhaps Kimimaro could forge a new life. Moreover, Kimimaro's formidable strength would undoubtedly aid Xiao Yi in his future endeavors. By the way, AMO, I recall that Kimimaro had a blood disease. What is his condition now? AMO replied. Kimimaro's blood disease was indeed quite severe. It was the cause of his near demise. After administering a dose of Hashirama's cells, the ailment vanished, and his strength surged significantly. Once again, it is the cells of Hashirama. Figures such as Uchiha Madara, Uchiha Obito, Shimura Danzo, and later Naruto, each have harnessed Hashirama's cells. These cells have essentially become a panacea. However, the dangers they pose are considerable. A careless moment can lead to a backlash, transforming one into a colossal tree. The transplantation of Hashirama's cells is no simple feat. Among 100 individuals, achieving success is already a remarkable outcome. By the way, Xiao Yi, why not engage in a spar with Jumaro? It would be an excellent opportunity to gauge each other's combat prowess and serve as a form of training during this period. Very well, Jumaro. I look forward to your guidance. Xiao Yi and Jumaro stood opposite each other, while Xianglin and the others positioned themselves at a safe distance to avoid the repercussions of the impending battle. Both Xiao Yi and Jumaro had attained the level of elite Jonin, which meant the area affected by their clash would be significant. Wind style, great breakthrough. Xiao Yi initiated the assault, unleashing a torrent of wind upon Jumaro. Yet, Jumaro remained unmoved, impervious to the impact of Xiao Yi's wind technique. Xiao Yi realized that at the elite Jonin level, conventional ninjutsu proved ineffective. 10-finger bullets. Jumaro extended his hands, and 10 bone projectiles erupted from his fingertips. Xiao Yi leapt backward, narrowly avoiding the onslaught as the projectiles struck the ground. Diamond lock. 5 golden chains surged toward Jumaro. Rather than evading, Jumaro lunged forward, manifesting a bone blade in each hand. Dance of the Tsubaki. Jumaro deflected the chains with his bone blades and charged directly at Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi parried with a kunao, but the immense force forced him to stagger backward. Seizing the moment, Jumaro thrust forward with his blade. Xiao Yi activated the Flying Thunder God technique, creating distance between them. Wind style, Wind Dragon Tornado. As Jumaro closed in, he cleaved through the tornado with his bone blade. Arriving before Xiao Yi, Shadow Clone Technique. Xiao Yi instantaneously created numerous clones, disrupting Jumaro's line of sight. Dance of the Willow. Bone spikes erupted from various parts of Jumaro's body. He swung his bone spikes, systematically dismantling Xiao Yi's clones. Raised on, Xiao Yi descended from the air, a massive spiraling sphere barreling toward Jumaro. Bone Shield. Jumaro swiftly conjured a bone shield, absorbing the impact of the Raise-Non. As the sphere dissipated, Jumaro was driven into the ground. Dance of the Early Fern of the Corpse Bone Path. Xiao Yi's pupils constricted. Was he unleashing his ultimate technique already? A multitude of bone spikes erupted from the earth, transforming the arena into a forest of sharp spines. Diamond Lock. Xiao Yi released 2 chains into the ground, establishing a pivot point that allowed him to float in midair. Gazing at the landscape littered with bones, Xiaoyi gasped. It was utterly terrifying. Previously, Junmaro had executed this technique relying on Orochimaru's cursed seal and his last remnants of life, and now, having transplanted Hashirama's cells, he wielded it once more. The forest of bone spikes left no viable landing points. Without the ability to fly, one would be impaled by those deadly protrusions. At that moment, Kimimaro erupted from a massive bone spike. Dance of the Ye-Ryu. His hand transformed into a colossal bone drill, lunging towards Xiaoyi. Instantly, Xiaoyi manipulated his chains to alter his position, swiftly descending to evade Kimimaro's assault. Kimimaro vanished into the bone spike, only to emerge once more beside Xiaoyi. With no choice left, Xiaoyi activated the Flying Thunder God technique and positioned himself atop a bone pillar. Darkness technique. Xiao cast an illusion, temporarily blinding Kimimaro. Once again, Kimimaro disappeared into the forest of bones, surging forth from the very spike upon which Xiaoyi stood. Xiaoyi immediately descended to avoid the impending strike. Dance of the Tang Song. Numerous bone spikes sprouted from Kimimaro's body. Remarkably, he seemed unaffected by his loss of sight, relentlessly thrusting towards Xiaoyi. Xiaoyi maneuvered his chains to wrap around a nearby colossal bone pillar, pulling himself closer. Kimimaro pursued, launching yet another attack. Xiaoyi was compelled to continue evading. But the relentless onslaught left him wounded. Wind release, Raisnon Shuriken. This was the most potent technique at Xiaoyi's disposal. The wind-infused shuriken soared towards Kimimaro. At that moment, Kimimaro had regained his sight and sensed the strength of Xiaoyi's strike, realizing it could inflict grave damage. Bone armor. The spikes on his body twisted and coiled around him, forming a thick bone shield. The Raisnon Shuriken struck Kimimaro, sending him crashing to the ground. The tremendous force shattered the bone-laden earth, creating a vast crater. Within the depths of the pit, white bone fragments fell away, revealing Kimimaro once more. Although the bone shield had offered some protection, Xiaoyi's blow had still inflicted significant harm. Stop, that's enough. Amo stood between the two combatants. The battle had reached a satisfactory conclusion. With both parties having demonstrated their respective powers, Xiaoyi and Kimimaro exchanged a reconciliation seal, marking the end of their duel. Brother Xiaoyi, you truly are incredible. Laren rushed over, excitement evident in her voice. Brother Kimimaro is impressive too. Xiaoyi affectionately ruffled Laren's hair. This little rascal, always so friendly and calling those older than him brother or sister, had such audacity. Amo remarked, both of your strengths have undoubtedly reached the level of shadows. We can now commence our next plan. Xianglin assisted Xiaoyi and Kimimaro in tending to their wounds while Amo outlined the upcoming mission. In 2 years, the Akatsuki organization would begin capturing tailed beasts, leaving us with a mere 2 years to prepare. During this time, we must amass sufficient strength to confront the Akatsuki while also defending against potential attacks from other ninja villages. Partners and resources, Amo continued, is what we need to prepare for next. Law refers to ninjutsu, an area where we have nearly achieved proficiency. However, we must continue training in this discipline. Reaching the shadow level is merely the beginning. Partners signifies companionship. Currently, we have myself, Xiaoyi, Xianglin, and Kimimaro. We must seek out additional allies in the time to come. Wait a moment, what about me? Why am I not included? Lai Ren raised his hand, visibly displeased. Amo glanced at Lai Ren and replied, with your current strength, you are not yet fit to join us. Once you attain the shadow level, we shall consider you. Very well, I shall soon reach the shadow level. Lai Ren declared with unwavering confidence. Xiao Yi observed Lai Ren's exuberance and felt a pang of concern, fearing he would soon face disillusionment. Achieving the shadow level is no simple feat for the majority. Without exceptional talent, entering this realm is virtually impossible. Xiao Yi relied on the Vortex bloodline and various formidable ninjutsu, while Junma Lu leveraged his extraordinarily rare corpse bone bloodline and senju cells. Although Lai Ren also possessed the Vortex bloodline, he currently exhibited a unique aspect. In the past, only a handful of individuals from the Vortex clan attained the shadow level. However, Lai Ren's chakra affinities for water and wind are notably pronounced, suggesting he might explore ice release ninjutsu in the future. Amo continued. Next is the establishment of a base. The stone chamber we occupy can serve as our stronghold, our final refuge. Constructing a base is a time-consuming endeavor, and creating one in every nation is simply unfeasible. Thus, I have resolved to seize the aerial fortress. The aerial fortress? Xiao Yi suddenly recalled. He remembered a vast aerial fortress situated within the Sky Ninja Village. This fortress could traverse the skies, making it ideal for mobility across various nations. Furthermore, it was equipped with chakra cannons, perfectly suited for intimidating the major ninja villages. Securing the aerial fortress would render additional bases unnecessary. AMO continued, lastly, we must consider finances, for money is of paramount importance. Whether for daily sustenance or combat training, substantial resources are required. Addressing our financial situation is our foremost priority. Only with sufficient funds can we proceed with our plans. Therefore, our immediate objective is to seize the aerial fortress. With the first mission established, AMO proceeded to share pertinent intelligence. The aerial fortress has been concealed by the Sky Ninjas, and its location remains unknown. To uncover the whereabouts of the fortress, we must first locate a person, Shen Nong. Xiao Yi recalled Shen Nong vividly. On the surface, he appeared to be a physician, yet in reality, he was the leader of the Sky Ninjas. Shen Nong's medical ninjutsu was exceptional, enabling him to traverse nations, healing people, and earning the respect of various ninja villages. In doing so, he also acquired numerous ninjutsu, including the 8 gates from Konoha. Moreover, Shen Nong created a tailed beast named Zero Tail. Unlike the other tailed beasts, Zero Tail was composed of dark chakra. Although it may not rival the other tailed beasts in strength, it remains formidable. Xiao Yi inquired. Does AMO possess Shen Nong's current location? AMO nodded affirmatively, indeed. According to the intelligence I previously gathered, Shen Nong is currently situated in the Land of Hot Water. However, we must prepare adequately before approaching him, as Shen Nong is formidable, not to mention the numerous Sky Ninjas accompanying him. In order to ensure that intelligence remains confidential, we must first learn the formation technique, known as the 4 Purple Flames formation. This formation requires the simultaneous activation by 4 ninjas. However, given the abilities of Xiao Yi and his companions, a shadow clone with sufficient chakra can suffice. AMO produced a scroll, which contained the method for forming the 4 Purple Flames formation. The 4 of them meticulously studied the technique before proceeding with practice. 10. Snake, Rabbit, Tiger. 4 Purple Flames formation. Together, Xiao Yi and his companions channeled their chakra, resulting in the emergence of a small-scale 4 Purple Flames formation. All of them possessed remarkable talent, making the learning of this technique relatively effortless. AMO declared, since we have successfully mastered the 4 Purple Flames formation, let us proceed to the Land of Hot Water. I want to go too, said Laren. Xiao Yi agreed to allow Laren to accompany them, believing it would be beneficial for him to witness the true nature of ninja combat. Once the Akatsuki organization commenced their operations, their adversaries would become significantly stronger, making it increasingly difficult for Laren to join them later. Of course, if Laren were to acquire sufficient strength by then, he could indeed accompany them. This time, their opponent was merely a Konoha ninja, so bringing Laren along posed little risk. After a day of rest and preparation, they set off for the Land of Hot Water. The distance between the Land of Whirlpool and the Land of Hot Water was considerable, but AMO possessed the Flying Thunder God technique. Utilizing this ability, Xiao Yi and his companions quickly arrived in the Land of Hot Water. Wiping the sweat from his brow, AMO remarked, once we reach the aerial fortress, I won't need to rely on the Flying Thunder God to carry you all. With so many people and such a distance, it's truly exhausting. Xiao Yi had yet to master the Flying Thunder God technique, so he relied on AMO to transport the 4 of them. The long-distance travel using the technique took a significant toll on AMO's energy. All right, let's take a moment to rest before we gather intelligence. Once we ascertain the exact location of Shen Nong, we shall set off, Xiao Yi suggested. The group entered the small town where Shen Nong resided and found an inn to rest. Arriving in the Land of Hot Water, they naturally intended to indulge in the local hot springs. At present, Shen Nong was occupied with treating patients and would not notice their arrival, so Xiao Yi need not worry about him departing immediately. After a comfortable night's rest at the inn, the following day, they ventured into the streets in search of Shen Nong. Locating Shen Nong proved to be an uncomplicated task, as he was a renowned medical practitioner. Whenever he visited the Land of Hot Water, he provided treatment to many, making it easy to find him. Upon reaching Shen Nong's location, they observed him tending to patients, making it hard to believe he was the leader of the Konoha ninjas. Xiao Yi whispered a few words into Laren's ear, and they promptly departed. Laren rushed into the building and approached Shinnong. Uncle Shinnong, Uncle Shinnong, my brother suddenly fainted. Can you help him? Laren pleaded, tugging at Shinnong's hand with a pitiful expression. Shinnong smiled warmly at Laren. Of course, I can help. I have completed my treatment here. So I will accompany you to assist your brother. Where is he? Here, allow me to guide you. The boy, Laren, behaved like an ordinary child. Upon receiving consent from Shinnong, Laren led him in the agreed direction. Shinnong gently inquired, what affliction has befallen your brother? Could you share it with me? After a moment's contemplation, Laren replied, my brother suddenly collapsed and could not rise again. Then, numerous red spots appeared on his arm, which was truly terrifying. Uncle Shinnong, let us hasten our pace, for I am quite worried. Soon, the two arrived at the designated meeting place. Laren released Shinnong and distanced himself. Shinnong realized the situation at hand. There is no need to hide. Come forth. Xiao Yi and Junma blocked Shinnong one after the other. What is the meaning of this? I am merely an ordinary physician. I possess no wealth. Shinnong perceived Xiao Yi and his companions as brigands. Cease your pretense. Shinnong, we have long known your true identity. This time, we are here to apprehend you. Shinnong laughed heartily. Haha. To lure me with a mere child possessing chakra, one must question your intelligence. Whether foolish or not, you have still come, Xiao Yi remarked with a smile. Humph. Do you truly believe that you few children can capture me? It is utterly laughable. Shinnong hurled several shurikens toward Xiao Yi and Junma. Naturally, such shurikens posed no threat to them. After effortlessly dodging the shurikens, Xiao Yi stood his ground, while Junma brandished a bone dagger and charged at Shinnong. Shinnong produced a kunao to parry the bone dagger before leaping aside. 8 gates of Dunjia, first gate, open. With the opening of the first gate, a surge of chakra enveloped Shinnong. Second gate, rest gate, open. Upon the opening of the rest gate, Shinnong's chakra swelled once more. 8 gates of Dunjia. Third gate, life gate, open. Fourth gate, wound gate, open. As Shinnong opened the fourth gate, chakra enveloped him in a fiery aura. Xiao Yi, having previously witnessed only Xiao Li opening the 8 gates of Dunjia, was astonished to see Shinnong reach the fourth gate as well. Die! Shinnong dashed at incredible speed to Junma front, delivering a punch to his chest that sent him flying. As the smoke cleared, Junma slowly rose to his feet. Shinnong's punch was indeed powerful, yet it failed to inflict significant harm on Junma. It is worth noting that even Xiao Li, upon opening the fourth gate, could not injure Junma. Shinnong, lacking physical training, could not hope to defeat Junma, who had received cells from Hashirama a year prior. How could this be? Shinnong could hardly believe that even after opening the fourth gate, he could not vanquish the boy before him. You scoundrel! Fifth gate, door of dulling, open. Sixth gate, door of view, open. A tremendous wave of energy erupted from Shinnong, enveloping him in swirling blue chakra. Xiao Yi gazed at Shinnong in astonishment. Pondering how he accomplished this feat, it is known that even the current Xiao Li might struggle to open the sixth gate. Xiao Yi realized that Shinnong potentially possessed other capabilities. Shinnong laughed triumphantly. Ha ha ha. Now, let me demonstrate the might of the 8 gates of Dunjia. Suddenly, Shinnong appeared before Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi, caught off guard, had not anticipated that Shinnong would set his sights on him. At the instant Shinnong moved, Junma recognized the danger and swiftly positioned himself in front of Xiao Yi, using a massive bone shield to deflect Shinning's assault. However, Shinnong's strike was formidable, sending both Junma and Xiao Yi hurtling through the air. Humph, little brat, do you now understand my prowess? Shinnong taunted. My apologies, Junma, Xiao Yi replied as he picked himself up. Xiao Yi had been overly complacent. Had it not been for Junma's timely intervention, that blow could have inflicted severe injury upon him. This encounter served as a lesson for Xiao Yi. He must never underestimate anyone and remain vigilant at all times. From now on, I shall proceed with caution. I entrust this foe to you, he said, his gaze fixed on Shinnong, who was now ignited with battle fervor. Tsukinomai. Junma unleashed his bone blade, thrusting it towards Shinnong, the weapon piercing through Shinning's flesh. Yet, Junma was taken aback to see Shinnong smiling, seemingly unscathed. With a swift punch, Shinnong disarmed Junma, who rolled aside just in time. Shinnong effortlessly extracted the bone blade from his body and cast it aside, the wound healing rapidly as if it had never existed. This is my medical ninjutsu, body regeneration. Regardless of the injury sustained, my limbs can be reborn, Shinnong openly revealed his technique, showing no intention of concealing it. The regenerative ability bore resemblance to Tsunade's creation rebirth, suggesting a shared lineage of research between the two. I found his interest in Shinnong intensifying. In addition, I possess another medical technique, body activation. This ninjutsu amplifies my physical strength in an instant. With a powerful strike against the ground, Shinnong shattered the earth beneath them. Observing Shinnong's words and the fractured ground, I realized that this body activation mirrored Tsunade's 100 healings technique. It was unclear whether Tsunade had borrowed from Shinnong or if they had fortuitously converged on similar discoveries. Shinnong charged at Junmalu, who readied his bone blade for defense. Yet, Shinnong's strength was overwhelming. Each punch he threw shattered Junmalu's weapon. With each blow, another piece of Junmalu's bone blade was destroyed. Junmalu withdrew his weapon and transformed his hands into colossal bone drills. When the drills met Shinnong's fists, the clash was evenly matched. Junmalu's formidable presence startled Shinnong. He had not anticipated encountering such a formidable opponent in a mere child. Moreover, the red-haired boy beside him had yet to make a move. If their strengths were comparable, Shinnong feared he might not emerge unscathed from this encounter. With a forceful punch, Shinnong pushed Junmalu back and hurled several smoke bombs. Wind release, great breakthrough. Zaiawai, ever watchful of Shinnong, was determined to prevent his escape. The wind dispersed the smoke, revealing Shinnong once more. Junmalu seized the moment and lunged at Shinnong, engaging him in combat. Vajra ceiling. Zaiawai capitalized on the opportunity, unleashing four golden chains that ensnared Shinnong, binding him tightly. Brute, what is this? Shinnong struggled. Yet even with the opening of the 6 gates, he found himself ensnared within the adamantine seal. All 4 limbs were bound. The evil sealing formula. Xiaoyi employed a multitude of sealing techniques, encapsulating all the powers within Shinnong's body. Sealing arts, who are you? Shinnong had heard of such techniques, and he found it utterly inconceivable that these 2 young apparitions possessed such formidable abilities. I entrust this to you, Amo. Amo and Xiang Lin emerged from 2 other directions, having laid an ambush to prevent Shinnong from escaping. However, it was evident that Shinnong lacked the strength to flee. The moment he beheld Amo and the other, a chilling dread enveloped his heart. Initially, he believed these 2 youths were all he had to contend with, only to discover 2 more. Is everything all right, Amo? Xiaoyi inquired. Amo smiled reassuringly. Rest assured, I shall extract all the information needed. By the way, Amo, I am also quite intrigued by his medical ninjutsu and the 8 gates of Dunjia. No problem, I will inquire about them as well. Gazing into Amo's eyes, even after years of existence, a sense of trepidation arose within Shinnong. Amo had previously learned various interrogation techniques from Sina Yubikai, making it feasible to pry information from Shinnong's lips. Soon, Shinnong divulged the location of the aerial fortress and details regarding its sentinels. He also meticulously documented all the medical ninjutsu and the 8 gates of Dunjia. Amo handed 3 scrolls to Xiaoyi. These contain the ninjutsu for physical activation and regeneration. As for the 8 gates of Dunjia, I have made some enhancements. Combined with the dark medical ninjutsu I devised, it allows for the effortless opening of the gates. However, its combat prowess is inferior, not comparable to what Guy utilizes. You may examine it at your leisure. Xiaoyi accepted the 3 ninjutsu scrolls, deeming them sufficient. The techniques for physical activation and regeneration held significant utility. While the 8 gates of Dunjia did not particularly interest him, Xiaoyi did not wish to pursue the path of physical techniques, rendering the 8 gates less relevant. However, should he encounter a suitable individual in the future, they might be worth testing. In addition to the intelligence regarding the aerial fortress, Amo uncovered a crucial piece of information. Shinnong had created the Zero Tail. Xiaoyi paid little heed to the Zero Tail. Considering that the 9 tails resided within him, could the Zero Tail truly stir up any waves? According to Shinnong, there were 10 outposts within the Sky Ninja base, each housing 3 ninjas. Furthermore, there were over 100 Sky Ninjas within the base. To prevent the leakage of intelligence regarding the aerial fortress, Xiaoyi resolved to eliminate all Sky Ninjas, necessitating the resolution of the outpost personnel first. Dividing into 2 groups, Xiaoyi and Xiang Lin utilized Kagura's heart eye to sense the whereabouts of the ninjas, while Amo and Junmalu were tasked with assassination. In short order, they silently eradicated the Sky Ninjas across the 10 outposts. Next lay the Sky Ninja base, which housed over 100 ninjas, making a silent extermination of all impossible. To forestall their escape, they would first need to confine them with a barrier. Xiao Yi and his 3 companions each contributed half of their chakra to create shadow clones. The 4 shadow clones dispersed in the 4 cardinal directions of the aerial fortress, and they simultaneously formed hand seals. 10. Snake, rat, tiger. 4 purple flames formation. A colossal 4 purple flames formation arose, enveloping the entire aerial base in a violet barrier. With this shield in place, not a single sky ninja would escape tonight. Subsequently, they began to eliminate the sky ninjas, with Lai Rin joining the fray. Among the sky ninjas, most were Chunin and special jonin, with fewer than 10 jonin present. These individuals were utterly incapable of hindering Xiao Yi and his team. Water release, great waterfall technique, declared Xianglin. Raise on, shouted Xiao Yi. Dance of the Tang song, exclaimed Junma Lu. Fire release, great fireball technique, called out Amo. The 4 of them advanced from their corners, relentlessly dispatching the sky ninjas. Lai Ren, meanwhile, engaged in combat with the Chunin, having now reached a level where he could defeat most Chunin with ease. Soon, all the sky ninjas were vanquished. At the same time, Xiao Yi located the host of the Zero Tails. At this moment, the Zero Tails had been released and launched an attack on Xiao Yi. However, such a creature could hardly harm him. 2 adamantine chains were unleashed, wrapping around the Zero Tails and rendering it powerless. These chains were capable of binding even the Nine Tails, let alone the Zero Tails, which possessed less than 1/10 of the Nine Tails chakra. After sealing the Zero Tails within the host's body, the group reconvened. The 4 purple flames formation continued to envelop them as Xiao Yi and his 4 companions, along with the god of agriculture and the host, entered the sky ninja base. Upon reaching the heart of the base, they beheld a relic, a part of the aerial fortress, the main structure of which lay buried underground. Is the aerial fortress capable of flight now? Xiao Yi inquired of the god of agriculture. At this point, the god of agriculture had been somewhat driven to madness by Amo's relentless questioning, and he divulged everything in response to Xiao Yi's queries. Portions of the fortress remained unrepaired, particularly the power system. Nevertheless, it could still take off, provided the power system was fixed first. Following the guidance of the god of agriculture, they arrived at the power room. Xiao Yi observed the central power device, which was adorned with numerous sealing and connection techniques. As long as there is sufficient energy, the fortress can soar, stated the god of agriculture. Energy? Where shall we procure the energy? Asked Lai Ren. Right here. Xiao Yi replied as he unceremoniously discarded the host of the Zero Tails onto the ground. Although the Zero Tails was not particularly powerful, it was a collection of chakra and possessed a vast amount of it. Utilizing the Zero Tails as an energy source would sustain them for a considerable duration. Moreover, the Zero Tails could absorb external chakra, qualifying it as a renewable energy source. Xiao Yi scrutinized the connection and sealing techniques. These techniques were somewhat damaged, and to function effectively, they required restoration. Consequently, Xiao Yi, Xiang Lin, and Amo commenced the restoration of the techniques while re-engraving the damaged seals. The techniques on display were quite rudimentary, particularly the sealing techniques, which were embarrassingly basic. Xiao Yi and his companions opted for more stable and efficient techniques for sealing and connecting, thereby enhancing the overall efficacy and safety of the power system, rendering it more reliable. Xiao Yi recalled that 2 years later, Shen Nong successfully repaired the airborne fortress and subsequently launched an assault on Konoha. Due to the aerial nature of the attack, Konoha was unable to mount a timely defense, resulting in significant casualties. Unbeknownst to him, Xiao Yi had inadvertently spared Konoha from another catastrophe. After dedicating half a day, they completely revised the sealing techniques within the power chamber. With the addition of energy, the fortress should soon be capable of flight. Xiang Lin, you and Lai Run take Shen Nong and thoroughly inspect all sections of the fortress, Xiao Yi instructed. Understood. Suspecting Xiao Yi had something significant in mind, Xiang Lin took Lai Run and Shen Nong and departed. Next, Xiao Yi needed to extract the Zero Tails from the Jinchuriki's body, an act that would inevitably result in the latter's demise. This was indeed a cruel endeavor, and Xiao Yi hoped Lai Run would not witness the scene. Let us begin, Amo said. He proceeded to extract the Zero Tails from the Jinchuriki, and Xiao Yi swiftly bound it with the adamantine sealing chains before placing it into the energy chamber. Xiao Yi had constructed 4 energy chambers in total, while the Zero Tails would suffice to enable the fortress to ascend. The activation of additional functions necessitated the use of the other 3 chambers. Numerous sealing techniques were employed within the chambers, firmly securing the zero tails inside. The seals used for confinement were exceptionally powerful, making destruction from either the inside or outside exceedingly difficult. Even if Xiao Yi wished to unravel them, it would require considerable time. After sealing the zero tails, Amo incinerated the Jinchuriki into ashes with a fire jutsu, and the two then set out to locate Xiong Lin and the others. Xiao Yi was well acquainted with the chakra signatures of both Xiong Lin and Lai Run, allowing them to find them swiftly. Xiong Lin, how goes your exploration of the fortress? Xiao Yi inquired. Almost complete, Xiong Lin replied. We've toured most of the areas. Besides the power chamber, there's the central control room for flying and attacking the fortress. Additionally, there are numerous dormitories, dining halls, kitchens, restrooms, and storage rooms. We discovered a substantial supply of food in the storage room adjacent to the dining area, enough to sustain approximately 100 people for 2 to 3 months. In the warehouse, we also found a considerable amount of flying equipment, of which I have brought some. Flying ninjutsu tools? Xiao Yi's eyes brightened at the sight of the equipment in his hands. He recalled that the Sky Ninjas had employed these very tools to launch aerial assaults on Konoha, rendering its ninjas incapable of resistance. The number of ninjas capable of flight was exceedingly rare. Thus, assembling an air force would undoubtedly pose significant challenges for their adversaries. Let us store these flying tools for now. We can examine them later. Our primary focus must be to ensure the fortress can take flight. By the way, where is Shin Nong? Xiao Yi suddenly realized Shin Nong was missing. Rest assured, I have secured him in a room, Xiong Lin reassured him. I set up sealing and sensing techniques. He cannot escape. The intricacies of the fortress remain only partially understood. Thus, Shin Nong still holds some value and does not warrant immediate elimination. The group convened in the central control hall, a vast expanse devoid of furnishings save for a few stone seats. Through the transparent glass ahead, the external conditions became apparent. However, the primary structure of the fortress lay buried beneath the earth, revealing only a handful of wriggling insects in the soil. Xiao Yi discovered a central formation and, upon channeling chakra into it, a metallic console emerged. This platform featured several buttons, which, when pressed, could activate the fortress or initiate an assault. Additionally, a control panel allowed for the regulation of the fortress's altitude and velocity. The moment Xiao Yi pressed the activation button, the entire fortress began to tremble, and the group felt it slowly ascending. As this was its initial activation, the ascent was quite gradual. Through the glass window, they observed that the fortress had already risen significantly, most of its expanse now hovering above the ground. Xiao Yi and his companions retracted their shadow clones and dispelled the 4 purple flames formation. Subsequently, the speed of the aerial fortress increased considerably, and soon they realized it was soaring through the skies. Xiao Yi continued to guide the fortress upward until it reached the clouds. Come, let us venture outside, he said, leaving a shadow clone in the control room to manage the fortress while he and the others ascended to the platform atop the fortress. Wow, this is incredible, Lai Ren exclaimed, marveling at the vista. It was his first encounter with such aerial scenery. Be careful not to fall. Xiao Yi smiled at Lai Ren's delight. The sensation of flying was indeed exhilarating, although somewhat lacking in oxygen. The fortress now hovered at an altitude of over 3,000 meters, a suitably lofty height. As it glided through the clouds, few would be able to detect it. Even if discovered, it posed little threat. After all, few ninjas possessed the ability to fly, and none could reach altitudes beyond 3,000 meters. For Xiao Yi and his companions to descend, they would either rely on the Flying Thunder God technique or utilize aerial ninja tools. The prospect of bringing the fortress down was fraught with complications. It would be time-consuming and likely attract unwanted attention. Therefore, Xiao Yi resolved to expedite their mastery of flying ninja tools, enabling them to traverse to and from the fortress at will.